By using the cafe's unique rules, Yeonju successfully lured Han Jia into her trap. Hearing Naji excitedly showing off the quick cash of 100,000 won for each book report, Han Jia was so moved that she teared up with joy. Yeonju believed this atmosphere would inspire Han Jia to keep writing and share it with her companion. Na Yeondeok smiled, realizing everything was settled as Han Jia naturally returned to her daily writing routine. Na Yeondeok looked at his phone screen and smirked, remarking, "You planned to trick her from the start, didn't you?" Yeonju calmly handed the phone over to him, narrowing her eyes teasingly, "And also, Mr. Editor, you seem quite happy, don't you? Does seeing Han Jia write again make you that happy?" Na Yeondeok burst into hearty laughter. He leaned back on the sofa and explained, "Not really, it's just been a while since I last saw it. Don't you find the way she writes quite humorous? It really is just like her. Reading her stories probably makes me laugh my head off." But then, his eyes grew deep. Na Yeondeok smiled softly and confessed, "But I think the one who enjoys seeing author Han Jia's work even more than me is you, author Choi." Yeonju watched silently, while Na Yeondeok secretly thought of the years gone by with a mysterious smile. Seeing Yeonju press for more answers, Na Yeondeok quickly waved his hand in embarrassment, saying, "Ah, it's nothing." The guy scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "I don't know if author Choi Dai intentionally pushed Han Jia aside or what." While he was flustered, Yeonju suddenly brushed her hair back and softly murmured, "So that is what you think, Mr. Editor?" Na Yeondeok asked back in confusion, "What are you doing?" Yeonju kept her gentle smile and softly advised, "You don't need to worry about that." With that, she leisurely stood up to leave. "Well, we're done here, right? You should focus on doing your own part well." Leaving Na Yeondeok dazed by her words, Yeonju merely smirked with deep meaning and walked away. She leaned close to his ear, reminding him of the intriguing bet between them. Yeonju wore an enigmatic smile, gently swirling her wineglass. "I recall that if Han Jia rewrites it, you'll drink whatever I give you tonight, correct?" Na Yeondeok began to break into a cold sweat, clumsily trying to retreat with an innocent look. Did I promise that? I don't remember." The guy was trying to back out, but he had met his match. Instantly, Yeonju's eyes turned sharp as she locked her gaze on him, asking if he had truly forgotten that promise. Yeonju casually threatened that if he wished, she could turn this verbal promise into an official contract. This made Na Yeondeok panic and yell, "I remember. I remember." Na Yeondeok sighed with resignation. He closed his eyes and decisively picked up his glass. "Fine, I'll drink whatever you give me tonight." Writer Choi, he casually declared that it wouldn't matter even if he got completely drunk. Yet, he still hesitantly asked, "But is that really okay? Oh, are you planning to get drunk and do something to each other?" Choi Yeonju tilted her head slightly, questioning his strange attitude. Meanwhile, Na Yeondeok leaned back in his chair with a visibly tired and serious expression. "If I make another mistake, I won't be able to take responsibility." The suggestive remark made Choi Yeonju highly amused. She pressed him about what that other mistake he mentioned actually meant. Seeing Na Yeondeok flusteredly telling her to stop teasing him, Choi Yeonju chuckled and urged him to empty his glass. She didn't forget to tease that the loser would surely have a lot of feelings to vent. Na Yeondeok decisively downed the large glass, making Choi Yeonju admire his excellent alcohol tolerance. "Here, eat something." But right after that, Na Yeondeok froze with a completely bewildered look on his face. He stared at the honey cookie in his hand, then turned to Choi Yeonju in disbelief. "Who on earth drinks wine with honey cookies?" Looking at the table filled with traditional sweets like red bean jelly, cinnamon ginger cookies, and walnut, Yeonju leisurely sipped her drink and nibbled her snacks, softly saying, What's wrong with that? As long as it tastes good. Ordinary drinks paired with such rustic dishes, it's absolutely perfect." Na Yeondeok sat opposite her, his face flushing slightly as he softly replied, "If you say it's ordinary, then ordinary it is. No, it's just that I've always wanted to ask, even though these things are indeed delicious. I actually love these kinds of dishes the most." Wearing a thin nightgown, Yeonju gently smiled and looked at him. Na Yeondeok turned away in embarrassment, mumbling, "There's no deep meaning behind it." Yeonju softly replied, "How strange." She filled her glass with bright red wine again, enthusiastically inviting him. The glass is full again. Let's keep drinking." Yeonju even threw down a challenge, "If you fall asleep before me, you'll have to drink all night with me another time." Na Yeondeok could only weakly plead, "Please spare my poor life, ma'am." A clinking sound echoed as their two glasses clinked together in the quiet of the night. 3 hours passed. Yeonju looked at her phone screen, looking at Na Yeondeok snoring away, unconsciously scratching his belly so naturally, Yeonju sighed softly. She leaned down to look at his face from an extremely close distance, gently stroking his messy hair, wondering why it was so greasy. She lightly touched his chin, quietly grumbling, "Why can't he just take a proper bath?" Yeonju's eyes suddenly turned sad. She muttered to herself, "That's why people treat you like a decrepit old man." She gently touched his lips, smelling the warm scent of alcohol, then whispered softly, "Mr. Editor, are you asleep?" Yeonju brought her face closer to his, her heart beating wildly. She told herself that he shouldn't be sleeping, because if he did, they might make that mistake again. Wait, so they had already made a mistake before? The distance was so close that it felt as if their breaths were blending together. Yet, right in that fateful moment, the continuous buzzing from the phone on the table suddenly rang out, shattering the atmosphere. Startled, Yeonju sat up, her eyes filled with contemplation as she stared at the phone screen displaying an incoming call from her son. She stared intently at the vibrating phone in her hand with a hesitant expression. Below her, Na Yongdeok was still fast asleep, snoring away, completely unaware of this interrupting phone call. Yeonju fell into a long silence, her eyes showing clear hesitation as she looked at the flashing screen. The other end of the line asked, "Hello, is this Mr. Na Yongdeok's phone number?" Hearing the familiar voice, Yeonju froze in surprise. Oh, this voice. The person on the other end was also shocked to recognize the receiver's identity, Sister Yeonju? As it turned out, it was Han Jia calling the editor. Immediately after, the scene transitions to Han Jia in her pajamas, pointing and scolding Jin Mincheon furiously for some reason. Contrasting with his wife's anger, Jin Mincheon kept a completely nonchalant smile. He even flexed to show off his massive muscles with pride, driving Han Jia crazy. However, a sudden rewind icon appeared with the narration. No, that's a bit too far, let's go back a little. The real reason Han Jia showered Jin Mincheon with such sweet words was actually much more practical. A balance change notification popped up on the screen. Han Jia's account had just received 100.0001. An hour ago, she was still gluing her eyes to the phone with Jin Mincheon to confirm if the book review prize money was real. Seeing the money in her pocket, Han Jia was overjoyed, telling her husband that the salary from her new workplace was truly unbelievable. Jin Mincheon was also impressed that his wife's income was higher than his own, even joking that he wanted to transfer to her workplace. Watching Jin Mincheon engrossed in a famous fighting game and securing a winning streak, Han Jia recognized it as the game they used to play in front of the stationery store as kids. She was completely speechless when she saw the in-game character with wings and a tall pink hat. It was a character designed by Jin Mincheon himself. Jin Mincheon was still completely immersed in his video game. He enthusiastically cheered on his girlfriend. You can do it too, Han Jia. So, while she works to earn money, he just plays games? Sitting next to him, Han Jia quietly observed and calculated that they had officially been dating for 2 weeks now. She used to dream that now that they were a couple, just looking at each other would be enough to feel shy and fluttery, just like the characters in the game they were playing. However, the harsh reality made Han Jia frown in frustration. But why does it feel no different from when we first met? Meanwhile, Jin Mincheon was still busy shouting with every combo on the screen. Take this high kick, you're dead, yeah. Han Jia sighed in exasperation, silently scolding him for being like a child who only cared about games all day long. She wondered if he was as dry as a pine tree, knowing absolutely nothing else. Even though she was secretly a bit attracted to that enthusiastic look of his, this was clearly not the romantic atmosphere she had been hoping for. Han Jia told herself that while she didn't need him to be overly cheesy, at least they should do the kinds of things that couples usually do. A sudden idea flashed through her mind, and she immediately changed her strategy, flashing a bright smile as she suggested, "Is that so? Then let me play with you." Jin Mincheon asked back blankly, "Huh?" Han Jia quickly added, "It's been a while, but can we play together? Watching you play makes me want to join in too." Han Jia thought to herself, both sit on the sofa, each holding a controller and starting a fiery match. Jia secretly cheers because this is exactly the private time for just the two of them that she has needed for so long. To add more suspense, she confidently makes a bet where they must do whatever the winner asks. The condition is that if Jia wins against Jin Mincheon today, he must do as she wishes, and if she loses, she will listen to him. Jia is extremely smug about her plan. She secretly thinks this is the best way to build a foundation of affection when the two have just started dating. Whether she wins or loses, creating this intimate atmosphere is already a perfect plan. Jia glances at Jin Mincheon and coyly strikes up a conversation. By the way, the weather seems really nice today. She is looking forward to some romantic request if he wins. But Jin Mincheon casually suggests, if I win, let's go for a walk. Jia freezes, her eyes widening in horror as she screams, "What? A walk? Are you crazy?" She cannot believe that after an exhausting day of working out, he still has the mind to ask her to go for a walk. Jia stammers, asking if he is joking. Inside, she is screaming at the infinite cluelessness of her fitness-obsessed boyfriend, especially after she went to such lengths to pave the way. Jin Mincheon still maintains a serious face and asserts, "I don't joke about these things." Jia can only remain speechless. Han Jia regretted being too arrogant when making a bet with Jin Mincheon. She felt extremely anxious because this was no longer a casual game, but felt like risking her life. She bitterly wondered if her life from now on would become this boring and stressful. Han Jia thought her boyfriend would let her win a round, but he did not. Jin Mincheon focused intensely, his hands pressing the buttons rapidly like a professional gamer. This round, the match became extremely fierce. Han Jia secretly hoped she could turn the tables at the last minute. However, the screen suddenly flashed repeatedly, and a precise finishing blow appeared alongside the brutal words Ko Jin Min Cheon won overwhelmingly, with his character standing proudly on the screen with the word victory glowing in bright red. Han Jia was driven mad with anger, her face darkening with humiliation and disappointment. Meanwhile, Jin Min Cheon nonchalantly flexed his muscles with self-satisfaction, making her want to explode. Late at night, Jin Min Cheon saw his wife was still frustrated, so he gently comforted her. "Why are you still sad? From the beginning, I already had an advantage over you anyway. Offering comfort like this is just asking for a beating. The guy even kindly offered to cancel the bet. If it's because of that bet, we can just pretend it never happened, right?" Those words hurt her pride, causing Han Jia to release a terrifying murderous aura. She growled, "Who said that?" Seeing Jia still full of energy, Min Cheon anxiously asked, "What is it? Do you want to play another round? Aren't you sleepy?" Jia flatly asserted that she could play all day, but in reality, she only intended to play until she won. Min Cheon, worried about his work tomorrow, decided to pretend to lose. "How about this? In the last minute just now, I was unlucky and lost to you by 1 point. Immediately, Jia yelled, "Don't pity me. That hurts me even more." She grabbed his shirt tightly, forcing Min Cheon to play another round in the fairest way. "Don't treat me cheaply like that, play another round with me." Min Cheon could only helplessly agree. "Alright, just one more round." Seeing him hesitate, Jia snapped, "Why did you suddenly pause like that?" Jia glared at Min Cheon, as if she could read his mind completely. "I know what you're trying to do. You know I hate people who let others win, right? Don't feel sorry for me." The clock already struck 3:46 a.m. Min Cheon, with a pale face and dark circles under his eyes from lack of sleep, could only whisper, "Honey, please spare me, it's almost 4 a.m. Jia kept her eyes glued to the controller, insisting, "One last round. I'm about to win, this is really the last one. After this round, you can go turn off the lights." Seeing Min Cheon still look skeptical and ask if that was really okay, she nodded in confirmation. "Yeah, it's fine, because this is truly the last round." However, Jia's smile suddenly became extremely mysterious as she lowered. Jin Min Cheon asked in confusion, and then Han Jia began to mutter with deep resentment about this damn game. She bitterly admitted, "To be honest, I won't be able to win tonight either, this damn unfair game." Suddenly, Han Jia released an overwhelming murderous aura along with an eerie laugh, making Jin Min Cheon break into a cold sweat out of fear. She looked at him with burning eyes and solemnly declared, "So, to make it fair." Jin Min Cheon's heart pounded rapidly at his girlfriend's terrifying transformation. Before he could even compose himself, Han Jia suddenly rushed forward, making Jin Min Cheon scream in panic. "Oh, Han Jia, wait, what are you doing?" She firmly pushed him down onto the chair and ordered, "Sit still right there, do not move." The young man could only stammer her name in utter shock as Han Jia proactively hugged him tightly at the closest possible distance. Jin Min Cheon blankly called out Han Jia's name as his vision was completely blocked by her blonde hair. He asked in bewilderment what on earth she was doing when he could no longer see what was happening on the TV screen. Han Jia casually replied that she was just playing a fair game. This left Jin Min Cheon uttering in complete doubt about this bizarre definition of fairness. The clattering sound of buttons being pressed echoed continuously. Jin Min Cheon frantically told her to wait as his character was getting brutally beaten up on the screen. Paying no mind, Han Jia launched a rapid assault and told him to take this final blow. Facing Jin Min Cheon's accusation of playing dirty, she casually denied it, claiming that things were only fair now since neither of them could see anything. Han Jia resentfully brought up how he had unleashed an entire combo chain on her character earlier, calling that the real cheating. Jin Min Cheon flusteredly explained that he only did it because he didn't want her to lose interest. But Han Jia sarcastically asked if she should praise him for doing a good job. Despite Jin Min Cheon's desperate protests that her covering his eyes made it impossible to see the screen, Han Jia firmly asserted that when both were completely blind to the game's progress, that was true equality. Han Jia wore a triumphant smile, casually remarking that victory is sometimes bitter. No matter how good she was, she could never beat a hardcore gamer like him through normal means. Suddenly, Jin Min Cheon scooped Han Jia up with all his strength, making her scream in shock. He teased her, "That's what you get for playing dirty first." In the middle of the living room, Jin Min Cheon carried Han Jia upside down on his shoulder. She frantically. Han Jia roared in annoyance, "You idiot, do you really want to win against me that badly?" Even though he was being dominated, Jin Min Cheon stubbornly muttered in exhaustion, "Winning is bitter like that, just like you said." Seeing that her boyfriend still refused to surrender, Han Jia grit her teeth and thought to herself, "This idiot, are you really forcing my hand like this?" She didn't hold back, decisively delivering a sharp pinch to Jin Min Cheon's hip, making him scream in pain. The two of them plunged into a dramatic brawl right on the floor. Jin Min Cheon panicked and yelled, "Hey Han Jia, you're pulling my hair, my hair." They went straight from a fighting game to freestyle wrestling. The clattering noises left Mouse the cat sitting in a corner, watching his two owners wrecking the room with astonished eyes. Finally, the TV screen displayed the final game over screen. Han Jia cheered triumphantly, "I won." I won. You win. Winning through violence, yet she boasted so loudly. She excitedly sat astride Jin Min Cheon, while he could only lie flat on the floor, gasping for air from exhaustion after the match and the physical struggle. Han Jia raised her fists high, cheering nonstop, I won, I won. Seeing his girlfriend so hyperactive, Jin Min Cheon worriedly reminded her, hey, if you do this so early in the morning, you'll disturb the neighbors downstairs. Han Jia rested her chin on her hand, wearing a playful smile, and pressed, so, tell me, how does Jin Min Cheon feel about losing to his very own wife, Jia? Jin Min Cheon fumbled, trying to evade the question, no, that's... But Jia immediately caught him, are you making excuses again? Frustrated, Jin Min Cheon begged to play another round to make up for it. But Jia flatly refused, I don't want to. I'm not stupid, you know. Good luck next time. Faced with her firmness, Jin Min Cheon helplessly gave up, fine, I accept it. I lost. Jia was slightly surprised that he agreed so quickly. But Jin Min Cheon quickly added, even though you used so many tricks, you still won. So, there must be something you want to ask of me, right? Huh, what thing? Jin Min Cheon reminded her of the promise before the game, did you forget? Before we played that night, you said if you won, I'd have to do whatever you commanded. Jia suddenly remembered, I was so happy I almost forgot. She began to ponder what she should demand, but no good ideas came to mind. Just then, a tiny devil version of Jia popped up in her mind. It scolded her for being foolish, reminding her that she had wanted to demand that thing right from the start. Jia questioned herself in shock, wait, what did I originally plan to ask for? The little devil continued to... Han Jia told herself that since they had just started dating, this was the perfect time to build a solid foundation for their relationship. She believed that whether she won or lost this game, she would still benefit, because at least it would create a romantic and intimate atmosphere. However, while she was busy calculating, a tiny devil version of herself suddenly appeared, urging her to quickly seize this opportunity to make a deep impression on Jin Min Cheon. This devil's advice is bad, but I like it. Han Jia was still wondering what kind of deep impression it would be when another angel version appeared, decisively stopping her and claiming to have a perfect solution for everything. The tiny angel solemnly ordered her to follow her guidance to know what to do next. With a determined face, Angel Han Jia yelled, do it. Immediately, Han Jia woke up as if from a daze, decisively clapping her hands loudly to seal her determination to execute the plan. However, the inner conflict did not stop there as the two tiny versions fought fiercely inside her mind. The pitchfork-wielding devil scolded her as a foolish master and warned her not to regret it later, while the poor angel, wrapped in white bandages all over, could only cry out for help due to the violence. Han Jia could only sigh wearily at the noise made by her two small selves. Just then, Jin Min Cheon's voice calling Han Jia startled her, let's go to sleep, dear, we have to work and make money tomorrow. Han Jia blushed, softly agreeing as she realized what he said was completely right. Han Jia thought to herself that indeed both of the tiny versions' arguments made sense, and if she missed this moment, she didn't know when such a good opportunity would come again. Jin Min Cheon looked at her with a puzzled face, while Han Jia gathered all her courage, gently stroked her hair, and spoke hesitantly, so... She looked straight at Jin Min Cheon with a deep, solemn gaze, making him become serious as well to listen to the upcoming proposal. Finally, Han Jia decisively made an official date, around Saturday noon, meet me at the park gate in front of the station. Jia did not forget to add a terrifying threat to assert her authority, if you are even a second late, I will scold you. The goddess of ultimatums, let's see if anyone dares to be late. Jin Min Cheon could only break out in a cold sweat at his girlfriend's decisiveness. Time passed, and right at noon on Saturday, Jia dressed in an elegant outfit, holding a pink bag, and stood waiting at the rendezvous point under a clear blue sky. The angel and demon versions inside her head kept nagging, calling her an idiot, making Jia complain to the heavens about the noise of these two little pests. She recalled the awkward moment from before. At that time, because she was too flustered, she could only clumsily stammer to ask him about that thing ending with the letter N. Jia stood waiting at the meeting spot, her heart beating rapidly with nervousness. She sighed softly to reassure herself, phew, goodness, we are already married and living together, so what's the big deal about going on a date? Checking her appearance, she muttered to herself, great, I'm all prepared. Although there were still 5 minutes left before the appointment, Jia began to look around impatiently, wait, is this considered early? Why haven't I seen him yet? Suddenly, an image of Jin Min Cheon scratching his head and apologizing for an urgent matter popped into her head, despite his promise not to be late. Jia gritted her teeth in suspicion, he even said he wouldn't be late, is that urgent matter really that urgent? A bolt of lightning flashed through her mind, making her wonder in shock, could that idiot have gone to the gym? Just then, a heavy panting sound came from right behind, making Han Jia startle. Han Jia. She turned around, intending to give him a good scolding, hey, Jin Min Cheon, why did you? However, her words suddenly got caught in her throat. She stood frozen, her face flushing red from the shock of the scene before her. Jin Min Cheon appeared with a completely different look. He had taken off his usual glasses, his hair swept back stylishly. He wore a tight black shirt that fully showed off his muscular physique along with elegant trousers. He looked no different from a male god stepping out of a book. Jin Minchul blushed in embarrassment, covering his face and asking softly, "Does it suit me?" Han Jia raised 2 thumbs up, excitedly exclaiming in sheer satisfaction, "It looks so good." She frantically grabbed her phone to take photos continuously. "Oh my god, whose husband is this handsome? You should have dressed like this from the start, I almost didn't recognize you." Facing his girlfriend's overwhelming enthusiasm, Jin Minchul shyly asked back, "Is it really that good?" Han Jia even joked that if she sent this photo to Mrs. Jisong, she would probably drive up here immediately because she wouldn't recognize her own son. Suddenly, Jin Minchul looked deep into her eyes and whispered. Jin Minchul also raised 2 thumbs up in appreciation. "Wow, it looks so beautiful." Han Jia blushed, quickly making excuses to save face. "Humph, these are just my everyday clothes, I wear them all the time." Although Jin Minchul still found it a bit unfamiliar, Han Jia quickly urged him. "Whatever, let's go now, or we'll be late." On the crowded subway, Han Jia was pressed close to Jin Minchul's firm chest. She thought to herself, "Oh my goodness, I didn't expect this at all. We are standing so close to each other. Anyone would want to ride the subway like this." Jin Minchul caringly leaned down and asked, "Jia, are you okay?" She softly replied yes, silently realizing that once they were officially dating, such close physical contact was bound to happen. A subtle manly scent drifted over, causing Han Jia to wonder in surprise. Good heavens, did he actually put on perfume today? She couldn't believe a man who usually only did basic skincare would prepare so meticulously for a date. The next destination was an extremely luxurious and hard-to-book sushi restaurant, leaving Han Jia wondering how on earth he had managed to. In the luxurious space of the restaurant, Jin Minchul, looking handsome without his glasses, slightly tilted his head and suggested, "So, when we finish eating, shall we go work out to burn some calories, babe?" Han Jia could only give a stiff smile and reply, "Yes." She secretly lamented that even though his appearance had changed so drastically that she could barely recognize him, his passion for working out remained exactly the same. Yes, this was indeed Jin Minchul. Right after the meal, Jin Minchul took her to the bowling alley. He decisively threw a perfect shot with a pink ball, knocking down all the pins in a spectacular strike. Jin Minchul excitedly raised both hands in celebration, and Han Jia forced a stiff laugh to chime in, "Why, yay." She told herself that she still couldn't get used to this handsome look of his. Jin Minchul then suggested adding table tennis to today's workout, leaving Han Jia with no choice but to awkwardly ask if it was really necessary. She realized that whether he wore designer clothes or slicked his hair back coolly, he was still the same fitness-obsessed Jin Minchul she knew. The two of them stopped by a cosmetics store, where Jin Minchul tried some perfume on his wrist. Han Jia stood watching, thinking to herself that although their interests were vastly different, this date was much more fun than she had imagined. Looking at Jin Minchul's back, Han Jia recalled their past outings and even the lively childhood soccer matches. She smiled, remembering when she scored a goal and shouted out loud. Han Jia wondered if, from the very beginning, the two of them were actually a match made in heaven. Seeing her spaced out, Suddenly, Jin Minchul stepped forward, bringing his face close to hers and whispering, "So?" He gently took Han Jia's hand, pulling it close to his nose to catch the scent on her skin. The distance was so close that Han Jia could clearly see every detail on his handsome face. Jin Minchul nodded slightly, confirming that this fragrance suited her perfectly. Han Jia blushed, murmuring her decision to buy that perfume. As the sunset fell over the bustling streets, Jin Minchul held her hand as they walked out of the store and softly called, "Han Jia." Han Jia sighed gently, secretly telling herself that she still wasn't used to this unusually handsome appearance of Jin Minchul. Amidst the crowded streets, the young man hesitantly took out a small gift, "A gift for my wife, I chose it very carefully." It was a pair of socks with a rather quirky shape that Jin Minchul had hesitated for a long time before daring to buy for her. They went to watch a movie together, but ironically, the movie called The Wall was such a dull piece of work that no one wanted to watch it. Han Jia sat in the theater, only able to force a smile and think to herself, "I mean it's okay, but..." She quietly observed Jin Minchul's appearance and kindness, feeling a clear change. Dinner took place excitingly with fried chicken and cold beer. Jin Minchul suddenly became extremely talkative. Holding his beer glass, he excitedly told a story. So the story goes, the executive director was doing that, and then the department manager came over and... Looking at Jin Minchul, who was so charming and at his peak in every gesture, Han Jia couldn't help but feel astonished. Jin Minchul casually drained his glass and told her, "Let me finish drinking first, then I'll continue." Han Jia froze, her eyes wide open, staring blankly at the man opposite her. She sat alone quietly on a stone bench under the streetlights, sucking on a lollipop while falling into a state of confusion. Han Jia couldn't believe it, thinking, "Oh my god, who possessed him to make him look so handsome today?" Witnessing Jin Minchul continuously drinking beer, something he usually avoided to protect his muscles, Han Jia began to harbor wild suspicions. She questioned herself, is that really Jin Minchul? She flatly asserted to herself, no way, this Jin Min Cheon is completely unnatural. He must be an alien in disguise. It all started early that morning, when Jin Min Cheon, wearing his usual workout clothes, hurriedly apologized, sorry, I have to go meet my friend. They would only agree to meet in the morning. I'll explain it to you clearly later. Thinking back, Jin Min Cheon had always been someone who gave his all in everything. Childhood memories rushed back with the image of young Jin Min Cheon tirelessly practicing football under the brilliant sunset, refusing to stop despite being drenched in sweat. Han Jia knew well that if there was something he couldn't do, he would keep trying until late at night until it was finished. Even when things didn't always go as planned, Jin Min Cheon never gave up. The image of the half-used hair wax jar appeared as proof of his elaborate preparation in some place Han Jia didn't even know about. He had even gone to his senior to learn how to spruce himself up, making the other exclaim in surprise, oh my god, I just witnessed something incredible. Han Jia sat dazed on the bench, her heart suddenly swelling with an indescribably warm feeling. She realized that Jin Min Cheon had poured all his heart and effort into preparing for this date with her. This time, Jin Min Cheon definitely scored full points for sophistication. Thinking about how he had done all of that for her, Han Jia smiled brightly, her heart overflowing with immense joy. Han Jia suddenly gave Jin Min Cheon a score of 100, leaving him completely bewildered. She gently brushed her hair, explaining that it was the score Han Jia gave him for today. Jin Min Cheon confusedly asked what she meant. Han Jia then sincerely confessed, you prepared so wonderfully for today's date. If you had tried just a little harder, you could have reached 120 points. Hearing the number 120, Jin Min Cheon broke into a cold sweat in surprise. Han Jia flashed a meaningful smile, gave him a thumbs up, and declared loudly, that's exactly what I said. Today, I've already fallen in love with you. Her face flushed slightly as she remembered to thank him for his efforts. Today's date must have been exhausting to prepare, wasn't it? You don't even have to drink beer, but thank you so much, really. Jin Min Cheon shyly covered his face, trying to gloss over his embarrassment. I don't know what you're talking about. It's not like I prepared for a date or anything. I'm just my normal self. Han Jia immediately teased him mischievously. Oh, really? So you didn't prepare anything at all today? Does that mean a handsome guy like you transforms like this every single night? You can't run away from this one, Jin Min Cheon. Having his secret exposed, Jin Min Cheon could only utter, in utter helplessness. Seeing his flustered look, Han Jia thought to herself, how cute. She realized this man had made an effort to do everything and prepare everything just with her in mind, doing it all for her to have the most perfect date. Han Jia looked deep into Jin Min Cheon's eyes, her heart swelling with fluttering thoughts. What should I do? What can I do to make this cute guy? She called out softly, Jin Min Cheon, making him respond in confusion. Han Jia gently tapped him with her finger, squinting her eyes and asking suggestively, I want to ask you this, just out of curiosity. What is the limit of today's date? Jin Min Cheon asked back in confusion, his face drenched in sweat. Limits? Han Jia blushed, hesitantly giving a suggestive hint. You know what I mean. Surely you have researched a lot of things for today's date, right? Like those dating courses on YouTube, and if you have watched those videos, you should know. However, responding to Han Jia's expectation was only a suffocating, prolonged silence. 10 seconds, then a full 5 minutes passed, but Jin Min Cheon still did not make any move, making the atmosphere extremely awkward. Han Jia screamed inside, hello, is the Jin Min Cheon operator still online? She began to panic and question herself whether she had said too much, or if this was just a one-sided illusion that put her in a dilemma. While Han Jia was in a deadlock, her inner angel and devil versions appeared once again to add fuel to the fire. The devil urged her to go all out and devour him right now, because such a rare opportunity would not come a second time. Strangely, even the angel agreed and supported her. That's right, if you wanted to devour him from the beginning, then today is the perfect time to take action. Han Jia was left speechless seeing her two usually opposing selves now united in giving such a bold piece of advice. Han Jia made up her mind because she knew for sure Jin Min Cheon would never take the initiative to do this again, and she had no better excuse. She narrowed her eyes at him and pressed, are you calculating calories or what's taking so long? Why is it so difficult? Han Jia told him to just follow the limit he had painstakingly prepared for today's date. Witnessing Jin Min Cheon's hesitant and crazily anxious expression, Han Jia thought to herself that if she let him return empty-handed, this relationship would never progress. She wore a mysterious smile, gently touched her chin, and said hesitantly, so we will, Jin Min Cheon decisively grabbed Han Jia's hand, his gaze turning deep and determined, all of it. Faced with Han Jia's bewilderment, he added a firm assertion, today, I will do it all. Han Jia's heart suddenly raced, and she could only stammer back in utter confusion. Jin Min Cheon leaned close, his warm breath gently brushing against her face. I said, today I will do anything with you, Jia. He looked deep into her eyes provocatively, so, at which step do you want to limit it, Jia? Han Jia was completely frozen, her eyes wide open in shock at this relentless offensive. Jin Min Cheon squeezed Han Jia's trembling hands and asked in a low voice, Han Jia, how far do you want to push your limit? Han Jia blushed, about to mumble a reply when a hand suddenly slammed down on the table along with a loud shout. Stop it! A young man with a furious face appeared, decisively blocking Jia and Min Cheon's actions. Can't you see she doesn't like it? He mistakenly rescued someone else's wife. Han Jia was shocked to realize the person who had just intervened was the cafe employee, Li Shu. Li Shu, the cafe's second employee, asked anxiously. Yes, it's me, Li Shu. Are you alright, manager? Jia and Min Cheon narrowed his eyes in annoyance and asked coldly. Excuse me, but who are you? Han Jia quickly explained that he was her employee to de-escalate the situation. However, Li Shu, still full of vigor, pointed at Jia and Min Cheon's face and yelled. If you're looking for someone to flirt with, please go elsewhere. You probably don't know, but this woman is already married, so you can't force her. Mid-scolding, Li Shu suddenly froze. Siwoo frantically apologized to the two for his sudden intrusion. Naji stood next to him with her arms crossed in judgment, thinking she had already told him not to be so hasty. It turned out Siwoo's misunderstanding was because Naji mentioned that Han Jia looked like she was being hit on by some guy. Han Jia could only give a stiff smile and explain that she was not in any trouble. Naji smiled and greeted Jia and Min Cheon, apologizing that he looked quite different from when she had seen the two of them before. She quickly introduced herself as Junaji, Han Jia's co-worker. Jia and Min Cheon suddenly remembered, alright, she was the person doing squats at the gym. Naji excitedly confirmed and playfully teased, saying it looked like the two were on a date since they were dressed up so handsomely. Han Jia blushed and made an excuse that they were just going out for a quick drink, but Naji still smiled suggestively. Han Jia curiously asked why the two of them were here at this hour, to which Naji immediately asked back, are you on a date? Seeing Han Jia flustered, Siwoo quickly salvaged the situation by saying he was just presenting. Naji and Li Shu waved goodbye, not forgetting to thank Han Jia for the meal and wishing them a happy date. The younger Li Shu politely bowed and apologized once more for his sudden interruption. Walking under the streetlights, Han Jia thought to herself that the two of them were truly kind-hearted and very close to each other. Suddenly, Jia and Min Cheon stopped, his face showing a serious expression. He softly spoke, I'm sorry about earlier, Han Jia. He's afraid his wife will get mad, how lovely is that? Han Jia asked back in confusion, huh? Jia and Min Cheon continued to blame himself for his actions at the cafe earlier. He felt that he had pushed Han Jia too hard and shouldn't have bombarded her with questions like that. Seeing his sincere and apologetic face, Han Jia smiled inwardly in triumph, thinking to herself, but I like it. She looked at him affectionately and teased, don't apologize, you dummy. Because today, you were really cool. Han Jia confessed that she had been surprised by him so many times today, to the point where she wondered if this was the ideal date. She really didn't expect Jia and Min Cheon to put so much thought into her, making her feel truly pampered. However, she suddenly realized this didn't seem like him at all. Strange, but high quality, right ladies? Seeing Jia and Min Cheon slightly flustered, Han Jia quickly clarified that she wasn't criticizing him, but on the contrary, she felt very happy and joyful. Everything was like pieces of a puzzle that didn't. Even though she really liked how Jia and Min Cheon made an effort to change himself for her, Han Jia still sincerely advised him, but in my opinion, just be yourself. And then, she boldly announced today's final scorecard, 98 points. Jia and Min Cheon asked in confusion why he was docked 2 points compared to the score of 100 earlier. Han Jia smiled mischievously and explained, I deducted 2 points for your crime of apologizing. Next time, instead of apologizing, just confidently express what you want, okay? Right after the challenge was issued, Jia and Min Cheon suddenly grabbed Han Jia's hand and pulled her into a decisive back hug. Han Jia was completely frozen, her cheeks blushing red from the shock of his intense proactivity. Jia and Min Cheon leaned close to her ear, his eyes growing deep and passionate. He whispered softly, if I do this, can I get my 2 points back? Who could possibly resist such flirting? Even though the city's night air was turning very cold, Han Jia was immersed in a completely different feeling. Feeling the warmth from behind, she blushed slightly, realizing that the chilly air outside was nothing compared to the fluttering excitement surging in her heart. Leaning against Jia and Min Cheon's firm chest, Han Jia silently marveled as his warmth spread like a beautiful sunny day, dispelling the chilly night air. Amidst that romantic atmosphere, Jia and Min Cheon slightly lowered his head to look at her, making Han Jia feel as if the hot summer had truly knocked on her heart. He asked in a deep voice, so, will you let— how many points? The question about the affection scale made Han Jia so embarrassed that she dared not look straight. Jia and Min Cheon suddenly muttered. Before Han Jia could understand what was happening, she startled and screamed in panic, hot. She quickly pushed him away, her face flushing red as she felt her body temperature skyrocketing. This is too hot, really. It must be because of the alcohol, my body is burning up right now. Han Jia put her hands around her shoulders, her heart beating rapidly as she recalled the warmth of Jia and Min Cheon's hug. She was shocked and asked herself in extreme confusion, if he hugged me like that, hug me like that. Looking at Jean Mincheon's nonchalant face, Han Jia could only scream in her mind, "Oh my god, you gave me a heart attack and now you want to roast me alive?" Han Jia felt confused by Jean Mincheon's proactiveness, thinking that this might not be the first time he had done this. His approach today was truly too dangerous, making her heart race and almost causing her to lose her mind. Jean Mincheon also showed remorse, scratching his head and blaming himself for being too careless and making another mistake. Jean Mincheon softly uttered an apology. Han Jia froze, her heart pounding rapidly. She told herself that her flushed face was absolutely not due to the outdoor heat, but rather the rising embarrassment. She softly called him, making Jean Mincheon turn around in bewilderment. Immediately, Han Jia swung her fists at his back, scolding him fiercely. She scolded him for always apologizing the moment he opened his mouth, despite how many times she had told him not to. Jean Mincheon cried out in pain, frowning and complaining that she never listened to anything he said. "Wife's beating is love, no arguing, mister." Without letting Jean Mincheon finish his sentence, Han Jia decisively grabbed his collar with both hands and pulled him close. Jean Mincheon's gaze suddenly became deep and full of desire as he stared intensely into her eyes. Amidst the quiet night of the city, the young couple's bold action left accidental passers-by stunned in amazement. Jean Mincheon decisively leaned down, giving Han Jia a passionate and deeply enchanting kiss right under the shimmering streetlight. The two embraced each other tightly, lost in a deep kiss as if wanting to melt into one another. As they gently parted, Jean Mincheon looked at her with eyes overflowing with love, his face glistening with sweat from emotion. He softly whispered her name, Han Jia. "Don't apologize, don't." Han Jia interrupted. She looked straight at Jean Mincheon, asking why he always had to apologize for things that were not. Like that kiss just now, Han Jia blushed as she recalled that passionate moment. She began to propose an interesting theory, suggesting that if viewed from another perspective, wasn't this a bit wrong? Like, what if someone was forced to do that or coerced a stranger into doing it? The image of Han Jia dressed as a police officer appeared to decisively stop it, warning not to commit a crime and report it to 112. However, she smiled softly at Jean Mincheon, but if it's two people in love, then isn't that called mutual attraction? Han Jia decisively held his hand and asserted, "I won't apologize." Han Jia looked deep into Jean Mincheon's eyes, revealing her innermost thoughts. "If I apologize, wouldn't that mean I was wrong? Even if I was wrong because I like you, it's not that big of a deal, so you don't need to worry either." She gently rested her head against his chest and whispered, "We still like each other, don't we?" Suddenly, Han Jia flusteredly scratched her head. "Ah, I must be crazy. I'm drunk, and now I can't even speak normally. Just ignore me if I say anything weird." Her love concentration was already at 100%. She looked up at him with fluttering eyes, "But I only wanted that much, slips of the tongue or hand happen sometimes, right? Or what do you call it? Mistakes are fine sometimes, aren't they, dear?" Han Jia smiled gently, her eyes sparkling with sincerity. She declared loudly, "Besides, I don't want to hear any more baseless apologies." Jean Mincheon and Han Jia were immersed in a passionate kiss amidst the city night. As his lips touched hers, Han Jia realized she could no longer escape these feelings. She thought to herself, "No way I can dodge this, let's go all the way tonight." It felt as though all dry rules now had to yield to intense human desire. After the kiss ended, Jean Mincheon hesitantly suggested, "Shall we go to your place?" Han Jia blushed, murmuring in confusion, "Yes, it's getting late anyway." However, before heading home, Jean Mincheon stuttered and asked to stop by a convenience store for a bit. This left Han Jia utterly dumbfounded, gasping, "Huh?" Sitting on a plastic stool outside, Han Jia fell into a state of extreme chaos, her heart pounding rapidly. She looked at Jean Mincheon's back inside the store and secretly made a suggestive guess, "At this hour, he must be buying raincoats, what else?" Han Jia firmly asserted that he definitely didn't go in there to buy hangover cures. She secretly thought that sooner or later, that would happen, the thing that couples usually do together. Suddenly, a voice rang out, shattering her train of thought, "Han Jia." Han Jia startled and turned around, her eyes widening in surprise, "Yes?" Standing before her was Na Yangdiak, looking at her with astonishment, "Oh, it really is you." He smiled gently and uttered a mysterious greeting, "Huh?" Everything goes back to the days when Han Jia was still a sophomore in college. That was when she first met her senior Jo Kangwoo, who was always the center of attention. In the crowded hallway, a crowd of female students cheered with excitement when they saw him return. A girl ran up to him and scolded, "When did you get back? You should have let me know." Kangwoo only smiled gently, explaining that he had been busy greeting many people lately. Suddenly, Kangwoo's gaze stopped on Han Jia, and he muttered with interest, "It seems like there are some new faces here." He proactively approached her, flashed a bright smile, and introduced himself, "Hello, I'm Jo Kangwoo, Class 1X. Are you a freshman?" Han Jia blushed with embarrassment and stammered to correct him, "My name is Han Jia, and actually, I'm already a sophomore." At that time, Kangwoo was 24 years old and was an elegant senior. Seeing his junior's shyness, Kangwoo gently touched her shoulder and said softly, "Is that so? Then I look forward to your help, Jia. The sudden touch made Han Jia startle and let out an ah, her heart fluttering. This was indeed the youth of many girls. In her eyes back then, Senior Kangwoo was not only tall and handsome, but also an extremely kind person. He was always ready to help everyone around him with great enthusiasm. He was the warm and very likable type, always appearing right on time whenever someone needed help. Once at the library, seeing Han Jia struggling to find reference materials, Kangwoo gently picked up the book for her and asked, "Is this the book?" Han Jia could only reply in a tiny voice, "Yes," filled with admiration. Then one night, Han Jia fell asleep right at her desk amidst a pile of damn reports. When she suddenly woke up and wondered what time it was, she was shocked to find an unfamiliar jacket draped over her shoulders. Han Jia asked herself in bewilderment, "What is this? This isn't my jacket." Memories of her Senior Kangwoo suddenly rushed back into Han Jia's mind. Speaking of her impression of him, he was truly an incredibly considerate person. The image of the romantic senior leisurely walking under the streetlights appeared so gentle, because he was, after all, everyone's caring guy. Returning to reality, Han Jia gasped in shock, "Say, Senior Kangwoo." Kangwoo smiled brightly and responded enthusiastically, "Wow, I thought I was seeing things. It's been so long, hasn't it? Have you been doing well?" An old acquaintance meeting again after a long time, full of tension, Han Jia forced a sheepish smile, Yes, I guess so." Kangwoo thoughtfully remarked that 10 years had passed, yet her face hadn't changed at all, only her hair made him almost fail to recognize her. He stepped closer, gently touching her shoulder to ask, "How have..." Jia and Min Cheon appeared with a dark face, radiating a threatening aura. He decisively bent the opponent's arm back, making Kangwoo scream in pain, "Oh my god, my arm is broken." Panic-stricken by her husband's sudden violent behavior, Han Jia yelled, "Hey, Jia and Min Cheon." She quickly bowed down to apologize, "I am so sorry, Senior. My husband just misunderstood you." Han Jia frantically pulled Jia and Min Cheon's hand, continuously urging him, "Look, I told you it wasn't like that. Apologize to him quickly." Faced with the other's aggression, Kangwoo only gently massaged his wrist and forced a smile, "It's alright." Anyone who saw that would have misunderstood. He looked at Han Jia with sad eyes and softly asked, "So, you are married now, Han Jia?" Seeing Han Jia's contemplative expression, Kangwoo awkwardly continued, "I guess so, right? Well, it has been many years after all, so it is understandable. Besides, you've reached that age too." He politely bowed to apologize to Jia and Min Cheon, "My apologies to the husband here. I was just so glad to meet my junior that I got a bit overexcited. Please accept my apology." Even though Kangwoo had backed down, Jia and Min Cheon still could not hide his irritation. He decisively pulled Han Jia close to his chest and growled, "You two are standing a bit too close to each other." This possessive action left Han Jia screaming in surprise. Suddenly, he stopped and reminded her, "Alright, Jisoo and the others are very worried about you. Remember to contact them when you are free." Kangwoo intended to suggest a private meeting to talk, but Jia and Min Cheon's sharp glare, as if wanting to eat him alive, made him change his mind. "Well, I'm heading off now, he looks so scary." Jia looked at her senior's retreating figure with a troubled face. The taxi sped through the city night, carrying a quiet and tense atmosphere between the two sitting in the back. Sitting in the taxi, Jia stared blankly out the window, her heart heavy as she realized that the past she had always tried to bury was gradually resurfacing. She quietly wondered if she had truly overcome her past wounds through verbal expression, a way to test whether her heart had truly healed or not. Seeing Jia and Min Cheon still sulking, Jia gently explained, "He's just an old acquaintance, don't be jealous anymore. He's the type who gets friendly with everyone, so don't be upset, cheer up a bit." She playfully pinched his cheek, making Jia and Min Cheon stutter in embarrassment, "But I wasn't." Jia smiled gently, thinking that now when she met that person again, she could smile and simply consider him someone she once knew. At the same time, at another apartment, the dry sound of a door opening echoed as Kangwoo returned home. Seeing him back late, a girl named Jisoo, who was sitting on the sofa, asked, "You are late. Weren't you just going to the supermarket?" Kangwoo handed her the bag of food and explained, They don't sell the food you wanted nearby. Look, I bought it back for you." Looking at the gift bag in her hand, Jisoo excitedly praised him, "You are so reliable." However, while half eating the cake, Jisoo suddenly froze at Kangwoo's unexpected confession. "Actually, on my way home earlier, I ran into Han Jia." Hearing that name, Jisoo's eyes suddenly became dark and dangerous. She lightly licked her lips, her face showing clear calculation as she asked back with deep meaning, "Do you mean that Han Jia?" And just like that, Monday morning arrived. In the cramped space of the elevator, the atmosphere between Jia and Min Cheon and Han Jia suddenly became suffocatingly silent. Han Jia secretly glanced at Jia and Min Cheon, who was completely glued to his phone, her heart filled with anxiety. "We aren't really anymore in..." Everything was going very well, and both of them were even in a state of extreme excitement and happiness. However, everything was instantly ruined when Senior Kangwoo suddenly appeared. Jia blankly blamed herself, wondering why he had to show up right when their feelings were at their peak. Looking at Jean Mincheon's silent face, she felt anxious. Was that why he lost interest? It felt like he was being a bit cold to her too. A headache from constant misunderstandings made Jia only want to scream inside. Every time she wanted to get close to her lover, trouble occurred. It was truly bad luck. She told herself this was just a misunderstanding and she had to bravely step up to resolve it immediately. Taking a deep breath, Jia softly called out, Jean Mincheon, are you still worried about the fact that the senior and I used to like each other? Jia hesitantly explained that although they once had some feelings, it was only for a very short period. She asserted, actually, it felt more like friendship than someone I wanted to date, so… Contrary to her worries, Jean Mincheon smiled gently and reassured her, I'm not worried about that. Don't worry, Jia. I really don't mind that at all, so there's no need for you to explain. He is truly… Jean Mincheon looked at Jia with affectionate eyes and confessed that he genuinely felt very happy. He understood how difficult it was for her to talk about this, yet she still shared it with him resolutely. Jean Mincheon smiled gently, I really don't mind at all, Jia. Jia scratched her head in absolute frustration. She screamed in her heart, I don't know anymore. Standing in front of the mirror, she kept questioning her current feelings, is this okay, or is he just pretending to make me happy? The image of Jean Mincheon's gentle smile returned, making Jia both fluttered and skeptical. That expression was so obvious, he definitely cares. However, sitting alone at the cafe, loneliness enveloped her again. Wow, even though there is nothing special between us. Even though she tried to focus on work, Jean Mincheon's figure refused to leave. Even though I don't want to think about him, he just keeps lingering in my mind. I'm so addicted to Jean Mincheon. Jia fell into deep thought. If she had one wish, she would definitely want to erase an unhappy memory. She thought to herself, if I could erase something from my life, I would erase my entire university years. And the source of all the trouble is none other than senior Kangwoo. Going back in time to her college years, Han Jia recalled that the reason she and her senior became close was nothing special. In the middle of the bustling campus, Kangwoo, then a fourth-year student, was laboriously carrying heavy crates of soft drinks. Seeing Han Jia pass by, he called out softly, Ah, Han Jia. The sophomore girl, wearing a red tracksuit, looked back in confusion. Kangwoo approached her and handed her a stack of documents, saying, here are some notes for the exam I mentioned last time. Han Jia squealed in excitement. Looking at the stack of documents in her hand, she said confidently, with this pile of documents, I will definitely pass. Because every year, that professor always gives very predictable exam questions. Kangwoo smiled and reminded her, oh, well, but he might change the questions, so make sure you study hard. This was the reason why the two of them interacted so frequently. To show her gratitude, Han Jia excitedly fist-bumped her senior. Thank you, senior. Let me treat you to lunch. Seeing Kangwoo joke about whether they should book a table at a luxurious restaurant, she immediately cut him off. As long as it's under 10.0001 for two people, it's fine. No matter how they felt about each other, they realized they bumped into each other very often. Han Jia was astonished to see senior Kangwoo daring to joke with the school's most notoriously strict professor. The guy nonchalantly threw a cheesy pun. Do you know what dead almonds are called, professor? They are called diamonds. Yet, that strict professor burst into hearty laughter. Ha, that actually makes sense. Han Jia secretly thought that, regardless of age or gender, if she had to compare him to an animal, he would definitely be a friendly capybara. Because if there was anyone capable of making everyone around love them, it would definitely be him. While she was lost in thought, Kangwoo suddenly noticed her. Oh. Han Jia. He walked over and warmly asked, have you eaten yet? Han Jia, have you had lunch yet? Han Jia stared blankly, wondering why he appeared here at this exact moment. Kangwoo enthusiastically extended an invitation. If not, let's have lunch together. Who could resist such sudden flirting? Han Jia quietly watched his smile, wondering if he was just naturally this kind. Finally, she beamed and accepted. Sure, after all, I owe you one. That warmth was exactly what made Han Jia start developing feelings for him before she even realized it. However, this very closeness brought about a series of troubles. In the middle of the hallway, a group of female students blocked Han Jia's path and pressed her with questions. Hey, is it true that you are dating the hot boy? Han Jia gasped in shock. What, me? Dating senior Kangwoo? The group of friends asserted firmly, isn't it true? There are many rumors that you two are dating. Han Jia could only laugh awkwardly to dispel the tense atmosphere. That is crazy, do you really believe that? Why on earth would you think I am dating him? Suddenly, a tall shadow loomed over her, accompanied by a deep, low voice. Indeed, why on earth would you think that? Han Jia turned around in astonishment as she realized senior Kangwoo was already standing right behind her. He smiled to greet everyone, then leaned close to Han Jia and asked suggestively, Han Jia, did you hear that rumor too? The rumor that you and I used to date. Kangwoo narrowed his eyes at her, throwing out a bold proposal that left Han Jia completely frozen. Senior Kangwoo casually denied the rumors in front of everyone, asserting that their relationship was as normal as always. However, right after that, he mischievously gave a thumbs up, challenging Jia to keep watching his upcoming efforts, which only made her snap back in frustration. Stop it already, people are gossiping everywhere. Everything seemed to start with those spontaneous outings initiated by him. Even under a pouring rain, Kangwoo nonchalantly praised the beautiful weather and asked her out. This left Jia completely speechless, questioning whether he could even tell the difference between bad and good weather. Since then, the guy continuously pestered and invited Jia out. He even lay stretched out on the sofa once and suddenly proposed. Shall we date, Jia? Looking at his somewhat playful demeanor, Jia seriously corrected him. Senior, I'd prefer it if you joked less like that. Others might misunderstand if you keep saying such meaningless things. She stared at him with a probing and straightforward gaze. However, Kangwoo suddenly sat up, stripping away his usual playful look to stare back with deep eyes. He solemnly asked a critical question, making the atmosphere instantly tense. What if I'm not joking? Would you? Han Jia was completely frozen by this sudden change. She stared blankly at his face, which was becoming incredibly sincere. Kangwoo's eyes at this moment were unusually gentle and warm. This sincerity made Han Jia's heart flutter for a moment. But right after that, she used the stack of documents in her hand to repeatedly hit his head to dispel her embarrassment. She snapped, there you go again. If you have time to fool around like this, go find something useful to do. Kangwoo could only cover his head, taking the blows while whimpering, I got it. Han Jia thought to herself, people often say that when you are in love, the world becomes brighter and the air suddenly turns sweet like perfume. But she didn't feel any of those romantic things whenever she was with Senior Kangwoo. While she was lost in thought with a gloomy face, a finger suddenly poked her cheek sharply along with a call, Jia. It was Kangwoo again with a bright smile. The guy proudly showed off his stalking achievement, saying, caught you. This was already the 32nd time. Despite his handsome looks and sunny smile, Han Jia only coldly reminded him of her previous violent threat. Didn't I tell you that if you dare to do that again, I will cut off your finger? Han Jia continued to immerse herself in thoughts of the past. I don't really know what my feelings for him are. During a lively college drinking party, Han Jia held up a spoon and confidently declared to the crowd, listen up, everyone. It's not about strength, but skill that matters most. She enthusiastically demonstrated, now, just hold it like this, touch this part with the spoon, and if I tap it like this. A loud pop resounded, and beer foam splashed everywhere, startling everyone around. Ah! What was that? Who splashed that? Boasting so much only to get foam sprayed all over this mess. Voices called out frantically, tissues. Pass me some tissues. Amidst the chaotic atmosphere, a friend turned and called out, so, Kangwoo? Han Jia blushed slightly, looking at the person opposite her with shy eyes, and hesitantly asked, do you really not? Responding to her was a man with sharp eyes and a highly confident smile. He smirked, looking straight at her, and uttered a challenging question, dating her, huh? Be careful with that overconfidence or you might get punched. In the noisy lecture hall, a guy with messy hair named Kangwoo, the class president back then, appeared with an exhausted expression. Scratching his head, he grumbled, what a headache, guys. Did anyone get lost after the third round yesterday? The students below buzzed with surprise, huh? Senior Kangwoo, didn't you say you were skipping today? We even went all the way to the third round. Kangwoo smiled slightly, explaining that although he planned to however, Juwo's real reason wasn't just to check in. He turned his gaze toward Jia and spoke up, but that's not all. I actually came to ask Jia for a favor. Jia froze at the unexpected request. In her heart, she silently told herself how incredibly lucky she had been to survive her college years. She recalled how she used to be someone who struggled with basic college skills. Yet, it was sheer heaven-sent luck that helped her miraculously get through everything. At the age of 19, Jia entered university with the mindset of a lucky survivor after the high school graduation exam. However, the harsh reality of a top-tier school left her completely overwhelmed by the grueling workload. Looking at her peers around her, Jia could only scream internally, Mom, these people are so strange. They are speaking English in math class, Mom. The feeling of isolation among people who spoke English like native speakers made her want to break down completely. To conceal her true abilities, which would leave everyone speechless, Jia decided to choose a different path to shine. She became the life of every party in the business department. Holding up her glass, Jia cheered, business is number one. Tonight, anyone who doesn't get drunk doesn't respect me. Amidst the foggy, exhausting atmosphere of student life, those parties were the only place where Jia could relieve all her stress. By the age of 21, she was not only lively but had also successfully become the department representative for 2 consecutive years. This was all thanks to her excellent social relationships with everyone. Jia, class president Kangwoo sat casually opposite, pushing the food plate towards Han Jia and asking in a fake caring tone, aren't you eating? I heard you like pasta very much. Seeing her remain silent, he continued with his cheesy flirting tactics. Is it because sitting in front of me makes you too nervous to eat? Please snap back to reality, Han Jia thought to herself, as this class president's reputation was far from good. She decisively reminded him of her reason for being here. You said you wanted me to go with you to a blind date? And then you said you wanted to look handsome just because she is your good friend? Kangwoo casually admitted, that good friend is actually me. Surprised? Speechless at this madness, Han Jia coldly concluded, I see. Great. Now that we are done talking, can I go home? Even though she hated him in her heart, because Han Jia was the department representative and he was the class president, she had to maintain a final shred of politeness. Escaping from the annoying meeting, Han Jia went to a cafe to vent to her best friend. Looking at the pile of pastries and coffee on the table, she sighed in frustration, so annoying. Lee Jisoo, her extremely close friend, curiously asked what was wrong, and Han Jia complained, it's Senior Kangwoo. He keeps bothering me after that fake blind date. Lee Jisoo laughed teasingly, poor Han Jia. Being popular must be tough. Han Jia shouted in frustration, oh hey, what is so funny about this? Jia slumped onto the table, complaining wearily, why do they keep bothering me? I just want to live in peace, it's so annoying. Seeing her friend in such misery, Jisoo casually offered a suggestion, then why don't you just date him? The question made Jia jump. She screamed in sheer horror, I'd rather the earth explode than ever fall in love with that old guy Juho. Jisoo quickly waved her hands to clarify, I wasn't talking about Juho, I meant Kangwoo. At the mention of that name, the image of Senior Kangwoo with his bright smile and warm wave suddenly flashed through Jia's mind. Jisoo advised Jia that since the two were already close, no one would find it strange if they actually started dating. She even brought up their cheesy banter by the vending machine as proof, when Kangwoo called her milady and she called him sir. Although Jia admitted they were close, she was still very hesitant about the idea of dating. Seeing her friend hesitate, Jisoo stared deep into her eyes and asked directly, but you're interested in him too, aren't you? Jia remained silent, blushing, while Jisoo added that it wasn't a bad idea. At least with a boyfriend, other annoying guys like the class president Juho wouldn't dare approach and bother her anymore. This move is called finding the ultimate love shield. Right at that moment, by the vending machine, Kangwoo was grumbling because his favorite Georgia coffee was completely sold out, leaving only the bland Maxims. Suddenly, he turned around, looked at Jia, and asked, do you want us to date? Seeing his serious expression, Jia couldn't find a way to refuse, and so a lie began to be spun from that very moment. Jia half-jokingly asked if today was April Fool's Day, but when she saw Kangwoo firmly asserting that it wasn't, she immediately yelled out decisively to hide her shyness, you keep demanding to date me, don't you? So of course I'm just humoring you. Though her words were harsh, her heart was blooming, and their romance officially became reality with a commemorative photo marking their first day together. But in truth, Jia told herself that she only agreed to date to buy some peace for her college life, avoiding the harassment from the class president Juho. Not wanting to deceive him, she directly told Kangwoo the reason, but he only smiled with confidence and replied, really? Does that mean I just have to make you fall in love with me? Since then, Kangwoo always showed excessive overprotectiveness whenever mentioning his rival. Anyway, that idiot Juho just keeps doing whatever he wants. Jia was quite surprised because this was the first time she had heard him call someone an idiot with such an angry face. Kangwoo boldly declared, if that Juho guy dares to mess around, just call me once and I'll come beat him up instantly. Senior Kangwoo blushed, hesitantly making a cheesy proposal. Since they were a couple now, he wanted her to call him Appa Kangwoo. Han Jia smiled, then suddenly changed her expression and yelled, wow, why do you guys love being called that so much? Don't you have any siblings? Seeing Kangwoo startled and asking how she knew, Han Jia casually replied, because if you did, you would have grown sick of hearing the word brother. Kangwoo looked slightly sad, gently telling her she didn't have to force herself if she didn't want to. Han Jia gave a sheepish smile, confessing that not having an older brother made calling him that feel extremely awkward. She decided to keep calling him senior as before. This left Kangwoo with no choice but to disappointedly accept it with regret. The date went quite smoothly after that. Kangwoo even sent a picture of a piggy bank and teased, look, Han Jia, I found a huge friend of yours. Han Jia was furious and cursed him in her mind, but she still sent back a totally fake text. She wrote that thanks to him, she managed to control her. However, deep down inside, Han Jia was always wondering about the concept of love. She sought out her classmate Yeonju at the age of 21 to confide about her strange, fluttering feelings. Despite being scolded by Yeonju for being nonsensical and only visiting to brag, Han Jia calmly confessed, my chest feels very warm, but my heart rate barely changes. The only ones I can talk to about this are you and Jisoo. Oh my god, am I fantasizing too much about love? She looked at Yeonju with a deep, thoughtful gaze and pressed further, so, in the eyes of a future writer like you, what is that emotion? What word would you use to describe it? Yeonju, with her brutally realistic nature, did not hesitate to pour cold water on Han Jia's dreamy thoughts. Instead of calling it an emotion, you should watch out for cardiovascular issues. If your chest feels warm, go see a doctor, you dummy. Her friend also reminded Han Jia to find a way to resolve the lie about this relationship if she was still feeling uneasy. Seeing Yeonju being so serious, Han Jia immediately rushed over to hug her tightly and pouted, "Oh, lovely Yeonju. Why are you so bitter? Are you jealous because I have a boyfriend? Are you that lonely?" This action made the future writer scream in utter helplessness. "So you just came here to tease me, didn't you?" Looking back at that time, Han Jia secretly thought she was truly happy with a dreamlike college life. However, that peaceful atmosphere was suddenly shattered one morning. Han Jia sluggishly walked into the classroom, yawning and greeting everyone. "Yawn, good morning, everyone." Instantly, she froze as she noticed the scrutinizing glares and whispered gossip of the classmates around her. Seeing Senior Kangwoo with an extremely worried expression, Han Jia asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Suddenly, a large dark shadow approached from right behind, his hot breath brushing against her ear suggestively. It was Juho, the class president, with a sturdy physique. He casually put his hand on Han Jia's shoulder and greeted everyone with a possessive tone. "Good morning, everyone." His sly face was so annoying that one would want to punch it. Facing his sudden intrusion and strange attitude, Han Jia completely froze in horror. Everything seemed to collapse at that very moment, marking the end of those beautiful days before that incident occurred. Going back to the Silla dynasty, there is a famous lore called the love story of Seodong. In that story, a guy named Seodong deliberately spread false rumors to ruin Princess Sienna's reputation, leaving her with no choice but to marry him. Sensational headlines like "Did Princess Sienna and Seodong really wrestle in bed all night?" appeared everywhere. Despite her screaming, "Get that camera away," and after a series of troubles, they eventually had to get married anyway. However, that ancient trick seemed to be repeating itself in Han Jia's college life. Heavy footsteps echoed down the hallway as a friend stopped her, asking suspiciously, "They're talking nonsense, right? About you and Kangwoo, you two aren't like that, are you?" Han Jia gasped in shock. What? But the harsh reality was working against her. The image of the two entering the classroom completely drunk, smelling heavily of alcohol and wearing the exact same clothes from yesterday, served as damning evidence of the rumor. Han Jia tried to clarify, "No, I told you, it was just a coincidence." But her friend dealt another devastating blow. "Not only that, people also saw you going on a date with Kangwoo." Furious at the baseless rumors, Han Jia screamed, "Who has nothing better to do than spread these rumors? Step forward." Standing right behind her, class president Kangwoo smirked deviously, casually mocking her. "Take care, senior, since the rumors have already turned out like this." He began to push further, holding a folder in his hand as he casually suggested, "For our business tradition, and to benefit both of us, I think we should visit the following place, Han Jia's house." She bitterly realized the true nature of this man. "Just as I thought, he doesn't keep his word at all." After that, Kangwoo constantly tried to approach her with excuses that it was just a coincidence. Han Jia's hands trembled and sweated as she faced his persistent stalking behind every classroom door. And by that final coincidence, the call came out again, "Jia, please spare me." The nightmare began when those who used to call each other close friends suddenly grew distant. They brushed past her on the street like complete strangers. Conversely, people whom Han Jia had never even met acted incredibly close. They casually gossiped and fabricated malicious stories about her as if they knew her deepest secrets. Amidst the storm of public opinion, Senior Kangwoo could only stand silently in the rain, staring sadly at his glowing phone screen. Even if the whole world turned its back, Kangwoo was the only one who chose to believe in her until the very end. Seeing the long list of missed calls from him, Han Jia felt her heart tighten with pain. Not wanting to involve him or cause more trouble for such a good person, she resolutely sent a cold breakup message. "I'm sorry, senior. I've caused too much trouble for you, let's end it here." Sitting alone in the quiet library, Han Jia realized that Kangwoo's gentleness and tolerance at this moment only made her feel twice as terrible and guilty. Han Jia stared blankly into space, her mind constantly spinning with a dead-end question. How could she possibly prove something that had never happened? Standing in the pouring rain, Han Jia resolutely flicked her lighter, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. Under the umbrella in the cold night, her eyes turned sharp and emotionless, letting the raindrops fall endlessly around her. In the middle of the pouring rainy night, the headlights from a car suddenly illuminated a corner of the street. Juho poked his head out of the window, wearing a fake smile and called out, "Oh, Han Jia, are you on your way home?" Han Jia stood silently under her umbrella, her lifeless eyes staring at the man approaching her. He began to speak with a sarcastic tone of concern. "Hey, I heard about it. Did you just break up with Kangwoo? Want me to give you a ride?" Without giving her time to react, Juho continued his psychological game. "Actually, I've heard some bad things about that Kangwoo guy lately. How about we go grab a drink?" Unbelievably thick-skinned, he deserved to get hit by a brick. Before he could finish his offer, Han Jia casually let go of her hand, letting the umbrella fall to the ground. Her unusual behavior made Juho scream in panic. "Hey, what the hell do you think you are doing? Suddenly, Han Jia stepped firmly onto the hood of the car, climbing right onto the front. She held a large brick in her hand, her eyes burning with rage as she stared straight at Juho through the windshield. Han Jia growled, "Senior, do I look?" Witnessing the madness of the once gentle girl, Juho cowered inside the car, screaming in despair, "Hey, don't do that!" Without a single moment of hesitation, Han Jia decisively smashed the brick down, shattering the windshield into "You crazy girl!" Jisoo looked at Han Jia with extreme frustration as she saw her busily wrapping bandages around her injured hand. Her friend kept scolding, "What on earth were you thinking to do something like that? And you even got hurt, I really can't stand you anymore." Faced with her best friend's grumbling, Han Jia only flashed a radiant, satisfied smile and casually admitted, "That's right, I must really be crazy." The truth was, Han Jia absolutely hated baseless rumors. Therefore, instead of sitting still and enduring them, she decided to turn them into reality just to spite them. Looking at the pale face of the class president Juho inside the car with its shattered windshield, Han Jia silently confirmed that was exactly why she did it. Yet, she still had the mind to smile playfully. "Good grief, you can still joke about that right now?" Jisoo furiously rushed over, grabbing her hair and shaking Han Jia violently, "You lunatic, I have to beat some sense into you." Han Jia could only struggle and cry out, "My hand hurts, don't pull my hair." Even though it was a bit violent, Han Jia thought it was the best way to end her rumor-filled college life. Returning to reality at the H&D cafe, Han Jia silently realized a harsh truth. It seemed she wasn't as good at persuading others as she had thought. Standing at the counter, a female customer suddenly snapped, "Ma'am, I didn't order a cafe latte, I ordered a vanilla latte." Han Jia froze, staring at the fuming customer. Meanwhile, faced with this awkward situation, Han Jia asked herself a question. What would be the most appropriate way to handle such a misunderstanding? In the first scenario, if she presented evidence from the security camera and order details, the customer would realize their mistake and bow repeatedly to apologize. Han Jia would then smile warmly and say that this happens all the time. However, real-life experience had taught her a painful lesson in the second scenario. When presented with evidence, that customer suddenly turned into a hostile shadow, snapping back, "Are you trying to tell me that just because I made a mistake ordering, I have to apologize to you?" Han Jia shockingly realized that the second scenario was actually the answer to most cases. Silently pouring milk into a cup, she let out a tired sigh, "Phew." Sometimes silence is better than speaking the truth, because the truth is often so harsh. Standing in the middle of the coffee shop, Han Jia could not focus on her work as her mind was still stuck in a mess with Jia and Min Cheon. She muttered to herself, "So, is keeping silent like this really the best way to resolve the misunderstanding between Jia and Min Cheon and me? I can't do anything about it." When the close sign was hung up to signal break time, Han Jia stepped out of the shop and was stunned to see raindrops starting to fall. "Is it raining?" She and Naji stood watching the. Seeing that Han Jia did not bring an umbrella, Naji immediately suggested buying a new one, but Han Jia hesitated because it seemed too expensive. Right away, Naji mischievously pulled out a pink umbrella, a special item she called the nameless umbrella. Han Jia asked with concern, "Is it really okay to use this?" "It belongs to a customer." Naji casually reassured her, "It has no owner, so it is perfectly reasonable for us to use it." Naji added that they would just use it for a bit and then return it, since this umbrella had been gathering dust for a long time without anyone noticing. She even mentioned that some shops collect so many forgotten umbrellas that they pile up into heaps, and some even open stores to resell them, making Han Jia exclaim, "Oh dear." However, Naji suddenly changed her attitude. She looked into the distance and whispered, "Actually, I don't think you need to bring an umbrella anymore, manager." While Han Jia was still puzzled and did not understand what was happening, a familiar figure appeared right before her eyes. Jia and Min Cheon was holding a large umbrella, wearing a tight white t-shirt that fully showed off his muscular physique, waiting for her in the rain. As soon as he saw his wife, he asked a shocking question, "Han Jia, do you owe some kind of tax?" Standing nearby, Naji could not help but laugh and teased with a deeply suggestive tone, "Just love tax, I wish you two a happy tax payment." Watching her younger colleague run off and disappear, Han Jia could only flusteredly explain to her husband, "No, she did not mean it that way." Under the pouring rain falling on the streets, Jia and Min Cheon gently tilted the umbrella to cover her. The two of them walked silently in the quiet space. Han Jia suddenly pressed close and clung tightly to Jia and Min Cheon's arm in a coquettish way. Faced with her husband's bewildered look, "What's wrong with you all of a sudden?" she mischievously asserted, "I just like it that way." The sweet action of the young couple accidentally caught the eye of a strange girl waiting at a red light. She immediately took a photo and posted it on Weibo. "There are two idiots next to me, haha." The girl continued to mock on her personal page, "They have two umbrellas but only use one, haha. They have umbrellas but don't use them, just showing off." However, comments like, "The poster must be so lonely" or "Don't cry now" seemed to hit the single girl's sore spot. Meanwhile, Jia and Min Cheon kept a solemn face, highly focused on protecting his beloved. Suddenly, a car rushed by, splashing a sheet of white water onto the sidewalk, making Han Jia scream in terror, "Wait! At that crucial moment, Jean Minchul decisively used his entire body and the umbrella to completely shield Han Jia from the splash. He anxiously asked, "Are you okay?" while Han Jia could only reply in a small voice, choked with emotion. Witnessing this romantic scene, the girl who posted earlier could only weep in self-pity. "It's so cold." As the two of them stood waiting for the elevator, Han Jia quietly observed Jean Minchul's face with blushing cheeks. She secretly thought to herself, "He seems so energetic." Jia absent-mindedly thought about what had passed. She secretly admitted to herself that she really liked this sudden initiative from Jean Minchul. However, her heart could not help but feel a vague sense of anxiety. "I really like this, but why do I feel like we are growing further apart?" Standing in the elevator, Jia hugged her shoulders, wondering if there was any way to resolve this strange distance. Upon returning home, Jean Minchul unexpectedly prepared a special relaxation treatment for his wife. He lit a jar of rose-scented candles, filling the entire room with a sweet fragrance. Not stopping there, Jean Minchul also pulled out a spider-legged scalp massager and decisively placed it on Jia's head. This action made her gasp wow in surprise. Amidst the steady humming of the machine, Jia sat nestled in the massage chair which was set to sleep mode. In her arms, she tightly held her cat mouse to stabilize her mind. Jean Minchul thoughtfully covered her with a blanket and propped up a pillow to help her sleep better, then enthusiastically asked, "Do you feel sleepy yet, sweetheart?" Jia wondered in bewilderment, "What is this? Does he want me to go to sleep?" Han Jia glanced at Jean Minchul and noticed his face becoming extremely serious as he stared at his phone screen. She thought to herself, YouTube again, he must have secretly learned something new. Sure enough, Jean Minchul casually announced that the next step was to play classical music for exactly 3 minutes and 30 seconds, without even hiding his lesson plan. The atmosphere suddenly turned bizarre when Jean Minchul switched to Indian music, arguing that it would help relax the mind and body more. Han Jia was completely speechless, silently complaining, "If you're going to do that, at least tell me what you're doing, this is making me wide awake." "But it sounds so good." She stroked Mouse the cat, resentfully wondering why he was so determined to make her go to sleep at this very moment. Han Jia grimaced in misery, silently calling upon Satan to complain about the ironic situation that the idiot Jean Minchul was setting up. To see what Jean Minchul would do next, Han Jia decided to lie still and pretend to sleep with a completely awkward snoring sound. Seeing that his wife seemed to have shut down, Jean Minchul excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, does it really work?" He tiptoed closer, softly calling to check, "Han Jia, are you asleep? Are you really asleep?" Han Jia thought to herself that even if she were actually asleep, she would have woken up from all this noise, but she still tried to hold her breath to observe what on earth he was doing. Suddenly, Jean Minchul reached his hand out in front of Han Jia. In his hand were 2 ancient coins with round holes dangling from strings. He began to swing them back and forth rhythmically right before her eyes. Han Jia opened her eyes wide in shock and gasped, "Huh?" Meanwhile, Jean Minchul maintained a serious expression and solemnly declared, "Oh, from now on, you have been hypnotized by me." "Are you hypnotizing me or just being a comedian, brother?" The blunt remark from her temporary husband left Han Jia completely frozen in shock. Under the dim yellow light, Jean Minchul began swinging the ancient coins in front of Han Jia and commanded in a deep voice, "Now, look closely at this coin. From now on, you will." However, before he could finish his sentence, the guy suddenly paused in confusion while looking at his phone screen. Wait, do I have to do this before she falls asleep?" Witnessing her temporary husband's amateurism through squinted eyes, Han Jia screamed inside, "Wait, you're searching on Google just now? Unbelievable." Jean Minchul kept staring intently at his screen, leaving her with no other choice. And just like that, Jean Minchul's eccentricity continued amidst Han Jia's utter helplessness. She thought to herself, well, it seems like there really is no other way. Jean Minchul put on a dark, mysterious face again and whispered, "Starting from now, you will slowly." Right at the climax, Mouse the cat suddenly lunged forward to grab the swinging coins, causing them to clink loudly against each other. Jean Minchul frantically tried to stop him. "Hey, Ma!" Jean Minchul hurriedly picked up the cat mouse, put him aside, and instructed, "Here, sit here for a bit. Once I'm done, I'll play with you." Han Jia lay still, but her mind was in constant turmoil. Is he still going to continue? Or should I just wake up? But she was just too curious about what he planned to do while she was asleep. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light hit her. Jean Minchul casually shone a flashlight directly onto Han Jia's face to check. Has she been hypnotized yet? Han Jia bitterly realized, yeah, she knew this trick, it was from those crime investigation materials. Under the flashlight shining directly into her face, Han Jia grimaced in misery. The light was so blindingly bright, pretending like this would surely make her go blind. She had a fierce inner struggle because if she woke up now, all her efforts of playing dumb until now would go down the drain. Jean Minchul suddenly realized his mistake and muttered, that's wrong, I should do it slowly. I shouldn't shine it directly into her eyes like that." Before Han Jia could even compose herself, Jean Minchul suddenly shouted loudly, "Wake up right now. Jean Minchel broke out in a cold sweat, secretly observing Han Jia's expression and questioning himself, did I miss here? Is this even working? Seeing his wife still lying motionless, he regained his serious demeanor, continued to swing the coin, and spoke in a low voice, so, from now on, you will fall into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Han Jia was still forcing herself to act. She glanced at the cat mouse, who was casually enjoying its food, and felt frustrated. Mouse, is churro really that delicious? You probably think I did something wrong to deserve this, but why do you look so happy? Jean Minchel was completely unaware, steadily repeating his suggestion, you will fall into a deep sleep. Han Jia began to feel suspicious of her husband's strange behavior. She wondered if she should have spoken up first. Is he teasing me because he knows I'm not asleep yet? Or is he doing this on purpose to tempt me into eating spicy chicken feet later? Despite Han Jia's dark thoughts, Jean Minchel persisted with his self-made hypnosis routine, you will sleep deeply. Han Jia closed her eyes in resignation, swearing silently, enough, I don't know why on earth you are acting like an idiot like this. But suddenly, Jean Minchel's voice became unusually deep. He touched right upon her secret pain, you have a secret that you don't want anyone to know. Han Jia gasped in. Jean Minchel confidently gave the order, from now on, when I count to 3, you will have to face your past self. Han Jia lay on the chair, her hands unconsciously gripping the blanket tightly, sweat pouring down from extreme tension. She thought to herself, I get it, just as I thought, so that's why he said he didn't mind. She bitterly realized that Jean Minchel actually always cared about her past. It turned out he knew everything, he was just acting to make it easier for her to speak. Han Jia silently closed her eyes, a complicated feeling rising in her heart. She wondered why that matter had become such a big deal to him. I feel like those strange actions he did he do this because he wanted me to speak out without being hurt? Han Jia was shocked to realize Jean Minchel's extreme delicateness and kindness, almost to the point of foolishness, as he used this method to help ease her mind. In the quiet space, Jean Minchel brought the coin closer and softly asked, now, what do you see in front of you? Han Jia still tried to keep a blank face, decisively denying it in her mind, nothing at all, it's just that I'm still very stubborn. She lay there, cold sweat dripping down as she tried to maintain her act. She told herself, I'm just closing my eyes, so what could I possibly see? Anyway, I have to answer him first. With a look of being completely hypnotized, she hesitantly muttered, oh yeah, she affirmed firmly, because nothing had happened at all. Han Jia's words made Jean Minchel pause for a moment, but he still continued the treatment. He said in a low voice, the secret you can't tell, or the past you can't share, you did nothing wrong. Jean Minchel assured Han Jia that there was nothing to remember, and nothing to see either. I believe in you. In the end, I will still believe you, always and forever. Other people's husbands never disappoint. The sincere words from her temporary husband left Han Jia completely frozen. Scenes of a very old memory began to replay in Han Jia's mind. It was the image of a shattered glass window next to a leather ball, and a female student in a red tracksuit receiving a harsh punishment from the teacher. Whenever something went wrong, Han Jia was always the one dragged out for punishment. Even though it wasn't actually her fault, since no one believed her, she chose to remain silent, pretending she was in the wrong and quietly walking away. In everyone's eyes back then, Han Jia was just a bully. Her speaking up to defend herself would only make them think worse of her. However, right at her loneliest and most desperate moment, a loud and clear shout suddenly echoed, no, it wasn't Han Jia who broke the window. That was Jean Minchel, her close friend who bravely stood up to the teacher to protect her. He yelled in outrage, why don't you believe her? Jean Minchel declared resolutely, I will take responsibility. I will take responsibility for finding the person who did this, so please, teacher. Witnessing Jean Minchel suffering for her, Han Jia could only burst into tears of choked emotion. She realized that in this world full of doubt, there was always one person who chose to believe in her unconditionally. A tear fell gently, creating rippling circles that spread through her subconscious, bringing Han Jia back to reality. Han Jia woke up in shock on her bed, blankly reaching up to touch her cheek, which was still slightly damp. Wait, did I actually cry? Is this a dream or am I awake? She fell into a state of confusion, not knowing when she had fallen asleep. Han Jia questioned herself, did I fall asleep? When? Was it because of hypnosis? Was it a dream? Then, which part was the dream? Han Jia silently watched Jean Minchel sleeping right next to her. He was still wearing an eye mask, fast asleep. Sensing Han Jia's presence, Jean Minchel stirred slightly and slowly pulled up his eye mask. He sleepily asked, having a good dream and got woken up by my wife, poor me. Han Jia brought her face close to Jean Minchel, her eyes filled with contemplation as she looked at the man who had always protected her since childhood. The moment their eyes met, Han Jia whispered softly, did I wake you up? The two lay close to each other under the warm blanket, and he stammered, gee. She coyly pulled the blanket to cover half of her face, then used her most coquettish voice to explain, I had a nightmare, honey, I dreamed of a ghost. Hearing the words dreamed of a ghost, Jean Mincheon's face suddenly darkened with shock, and both fell into an awkward silence. After a suffocating silence, the guy could only reply blandly, "Is that so?" Jean Mincheon covered his face in helplessness and muttered, "Good night, Han Jia," then casually lay down to go back to sleep. This indifferent action made Han Jia furious. She immediately exploded and screamed, "Hey, what are you doing, Jean Mincheon? What kind of reaction is that, like you're just giving up?" In Han Jia's mind, she kept screaming that he should have comforted her like, "Oh my god, did my baby dream of a ghost?" to be proper. She thought resentfully that even if he didn't want to, at least he should have tried to do that. Suddenly, Jean Mincheon changed to a sweet voice, his face bright and full of flowers as he asked, "My love, did you dream of a ghost?" That face looked completely forced, and witnessing her husband's late acting, Han Jia could only freeze with an expressionless face. Jean Mincheon sat up with an energetic look, shining so brightly that Han Jia could only watch in silence. Han Jia sluggishly uttered with a look of regret, "Stop acting, you look too forced." Jean Mincheon asked in confusion, Is this mirror therapy or something?" Han Jia gently touched his hand, "Thank you, Jean Mincheon." Jean Mincheon flatly replied, "I mean, you were the one who asked for it." Suddenly, he looked at her seriously and offered, "Do you want to lean on me, Han Jia?" Han Jia asked back blankly, "Huh?" Jean Mincheon hesitantly explained, when someone is tired, I think they need help from another person's body heat." He looked at his wife's exhausted face and confessed, "Han Jia, you look so tired. I think if you lean on me, you can relax a little bit." Jean Mincheon embarrassedly turned his face away, "Sorry, at times like this, I don't know what else to say." Han Jia smiled gently, then she actively snuggled into Jean Mincheon's embrace, feeling the warmth of his firm chest. "I think I feel a bit more comfortable now." Jean Mincheon blushed and stammered, Is that so? Then that's great." In the quiet space, Han Jia softly called, "Jean Mincheon." The sluggish guy replied, She shyly looked down, "You know what?" Suddenly, Han Jia shouted loudly, "Boo," making Jean Mincheon jump and cry out in terror, Han Jia laughed gleefully, "Haha. What did you shout for?" She looked at her pretend husband and teased, "So big but such a coward, it's hilarious." Jean Mincheon frowned and pleaded, "Stop laughing already." Han Jia suddenly became serious. She looked straight into his eyes and asked suggestively, "Are you really just going to let everything slide like this?" She brought her face close to Jean Mincheon's, questioning him in a low voice. "Aren't you going to ask me anything? What if I am hiding something?" Jean Mincheon completely froze, his face darkening in a terrifying silence. Faced with Han Jia's questioning, Jean Mincheon began to break out in cold sweat. He awkwardly tried to dodge. "I don't know what you are talking about." Jean Mincheon still tried to play dumb. "What strange things?" He even added another sentence to distract her. "Hypnotism? You must have been dreaming, I don't know anything about that." Instantly, Han Jia delivered a fatal blow that left Jean Mincheon speechless. "I didn't say anything about hypnotism." After a moment of silence, he quietly sat up, turned his back to Han Jia, and spoke in a low voice. "I won't ask." Jean Mincheon confessed that he believed Han Jia had already told him everything honestly. He gently continued, "Well, even if you are hiding something, if it's you, I think you will eventually tell me everything honestly anyway." Jean Mincheon silently thought to himself that there are always hard to explain things in life, but he wanted Han Jia to put them aside for now. Blushing slightly, he sincerely poured his heart out. However, the touching atmosphere did not last long. Han Jia suddenly lunged forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Jean Mincheon's neck from behind and shouting loudly, "You dummy." The sudden jump startled Jean Mincheon, making him cry out, "Whoa." Han Jia laughed and teased, "Did you take the wrong medicine today? Why are you being so sweet?" Excitably pressing her face close to Jean Mincheon, she playfully offered, "Come here and I'll reward you. Let me give you a kiss." Panicked by the rapid onslaught, Jean Mincheon frantically blocked her with his hands. "Hey, wait a minute." Han Jia still refused to let him go. Pouting playfully, she said, "Oh my, Jean Mincheon, why are you avoiding me? You were looking forward to this too." She continued to press her fake husband, who was turning red up to his ears, "So just calm down, I'm going to give it to you." Jean Mincheon screamed in despair. Unfortunately, Han Jia was small and as timid as a rabbit. But then, out of nowhere, a dry clashing sound echoed between the two of them. Han Jia instantly froze, her eyes wide with shock as she stared blankly at Jean Mincheon after the unexpected accident occurred. Jean Mincheon's face flushed crimson, sweat pouring down from sheer embarrassment following the mishap. Right before Han Jia's eyes, an image of a leaning tower standing tall against a bright blue sky suddenly appeared, leaving her frozen with an expressionless face. Han Jia's face flushed red, her sparkling eyes looking at Jean Mincheon as she mumbled in defense, "It's not like that." She was shy but still incredibly cute. Jean Mincheon turned away in embarrassment, scratching the back of his neck to hide his rising shyness. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet, both of them lowering their heads in silence, letting the warmth from each other spread and their hearts beat rapidly in the quiet bedroom. They sat close to each other on the bed, their backs leaning against each other, but their minds were in a chaotic mess. Jia Min Cheon stared blankly into space, his face still holding a trace of embarrassment. Jia slightly lowered her eyes, her hands unconsciously finding each other on the narrow mattress. When their fingers lightly touched, a spark passed through, making both of their hearts flutter intensely. Jia Min Cheon decisively turned around, and she also looked up at him, her breathing growing rapid in anticipation and suspense. Outside the window, the bright night moonlight illuminated the entire room, creating an incredibly romantic atmosphere. Jia Min Cheon slowly lowered his face, his warm breath gently brushing against Jia's lips as both prepared to cross the final boundary. Without any more hesitation or apology, Jia Min Cheon decisively embraced Jia tightly and gave her a passionate kiss. Under the magical and shimmering moonlight shining through the window, the two snuggled together on the bed, immersed in the sweetness and intense longing of their love for each other. This sweetness is just too much to handle, guys. They held each other tightly on the bed, letting their Jia Min Cheon gently reached out his hand to caress Han Jia's golden blonde hair, feeling the softness beneath his fingertips. His face was beaded with sweat, and his breath became faster and hotter than ever. He leaned close to her ear, panting softly, amidst the intense fluttering of his heart. After a long kiss, the two gently parted and sat facing each other on the bed. However, their hearts did not stop pounding rapidly with excitement. Jia Min Cheon blushed with embarrassment, sweat pouring down his forehead at his own initiative. Seeing her husband's flustered look, Han Jia smiled subtly and suddenly reached out to gently touch his forehead. Jia Min Cheon looked at her blankly with a big question mark in his mind, not knowing what she would do next. Han Jia gently used both hands to stroke Jia Min Cheon's hair. She looked at him with eyes full of love and giggled softly. Jia Min Cheon closed his eyes slightly, sitting obediently to enjoy the sweet care from his wife's small hands. He reached out and gently touched Han Jia's rosy cheek, causing her to cry out in surprise. Ha! Looking deep into his partner's sparkling eyes, Jia Min Cheon blushed with shyness. Han Jia tilted her head slightly, pressing his warm hand against her cheek, her eyes half closed in sheer enjoyment and flutter. And then, whatever had to happen, happened. With his bulging six-pack abs, you just know the morning sunlight filtered through the window crevices. Han Jia woke up in bed with messy hair and a face still filled with bewilderment. She reached up to hold her head, wondering if the passionate events of yesterday were just a dream she had imagined. Right at that moment, Jia Min Cheon, lying right next to her with his muscular body and without glasses, looked at her gently and asked, "Did you sleep well?" Han Jia's heart throbbed with excitement. She shyly replied and then embarrassedly asked what time it was now. Han Jia shockingly realized that everything last night was absolutely not a dream. She quickly grabbed her phone to check the time and suddenly screamed in sheer horror. It was already 8:30 a.m. Han Jia frantically shook Jia Min Cheon to wake him up in a panic because they were already too late for work. She scrambled to get ready, her mouth constantly complaining about why the alarm didn't ring on this fateful day. Meanwhile, Jia Min Cheon was still groggy, not yet fully awake in bed. However, just as Han Jia was about to jump up, a sudden sharp pain shot through her spine, making her freeze in pain. With trembling legs, she could only hold her waist and groan in frustration. "My waist, why does it have to hurt right at this moment?" Seeing this, Jia Min Cheon sat up, gently reassuring his wife that it was all right. He looked at Han Jia's back with deep, thoughtful eyes and softly called, "Jia." Han Jia turned around in daze, only to be suddenly pulled close and tightly hugged from behind by Jia Min Cheon. He looked at the sky outside and whispered a tempting proposal. "The weather is so nice today, so let's both take a day off today." Han Jia exclaimed in shock, "What?" But Jia Min Cheon leaned close to her ear and firmly commanded, "Don't go to work today, stay home with me, right here." In an instant, Han Jia's mind drifted back to the memory of 5 years ago, the time when they first met. Back then, a young Han Jia with a stylish short haircut confidently held a ball and introduced herself, "My name is Han Jia." Meanwhile, a young Jia Min Cheon wearing glasses mumbled awkwardly, "My name is Jia Min Cheon." Seeing Han Jia standing there in a daze without responding, Jia Min Cheon waved his hand in front of her face and anxiously asked himself, "Jia, did something happen to her? What is she thinking about?" Seeing his wife still lost in thought, Jia Min Cheon looked at her intently and came up with a bold idea, "If I kiss her, will she wake up?" He slowly brought his face close, his warm breath gently brushing against her lips. However, Han Jia instantly snapped out of it and punched him in the head, making Jia Min Cheon cry out in pain, "Ouch, heavens, that hurts so much." She snapped and yelled, "What on earth are you doing? If you have time to fool around like this, hurry up and get ready." Despite Jia Min Cheon grumbling about wanting to take a break and rest at home, Han Jia firmly pushed him away to get ready for work. Just as she struggled to stand up, a sudden sharp pain in her back struck, leaving Han Jia groaning in agony. Jia Min Cheon asked anxiously, "What's wrong, Jia? Is everything okay?" She could only pout in frustration as her poor back went on strike. In the end, Han Jia had no choice but to call department manager Cha Suyan to request sudden leave. Upon hearing that she could not make it to work, Cha Soo-yeon asked in utter surprise, "What? You can't come to work? Why so sudden? Did something happen?" Standing in the laundry room, Han Ji-ah could only force an awkward smile, replying that it was nothing major. Cha Soo-yeon worriedly asked if there was a family emergency, but she only confusedly explained that she was planning to take a sick day. Amidst the loud noise of the washing machine in the laundry room, she stammered, unsure of how to explain it properly while breaking into a cold sweat from anxiety. The difficulty of requesting leave this time far exceeded all of her corporate survival skills. Cha Soo-yeon pressed on, asking about her health, from where she felt pain to whether she had visited the doctor. Han Ji-ah could only give an awkward smile, saying she was just slightly sore and had a minor backache. Suddenly, Cha Soo-yeon decisively switched to a video call, catching Han Ji-ah completely off guard. Cha Soo-yeon, seeing her boss asking about the background noise, Han Ji-ah honestly admitted that she was at the laundromat to handle a pile of bedding. Hearing the words bedding, Cha Soo-yeon began to connect the dots, the morning, back pain, and laundry of a newlywed couple. She blushed with an insinuating smile, then quickly apologized for interrupting and promised to let everyone know so Han Ji-ah could rest in peace. Despite Han Ji-ah's screams to clarify that things weren't like that, Cha Soo-yeon quickly hung up, leaving her frozen. "Oh, damn it," Han Ji-ah scratched her head and grumbled in frustration while sitting at the laundromat. Although her plan to take a day off was successful, her mind was far from peaceful. She sat blankly on the bench, trying to reassure herself that this wasn't actually that embarrassing. Han Ji-ah told herself that any married couple would be like that, anyone who gets married would. She slightly lowered her head, her cheeks burning red as her thoughts began to drift further. However, that very like that was the source of all trouble. Hot and intense images from last night suddenly flooded back, vividly appearing in Han Ji-ah's mind, from Jin Min Cheon's seductive sweaty face to their most intimate movements. Everything was so realistic that it made her feel like she was about to explode. Han Ji-ah covered her face and groaned in utter embarrassment. "Why do I still remember it so clearly, oh my god?" She could not believe her brain could store those details so exceptionally well. Those memories truly made Han Ji-ah feel extremely annoyed. She placed an imaginary banner of optimism on her head, trying to operate her brain in the most positive direction. People often say the human brain cannot accept pessimistic things, but the reality is much more ironic. It is just like when someone tells you not to think about spicy chicken feet anymore, and immediately the image of a bright red, spicy plate of spicy chicken feet appears, more haunting than ever. Han Ji-ah chewed the spicy chicken feet while calling herself ridiculous, as that embarrassing feeling continuously led her to think of useless things. Han Ji-ah's brain currently operated exactly like a recommendation algorithm where ads cannot be skipped. The more she thought, the more unfair Han Ji-ah felt. Her body was so sore that she could not do anything, while that guy Jin Min Cheon could live and move around like a normal person. Seeing the image of a healthy Jin Min Cheon at the company, she secretly guessed he would surely bring up the theory of, "because I work out more than you," to tease her if asked. The rising discomfort made Han Ji-ah just want to punch him as soon as he returned home. She leaned back against the sofa tiredly, craving a cigarette to relieve stress, but then decisively dismissed it because she knew she should not do that. Han Ji-ah looked at the plate of spicy food in front of her with extreme anxiety. She truly did not know how to— "That's right, at times like this, I have to keep my brain active," Han Ji-ah told herself as she tried to eat to disperse the embarrassing memories. She hoped that in this short amount of time, last night's memories would naturally fade away. However, as soon as Jin Min Cheon came home from work and called out, "Han Ji-ah, I'm back," he suddenly froze when he saw a note left on the table with the words, "Don't look for me anymore, sender, Han Ji-ah." Jin Min Cheon turned pale with worry. "Don't tell me." But immediately, Han Ji-ah's voice from behind the tightly closed room door rang out to correct him. "I didn't run away from home, and I'm not hiding." She explained that she wrote that just because she needed some time, and hesitantly asked again, Do you remember the third rule in our agreement?" Jin Min Cheon's current panicked expression was due to that exact clause. 3. Do not enter the other person's room without their permission. Han Ji-ah pleaded with Jin Min Cheon to give her a few days to calm down because she thought it would help her peace of mind. She confessed in extreme embarrassment, "Actually, I didn't think it would turn out like this, but I'm just so embarrassed and a bit scared, so please give me a few days to." Despite her plea, Jin Min Cheon firmly asserted that if there was a problem, they had to talk it out to solve it. With that, he decisively kicked open the door and barged in, causing Han Ji-ah to tumble onto the floor. "Ah!" Han Ji-ah sat dumbfounded on the floor, trembling as she looked up at Jin Min Cheon, who stood tall with a dominant, masculine aura. He stared deep into her eyes with an extremely intense look, then slowly squatted down to her eye level. Jin Min Cheon asked softly with a hint of playfulness, "Do you remember?" Stunned, Han Ji-ah pointed directly at his face and stammered in disbelief, "How did you?" "I locked it. I'm absolutely sure I locked it. So how did you get in?" Jin Min Cheon nonchalantly held up the key in his hand and replied, "I opened it with this." Han Ji-ah pointed her finger furiously, questioning him about violating their agreement. But Jin Min Cheon decisively scooped her up, carried her out of the room, and retorted, "It only says I can't break in without permission. It doesn't say I can't use the key to open the door." Jean Mincheon's logic carried the distinct vibe of a troublemaker at the back of the class finding a loophole. Han Jia screamed, calling him ridiculous and childish for using such cheap logic to barge into her room. However, Jean Mincheon immediately counterattacked by reminding her that she had also entered his room uninvited dozens of times before. He leaned his face close to hers and asked provocatively, "If I barge in, what are you going to do? Are you going to write Han Jia's property on me again?" Han Jia froze, her cheeks blushing red in embarrassment at her husband's suggestive reminder. In her memories, the short-haired young Han Jia was staring intently at the young Jean Mincheon. She began using a pen to write something on the arm of her friend, who was absorbed in his studies with his head bowed. Han Jia loudly declared her ownership. "You crossed the line, so now you belong to me." On Jean Mincheon's arm, the words Han Jia's property were clearly visible. The young boy could only exclaim in bewilderment, "What is this?" Han Jia just giggled triumphantly, "If you don't know how you crossed the line, then it means you're my property." Thinking back to that childish prank, the adult Han Jia could only blush with embarrassment. She blamed herself for doing such a bizarre thing back then. However, Jean Mincheon suddenly blushed and hesitantly confessed, "Since I crossed the line today too, can I belong to you again?" The cheesy confession made Han Jia freeze, her face flushing red as if about to burst into flames from sheer embarrassment. Jean Mincheon was no less embarrassed. He looked away with burning cheeks. Furious, Han Jia poked him hard and yelled, "Hey, how can you even say those things? Aren't you embarrassed at all?" Jean Mincheon could only answer pitifully, "Well, it sounded really good in my head, dear." Marriage is indeed an interesting thing, as a box of mint chocolate cake and a bright red rose now appeared on the table. Mint chocolate was something that the Jean Mincheon, as for working out or smoking, those were things that Han Jia, back then, would never have touched no matter how hard she tried. Yet now, the very things they could never have imagined having in their lives are naturally present as they sit on the sofa together and peacefully enjoy life, their marriage silently turning them both into versions of themselves no one expected. Looking at the wedding photo hanging on the wall, Han Jia secretly wondered if all marriages turned out like this. She sat leisurely snacking on a cookie stick, but her mind was filled with questions about her husband's strange behavior. More importantly, Jean Mincheon had called her out to sit and wait for an hour without saying a word, making Han Jia start to feel genuinely anxious. Unable to be patient any longer, she turned and asked him directly, do you have something to say to me, Jean Mincheon?" Seeing Jean Mincheon sweating profusely and stammering, yes, Han Jia said decisively, "If there's nothing, then I think I'll go back to cleaning the room." Only then did Jean Mincheon muster up the courage to mention the movie Spaghetti Man, which had just premiered yesterday. He awkwardly explained that because he didn't know when she would be free, he kept hesitating and didn't dare to ask her out. Blushing, Jean Mincheon asked in a trembling voice, "Are you free?" Han Jia replied blankly, yes, I am, but inside, her mind was screaming, "Did he really call me out here just to say this?" Seeing Han Jia agree, Jean Mincheon was visibly overjoyed. They both laughed out loud happily as he excitedly finalized the schedule. "Really? Then I'll book the tickets for this weekend." Han Jia looked at her phone screen, still feeling disappointed and sulky inside. Wait, did he only want to ask if we should go see a movie? That's it? Jean Mincheon's naive simplicity began to make her feel irritated. "No way, I'm getting a bit annoyed now, this won't do." In her imagination, she turned into a beautiful female police officer, loudly explaining to the curious kids. "What do you mean, rated 19? It just means you should drive carefully when going over 19 kilometers per hour. Han Jia covered her face, unable to escape her dark thoughts. Seeing her strange behavior, Jean Mincheon asked worriedly. "What's wrong, Han Jia? Don't you want to go at 4 o'clock? I can change the time." Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Han Jia blushed and yelled out decisively. It's fine, it's fine. 4 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 12 o'clock, any time is fine." She immediately regretted it, scolding herself in her head. "I've gone crazy. Any time is fine? That sounds so." Han Jia realized that after Han Jia stood frozen, her heart beating uncontrollably at Jean Mincheon's sudden statement. Looking deeply into her eyes, he repeated with absolute sincerity, "Han Jia, I like you. I brought you out here just because I wanted to tell you this." Han Jia's face turned beet red, both embarrassed and annoyed. "Oh, I don't know what you are planning, but..." Seeing his wife's confusion, Jean Mincheon declared firmly, "I won't apologize. Because you've told me many times not to do that." She gently placed her hand over her mouth, fighting an intense internal battle against the sudden, masculine onslaught. Unable to hold back any longer, Han Jia took a gamble and threw down a bold challenge. "Prove it." Jean Mincheon froze, his face becoming extremely serious and deep. Instantly, Han Jia regretted her careless words. She covered her face, screaming internally, "Fool, fool, fool. Do you even know what you just said?" The passionate memories of last night suddenly rushed back, filled with sensitive images that made Han Jia feel like exploding from embarrassment. "You had to endure this and that last night, so what on earth are you thinking right now?" Her brain was processing these memories even faster than rushing a work deadline. While lost in her chaotic thoughts, Jin Min-cheol's loud call of Han Jia startled her. His face flushed red as he gathered all his courage to make a hesitant request. "See, can you please close your eyes for me?" Jia startled and shouted in confusion at her husband's strange request. "Oh, my eyes? What about my eyes?" Though she grumbled, she still obediently closed her eyes tightly. "I've closed them." That obedient look made it obvious she was about to fall into a romantic trap. Paragraph break. Jia's heart beat rapidly in the darkness as she nervously questioned herself. Why did he ask her to close her eyes after making her so embarrassed? Was he planning to kiss her? Jia felt the atmosphere at this moment was truly perfect for a romantic kiss. Paragraph break. However, a cold and strange sensation on her fingertip made her softly gasp. Wait, this is... Opening her eyes, Jia was completely frozen as she saw a glittering gold ring just slipped onto her finger. She stared blankly at her hand in shock and exclaimed, "A wedding ring?" Paragraph break. Looking at the ring that symbolized their love, Jia asked in bewilderment, "Why did you suddenly?" Jin Min-cheol's face turned beet red, sweat pouring down from embarrassment as he slightly turned away and replied, "It's because you mentioned it." Paragraph break. Looking at her with earnest eyes, he continued, "About our date, and even the marriage, so I thought it's my turn to speak first now." Jia stared blankly at Jin Min-cheol, her breathing Jin Min-cheol held her hand tightly, summoning all his courage to look deep into his wife's eyes and uttered the fateful proposal, "Will you marry me?" Han Jia froze like a Wi-Fi connection cutting out right at a climax. Looking at the sparkling gold ring that had just been slipped onto her finger, Han Jia blushed, stammering speechlessly, "Huh?" She asked again in shock to confirm, "Marriage?" Jin Min-cheol looked at her with determination, nodding slightly in response, "Yeah, marriage." Han Jia's brain at this moment was probably spinning faster than a 3-in-1 washing machine cycle. Han Jia was completely out of rhythm, waving her arms in confusion. What do you mean? We are already married." Seeing his wife's panicked state, Jin Min-cheol thoughtfully asked back, "You really don't understand what I mean, do you?" Han Jia mumbled an admission that she understood a little, but the truth still caught her completely off guard. This proposal was entirely sincere and serious, unlike their previous fake contract marriage. So she blushed, stammering and questioning, "Jin Min-cheol, don't you think this is a bit sudden?" Jin Min-cheol asked back in bewilderment, "What?" Han Jia resentfully explained that from the timing to the current atmosphere, nothing was appropriate for discussing such a major life event. Seeing his wife's strong reaction, Jin Min-cheol could only exclaim in doubt, "Really?" Noticing that she seemed unsatisfied, Jin Min-cheol reached out his hand and proposed, "All right, just pretend I didn't say anything, can you give me back the ring?" He even mumbled about booking a table. Immediately, Jia cried out in protest, "No, that's not what I meant." She lowered her head slightly, her breathing growing heavy in her extreme fluster. After a thoughtful silence, Jia looked up at Jin Min-cheol with sorrowful eyes and softly asked, "Why me? Why did you choose me?" Jin Min-cheol looked deep into Jia's eyes, calmly listing her many flaws. "I know it very well too. You are very stubborn, your personality is dry, and you are the type of person who runs away from your problems." Each honest remark left Jia completely frozen, her heart pounding wildly from the shock. However, Jin Min-cheol confidently declared, "I just realized you are the most suitable person for me." He shyly scratched his head, gathering all his courage to reveal a mind-blowing secret. "Actually, I've liked you since we were kids." Jia gasped in disbelief, "Since we were kids?" Jin Min-cheol confessed in a low voice that he had always regretted not saying it sooner, and that regret has haunted him until now. Jin Min-cheol's gaze became incredibly sharp and determined behind his glasses. He looked straight at Jia, asserting firmly, "So, I won't let myself regret it a second time. Because this time, I won't let you go." Amidst the quiet space of the living room, he asked, "Will you marry me?" Jia froze completely, her cheeks flushing red with emotion as she heard him softly call her name, Jia. Suddenly, Han Jia remembered how fast her heart beat when she first heard Jin Min-cheol's confession. His hand was placed firmly on her shoulder, with a gaze more determined than a student studying for college entrance exams for the second time. Jin Min-cheol looked straight at her, without any hesitation or avoidance. Touched by someone who always accepted all of her quirky personality traits, Han Jia suddenly knelt down on the floor, performed a formal bow, and shouted, "Then I will count on you from now on." Jin Min-cheol froze in surprise, stammering, "Huh? Why did you suddenly bow like that?" Extremely embarrassed, Han Jia's face flushed red as she yelled back, "I don't know, don't ask me, I don't even know what I'm doing right now." She held her head in misery, begging him not to ask any further. Han Jia threatened her husband, "You'd better not take back your words, I'm warning you. Like changing your mind when filling out the form." Suddenly, she paused as she realized that they were actually already married. Jin Min-cheol softly replied, "I hope you think so too." Just as Han Jia was still dazed, Jin Min-cheol suddenly did a handstand right in the middle of the room. To his wife's bewilderment, he solemnly declared, "I will also bow to you in the most respectful posture I know." Han Jia could only scream in helplessness, "What are you doing?" Putting aside the hilarious antics, the two stood together in the kitchen under the warm light. Looking at their intertwined hands with two glittering wedding rings, they gently shared happy smiles. Han Jia blushed slightly and shyly confessed, "For some reason, I still feel shy, even after we have done all of those things." They both laughed happily, enjoying the sweetness of a real marriage. Han Jia looked at Jia Min Cheon thoughtfully, wondering if he really understood the full meaning of what had happened. Jia Min Cheon broke into a cold sweat, asking back in confusion, What do you mean? Why are you saying that?" The two fell into an awkward silence on the sofa without saying a word to each other. Han Jia narrowed her eyes at her husband suspiciously. "Seriously? You really don't know? Are you planning to get away with it just like that? We just got married and you already did that?" Without a single word of explanation, Jia Min Cheon suddenly did a handstand right on the sofa and yelled, "I am sorry." Han Jia startled and screamed, "Wow, again?" Jia Min Cheon remained persistent in that bizarre posture to express his regret. "I am apologizing to you in the most formal posture." Han Jia was speechless and scolded, "You, stop it right now. You're scaring me." She secretly wondered where on earth he had learned such a strange thing, only for Jia Min Cheon to honestly reveal, "Have you never heard of it?" Jia Min Cheon suddenly became serious. He looked at her and said in a deep voice, If you don't remember, then..." Han Jia flashed a bright smile, "Let's do it again." Seeing her husband's caught red-handed expression, she burst out laughing triumphantly, "Did you want to hear that? Jia Min Cheon, you really are, hee hee hee." Hearing that, Jia Min Cheon stood up decisively, Understood. I'm going to take a shower right now." Han Jia screamed in panic to stop him, "Wait, seriously? I mean, wait a minute, I didn't mean it that way. Hello everyone, I am Han Jia. It's been a long time since we last met." Skipping the long and complicated explanations, I have now left the suffocating city to travel abroad. Traveling is indeed a wonderful experience. Breathing in the cool breeze and looking at the unfamiliar sky truly puts my mind at ease. Though the healing spirit is nowhere to be seen, I can already see my wallet fading away. Moreover, the best part is that I can enjoy this atmosphere with my husband. Jia Min Cheon, 32 years old, a programmer at a small to medium-sized company, and also my husband, is currently eagerly fishing on the side of the boat. The trip also includes my parents. Their laughter echoing constantly makes the atmosphere extremely lively. Looking at their overexcitement, "Oh my," I quietly exclaimed amidst the vast waves as the small boat glided across the endless blue sea. However, everything started from a very coincidental situation. Returning to reality in the small kitchen, I was engrossed in scrolling through my phone when I suddenly realized something important and gasped. The phone screen showed my dad's birthday, and I muttered, "Dad's birthday is coming up." Hearing this, Jia Min Cheon, who was sitting on the sofa, startled and asked in a panic, "What's coming up? Dad's 60th birthday?" He hurriedly stood up, scolding me for only mentioning such an important matter now. Contrary to my husband's anxiety, I casually tapped on my phone while replying, "Oh, it's just a 60th birthday party, even Dad told us not to worry about it. He said these days, maybe it's 70, but who cares about 60 anymore?" Right at that moment, the phone rang, and Jimin, my pregnant sister, immediately scolded me over the phone, "Are you an idiot?" Jimin sarcastically added, "Don't tell me you believed those words? After all, you are my sister, there's no way you're that stupid." Having her secret exposed, Han Jia could only stutter in denial, "Oh, of course not." Meanwhile, Han Jia froze upon hearing Jia Min Cheon announce that the whole family got tickets for an overseas trip right away, leaving her completely bewildered. What is going on?" A flight soared through the blue sky, bringing the whole family to a golden, sunny beach. Han Jia was still in utter shock. She wondered to herself what on earth was going on as she saw her family dancing together in excitement on the sand. Right now, on a fishing boat in the middle of the sea, Jia Min Cheon's father laughed heartily. I caught a huge fish." A large fish leapt out of the water amidst his extreme excitement. He did not spare any words of praise. "Thanks to our son-in-law, we get to enjoy all this luxury. Truly, you have to live long to see everything." Han Jia's father was visibly delighted, almost wanting to grab a loudspeaker to share his thoughts. Jia Min Cheon's mother also happily chimed in, "That's right, honey." Turning to Jia Min Cheon, he instructed, "Son-in-law, please send my gratitude to your parents." Jia Min Cheon politely replied, "Yes, I will, father." However, behind his glasses, Jia Min Cheon's eyes showed a hint of contemplation. Meanwhile, Han Jia stood at a distance, looking at him with a suspicious and pouting face. Seeing Han Jia sitting in a corner with her arms crossed and a gloomy face, Jia Min Cheon walked over and asked, "Jia, why are you upset?" She decisively turned her head away, pretending to be clueless. What are you talking about?" Jia Min Cheon did not let it go, he even made a playful face to tease her. "Are you sure you aren't mad? Your face has been pouting this whole time." Han Jia spoke up decisively, "Jia Min Cheon, that's not being angry." She began to explain her strange anxieties about traveling with her parents, from not being very keen on fishing to the exhaustion of the long flight. Jin Min-cheon could only break out in a cold sweat, looking awkwardly at his wife, who was lost in a jumble of thoughts that she didn't know how to express properly. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Jin Min-cheon called out softly, "Hey, Han Jia." As soon as she turned and asked what, he flashed a mysterious smile, "I'll show you something miraculous." Even though Han Jia asked back in confusion, "Something miraculous," Jin Min-cheon decisively grabbed her hand and told her to look closely because this was very hard to see. After hearing that, Han Jia thought he was about to perform a TikTok magic trick. Han Jia leaned in curiously, "What is it?" "I don't see anything." Jin Min-cheon continued to hold her hands tightly and repeated, "I told you to look closely." Just as she was focusing intensely on finding out what it was, Jin Min-cheon suddenly leaned in and gave her a passionate kiss. The sudden romantic scene left her parents standing nearby completely stunned with amazement, while Han Jia yelled in panic, "Hey, Jin Min-cheon." Han Jia's face flushed red with embarrassment, and she furiously yelled out, "You jerk." Seeing her parents smiling suggestively and teasing them, "Quite perfect timing, isn't it?" Han Jia frantically tried to explain, "No, it's not like that at all." Jin Min-cheon scratched his head and explained that since she suddenly asked, he didn't know what else to do. Furthermore, the internet clearly said that doing so was absolutely amazing. Han Jia heard that and just wanted to block the Wi-Fi of the entire boat. Seeing his wife still fuming, he suddenly put on a pitiful face, peeked at her, and asked softly, "So, you didn't like it?" Han Jia bowed her head in confusion, her cheeks burning red as she thought to herself, that, compared to not liking it. She couldn't deny her feelings at this moment, silently calling out in her heart, "Jin Min-cheon, this man." To Han Jia, Jin Min-cheon now seemed like a silent master, always unleashing moves that she couldn't possibly dodge. Amidst the vast waves, Jin Min-cheon gently drew Han Jia close into a tight embrace, making her heart beat continuously and rapidly. Just as the passionate kiss was about to happen, the captain's panicked scream suddenly rang out, shattering the romantic atmosphere. "Incoming wave. It's a huge wave, everyone hide immediately." Han Jia froze, feeling utterly disappointed because the mood was going so well, yet they were being told to take cover. However, the harsh reality was far more brutal as a giant tsunami surged, blocking out the sky and crashing down on the small boat with terrifying force. Jin Min-cheon only had enough time to tightly hold Han Jia to protect her before both were completely submerged in the deep blue water, signaling a tragic accident that had just befallen the small family. Everything suddenly turned pitch black. Then, a bright light reappeared along with a self-narrated monologue, "Hello everyone, I am Han Jia. I have currently left the suffocating city and am enjoying freedom." Those were some serious words. On the white sand, tally marks counting the passing days appeared mysteriously like a survival movie. Suddenly, a shout calling Han Jia rang out, making her turn around in confusion. Jin Min-cheon appeared looking like a true native islander, shirtless and showing off his well-defined muscles. Jin Min-cheon cheerfully waved his hand, "Have you been waiting long?" Looking at her husband's wild yet radiant appearance, Han Jia sat on the sand, also clad in similar leaf clothing, and gently smiled at him with happiness. On a deserted island lonely in the vast ocean, a big question arose full of curiosity about this ironic situation. What is going on? Han Jia woke up on the pristine white sand with her life jacket still on. She groaned softly, then lazily opened her eyes, feeling the blazing sun envelop her exhausted body. Looking around in bewilderment, Han Jia asked herself in shock, "Where is this?" Suddenly, that was Jin Min-cheon's familiar glasses lying scattered among the small waves. A bad premonition rushed in, making Han Jia's face turn pale instantly, her eyes widening with fear as she thought of her husband's situation. Unable to contain her panic, she stood up abruptly and screamed out loud in the middle of the deserted island, "Jin Min-cheon Appa." However, just as Han Jia was desperately calling his name, Jin Min-cheon suddenly appeared right behind her with his bulging muscles and a tight black t-shirt. He calmly asked, "Han Jia, what's wrong?" Seeing her husband completely safe and sound, Han Jia froze, her cheeks flushing red with embarrassment as she realized she had just overreacted. Fidgeting with her hair, she avoided his eyes and mumbled, "And nothing." Summer had truly arrived, bringing intense sunshine that enveloped the deserted island in the middle of the deep blue ocean. That was how both of them had met with disaster after a terrifying tsunami. Sitting flat on the sand, Han Jia, still in shock, asked him again to confirm, "You said that when you woke up, you found yourself washed away by the waves?" Jin Min-cheon only nodded silently in confirmation, beginning the ironic survival journey. Jin Min-cheon looked around and asserted firmly, "As for the others, there's no one. There is no one else within a 500-meter radius." Han Jia blankly replied, "Is that so?" But then she suddenly realized something terrible and screamed loudly, "Wait, wait." Han Jia took a whole 5 seconds to finally load the gravity of the situation. The image of her whole family happily playing on the beach earlier flashed back, making her heart clench. The massive tsunami crashing down on the ship appeared like a terrifying nightmare. Han Jia panicked, grabbing Jin Min-cheon and questioning him, "Then what about my parents? You didn't see my parents either?" Jin Min-cheon could only silently lower his head in confirmation. That confirmation caused Han Jia to completely collapse, her eyes widening in utter shock. She sank down onto the sand, murmuring through her tears, how is that possible, my parents? Han Jia tormented herself in pain, it's all my fault. If only I had stopped us from going on this trip, then mother, father. Seeing Jin Min Cheon anxiously calling her name, she suddenly stood right up. She frantically made a plan, that's right, I will search this way, and you search that way, if we split up to search. Jin Min Cheon raised his voice to stop his wife's loss of composure. Hey, Han Jia. Han Jia angrily shouted back through her choked sobs. Why do you— Han Jia suddenly turned pale, sticking her tongue out in horror along with a painful you groan. Furious, she grabbed Jin Min Cheon's shirt and screamed, you crazy guy, what on earth did you feed me? Jin Min Cheon calmly replied that it was just saponin, and then started blabbering about a bitter herbal compound that has antibacterial effects. After hearing his explanation, Han Jia felt even more like she was about to become a lab rat. Feeling extremely frustrated, she snapped, that's not what I asked. Jin Min Cheon suddenly cupped Han Jia's face with both hands, looking at her with an extremely gentle gaze and a soft smile. Now you look like Han Jia. He gently advised her to calm down because he knew well the fear surrounding her mind right now. Mentioning her parents, Jin Min Cheon asserted that the terrible thing she was thinking of would not happen. He reminded her to look at reality, where only the two of them were together, completely safe and sound, without a single scratch. Everyone will be safe, you should think so too, right? Jin Min Cheon's firm reassurance made Han Jia's heart sway slightly, and she murmured a quiet MHM. Feeling his hand gently patting her head with affection, Han Jia thought to herself, what? Is this guy treating me like a kid? Jin Min Cheon looked at her with a bright smile, making the tense atmosphere. That silent comfort indeed proved effective, helping Han Jia gradually regain her composure. Suddenly, Jin Min Cheon softly called, Jia, then curiously reached out to touch her ear and asked, what is wrong with your ear? He realized her earlobe was turning bright red, looking a bit different from usual. Han Jia blushingly explained with hurried breaths, no, it's just because you keep touching it. Jin Min Cheon frowned slightly upon touching Han Jia's ear, noticing it was much colder than normal. Han Jia embarrassedly suggested it might be because she had been underwater for too long, but Jin Min Cheon immediately grew serious. He shouted out, this won't do, Han Jia, we must maintain your body temperature right away. Jin Min Cheon drew closer, holding her face tightly with both hands, and asserted that dropping body temperature in this situation is an extremely dangerous sign. He roared in panic, you could die, leaving Han Jia completely frozen in terror. Han Jia anxiously asked what they should do now. Jin Min Cheon explained in a low voice that both of them had been underwater for too long, so their current condition was not good at all. He firmly stated that the first thing to do was to deal with these soaking wet clothes immediately. Hearing the words wet clothes, Han Jia blushed in shock, her mind continuously imagining sensitive scenarios that might occur. An emergency rest— even survival manuals suggest sharing body heat with warm-blooded animals around to overcome the cold. This is similar to how people often hug dogs to keep warm in real-life rescue situations. Han Jia stared blankly at Jin Min Cheon, her heart beating rapidly as she realized that if she wanted to survive, she had no other choice but to share her body heat with him. Han Jia suddenly found this survival course extremely suspicious. She gently swallowed her saliva during this intense inner struggle. However, reality turned out completely different. Han Jia was forced by Jin Min Cheon to lie spread-eagled on a large boulder under the scorching sun to warm up. The guy anxiously asked, Han Jia, how do you feel? Has your body warmed up at all? Han Jia lay flat on the rock, tiredly replying, it feels like I'm being grilled. Glad to hear that. Jin Min Cheon decisively ordered her to turn over to grill the other side evenly. Han Jia could only submissively comply. She secretly thought this feeling was no different from going to a sauna in the middle of a deserted island. Lying quietly on the rock, Han Jia smiled softly. She felt truly lucky to have Jin Min Cheon by her side, otherwise, she might have been so terrified that she would have burst into tears. She called out softly, hey, Jin Min Cheon, thank you. The sudden thank you made Jin Min Cheon ask anxiously. Jin Min Cheon warned that it was still too early to feel safe. Han Jia had no time to grasp his meaning before he suddenly stepped forward, trapping her. Seeing Jin Min Cheon approaching with an extremely serious expression, Han Jia panicked, putting her hands up to stop him and shouting. Wait, stop. In reality, fire has always been considered a blessing but also brings immense risk with the ultimate suffering of burns. Han Jia silently wondered if the main cause of burns was direct fire, or indirect damage from boiling water and lava. The atmosphere grew as tense as a blockbuster horror movie. However, they were all wrong, because the real enemy right now was none other than the harsh sunlight scorching the deserted island. Han Jia turned pale, asking hesitantly. So you mean, to avoid getting sunburned, we have to smear that sticky, mysterious stuff all over our bodies? Jin Min Cheon nodded casually, showing his hand covered in a thick, slimy green liquid. Han Jia flatly refused in disgust. No way, I don't want to. Go smear it on yourself. Looking at the mashed seaweed mask self-made by Jin Min Cheon dripping down his hand, Han Jia shuddered at its dreadfulness. She could not comprehend how he could apply such a thing to his body. Despite Jin Mincheon's efforts to explain that seaweed is also an ingredient in cosmetics, she resolutely covered her ears and ran away. Suddenly, Jin Mincheon took off his glasses, looked at her with an extremely serious gaze, and delivered a critical blow. Jia, accepting the bright green seaweed mask on her face, Jia seriously asked Jin Mincheon about their next survival plan. As someone who always gets things done once she starts, she was ready to cooperate immediately. Jin Mincheon suggested that the first thing to do was make fire, but Jia wondered why they didn't prioritize finding water first. Jin Mincheon explained that raw water was much more dangerous and risky than she thought, so drinking boiled water was still the safest option. Although water is the top priority in an emergency, he wanted to utilize their remaining strength to prioritize making fire first. Jia looked at the dry firewood skeptically and asked how he planned to light it, wondering if he was really planning to burn the wood. Jia looked at the woodpile like a demanding customer preparing a one-star review. Jin Mincheon excitedly pulled out a plastic bottle salvaged from the beach trash like a treasure. He explained that filling it with water to create a convex lens to focus sunlight would make lighting a fire feasible. As the sunlight filtered through the water, focusing into a bright point on the dry log, Jin Mincheon switched to deserted island scientist mode. Jia prepared the kindling while warning her husband, "Hey Jin Mincheon, adjust the angle properly, if my hands get burned, you are dead meat." Jin Mincheon concentrated deeply on aligning the focal point, while Jia frantically used a wooden stick to create friction. She grit her teeth and screamed, urging the fire to flare up with utmost effort. "Burn, hurry up, damn it, burn." After much effort, the dry firewood finally burst into strong flames. Jia cheered in joy, "It's burning." Jin Mincheon kept a serious face under his seaweed mask, while she couldn't hide her excitement and shouted yeah. The two exchanged a high five to celebrate their first major success on the deserted island. The burning fire brought hope, but also made the atmosphere hot. Jia sat close to the fire, constantly fanning herself with her shirt hem and muttering, "It's so hot, is it because I'm sitting in front of the fire?" Jin Mincheon was now shirtless. Sweat was dripping down his rippling muscles. Seeing Jin Mincheon keeping his distance, Jia questioned, "Jin Mincheon, why are you sitting way over there? Why so far away?" The guy could only stammer, that is, then diverted the attention to a seagull flying in the distance. Jin Mincheon curiously asked if it had a lot of protein. Jia casually replied that it probably did because seagulls are friends with chickens. Jin Mincheon suddenly became serious, turning to ask if she had ever eaten any bird meat other than chicken. Meanwhile, Jia was busy tying up her hair. Suddenly, Jin Mincheon covered his face and groaned in misery, leaving Jia bewildered and asking what was wrong. Hearing him faintly mention the word insect, Jia immediately exploded in fear. She jumped up, frantically shaking her skirt and screaming in utter panic, "What? An insect? I told you I absolutely hate insects. Is there something to catch them with, honey?" The chaotic scene looked like a low-budget desert island survival show. Jin Mincheon stared at Jia. Seeing her struggling to pull up her skirt due to the sultry heat, he suddenly blushed, broke into a cold sweat, and stammered, that is... Jia, still oblivious, grumbled, "Oh, it's so hot." To clear the awkward atmosphere, Jin Mincheon quickly made an excuse to slip away. "Are you thirsty? Let me go find some water and I'll be right back." Jia called after him, "Take a break first, then we can go together." However, Jin Mincheon flatly refused, arguing that someone had to stay behind to guard the fire, as keeping it lit was extremely difficult. Flexing his bulging muscles, he instructed solemnly, "So now you stay here, I'll go look for water. If anything happens, just scream, understand?" Sitting alone fanning the fire under the harsh sun, Jia tiredly mumbled to herself. Just starting the fire was exhausting enough, yet he didn't even rest and immediately went to look for water. Perhaps it was because of the difference in their daily physical activity levels. She let out a sigh of regret. If she had known, she would have tried to exercise more in the past. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Jin Mincheon had to lean against a tree trunk to calm himself down. His breathing grew rapid, and his face flushed red with chaotic thoughts. He desperately tried to banish the images of Jia lingering in his mind. From her adorable appearance when wearing the seaweed mask, to the moment she gently pulled the hem of her thin cotton dress earlier. Everything made his heart beat uncontrollably. Jin Mincheon closed his eyes in sheer agony. He struggled intensely with his thoughts to suppress the powerful emotions he felt for his wife, who was waiting behind him. His face was flushed red, and sweat dripped down from confusion. To regain his composure, he repeatedly banged his head against the tree trunk with determination. He leaned against the tree, panting heavily. He tried to suppress the... Suddenly, a sharp scream echoed from the beach, making Jin Mincheon jump and look back. Right after that was a terrified cry for help. Without a second's hesitation, Jin Mincheon frantically rushed forward, yelling his wife's name in extreme anxiety, "Jia!" The dangerous enemy had now revealed itself, a venomous snake. This is a species belonging to the chordate phylum, usually identified by its characteristic angular head and commonly living in wetlands. Han Jia was trembling, her back pressed tightly against a tree trunk, her face pale with fear at the presence of this cold-blooded creature. Watching the snake crawl closer, she whispered to herself, and quite possibly, I am currently facing one of them. Han Jia suddenly recalled a documentary about them she had watched while researching for her book. She reassured herself, surprisingly, they won't attack unless disturbed first. Her eyes flashed with determination as she looked towards the fire. Alright, if the worst comes to the worst, I can use it. Acting decisively, Han Jia threw herself toward the blazing fire. She told herself to stay absolutely calm to cope with this hair-raising situation. Just as the venomous snake lunged forward to deliver a fatal blow, Jia Min Cheon suddenly appeared like a savior. He decisively used his shirt to wrap tightly around the snake's head, preventing it from attacking his wife in the nick of time. Jia Min Cheon gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength into Arg! Jia Min Cheon roared powerfully. He gathered his strength, swung his arm hard, spun the snake around once, and threw it soaring into the sky, disappearing from their area. Witnessing her husband's decisive action, Han Jia was still in utter shock. She sat flat on the sand, gasping continuously to regain her composure. Her eyes suddenly turned gentle, and she softly called his name, Jia Min Cheon. Immediately, the young man rushed over in a panic, holding her shoulders tightly and asking rapidly, Are you okay, Jia? Are you hurt? Did it bite you? Jia, still dazed, replied, No, I'm fine. But Jia Min Cheon seemed to have completely lost his usual composure. He cried out in deep worry, If you're in pain, no, we should give you first aid first. Despite Jia trying her best to stop him, Stop, I said I'm fine. However, Jia Min Cheon did not listen at all. His brain officially went into overload after the scare from the venomous snake. Han Jia silently thought about the ironic reality that the hospital was truly too far away right now. Seeing her reach up to touch her shoulder, Jia Min Cheon became even more panicked. Wait. Han Jia gently held Jia Min Cheon's face, trying to reassure him, Calm down, I'm okay. Seeing Jia Min Cheon still in a daze, she gently repeated, Thanks to you, I'm fine. Have you calmed down yet? Han Jia let out a soft sigh of relief. She waved her hand and exclaimed, Ha, that almost cost me 10 years of my life. I'm only alive because of you. Han Jia wondered if the snake from earlier was actually venomous, but her gaze suddenly stopped at another detail. Her face flushed red as she screamed in shock, Why are you not wearing anything? At this moment, Jia Min Cheon only had his underwear on. He frantically explained, It's not like that. It was an emergency back then. The guy even tried to act like an expert to cover his embarrassment. It will be very helpful if you know this. When facing wild animals, you should wrap cloth around bare skin to protect yourself. Han Jia's face suddenly darkened. She glared at him with a judgmental look, So, you prepared for the emergency so quickly, but didn't think about me? Seeing Jia Min Cheon stammering to make an excuse, Han Jia suddenly rushed forward to hug him tightly and burst into laughter. I was just kidding, you dummy. She rested her head against his chest, softly whispering with deep affection, You saved my life, after all. Jia Min Cheon blushed with embarrassment, only able to look away in silence. Han Jia secretly thought that this might be the first time she felt something very different. That was the mismatch from Jia Min Cheon that she had never seen before. Under the blue sky of the deserted island, Jia Min Cheon was now wearing a leafy outfit full of tribal style. He excitedly called out, Han Jia, come here for a moment, there's something really cool. Han Jia, who was sitting by the fire, couldn't help but tease, Is there anything cooler than your current outfit? However, when she followed him to a beautiful waterfall cascading down in white foam, Han Jia could only widen her eyes and scream in excitement, Wow! It's so cold. Han Jia gasped as she soaked herself in the cool spring water. She began to feel uncomfortable and was about to drink water right on the spot, thinking it was not stagnant water. But Jia Min Cheon quickly stopped her, Wait, don't drink it yet, Jia. He decisively used a large black pot to scoop up the water, preparing to boil it. As night fell on the deserted island, Han Jia quietly watched Jia Min Cheon's back and softly called his name. Looking at the tent set up from plastic tarps of unknown origin, the floor lined with old foam pads, and the chairs drifted ashore. She secretly lamented, This scene is nothing like what I imagined. Is this what being stranded on a deserted island is like? Jia Min Cheon calmly asked her back what she had imagined, a primitive. Jia Min Cheon explained that this was rule number 2 in a survival game he had once played. Instead of wasting time making utensils from tree branches, he had discovered a specific area called V-Point, where marine debris regularly washed ashore. From that pile of trash, he found many useful items for life on the island. Jia Min Cheon handed Han Jia a glass of water and hesitantly apologized. I washed this cup as clean as possible, but it was originally trash, so if that makes you uncomfortable. Han Jia looked at him and smiled gently. She decisively drank the entire glass of water, leaving Jia Min Cheon in utter astonishment. He asked anxiously, Are you okay? She let out a soft sigh of relief. Han Jia told herself that when in a survival situation, neither of them had the right to be picky. Looking at Jin Min Cheon, she was secretly touched to realize he must be exhausted after working all day long. Han Jia blamed herself for whining, as he was the one who had patiently comforted her when she broke down on the boat. He had even bravely saved her from the fangs of a venomous snake. Han Jia gently touched Jin Min Cheon's hand, sincerely expressing her feelings. At first, I was so scared, but everything has become easier because you are by my side. Thank you for today, Jin Min Cheon. Looking at his wife's gentle and warm smile, Jin Min Cheon suddenly blushed, sweat pouring down in embarrassment behind his glasses. Seeing his flustered look, Han Jia could not help but laugh and tease. It's okay, I know. You're shy, aren't you? Extremely shy, actually. She gently leaned her head on his shoulder. Han Jia softly whispered her wish. Let's try to return home safely, Jin Min Cheon. He replied decisively, definitely. The two sat together by the blazing bonfire, quietly gazing at the starry night sky over the deserted beach. Just like that, a shooting star suddenly swept across the sky, as if bearing witness to the young. Jin Min Cheon suddenly took off his glasses, revealing a sharp face and a masculine, muscular physique. His CEO aura exploded, throwing the atmosphere completely off its orbit. He decisively pinned Han Jia down onto the 10th floor, looking at her with burning and intense desire. Faced with her husband's sudden and aggressive advance, Han Jia could only lie still with wide eyes and a blushing face from the shock. Could it be that everything is only just beginning now? The tent door closed, ignoring the brilliant starry sky filled with meteors outside. Han Jia silently questioned herself, thinking this might be the inevitable consequence of that day. It was the very night they shared a passionate and deeply affectionate kiss under the moonlight shining through the window, marking the beginning of irrepressible, intense desires. The ironic reality was that they walked down the aisle first, and only then did they start learning how to date like any other couple. The night walks filled with laughter and sweetness seemed to be everything. But then a big question arose: what should they do next? Just as Han Jia strove to overcome obstacles in the gym with decisive jumps, they were both trying to overcome the invisible barriers in this very special relationship. Living together and getting married quickly, they seemed to face obstacles in dating properly, making things sometimes fail to yield good results. It was not because their relationship was worsening or their feelings had faded, but their excessive awkwardness prevented them from getting closer. Even a casual touch during training made them both flinch back in embarrassment. Jin Min Cheon awkwardly apologized. I'm sorry, leaving Han Jia only able to smile awkwardly, wondering if any other married couple constantly had to apologize for such minor physical contact. Jin Min Cheon awkwardly turned away, whispering, no. A growing sense of awkwardness enveloped both of them right inside the gym. The space was so silent that emotions seemed to automatically switch to silent mode. Han Jia thought to herself that she had walked around for a very long time before reaching this location. In other words, their relationship seemed to be stuck with absolutely no progress. She looked up at him with concern. So is this the time to clear up all the misunderstandings we've had all this time? Jin Min Cheon, shirtless, showed off his rippling muscles as he pinned Han Jia down onto the 10th floor. The two of them had actually resolved their cohabitation issues, but Han Jia wondered if he still wanted to try another way. Her face flushed red, her mind spinning as she realized they were outdoors. We are outside, so we are like animals. Who would have thought Jin Min Cheon was such an animal lover? Han Jia's hands gripped the floor tightly as she struggled intensely with her thoughts. Should I push him away? Or, no matter how I consider it, I don't think we should. As she hesitantly called Jin Min Cheon's name, he decisively leaned close and whispered, Shoo, be quiet. The atmosphere turned dramatic as Jin Min Cheon gripped her collar tightly. Han Jia asked in a frantic rush, what is it? What is it? What is it? Jin Min Cheon looked at Han Jia intensely and whispered softly, it won't be long. Han Jia froze completely, her eyes wide as she stared at his sudden proactiveness. Dressed in a wild leaf outfit, Jin Min Cheon decisively exerted his strength, leaving Han Jia screaming internally, what on earth? Why is he being so forceful? The burning heat radiating from him threw her heart into complete chaos. Sweating profusely, Han Jia's mind raced, wondering if she should find a way to escape Jin Min Cheon's embrace right now. She could clearly feel the intense heat radiating from his robust body and silently wondered, Jin Min Cheon, his body is heating up. Is it because of me? Jin Min Cheon called her name softly, startling Han Jia. She shyly clutched the collar of her shirt and whispered back, I'm fine, Jin Min Cheon. Staring deep into his profound gaze, Han Jia blushed deeply. She gently closed her eyes in anticipation and whispered, I am ready. Jin Min Cheon leaned in close and called her name, Jia, making her heart flutter wildly as she let out a soft, trembling mmm. However, instead of a passionate kiss, Jin Min Cheon commanded firmly, alright, on the count of 3, we go out and fight that bear out there. Han Jia froze with a blank expression, only able to gasp in utter bewilderment, wait, what? Without giving his wife time to recover her senses, Jin Min Cheon began counting down, 1, 2, 3. Bursting with fighting spirit, he grabbed a large stone and rushed out of the tent with a roaring shout, Rah! Han Jia, holding 2 water bottles behind him, could only watch in daze as her husband frantically smashed the stone to ward off the dark shadow of the bear lingering around the tent. Loud, clashing sounds echoed repeatedly through the silent, dark night, tearing apart the atmosphere that had been filled with ambiguity just moments before. After a period of struggle, Jia and Min Cheon asked anxiously while panting heavily, "Han Jia, are you okay? The bear is still outside, so—" Seeing Han Jia silent with a tear-stained face, he softly called out, "Jia." But she could only bitterly admit, "Yes, I think so. I had a feeling something like this would happen." Looking at her husband's muscular back under the moonlight, Han Jia silently concluded a harsh truth: he is not a man, but a beast. Jia and Min Cheon put his glasses back on, wearing a satisfied smile and laughing out loud with pride, "Ha ha ha ha." Early the next morning, Jia and Min Cheon cheerfully welcomed the new day. "Good morning, Han Jia." She sluggishly replied with a tired yes, looking completely exhausted. One person was bursting with energy, while the other looked as if her spirit had just been crushed by life. While Jia and Min Cheon enthusiastically asked what they would do today and answered his own question by saying they would look for food, Han Jia could only stand and stare at him with an expressionless face. Jia and Min Cheon's eyes gleamed behind his glasses as he asserted that food was the most important element for survival. Jia and Min Cheon's enthusiasm was truly driving her crazy. As he cleared a path through the thick brush, he thoughtfully warned her, "Han Jia, be careful of the leaves around you, they might scratch your skin." Staring at her husband's muscular back as he walked ahead, Han Jia fell into a daze. She wondered what this strange feeling bubbling up inside her actually was, even though last night had not gone very smoothly. Strangely enough, she suddenly realized she no longer felt anxious at all when she was by his side. At that moment, a sudden thought flashed through Han Jia's mind, making her snap awake in surprise. Seeing Han Jia suddenly stop in her tracks, lost in thought, Jia and Min Cheon turned around to look at her in confusion. She gently placed her hand on her chin, pondering, and hesitantly called out, "Hey." Jia and Min Cheon quickly asked what was wrong, but then just as quickly reassured her not to worry. He urged them both to quickly resume their search. Looking at her husband's bright smile and bulging muscles, Han Jia seemed to have uncovered the truth. She secretly affirmed that she knew the real reason why Jia and Min Cheon had become so unusually energetic and active. It was all because of the suspension bridge effect. Han Jia realized that Jia and Min Cheon wanted to exploit this dangerous and thrilling situation on the deserted island to grab her attention. Han Jia's reasoning exploded. He wanted to use this eagerness and powerful appearance to subtly ease the— Han Jia told herself that she had seen through everything. She knew exactly why Jia and Min Cheon had suddenly become so energetic and acted so excessively. Every piece of the puzzle fell into place, making her feel as if she had just solved a mind-bending plot. It turned out that he also had a sly side, wanting to take advantage of this chaos to score points with her. Even though she saw right through his scheme, Han Jia couldn't help but smile, secretly admitting that he looked really cool. She told herself that the so-called suspension bridge effect was actually not realistic at all, and she seemed to have escaped its spell. Han Jia decided to let Jia and Min Cheon know the truth so he wouldn't have to strain himself any longer. She gently placed her hand on his bare shoulder and spoke, "Hey, Jia and Min Cheon, you're overdoing things a bit, aren't you? Is it all for me?" Jia and Min Cheon froze, sweat dripping down his face, as he surprisingly asked back, "Was I that obvious? I thought you wouldn't notice." Han Jia burst into a bright laugh, confidently replying, "I know you too well." Jia and Min Cheon smiled helplessly, "Nothing gets past you, does it?" "But—" Immediately after, his voice suddenly grew weak, "Let me apologize in advance." While Han Jia was still dazed and didn't understand, Jia and Min Cheon collapsed in the middle of the forest, his muscular body crashing to the ground right in front of Han Jia, leaving her completely stunned. Han Jia called out her husband's name in extreme anxiety. Seeing Jia and Min Cheon lying motionless, his face pale and his breath shallow, she could only scream in panic. Inside the makeshift tent by the beach, Han Jia anxiously placed her hand on Jia and Min Cheon's forehead to check his temperature. Feeling the burning heat radiating from him, she silently scolded him with heartache, saying he was so foolish and should have told her if he felt tired. This silent care spread, gradually filling the atmosphere with a healing vibe. Han Jia suddenly recalled his usual protective manner, how Jia and Min Cheon always seriously reminded her not to get sick or injured. Yet now, he was the one who collapsed after pushing himself to protect her all day long. Despite being exhausted, Jia and Min Cheon still trembled as he tried to push himself up, making Han Jia quickly stop him. She scolded him for going crazy and told him to lie down because he had a high fever. Jia and Min Cheon smiled weakly, trying to reassure his wife in a faint voice that he was fine and just needed to rest for a while. His survival spirit burned fiercely, fitting the trope of a male lead who doesn't know where the pause button is. Seeing him stubbornly insisting on going on to keep the fire alive and find food out of concern for their safety, Han Jia snapped because she couldn't let him take any more risks. However, Jia and Min Cheon's gaze suddenly became incredibly determined. He looked deep into his wife's eyes and therefore, Han Jia decisively roared, telling him to shut up and rest. To stop her stubborn husband, she even used a rope to tie Jia and Min Cheon tightly to a corner of the tent. "Being sick yet talking way too much. Jean Minchel struggled in shock, shouting to demand his wife untie him immediately. But Han Jia coldly replied that she would absolutely not do so. She looked at him with a deep, solemn gaze and said sarcastically, "Instead of telling me to untie you, why don't you do it yourself, okay? You're so good at showing off your strength anytime and anywhere, aren't you?" Looking at her husband's worn-out appearance, she painfully asserted that he was not healthy at all right now. Han Jia solemnly declared, "Your job is to rest, and I will go look for food." Jean Minchel still tried to drag his tied-up body to stop her, claiming he was fine and she didn't need to worry. His stubbornness made Han Jia explode. She shouted in tears, "How could I not worry about you?" She stood quietly at the tent entrance, her back filled with sadness as she realized Jean Minchel hadn't rested for a single minute since they arrived here just because he always forced himself to protect her. Han Jia turned her head slightly, asking in a low voice that froze Jean Minchel, Do you trust me?" Jean Minchel could only lower his head, mumbling an apology. "Don't say sorry anymore." She stepped forward decisively, asserting their bond and connection. No matter what, Han Jia flashed a bright smile, confidently raising her thumb to give an order. "So just trust your wife and get some rest, got it?" Faced with his wife's decisiveness, Jean Minchel gave a weak smile and whispered a sincere thank you. However, the moment she stepped out of the tent, Han Jia's calm composure completely vanished. She frantically scratched her head, screaming in belated regret, "This is crazy. I've lost my mind. What did I just blabber about? I've really lost my mind. What kind of K-drama is this?" Han Jia clutched her head and shrieked in the middle of the forest, unable to believe she had just blurted out "trust your wife." She tore at her hair, wondering what was wrong with her brain to make her say such cheesy words. Even if it was just a momentary impulse, she now had absolutely no idea how to face Jean Minchel. Han Jia told herself to control her feelings and stop wasting time on these silly thoughts. The most important goal right now was to help Jean Minchel recover, and of course, food was the top priority. Food, something that was once so abundant in the modern world. With just a touch of a button on a phone, dozens of delicious dishes from sushi and pizza to pastries would be delivered to the doorstep at any time. Once full, people would throw leftovers into the trash without a second thought, or click their tongues and say they should fast to keep in shape. A comfortable life that lasted too long had made humanity forget the primitive survival mode. We are so used to living in an abundant environment where supermarkets are always packed with food that we forget its true value. A loud rumble from her stomach dragged Han Jia back to the harsh reality, where hunger was starting to... How much time has passed since she left the tent? 3 hours, or maybe 4 hours already. Han Jia trudged through the dense forest with a bucket in her hand, sweat pouring down her haggard face. Her energy bar plummeted rapidly. Hunger and sleepiness blurred her vision, and she couldn't find anything to eat. The concept of time and direction seemed to have completely vanished in this deep green maze. She bitterly realized that humans have forgotten how difficult finding food in the wild actually is. "I don't need much, I just want to eat," Han Jia muttered in despair. Suddenly, she stopped in front of a bright red mushroom bush covered in strange black spots. The hope that had just sparked instantly died out when Han Jia realized they looked no different from poisonous mushrooms, which should absolutely not be eaten according to wilderness warnings. Looking back at the results after hours of searching, the bucket held only a single green avocado and a few tiny wild berries, completely insufficient to sustain strength for both of them. Han Jia bit her lip anxiously, wondering if she had any other choice. Her gaze turned toward the beach, where a massive pile of trash loomed right in front of her. What if she searched there? Han Jia walked toward the left side of the island, where ocean waste had accumulated into huge piles. This was the underbelly of modern society, the dark side of civilization, where all kinds of... In other words, this was the place where the chance of finding food was highest. After all, discarded food has always been a part of human civilization. Han Jia walked through the ruins, suppressing her disgust to search for a chance at survival. At this point, she had no peace of mind to demand whether the food was hot or cold. Han Jia used all her strength to lift a large wooden board, constantly praying in her heart, please, anything would do. As soon as she lifted the board, her eyes suddenly lit up when she saw creatures crawling underneath. She couldn't help but shout in absolute joy, "Oh my god, crabs!" Seeing the plump crabs, Han Jia quickly closed in to prevent them from escaping. She held her breath, whispering softly as if coaxing her prey, don't run away, don't. She gently reached out her hand, focusing intensely on the target. "Come here, very good, come here." Han Jia's face showed clear determination, knowing this was the most valuable source of protein to help Jean Minchel recover. With a swift movement, she cheered triumphantly, caught it. However, her joy was short-lived as a terrifying sound suddenly echoed right behind her. A giant water column crashed down, leaving Han Jia completely frozen, only able to gasp in utter shock, "Ah!" The scene was suddenly cut off by a hand slamming onto the TV screen. A bitter exclamation was left behind, "That's life. Life never seems to go the way Han Jia wants." From her days as a middle school girl with a spunky short haircut, to the long, turbulent vacation of her college years. Even when she had to painfully give up the novel she held so dear, everything just passed by in helplessness and irony. Han Jia could only bitterly admit, this is my life. Her life's luck was completely off track, just like a minor character constantly tormented by the writer. Standing in the middle of the seawater, she looked up at the sky and screamed in ultimate frustration, why? Why does nothing ever go my way? Even though Jia and Min Cheon was standing next to her with a gentle smile, Han Jia couldn't help but feel hopeless at the mockery of fate. She thought to herself, though it wasn't his fault, why did things have to turn out like this? Han Jia covered her drenched face, only wishing she could receive help just once in her life. She wondered if her prayers would ever be answered, or if all that remained was the terrifying silence of the ocean. Suddenly, a strange object flew out of nowhere, landing a heavy blow right on her forehead. Bam! Han Jia painfully clutched her head, her mind spinning on the deserted island. Ah, damn it, was that just a coincidence? She sat flat on the sand, feeling that everything had truly crossed the limit of her endurance. However, if the prayer had truly been answered to grant her wish, the result left Jia completely frozen with a dazed look on her face. She exclaimed in shock, what? For the divine grace bestowed upon her for salvation at this moment was none other than a tub of Musco Pro protein powder floating on the water. It was truly a blessing in the signature style of the muscle god. On the quiet deserted island night, Jia and Min Cheon slowly opened his eyes, groggily waking up after being unconscious. He sat up in the tent, feeling his body still a bit tired, but the fever seemed to have subsided. Right at that moment, Jia's figure appeared outside the tent. She looked at him with a radiant smile and softly asked, "Oh, you're awake?" Jia and Min Cheon was still bewildered, his face flushing slightly upon seeing his wife. Jia was sitting by the fire, her hands quickly stirring a steaming pot of water. The sudden warm scene of a wife caring for her husband was far more healing than all the previous drama. She excitedly announced, "Perfect timing, it's almost done." Faced with her husband's puzzled expression of, "What is almost done?" Jia turned around with a mysterious smile, proudly showing off her dedicated creation. "What do you think about protein porridge?" Beside her was the giant tub of protein powder, a gift from the ocean that she had. Han Jia carried a steaming cup of porridge and handed it directly to Jia and Min Cheon, her voice full of resentment. "Hey, Jia and Min Cheon, are you saying you can't eat this? You know, I had a really hard time getting it." Looking at the thick liquid in the cup, Jia and Min Cheon grimaced, covering his mouth in disgust as if he wanted to throw up. Despite his wife insisting that this was the protein he always loved, Jia and Min Cheon still desperately tried to explain while she tightly grabbed his shirt. "If you boil protein, all the essential amino acids will." Han Jia snapped furiously. "What nonsense are you talking about? You must really be sick." Jia and Min Cheon could only scream in grievance. "That's not it." Right at that moment, Jia and Min Cheon suddenly froze. His gaze instantly turned sharp when he noticed Han Jia's hand wrapped in pure white bandages. He decisively grabbed her wrist, his face showing absolute seriousness and extreme worry. "What happened? Your hand?" The atmosphere instantly shifted, the emotions choking up like an unannounced mood swing in a movie. Han Jia was flustered, only able to close one eye and smile awkwardly to avoid her husband's gaze. She mumbled a request. Looking at the Muscle Pro protein powder tub in his hand, Jia and Min Cheon asked in a low voice to confirm everything. "So you were swept away by the waves and injured while looking for food for me?" His eyes clearly showed a mix of heartache and regret as he realized Han Jia had risked her life for him. Han Jia's face turned beet red as she awkwardly avoided her husband's deep gaze. "It wasn't exactly for you." She did not expect Jia and Min Cheon's sincere demeanor at this moment would shake her heart so intensely. Han Jia shyly turned away, then suddenly burst out to hide her rising embarrassment. "Hey, fine. I went through a lot of trouble to get it for you, it was really hard to obtain." Seeing Jia and Min Cheon still silently lying there staring at her, she snapped, "What? Do you have a problem with that?" Han Jia slightly lowered her eyes, whispering to him not to apologize, because a sincere thank you would make her much happier. But immediately after, she panicked and stopped him. "No, wait, don't say thank you either, I'll be too embarrassed." While lost in her awkwardness, Han Jia suddenly froze when she caught an unimaginable expression on Jia and Min Cheon's face. "Jia and Min Cheon, are you crying?" Han Jia was dumbfounded to see tears rolling down the cheeks of the man who had always appeared so strong. She frantically waved her hands and feet, defending herself in a panic. "It doesn't hurt at all, you don't need to worry." In response to his wife's confusion, Jia and Min Cheon could only choke out, "I'm sorry." This was the first time since their official marriage that Han Jia had seen Jia and Min Cheon so weak and vulnerable. He covered his face with his hands, repeatedly apologizing through choked sobs for letting her suffer. Jia and Min Cheon stood frozen, covering his face and crying uncontrollably like a child in front of Han Jia. Seeing him like that, she suddenly remembered her parents, who always seemed so mature and stable in her childhood memories. As a little girl, Han Jia had always wished that when she grew up, she would become as mature as her parents. However, having reached the exact age her parents were back then, she bitterly realized that she still couldn't be as mature and sensible as they were. Han Jia had once talked with her father about maturity, but he told her that he himself had never felt like a truly mature person. She felt as if she was still in her teenage years, and perhaps only when people have children do they begin to make an effort to appear mature and gradually get used to it. Maturity turned out not to be an automatic buff unlocked by human age. People call that very effort maturity. Looking at the tears rolling down Jin Min Cheol's face, Han Jia suddenly realized something important. She had always relied on Jin Min Cheol, a person who sometimes seemed foolish but possessed an incredibly steadfast heart. In reality, there were times when Jin Min Cheol appeared to be very mature. Just like many other adults, he always tried to act strong to hide his inner vulnerabilities, just like the crybaby boy in her memories from years ago. His strong facade gradually peeled away, revealing the most genuine, soft-hearted version of himself inside. In this highly emotional moment, Han Jia decisively raised her finger and shouted loudly, "Stop!" She scolded her weeping husband, "Why are you crying? Look at you, you are already this old and still sitting here crying. Do you think crying will change anything?" This was Han Jia's specialty number 21, a similarity that she herself in the past had approved of. Seeing her overly serious expression, Jin Min Cheol was momentarily stunned and then burst into laughter. Jin Min Cheol collapsed backward, laughing out loud with pure delight. "Ha, Jia, what on earth was that?" Looking at her husband's bright smile under the firelight, Han Jia also smiled gently with warmth and tenderness. Amidst the quiet space of the deserted island at night, Jin Min Cheol's laughter still echoed happily. "Oh, look at you, you didn't mince your words at all when speaking to your teacher." Jin Min Cheol looked at Jia and confessed, "I feel like my mother is really here." Jia smiled back, "Right? Even I was surprised by the resemblance." She excitedly asked about her husband's health, "So how are you doing? Do you feel any better?" Jin Min Cheol squinted his eyes with a smile, joking that he did not just feel better but felt like he was on a vacation. Jia burst out laughing, "You are exaggerating, huh?" Jin Min Cheol was still in disbelief. "I thought I was dreaming when I saw you bringing the protein." Jia agreed, "Me too, who would have thought we'd find protein powder?" Suddenly, Jin Min Cheol looked at her with a deep, solemn gaze and softly uttered, "I'm sorry." He sincerely confessed, "You have suffered so much because of me, I am truly sorry." Jia fell silent, lowering her head slightly, her eyes filled with contemplation at her husband's continuous apologies. A serious atmosphere gently spread, like a moment where a character begins to unlock emotional growth. She spoke up decisively, "Listen, Jin Min Cheol." Jia folded her arms, seriously correcting him, "There are times when you need to—" She asserted that it was a bad habit and merely a form of avoidance. Jia looked deep into Jin Min Cheol's eyes, gently touched his chin, and explained. "Whether at work or in social relationships, there will be times when you need to apologize, even if it is not your fault. But at least with me, never apologize without a good reason. Do you understand, you dummy?" She playfully flicked Jin Min Cheol's forehead with her finger, making him cry out in pain. Jin Min Cheol asked in confusion, "What should I have said in this situation when you got hurt while looking for food for me?" Jia smiled gently and replied, "I don't know, you dummy. Are you a child or what? Why are you asking me that?" Jin Min Cheol flashed a warm smile. He reached out to gently stroke her hair and praised her softly, "Jia, you did a great job. It's not too bad." Jia turned her head away slightly, smiling contentedly, "Thank you." "You are welcome." Jin Min Cheol added another sentence that made her heart flutter, "I survived all because of you." Jia responded excitedly, "Oh, that sounds pretty good." But at that very moment, Jin Min Cheol suddenly confessed, "I like you." Jia completely froze, her cheeks blushing with embarrassment. Before she could react, Jin Min Cheol buried his head in Han Jia's shoulder, repeating his intense confession, "I like you, Han Jia." Han Jia panicked, her eyes widening in shock as she asked hurriedly, "What makes you like this? Do you feel unwell?" Jin Min Cheol still held her tightly, replying coaxingly, "I am sick, that is why you have to take care of me, Jia." The guy decisively pinned Han Jia down to the 10th floor, making her scream in confusion, "What? Wow! What are you doing? Hey, let go of me!" Han Jia's face flushed red, her heart beating wildly as she felt Jin Min Cheol's warm breath right next to her. In the middle of the deserted island under the quiet night sky, the tiny tent suddenly became shimmering with floating pink hearts. Under the blazing sun of the deserted island, heavy panting sounds echoed continuously, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Han Jia walked closer, looking at her husband with an exasperated expression. "What are you doing?" Jin Min Cheol cheerfully replied, "Oh, Han Jia, good morning." Han Jia furiously yelled, "Good morning my foot! You are a patient, why are you doing this kind of thing?" Jin Min Cheol nonchalantly explained that, having just finished his sentence, the guy had already completed 5 sets of gym exercises. Han Jia was speechless and asked, "Are you seriously planning to work out even in this situation? We are both starving and hot, don't you feel exhausted?" His gym spirit burned so fiercely that even survival logic had to step aside. Jin Min Cheol suddenly became full of energy, his face glowing as he asserted that a healthy mind must rely on a healthy body. He confidently declared, in such a dire situation, isn't physical exercise even more necessary? What do you think, Jia? Want to try working out with me? Han Jia looked at her gym-obsessed husband flexing his bulging muscles and could only drop a flat-out response, no way. Sitting quietly on the sandy beach, watching Jia and Min Cheon diligently doing pull-ups on a tree branch, Han Jia thought to herself that several days had passed since they were stranded in this place. So many things had happened since they first arrived, from the terrifying tsunami and the time Jia and Min Cheon fell ill and collapsed, to the encounter with a venomous snake and their struggling efforts to start a fire. There were dangerous moments that seemed impossible to overcome when everything around them was in total chaos. Yet, seeing Jia and Min Cheon's steady figure right now, Han Jia suddenly felt that everything would be fine. She softly called out, "Hey, Jia and Min Cheon." As soon as he turned around with a puzzled look, Han Jia proactively walked over and hugged him tightly from behind. Jia and Min Cheon bewilderedly called his wife's name, Jia. Jia and Min Cheon was still holding Han Jia tightly in his arms. He softly wondered if this affectionate action was a punishment for the unsettling things he had caused last night. Han Jia blushed, pretending to be innocent and claiming she had no idea what he was talking about. However, the romantic atmosphere suddenly shattered when shouting in a foreign language echoed from the forest. The rescue team had found them. Han Jia froze, her eyes wide with shock upon seeing her parents unexpectedly appear right in the middle of the deserted island. Witnessing their daughter and son-in-law wearing skimpy leaf outfits and hugging passionately, Han Jia's mother quickly pulled her husband's arm, intending to slip away. She softly suggested that the kids seemed busy, so they should take a walk around the area and return later. Jia and Min Cheon panicked and used his body to shield his wife. Meanwhile, Han Jia desperately screamed, begging her parents to let her come along immediately because she did not want to remain stuck in this ironic situation for even another second. Once back in a fully equipped room, Han Jia sat blankly on the bed with an entirely lifeless face, even drooling due to extreme shock. Her parents stood nearby, watching anxiously, thinking that the trauma of being stranded in harsh survival had exceeded their daughter's limit. Han Jia's spirit was completely shattered after a plot twist that dealt massive damage. But in reality, what caused Han Jia to break down to the point of turning to stone was a harsh truth. The place they thought was it turned out that their location was discovered thanks to a passing ship that spotted the fire they lit and reported it to the rescue team. Han Jia stood on the rock, looking at the messy piles of trash around her, bitterly realizing she had been far too naive. The entire survival journey suddenly felt like a painful, self-inflicted hard mode challenge. She secretly blamed herself for not realizing this sooner, instead of foolishly plunging headfirst into such a grueling survival ordeal. She chided herself for failing to see a simple logic: if where they stayed was truly an isolated deserted island, there was no way such a large amount of household waste could have accumulated. While Han Jia was still drowning in regret, her parents could only sigh in relief, telling themselves that the most important thing was both of them returning safe and sound. Her father recounted that when the two went missing, her mother wept and worried about her constantly. They concluded their turbulent trip with a stroll along the beach. Jia and Min Cheon carried Han Jia on his back just like before, but this time, the difference was they had truly become husband and wife. In a luxurious office, the powerful woman lightly tapped her fingers on the table, demanding in a high-pressure tone. "Do you not understand my words, Editor-in-Chief?" The Editor-in-Chief could only remain silent, his face visibly tense under his superior's pressure. Staring at Han Jia's picture on the screen, the woman sneered. Everything started on the day the two of them returned after the incident on the island. Right at the airport, a reporter quickly approached them. "Excuse me, Ms. Han Jia, would you mind if we did a quick interview?" The news of a Korean couple going missing during their vacation had become a hot topic across newspapers and television. Not being the type to shy away from attention, Han Jia happily agreed to the interview right before heading back to the country. However, Jia and Min Cheon's action took her completely by surprise. In the middle of the interview, he quietly raised his hand to block the harsh sunlight from Han Jia. It was a small but emotionally powerful gesture, enough to make viewers swoon. Jia and Min Cheon's silent gesture of care left Han Jia blushing with emotion. She quietly felt the warm protection of her husband right in front of the camera lens. This was also the very moment that made their interview end impressively, attracting millions of views on YouTube. Back to reality at the second cafe, a girl with long black hair was engrossed in re-watching that clip on her phone. She turned to tease, "So, did you enjoy anything yet?" The viral level is soaring, just like a healing couple clip taking over the entire internet recommendation feed. Han Jia could only show a speechless face, breaking into a cold sweat as she asked back, "Enjoy what?" Naji dreamily imagined the scene of being stranded on a deserted island. According to her, it wasn't just a survival crisis or piling conflicts. Rather, amidst countless difficulties, an intense love would blossom brilliantly. The image of a muscular Jia and Min Cheon protecting Han Jia in an outfit made of leaves appeared highly romantic. The imagination ended with bold, intimate. Witnessing her junior's excessive speculation, Han Jia could only remain silent with an expressionless face. She furiously snapped, "What on earth are you talking about?" Naji still laughed mischievously, teasing that what else could a newlywed couple living alone on a deserted island do? She even brought up the fact that people in rural areas often have many children as a suggestive illustration, begging Han Jia to tell her more interesting stories. Han Jia sighed, realizing that Na-ji really loved talking about such sensitive topics. She tried to maintain a serious look, reminding her junior that being shipwrecked was no joke. Han Jia explained that in such a place, you would feel very hungry, very hot, and... Na-ji asked curiously, and, making Han Jia suddenly freeze. Passionate images of Jia and Min Cheon suddenly flooded Han Jia's mind. From his muscular, toned physique to the moments they passionately clung to each other right inside the tent. It all played back vividly like a slow-motion movie. Her emotional memory suddenly replayed without warning, causing Han Jia's heart rate to instantly exceed the safety limit. She blushed deeply, sweat pouring down in embarrassment as she realized she indeed had undeniable moments. Na-ji saw right through her and delivered a fatal blow. You actually enjoyed it, didn't you? Han Jia screamed in panic, what, but Na-ji wouldn't let it go, complaining enviously about having to work twice as hard to make up for the manager who was busy having fun with her husband. Just as Han Jia yelled to defend herself, I was not having fun, a cold voice suddenly echoed from behind, is it that fun? Both of them startled in terror as they noticed the sudden appearance of a powerful figure right behind them. Yeonju stood there with her arms crossed, her eyes sharp behind her glasses, speaking in an authoritative voice, to the point of neglecting your work, huh? Han Jia was startled, stammering out to her boss. Without giving Han Jia a chance to explain, Yeonju turned to Nari, who was trembling like a leaf. Nari, where is the inventory list I asked you to do? Nari stammered in explanation that she only needed to count the remaining almond cookies at the counter over there. Immediately, Yeonju turned back to Han Jia, and what about you, Manager Han? Seeing her subordinate's embarrassment, Yeonju flashed a meaningful smile, can we talk for a moment? As night fell, Han Jia stood in front of the apartment building with a heavy heart. Yeonju's instructions still rang in her ears, go to the place I told you after work. Make sure to be on time. Standing in front of the elevator, Han Jia let out a long sigh. She tremblingly pulled out her phone to check, cold sweat dripping down as she saw the screen showing more than 10 missed calls from Yeonju. Han Jia wondered in panic, this can't be happening, right? Han Jia's face turned pale as she thought to herself, yep, I'm doomed. The reason she couldn't make it on time was due to a heavy workload. But thinking back to her university days made her even more anxious. For someone with an impulsive personality who never made plans, facing the extremely strict and persistently angry Yeonju was absolute torture. Han Jia told herself that maybe she should just hit her own head against the wall the moment they met to get it over with. Arriving at Yeonju's apartment, Han Jia was surprised to find the door wide open. Han Jia timidly stepped in, carrying bags in both hands, her mouth constantly apologizing. Choi Yeonju, I'm so sorry for not contacting you before coming. However, what caught her eyes was an unbelievable sight. Choi Yeonju was wearing a clown glasses with a bright red nose, staring at her blankly. The cold boss image she had just built suddenly took a massive turn. Han Jia stood frozen in surprise, completely shocked to see the surrounding space filled with balloons and vibrant party banners. Han Jia stood frozen at the sight of Choi Yeonju wearing the odd clown nose and glasses, holding a decorative ribbon amidst a pile of balloons. Choi Yeonju sighed helplessly. Han Jia, seriously, I told you not to come early, why on earth did you arrive an hour early? Han Jia scratched her head and explained with an awkward smile, I'm sorry, I thought you were very angry, so... Choi Yeonju was still not appeased, well, I am indeed angry. Han Jia immediately coaxed her cutely, come on, don't be like that. The two sat together on the sofa amidst the colorful party atmosphere. Han Jia asked curiously, when did you prepare all of this? Choi Yeonju casually replied, I've been preparing since early morning. Hearing this, Han Jia exclaimed touchingly, I'm so touched. Choi Yeonju scolded her affectionately, Han Jia, you make it sound like I'm a very stingy person. Han Jia quickly waved her hands to correct herself, then quickly fed a bite of food to her boss, here, eat this and forget about it. Even though her mouth said no, Choi Yeonju still obedient. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Yeonju softly called Han Jia's name and suddenly rushed forward to hug her tightly. Her cold exterior completely vanished, revealing the sincere worry she had hidden for so long. Yeonju sobbed and scolded her, I was worried sick, you dummy, you disappeared without saying a word. Are you hurt anywhere? Witnessing her sister's genuine concern, Han Jia gently comforted her, I'm sorry for making you worry. I'm fine, so please calm down, Sister Yeonju. Yeonju quickly regained her composure. She let go of Han Jia and suddenly brought up the past, speaking of which, Han Jia, I saw your interview. You had quite a good time, didn't you? Han Jia blushed in embarrassment and pleaded with her boss to stop teasing her. With the deserted island memory brought up again, Han Jia's embarrassment bar instantly reached critical levels. Yeonju thoughtfully asked if anyone had contacted her after that incident, causing Han Jia to ask back in confusion, what do you mean? Yeonju leisurely explained today's reality where people suddenly become famous after just a few interviews or entertainment shows, thereby becoming influencers. Han Jia brushed off her boss's worry with a nonchalant face. Oh come on, be realistic. I just became trending on YouTube, so it's not like that. Facing the highly skeptical gaze and the question really, from Seo Suyeon, Han Jia confidently asserted that she had wiped out all traces, from her email address to her social media accounts. She smugly thought that now no one could find her except for a few close friends, as they wouldn't be able to contact her no matter how hard they tried. However, Seo Suyeon just smiled gently at her phone and asked back Right at this moment, a message from the manager of Iomi Entertainment appeared on Cha Suyeon's phone screen, seeking information about Han Jia at the Hyrie Cafe. Seeing her boss remain silent, Han Jia excitedly suggested, "Hey, I'm not full yet, I can still eat more." To protect her younger friend's peace, Cha Suyeon decisively pressed the button to delete that tempting invitation. In a modern office building, the sound of a computer mouse clicked steadily amid the focused working environment. Jin Min Cheon paused, his eyes narrowing with suspicion as he caught sight of an unfamiliar message on his screen. A greeting from the manager of Iomi Entertainment appeared, praising his famous biceps, which completely froze Jin Min Cheon in his tracks. Sudden fame arrived too quickly, causing Jin Min Cheon's brain to officially enter a loading state. Shocked, the guy questioned himself, "What is this?" and just sat there dazed at his desk, staring blankly at the surprising invitation displaying right before his eyes. He absent-mindedly went to make a cup of instant coffee, but his mind remained glued to the news on his phone. Content about a couple over 35 in difficult circumstances on a deserted island was spreading like wildfire. While he was lost in thought, his colleague's urgent voices calling out. An excited female colleague eagerly showed her phone and bragged, "Manager, do you know that the incident between you and your wife on the deserted island is very famous?" She did not spare any words praising his sweet action of shielding his wife from the sun as absolutely wonderful. Jin Min Cheon could only blush, stuttering in response with extreme embarrassment. However, she suddenly changed to a coquettish tone, putting her hand on her forehead and making a bold request. "Putting that aside, manager. If you are comfortable with it, could you shield me from the sun too, just this once?" Returning home, Han Jia was stunned upon hearing the story, blankly sipping her drink with an expressionless face. With her jealousy meter just starting up, her inner mind was already stirring up a high-level storm. She asked back in shock, "Did such a thing really happen at your workplace?" Jin Min Cheon lay exhaustedly on the sofa, covering his eyes with his hand as he admitted, "That's right, we weren't even that close, yet she said that." I was quite surprised. Han Jia only glanced at him and let out an implying him. But Jin Min Cheon was still flustered by his colleague's request. Looking at his wife through his glasses, he hesitantly asked, "Should I have done that?" As soon as the question was raised, Han Jia casually replied, "No, why on earth would you?" Jin Min Cheon sighed in relief and explained, "I felt it wasn't right, so I didn't do it." Han Jia smiled slightly, but waves began. She looked at Jin Min Cheon and curiously probed, "What?" Han Jia began listing a harsh truth. "There are also a few other people who want you to do the same thing as in that video with them." It turned out that the video clip of Jin Min Cheon shading his wife from the sun had become too popular. It suddenly made him the ideal type for the female co-workers at his company. Han Jia asked resentfully, "Why don't you do it? Shading from the sun, why don't you just go ahead and do it?" Jin Min Cheon froze, looking at her in utter disbelief before asking back, "Is that okay?" Instantly, Han Jia jumped up and yelled, "Hey, why are you asking me that?" Jin Min Cheon could only remain silent. He secretly thought that she would feel sad about it at first. Seeing her husband's serious expression, Han Jia broke into a bright smile and confidently declared, "I, Han Jia, am not that narrow-minded." Jin Min Cheon could only watch his wife in speechless silence as she acted incredibly generous and magnanimous. However, that was only what happened 4 hours ago. Late into the night, while Jin Min Cheon wore his sleep mask and fell into a deep slumber, Han Jia lay awake, staring blankly at the ceiling with her eyes wide open. Looking at her temporary husband sleeping soundly, Han Jia was extremely annoyed. She reached out and poked his cheek hard while secretly cursing this damn jerk. Her jealousy began to flare up, making it impossible for her to close her eyes. She felt like she was going crazy with jealousy, yet this guy was sleeping as peacefully as a baby. Determined not to let him sleep peacefully, Han Jia decided to issue a punishment. She firmly grabbed Jin Min Cheon's muscular arm, pulling it hard toward her to use as a pillow. Han Jia snuggled into his chest, enjoying the warmth while gloatingly wondering if his arm would be numb tomorrow. Han Jia lay there watching Jin Min Cheon deep in sleep. She silently thought that a jerk like him deserved to be punished like this. She reached out, gently touching and caressing the wedding ring on his finger. The wedding ring sparkled under the dim light, creating a flutter stronger than any love confession. Han Jia mumbled petulantly, how dare he wear it without her permission? She kept her eyes fixed on their intertwined hands, staring at the proof of their marriage. Late at night, Han Jia finally fell into a deep sleep. She peacefully rested her head on her husband's muscular arm. Jin Min Cheon suddenly woke up and gently pulled up his sleep mask. He was stunned to find his wife sleeping soundly right next to him. He quietly Jean Minchel could not help but reach out to gently caress her cheek, his eyes filled with love and protectiveness. He gently pulled Han Jia close, placing a soft kiss on her forehead as if afraid to wake his beloved. Time just slipped away, and Jean Minchel blankly realized that he had spent another sleepless night just watching his wife. The next morning in the kitchen, Han Jia was leisurely sipping her hot morning coffee. Meanwhile, Jean Minchel was grimacing in pain, constantly shaking and massaging his numb arm. The karma of using his arm as her pillow had officially taken its toll right at the start of the new day. Seeing her husband's miserable state, Han Jia secretly flashed a mischievous smile and pretended to ask, "Hey, what's wrong with your arm? Does it hurt?" Jean Minchel winced and replied that his arm was incredibly numb. Han Jia felt secretly smug that her teasing had been a complete success, though she also felt a little guilty. As for Jean Minchel, he still innocently wondered if he had overtrained his arms the day before. Wanting to take care of her husband's numb arm, Han Jia gently suggested, "Hey, let me apply a cooling patch for you. Take off your shirt." Jean Minchel awkwardly tried to refuse, feeling it was unnecessary. But Han Jia firmly cut him off, "Be quiet. To me, it is necessary." Facing his wife's determination, Jean Minchel had no choice but to smile, revealing his toned muscles as he took off his shirt for her care. Han Jia quietly watched, clearly sensing. Jean Minchel let out a cheesy flirting line, suddenly making the atmosphere suffocating. "Maybe it is because you were the one who covered me with the blanket?" Han Jia froze with a blank face in front of this direct attack. Right after that, she exploded, scolding and punching her husband's back to hide her embarrassment. "Hey, why are you saying such scary things first thing in the morning?" The scene shifts to the office, where the steady sound of the printer signals the start of another busy day. Jean Minchel appears at the company in a neat casual shirt, quietly standing by the printer to prepare something highly secretive. All of a sudden, he pulls out a hand fan shaped like his own hand. The female colleagues around could only stare blankly at the quirky item that he had designed himself. Pushing up his glasses with a confident look, Jean Minchel solemnly declared, "I am already married, so please understand." His pride in flexing his wife reached the ceiling, almost turning the company corridor into a romance movie set. His face shone brightly with pride, leaving his colleagues frozen at this unbelievable level of self-love. The female colleagues shuddered, getting goosebumps at his cheesy claim of ownership. They could only scream in horror and run away because they could not stand this atmosphere for another second. Left alone in the hallway, Jean Minchel collapsed onto the floor, holding his head and groaning, "Ugh, this is too hard." Though feeling extremely embarrassed, he secretly thought Han Jia would definitely like it if she knew he had come up with this fake hand solution to avoid touching others, so he quickly took a photo to show off. This situation handling, though bizarre, was deeply in his style of being helplessly in love with his wife. Suddenly, he remembered that he had not yet told her about the scout message from the entertainment company Iomian regarding his famous biceps title. Jean Minchel stared thoughtfully at his phone, wondering what Han Jia would say when she saw these recruitment messages to join the entertainment industry. Meanwhile, at the cafe, Han Jia also had a very thoughtful and serious look on her face, as if she was brewing some kind of plan. Jean Minchel's smile suddenly became gentler and warmer than ever as he thought about his wife's reaction. He casually waved and greeted, "Hey, it's been a while, right? How have you been lately?" Han Jia, without showing any courtesy, coldly replied, "We are not open yet, so please leave, sir." The man seemed surprised by this icy reception. "Wow, you don't even plan to welcome me? What's wrong with the service here?" He stubbornly refused to leave. "Since I'm already here anyway, can I order a drink?" Han Jia still firmly asserted, "We are not open yet." However, this uninvited guest seemed to have no idea what giving up meant. He slightly smirked and made a bizarre request. "Alright, then, I'd like a hot iced Americano, please, and thanks a lot." Han Jia maintained her professional smile, but annoyance was clear in her eyes. The man casually looked around and remarked, "A lot of people have been ordering that drink lately. Is it a trend or something?" While Han Jia cursed under her breath, "Who knows," he continued. "I heard it's the signature menu item of this cafe." Han Jia narrowed her eyes, flashing a bright yet murderous smile. "Yes, please wait a moment, our beloved customer." Witnessing the tense confrontation, the female employee standing next to her could only tremble with worry. "Manager, is it really okay to do that?" Han Jia turned around to prepare the drink, her face turning dark and terrifying as she uttered a bone-chilling reply. "It's fine, it's totally fine. It's the fault of the person who ordered this drink." Han Jia cursed inwardly while personally preparing the bizarre drink. She placed the glass on the table with an extremely forced smile. "Thank you for waiting. Sir, here is the hot iced Americano you ordered." The man stared at the second version of the drink. He took a sip and sighed. "Ah, this is indeed life." Suddenly, the guest brought a device to his mouth and took a deep breath. Nari, standing nearby, panicked and tried to stop him. "Sir, smoking is not allowed in the shop." The man asked blankly, "Huh," and then casually explained that it was just a medical device. He even teasingly asked if the shop banned medical equipment, leaving Nari with no choice but to frantically apologize for her mistake. Han Jia furiously interrupted, "Stop teasing her and just tell me what you came here for. I'm not here for business." The guest, who was actually chief editor Na Yang-deok, slowly pulled out his phone. "Well, to be honest, I came for this, I suppose." Looking at the screen displaying her interview on the island, Han Jia's face darkened. "So you did come for business?" Seeing her ask if he intended to write another article, Na Yang-deok advised her to take advantage and make a profit while she was still popular. He casually remarked that her interview had become quite famous, so she must have made a tidy sum. Jia let out a gloomy sigh. "A tiny bit? I haven't even earned a single penny here. I shouldn't have done the interview because it only makes life more exhausting." Na Yang-deok narrowed his eyes. If that's the case. He began busily tapping on his phone to calculate based on the hourly wage, views, and potential of the video. Jia curiously leaned close and asked what he was doing, but Na Yang-deok just silently focused on the numbers. Finally, he showed her the results, leaving Jia completely frozen, her eyes wide open in sheer shock at the massive figure displayed on the screen. Jia stared at the unbelievable numbers on the screen and snapped suspiciously, "You must be joking with me, there's no way you can fool me that easily." Na Yang-deok remained calm, asserting that this was absolutely the realistic amount he had calculated from highly confidential information. He leaned in close and pointed suggestively, "I'm not joking, this is the amount I calculated, this is top secret information." Na Yang-deok revealed that the interview she participated on YouTube was actually affiliated with his own company. He secretly felt regretful, thinking that if only Jia had partnered with his company from the very beginning, she would have been able to make a— Han Jia crossed her arms, glaring at the editor with a judgmental look. "Oh, I get it. You're here to tell me that I'm wrong, aren't you? Are you enjoying this?" This greedy man responded to her anger with only a sinister smile. Na Yang-deok casually uttered a sentence that froze Han Jia in her tracks. "Han Jia, you are still under my management." To her shock, he began digging up the past about an old contract from the time Han Jia was still a writer. It was the contract linking the management company and the production company she used to work with. He reminded her of Section 17, Paragraph 3 of the contract, stating that unless there was a notice of termination, it would automatically renew every year. Na Yang-deok continued to press her, "And you, Han Jia, you unilaterally cut off all contact with us. You even ignored us, so based on what you explained, our contract is still in effect, probably." He stared deep into Han Jia's wavering eyes, slightly curling his lips to ask provocatively, "How about it, Han Jia? Are you interested?" This sudden legal twist caused her headache level to spike past the red alert threshold. Han Jia fell into silence. Outside the shop, amidst the bustling streets, a luxury car suddenly pulled over to the curb. The powerful woman sitting inside rolled down the window, looked at Na Yang-deok, and offered words of praise. Na Yang-deok bowed respectfully, assuring his boss that she didn't need to worry. When asked about the results, he confidently raised a smug thumb. "Got it, I knew it." Inside the luxury car, the powerful woman slightly smirked and asked about the status of the YouTube channel. Na Yang-deok confidently confirmed that everything was going smoothly and they were about to sign an important contract. When she pressed further on whether any arising issues had been completely resolved, he only gave a suggestive smile. "Well, perhaps so." The woman requested to let Director Cha handle the scheduling. Na Yang-deok casually replied, yes, I know," but in his heart, he couldn't help but wonder how she could know everything so clearly. Na Yang-deok continued to delve deep into the contract matter, thinking that Han Jia would surely panic if she heard it mentioned. He curiously asked how she could be so sure that everything would go so smoothly. The woman smiled schemingly, believing that even if Han Jia was tired of writing, this was a completely different story now that everything was already hyped up. She asserted that Na Yang-deok could not regret it, as the benefits from the contract Han Jia had signed in the past were too obvious. Unless Han Jia was the type— The atmosphere in the car suddenly exploded as the woman grew red with anger. She shrieked in interrogation, "PD Na, what on earth did you buy?" Na Yang-deok calmly drove on, innocently defending himself that he had only bought exactly what she asked for, which was a hot iced Americano. This fateful Americano immediately escalated into a world-class taste bud-destroying weapon upon its arrival. However, the secret lay in the super spicy capsaicin powder he had secretly slipped in, leaving the powerful boss choking in bitterness. Na Yang-deok, far from being upset, instead let out a deeply sinister smile. He muttered to himself, "Well then, I should wrap up the final step," and then decisively tapped a command on his phone to activate the next phase of his plan. Meanwhile, at the apartment as night fell, Han Jia tiredly pushed the door open and mumbled, "I'm home." Yet, what awaited her was not peace, but the dead serious face of Jia and Min Cheon. Standing with his arms crossed, he stared at his wife with a sharp gaze from behind his glasses and coldly asked, "You're back?" Han Jia flinched, cold sweat dripping down as she felt the heavy pressure radiating from her husband. Jia and Min Cheon stepped closer, looking straight into her eyes, and firmly requested, "Can we—" In the small kitchen, the atmosphere suddenly became suffocating as Jia and Min Cheon sat silently with an extremely unpredictable expression. In general, this guy's expressions usually have only very minor changes, making it extremely difficult for the person opposite him to know what he is actually thinking. Even when comparing his daily facial expressions and his face during high-intensity training, Jin Min Cheon still looks no different. But today, Han Jia clearly sensed a huge difference behind that quiet face. Jin Min Cheon was in an extremely frustrated state. He silently searched through his backpack with a cold face, not even bothering to pay attention to his wife. Seeing her husband's strange attitude, Han Jia broke into a cold sweat out of nervousness. She anxiously asked in a low voice, "Is something wrong, Jin Min Cheon? Is there something bothering you?" Han Jia silently recalled the fifth clause in their contract, which stated that communication must be the top priority if any issue arose. Seeing that Jin Min Cheon remained silent and put his hand over his face in a look of dead-end frustration, she hesitantly suggested, "Should we bring this up before we start?" Jin Min Cheon explained in a low voice that this was a toy lie detector. Han Jia realized he had prepared it long ago, and now, the first round between them officially began to uncover the truth behind their conflicts. Despite some hesitation, Han Jia agreed to participate. "Alright, let's just say I am playing." However, looking at the device on the table, she still couldn't help but doubt its necessity. A lie detector. But do we really have to do this? Han Jia leaned on the table, looking straight into her husband's eyes and questioning him, "Don't you trust me?" Jin Min Cheon turned his face away, coldly replying with a sentence that made the atmosphere even heavier. "It's not that I don't trust you, it's that I don't trust myself." Jin Min Cheon softly suggested that if Han Jia found it bothersome, he would be the only one wearing the device. Han Jia bowed her head, clearly embarrassed, and stammered in denial, "No, that's not what I meant." She secretly marveled at how good Jin Min Cheon was at persuading, leaving her with no ground to object. To regain her momentum, Han Jia flashed a challenging smile. "Do you think I'm afraid?" The atmosphere suddenly became dramatic as the second round of the truth game officially began. Jin Min Cheon casually yielded the priority. "I was the one who suggested playing, so you ask first." Han Jia secretly wondered why he was so confident. Han Jia stared straight at Jin Min Cheon and pressed him with a question. "Jin Min Cheon, are you angry?" Jin Min Cheon maintained a calm expression, coldly replying, "I'm not." The space suddenly fell into a suffocating silence, making Han Jia break out in a cold sweat from anxiety. Shocked, she began to panic and question herself. What? Was my assumption wrong? Looking closely at Jin Min Cheon's sweating face, Han Jia silently confirmed that he was definitely angry. Suddenly, the lie detector gave a powerful shock, causing Jin Min Cheon to scream in pain. "Ah! That hurts." Witnessing the truth being revealed, Han Jia smiled smugly. She thought to herself that he was indeed angry, leaving no more doubt about this dummy. Jin Min Cheon looked at the device and muttered that its intensity seemed to have been cranked up too high. He did not forget to turn and warn Han Jia in a serious voice, "You have to be really careful, Han Jia." Han Jia began to feel nervous, wondering what he was cooking up to ask her. Seeing Jin Min Cheon urge, "My turn," she could only stammer in response, "Ah, that's right." Jin Min Cheon took a breath, looked straight into his wife's eyes, and decisively delivered the Immediately, a series of secret sins began to flash through Han Jia's mind like a slow-motion movie. From sneakily eating spicy stir-fried squid at midnight, to blatantly lying via text that she had worked out when she had not lifted a finger at all. She vividly remembered the lavish snack feasts, and the time she stuffed herself full right after finishing a workout. Those guilty memories flooded back, catching Han Jia completely off guard. Suddenly, a loud "ah, it hurts," rang out as the lie detector gave a sharp shock, even though she had not even opened her mouth to answer. Han Jia screamed in panic, "What the heck? What is this? I haven't even answered the question yet." Jin Min Cheon calmly pushed up his glasses, muttering to himself that he must have bought a cheap toy for it to malfunction like this. Enraged, Han Jia questioned him, "What kind of trash did you get, anyway?" Without giving her a chance to cool down, Jin Min Cheon reminded her, "Han Jia, it's your turn." Han Jia glared with determination, firmly asking the question she had been wondering for so long. "Fine, let me ask you this. Why are you so angry?" Jin Min Cheon looked at Han Jia with an inquiring gaze and asked directly, "What is going on between you and them?" Han Jia jumped up in shock, cold sweat dripping down as her secret was exposed. "Wait, how do you know them?" Jin Min Cheon began to explain the root cause of everything. As it turned out, right after the shocking events on the deserted island, he had received a mysterious message from the manager of IOMIAN, claiming they were protecting someone and felt very happy. Jin Min Cheon firmly stated that the entertainment company IOMIAN had emailed him some questions. Just as he was about to ask her what to do, another email arrived, mentioning that a contract including Han Jia had been established. Jin Min Cheon spoke in a low voice, saying he felt abandoned because she had made a choice on something that concerned them both. Han Jia froze, asking herself in bewilderment, the events on the deserted island, the emails from IOMIAN, but how come she had never received any? She couldn't help but wonder what on earth was going on. Han Jia secretly guessed that perhaps everything started when that name appeared. The image of the editor Na Yang-deok with a smug smile on his phone flashed back, making her shudder. Han Jia felt an ominous premonition when he contacted Jia and Min Cheon. She wondered how he got his email, and why he kept this a secret from her. Why did he do that? What was happening behind? Jia sighed softly. She crossed her arms, contemplating where she should even begin to explain. A memory of the past that she had tried her best to forget, a mess from a long time ago, was gradually resurfacing. It felt exactly like reopening an old Word document from 5 years ago, only to realize she had never hit the save button. The truth was, this specific memory was also causing Jia and Min Cheon pain. He bowed his head, not saying she was wrong, but his silence was filled with heavy thoughts. Jia and Min Cheon was flustered, sweat pouring down from tension. Jia looked at him deeply and spoke, "At least you could say something if you are angry." She decisively stepped forward, "Hey, Jia and Min Cheon." Jia picked up a beer can and said in a low voice, "This is going to take a while. Are you confident you can sit through the whole story?" Jia and Min Cheon swallowed hard in extreme suspense. Under the glittering city lights at night, Jia began to open her heart. "So, the story I'm about to tell is about my past, about a shameful writer named Han Jia." Memory took her back to the old days. A young girl with long hair stared at a stack of documents with a deeply troubled expression. A hand slammed down decisively on the paper, alongside a red stamp ready to be pressed. The man opposite her looked at her with pure admiration and asserted firmly, "You are a genius." Han Jia smiled gently as she recalled those years. It was a time when she was still a proud young girl with an intense passion for writing. Her youth back then was almost entirely fueled by strong black coffee. She could lie on her bed for hours in her familiar sportswear, immersing herself in the world of books to find inspiration. Meanwhile, in another workspace, the rapid sound of typing echoed through the quiet space. Jia and Min Cheon sat with his knees pulled up on his chair, his eyes glued to the computer screen with intense concentration. Each line of code appeared under his swift hands, and even the sweat trickling down his forehead could not distract him. Suddenly, the light from the phone flashed, breaking the silence. Jia and Min Cheon picked up the device, his gaze suddenly turning sharp and filled with astonishment at the information appearing on the screen. Right at that moment, Han Jia's phone also rang. She nonchalantly answered. "Hello, yes, this is Han Jia speaking." Hearing the other side introduce themselves as being from a publishing house, Han Jia did not hesitate to flatly reject them. "Publisher? No thanks, I'm not interested." However, shocking news from the other side made her sit up instantly, her eyes widening in disbelief. "What?" Han Jia felt embarrassed when she heard the title of the Fire Chicken author. She stammered, explaining that it was just an ordinary name. Faced with the excessive praise, she hurriedly denied it, "And I'm not a genius or anything." "You are too kind, even though this is the first time we've met." Even though Han Jia insisted that she wasn't that kind of extraordinary person, the editor remained firm, "That wasn't a compliment, it's the truth." Han Jia began to hesitate, wondering if she should be honest about her actual abilities right now. Na Yang-deok bluntly gave his review of her work, "It's terrible. It doesn't follow any grammatical rules, and I dare say its aesthetic is like Instagram." Han Jia froze, being ruthlessly criticized for her internet style of writing. But then he added an unexpected remark, "However, that doesn't matter, it's very fun to read." He continued to point out how extraordinary her success was. It was a debut novel written in the correct format by someone who had never picked up a pen before, yet had won first prize in a competition? Na Yang-deok asserted that if anyone else had written this kind of plot, they would have failed miserably immediately. Hearing this made her feel like she was watching a survival show judge recruiting literary trainees. Han Jia could only smile sheepishly, "I was just a bit lucky." But he immediately countered that such luck requires extremely high skills. When asked about her favorite genre or idolized author, suddenly, Han Jia came up with an idea and asked him to wait for a few seconds. She handed her phone to Na Yang-deok to show him another manuscript, which left him astonished. "Has this not been published yet?" Na Yang-deok intently scrolled through and read each line on the phone screen, his expression suddenly turning extremely serious and contemplative. Han Jia anxiously watched his silent reaction and softly asked, "Is it not good?" Han Jia honestly confessed that it was that friend's writing style that had impressed her the most. Without them, she would never have been able to write a novel. Na Yang-deok silently read through the manuscript line by line, then softly nodded in agreement, "It's very good." Han Jia excitedly chimed in, her eyes sparkling, "Their writing style is elegant, and their wording is highly professional." Na Yang-deok stared intently at the phone, seemingly completely captivated by those charming words. "The person who wrote this, could you introduce me to them?" Immediately, Han Jia excitedly called out her best friend's name, Choi Yeonju. Back in the library memory, Han Jia cheerfully ran in carrying 2 large bags of goods and shouted out loud, "I'm back." Looking at the pile of things in her friend's hands, Yeonju asked in bewilderment, "What are these things?" Han Jia wasn't sure either, only knowing that the editor kept calling her an author and bought all of these as gifts for her. When Yeonju asked about the meeting, Han Jia shyly recounted how he had praised her nonstop as some kind of genius. Suddenly, she revealed an important piece of news. Oh, right, I showed him your— Yeonju was shocked, her hands gripping the table so tightly that they trembled. Why did you do that? Jia casually explained that since he had asked if she had any favorite authors, and she had always deeply admired her friend's writing style. Yeonju lowered her head, sweat pouring down from tension, as she mumbled, "Oh, is that what you said?" She looked up at Jia with a solemn gaze and pressed, "What did he say? How did he react?" Yeonju stared into space, lost in thought. "The novel I wrote." Immediately, Jia excitedly interrupted with a radiant face, confidently giving a thumbs up. "He said it was very well written, and even mentioned that the writing was highly professional, whatever that means." Contrasting with her friend's excitement, Yeonju appeared extremely cautious. "Even so, I still don't know if he is trustworthy." Jia casually flopped onto the bed, continuing to talk about the strange editor. "He kept insisting I am a genius and even wanted to make a bet if I didn't believe him." Yeonju asked curiously, "A bet? What kind of bet?" Jia shrugged and replied, "It's nothing much." The figure presented by the editor left Yeonju utterly stunned. 100,000 copies. Han Jia explained the bizarre terms of the wager. "If we sell 100,000 copies or more within half a year, I will have to sign an exclusive contract with him." Pouting, Han Jia grumbled, "I told him I was no genius, so that is why he challenged me to make this bet." Yeonju let out a weary sigh, thinking to herself that selling 100,000 copies these days was no different from hitting the jackpot. She muttered, "He was the one who said it. He claimed he felt this would be a massive hit. What a load of nonsense." And then, the release date for the novel, Is This Hotness Because of Summer, finally arrived. Han Jia recalled that period with a touch of nostalgia, thinking about how she had written without fear, back when she knew absolutely nothing. Her embarrassing debut was indeed that very novel. Han Jia had to disguise herself completely with a beanie, sunglasses, and a mask as she stealthily checked out the situation at the bookstore. She thought to herself, "Actually, I think I was just lucky, writing a novel with whatever popped into my head." Han Jia stood quietly, watching customers intently flipping through her brainchild. She could not believe that a work she once deemed silly was actually loved by so many people. At the office, Na Yeon-deok wore a smug grin as he announced over the phone, "The first print run has completely sold out. We are going with a reprint." The total number of units sold within 1 year since release has reached the 300,000 mark. Han Jia was crazy with joy, raising both hands and screaming with satisfaction in the middle of the street. "Ah, yes, gets." Passers-by looked at her as if she had just won a multi-generational lottery. And just like that, Han Jia had truly become an author. In the darkroom, only the light from the computer screen remained, as pages of books were steadily turned in silence. In a corner of the room filled with books, her friend Yeonju was intently pondering over each line of words with a very pensive face. Her eyes slightly narrowed behind her nearsighted glasses. She muttered, "This seems fun." Suddenly, Yeonju froze in sheer astonishment. Huh? Writing, that was indeed the path they were embarking on. Han Jia, wearing a pink athletic outfit, gave a mischievous smile and suggested, "I'm bored, so should I give it a try?" Hearing this, Yeonju could only sit with her knees hugged among the pile of books, letting out haha hee laughter full of mystery and calculation in the darkness. Yeonju sighed softly, pushed up the frame of her glasses, and uttered the word genius with utter sarcasm. The image of a hand reaching out to the bright moon was like a distant and proud aspiration. However, reality slapped Han Jia with a painful blow when a small dog suddenly rushed over, tightly biting her book. Han Jia yelled in panic, "Are you kidding me?" then frantically tried to snatch her. What are the odds? Jia wondered to herself as she stepped onto a random bus. She could not believe her eyes when she saw a stranger holding her very own brainchild. Just to find someone reading my book? That was something she could boldly call a miracle. And honestly, it was the only fitting name for this moment. Jia stood on the bus, looking at that reader with an unconcealable triumphant smile. Immediately after, she rushed straight to her friend and shouted, "Yeonju, it's done, it's done, it's done, Yeonju." The urgent calls accompanied by violent shaking made Yeonju jump in shock and scream, "Ah! Ah!" Her friend asked in bewilderment, "Huh, why are you so excited? Did something good happen?" With a delighted face, Jia excitedly commanded, listen to this, it's absolutely unbelievable." She burst out laughing in excitement and then recounted what had just happened on the bus. She had witnessed with her own eyes someone reading her book, even giggling as they turned each page. Though a bit embarrassed, the pride swelling inside her was more intense than ever. Suddenly, Jia paused. She stared straight at her friend. Jia held the book close to her friend's face, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "I mean my book, is it good?" Faced with the direct question and the author's confident look, Yeonju could only look away. Cold sweat poured down her forehead as she mumbled a very awkward yeah. Yeonju smiled shyly, her cheeks flushing red as she gave her feedback on her friend's book. I think it's good, and it's also very interesting." Hearing the sincere compliment from her best friend, Jia's eyes lit up with joy. She couldn't contain her excitement and rushed to hug Yeonju, asking repeatedly in sheer happiness, "Really? Really? 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 Jia looked at her friend with a warm, radiant gaze. You're not just saying that to make me feel better, right? Can I really celebrate? Yeonju still couldn't seem to believe the harsh reality, mumbling to herself, have you been lied to your whole life? Jia laughed gleefully, hee hee, ha ha, while shaking her friend's shoulders to assert, I told you, it's really good. Yeonju could only weakly cry out, stop it. After those exciting moments, Yeonju regained her usual calm and asked curiously, by the way, didn't you have a meeting with the publisher? What did they say? Is there any good news? Jia put her hand to her head, anxious to know the final outcome. At that moment, the image of editor Na Youngdeok appeared with a bright smile, holding a business card in his hand as a confirmation of professional recognition. Yeonju stared intently at the business card in her hand, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Yeah, they said they liked my writing, I even got their business card. Han Jia burst with joy, hugging Yeonju tightly once more and cheering. I knew it so well, I told you this would happen. She excitedly planned a feast in the middle of the night. This needs to be celebrated, let's have spicy chicken feet and beer tonight. Han Jia sprawled out on the floor, fast asleep with a wooden stick still in her mouth after the wild drinking party. Yeonju sighed while cleaning up the messy food containers, looking at her best friend in dismay. At least you should pretend to drink in moderation. Looking at Han Jia's messy state, Yeonju secretly wondered why everything had become so mismatched. Her eyes suddenly grew deep and sharp as she thought about the calculated turning points ahead. During a tense conversation, the editor Na Youngdeok stared deeply at Yeonju and asked a philosophical question. Do you know the difference between good and interesting? The question hit her pride, making Yeonju grit her teeth in anger, her face darkening with gloom. Unable to suppress her boiling anger, she decisively crushed the object in her hand. A dry, snapping sound echoed sharply, matching the deadlock in her thoughts at that moment. Han Jia reminisced with nostalgia. I guess you could say it was during this time, it felt like rewinding a youth movie full of highlights. That was the golden age of her life, when they traveled the world together using the money they earned. Standing in front of the leaning tower of Pisa under the blue sky, Han Jia excitedly posed and urged, Yoonsu, make sure you take a perfect shot on the first try. Yoonsu smiled and replied, okay, I got it. 1, 2. The shutter clicked, capturing Han Jia's radiant moment on her free-spirited journey. Ever since she decisively dropped out of college, Han Jia suddenly had all the time in the world to enjoy life. The novel she wrote by chance unexpectedly became a massive hit in the market, bringing her unexpected success and fame. Suddenly, Han Jia had so much money that she did not even know what to do with it all. Dressing in cool outfits with tons of sparkling gold and silver jewelry, she immersed herself in wealth, youth, and literal freedom. The life of a free spirit was indeed incredibly liberated. In the past, whenever Han Jia wanted to do something, she would just pack her backpack and go. If she craved pizza, she would fly straight to Italy to enjoy the local flavor. If she wanted to watch a musical, she would be at the glamorous Broadway. Even though she did not understand a word they were saying, to Han Jia, everything sounded wonderful and thrilling. For her parents, who used to nag her about saving money, Han Jia decisively sent them on a cruise on a giant luxury ship to enjoy life. The more experiences she had, the more Han Jia felt wonderful and craved to write about more things. However, when he saw her theme for this issue, the editor Na Youngdeok suddenly burst into a sarcastic laugh. Realizing Han Jia's expression, Na Youngdeok hastily excused himself, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. He quickly changed the subject, offering a peacemaking smile, so, when will your next work be released? I am dying of anticipation. Han Jia smiled back confidently, I'm working on it, but while writing, new ideas keep popping up. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Han Jia quickly apologized, this is an urgent call, please wait a moment, I need to take this. Watching Han Jia's back as she happily answered the phone, Choi Yeonju thoughtfully muttered, how cruel. Na Youngdeok looked on, his gaze becoming incredibly deep. A story that someone spent thousands, tens of thousands of hours on, a masterpiece of someone who dedicated their entire life to it, turns out to be less interesting than the carefree drawings of someone else. Choi Yeonju quietly lowered her head, murmuring helplessly, I don't understand what you were talking. Yeonju bitterly admitted. I just don't want to see it anymore. Na Youngdeok casually philosophical while stirring his drink. If you are in this industry long enough, you will see it too. When a talented writer faces a real genius. He decisively snapped the straw in his hand and asserted. They will break you, so don't compare yourself to them. It is impossible. Na Youngdeok's cold final remark echoed in the silent space. In the distance, Han Jia was still walking leisurely with a look of freedom and happiness. She was completely unaware of the invisible pressure surrounding her natural talent. Words kept pouring out endlessly under Han Jia's rapidly typing hands. In the ecstasy of creation, even meals felt like a meaningless distraction. Skipping meals gradually became a hard-to-break habit without her realizing it. Only when releasing a long sigh, did Han Jia startle to realize she had been holding her breath for too long due to focusing too intensely on her writing. However, in contrast to Han Jia's creative high, her friend Yeonju fell into a deep rut, having completely stopped writing. Returning to the meeting with the editor Na Young-deok, Han Jia could not help but be deeply shocked when hearing him casually announce the figure of 1 million. The atmosphere fell dead silent, like hearing news of winning a lottery but not daring to believe it yet. Her eyes widened as she stammered in disbelief. At least 1 million copies? Thinking that the other was over-flattering her, Han Jia, he enthusiastically praised her work for being both cheerful and incredibly sharp. He felt as if it could easily surpass the 300,000 copy milestone without any effort at all. To Na Young-deok, even if autumn had more mosquitoes than summer, the scent emanating from this manuscript was the smell of pure profit and brilliant success. He raised 4 fingers, making an ambitious proposal. Have you considered turning it into a series? Like spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Han Jia froze, stammering in response, a series? Na Young-deok firmly asserted that if she released it, the company would want to promote the programs comprehensively. Although nothing had been officially revealed yet, Na Young-deok mentioned that investors were genuinely interested in Han Jia's work. They were even actively discussing adapting it into a movie or a television series, although nothing was certain at the moment. Seeing Han Jia's contemplative expression, Na Young-deok chuckled softly at his own fluent speaking before suddenly asking, "Writer Han Jia, are you worried about something? You look like you have something on your mind." Han Jia remained silent for a long time with a thoughtful look in her eyes. Na Young-deok lightly tapped his fingers on the table, seemingly reading her mind, and asked in a low voice, "In fact, is what you're saying asking me to help Yeonju start writing again?" Faced with the editor's sharp intuition, Han Jia did not avoid it but looked straight at him and asked back, "Producer, do you know what Yeonju's greatest wish is?" Han Jia smiled softly, as getting to hear a genuinely joyful comment directly from him was Na Young-deok's. That was her ultimate wish. She excitedly asserted that Choi Yeonju's writing style was indeed very fun and full of potential. With eyes sparkling with hope, Han Jia earnestly hoped if he could guide her a little. Na Young-deok thoughtfully observed Han Jia's attitude and asked for confirmation. "So you mean Choi Yeonju's writing style can truly shine with just a few minor adjustments?" Seeing Han Jia nod decisively and assert firmly, "That is exactly what I am saying." Na Young-deok again appeared extremely strict. He folded his arms and threw cold water on her enthusiasm, bluntly commenting, "Let's be honest here, Choi Yeonju's style can sometimes feel a bit boring, and there is indeed too much embellishment." Han Jia still persisted in defending her friend. She flashed a bright smile and asserted, "But the foundation is solid and fun, don't you think so? It just needs a little adjustment." Na Young-deok slightly curled his lips with an implicit smile and asked back, "A little adjustment?" He looked at her with a deep gaze and left a heavy remark, "It's easy for you to say, you are indeed a genius." Han Jia suddenly fell silent, her face clearly showing deep thought. Na Young-deok put his hands over his head, screaming in frustration, "I don't see it. How do we turn Choi Yeonju's?" He asserted a harsh truth, and Yeonju did not know how to fix it either, sounding like a finishing blow with no time to resist. The image of Yeonju quietly slouching over her computer screen came back as proof of their dead end. Na Young-deok continued to press as she spoke, saying that it only needed a little editing. "If I knew how, I would have done it already. The truth is I don't know, which is why I haven't done it." He stared directly at Han Jia, letting out a sarcastic smile. When a writer calmly says that just a little editing can make this more interesting, do you realize how harsh that sounds? Na Young-deok sat opposite Han Jia in the cafe, coldly lecturing her. "You cannot put those words together so easily." Understood, Han Jia could only bow her head, thinking to herself that for the first time since she became a novelist, she was being scolded. Watching the sunset slowly fade over the bridge, Han Jia quietly reminisced about her close friend. In her heart, Yeonju had always been the absolute best. Yeonju was, without a doubt, the most talented writer she knew. Whenever she hit a creative wall while writing, Han Jia would ask herself, "I wonder if Yeonju would approach it this way?" With that thought in mind, she diligently wrote line by line, and that was how she truly became a writer. Lying dazed on her bed and staring at the ceiling, Han Jia bitterly realized something crazy. The craziest thing was that Yeonju had not even debuted yet. The image of Na Young-deok's smile returned along with a haunting question. When a writer calmly says that just a minor edit can make this more interesting, do you realize how harsh that sounds? Harsh. Han Jia lay stretched out on the bed, the editor's brutal remarks still echoing in her head. Na Young-deok once claimed that Yeonju did not even know how to edit her own work. He admitted that if he had known how, he would have done it long ago, but the truth was that he was also stuck, and that was the core of the disagreement between them. Han Jia thought deeply. Those who gave advice often had a clearer perspective, while the person involved was too blind to see the truth. Suddenly, she remembered Yeonju's birthday next month. Looking at the photo of them together on her phone, Han Jia secretly hoped that if luck smiled upon them, her best friend would finally be able to wear a genuine smile. To prepare for this special birthday gift, Han Jia decided to give it her all. She had secretly stayed up all night to prepare a surprise for Yeonju's 23rd birthday that year. Han Jia excitedly put on a party hat, beaming with joy. Yeonju, this is your Webtoon version, but I polished it up a bit, tada. She confidently showed her phone, claiming she had kept the original plot. She only trimmed a few unnecessary and redundant parts based on her current personal preferences. In the middle of that beautiful winter, Han Jia thought the gift she prepared was the most perfect thing for her friend. However, she had no idea that her action was actually so thoughtless. Suddenly, a fiery slap landed straight on Han Jia's face, sending her party hat flying and leaving her in utter shock. After that thunderous slap, the very first thought that crossed Han Jia's mind was simply two words: why? The metallic taste of blood lingering in her mouth was the only thing keeping her anchored to reality. But right after, an immense rage also began to boil violently within her. Anyone would go crazy after getting slapped like that. However, looking closely, Han Jia suddenly froze in realization of something strange. For some reason, Yeonju looked many times angrier and more resentful than she did. Standing before Han Jia now was a trembling Yeonju in deep agony. Her eyes were blurry with tears behind her glasses, and her hands tight. Witnessing her friend in such pain, Han Jia suddenly felt a heavy heart. The memory of her 23rd birthday party that winter, with the unfinished cake, had become a deep emotional wound. Returning to reality, Na Yeondeok sighed softly after hearing the whole story. Curiously, he pressed further, did you two fight over that? Han Jia replied thoughtfully that it wasn't exactly a fight, but rather a fallout. She explained with a deeply sincere yet aggrieved expression, I just wanted to help, completely out of goodwill. What I did wasn't wrong, right? Han Jia asserted that her actions were at most like creating a more perfect copy, and 100% of the copyright still belonged to Yeonju. She even confidently declared, besides, Na PD, if you read what I wrote, I bet you would find it even better. But how you can commit theft and still feel victimized is beyond me. Na Yeondeok could only look at her deeply and exclaim, seriously? Na Yeondeok secretly wondered if that was really worth Han Jia getting so angry. He casually poured more milk into the iced coffee, causing it to overflow. This action made Han Jia cry out in panic, what are you doing? Na Yeondeok looked at Han Jia with a deep, solemn expression and asserted, after all, you were the one who did that. Han Jia recalled that on that day, she had sincerely apologized and Yeonju had accepted. She had even performed a formal bow by doing a handstand to apologize to her friend. Afterward, the two of them continued to get along and lived happily together. Or at least, Han Jia thought so. Perhaps it was all just her own illusion. After that incident, they never mentioned novels again, making their conversations grow scarcer. While Han Jia lay in bed, Yeonju buried herself in the computer in the corner of the room. Until Han Jia happened to read her friend's new work. The obvious signs in it shocked her, leaving her wondering why Yeonju would write such a thing, and whether she was doing it on purpose. Why so curious, sister? If you have doubts, just ask her directly. Beside the birthday cake glowing with candlelight, Yeonju spoke in a low voice, let me ask you this. Jia, do you really think my writing is interesting? Seeing her friend's gloomy expression, Han Jia firmly gave a soft yes in response. Yeonju smiled faintly, closing her eyes with a heavy heart, and uttered a belated thank you. Han Jia drowned in conflicting thoughts. But honestly, why couldn't she do it? Why couldn't she write better? Standing dazed in the room, she couldn't stop tormenting herself over her best friend's dead end. She was shocked to realize. Na Yeondeok looked at her inquiringly and asked, are you doing okay lately? You don't seem like yourself at all as a writer. His words left Han Jia completely frozen. She questioned herself in utter panic, not like myself? What am I then? She tried to cling to her sanity, but her mind was still cluttered with the question, no, wait, what is actually considered interesting? Han Jia's hands trembled as she tapped the keys. She felt it was so strange because clearly nothing had changed, yet she couldn't write anything more. Sitting quietly in the dark before the computer screen, Han Jia remembered her childhood self. I used to be a child who could hold her breath easily. She muttered to herself that everything had always gone smoothly until an unexpected question was posed to her. They asked something that even she herself had never thought about how to answer. Amidst the thunderous applause of the invisible crowd, a single haunting question echoed, how on earth can you hold your breath so well? As she sank, looking at the strange smiles of the surrounding figures, the present Han Jia could only stand frozen in sheer bewilderment and utter confusion. The suffocating feeling enveloped Han Jia as if she were sinking deep into the freezing water. She jolted awake, mouth agape and gasping for air in a terrible nightmare. Sweat poured off her like rain. Han Jia sat up abruptly in bed, her eyes trembling with. Meanwhile, in another dark corner, the sound of typing still echoed steadily and rapidly without pause. Her hands typed swiftly like a machine in desperation. Her face was gaunt, and her hollow eyes from lack of sleep were covered by her disheveled long hair, showing an ultimate yet painful effort. Looking back at the beginning, Han Jia used to casually think that writing was just a pastime when she was too free. Although everything she wrote at first was flatly rejected, when she started writing without thinking too much, everything suddenly became completely different. The words flowed naturally and vividly, making even the demanding editor amazed at the interest they brought. Truly, whatever you write, there must be emotion for the story flow to be smooth. However, as for the words she had to force herself to think of, they became extremely bland and boring to herself. That was also when Han Jia truly realized a cruel truth unfolding before her eyes. She stood quietly amidst the white falling snow, bitterly admitting that the reason she could achieve this success from the very beginning was entirely due to luck. That child accidentally wandered to this place, leaving scars in her soul that could never heal. Even though everything is now too late and only belated regret remains, Han Jia still constantly wishes she could have seen everything clearly a bit sooner. The image of Choi Yunju crying hysterically in the middle of a room full of books made her heart tighten with remorse. Perhaps if they had been more mindful, the two of them could have reached a better ending than the present. Han Jia had tried her best to continue writing, but she could not overcome this period of stagnation and deadlock. Looking at the notebook filled with scribbled scribbles and the pile of scrap paper around her, she decided to give up everything and run away back to her hometown. Standing in front of the bathroom mirror with scissors in hand, she bitterly realized that the novel that once brought laughter to others was now the very thing depriving her of her own joy. It was indeed a double-edged sword that she had to hold in her small hands. Once someone who could turn everything she touched into gold, Han Jia now decisively took the scissors to cut off her long hair as a way to sever ties with the past. The strands of hair falling to the floor marked the end of a genius's brilliant and glorious era in such a painful manner. Han Jia gently bowed her head, her voice tinged with melancholy as she finished her confession. That's it, nothing special. She admitted that she only ever brought trouble and bothered everyone around her. Jean Min Cheon listened in silence. Han Jia bitterly admitted that she felt she couldn't even do anything right, and had once wanted to cut off everything, including her phone, to disappear for years. She looked at him with sorrowful eyes, calling herself pathetic. If you suddenly trip over a stone while walking on the street, that fall is indeed very painful. But things would be much worse if you were to tumble down the stairs. It would certainly be even more painful, just like the image of a female student having to use crutches with her leg in a stark white cast. So, what if that feeling was falling from the sky? I think it would be just like raindrops, falling wherever they land, and then shattering into water. How bad must it be when a young girl suddenly wakes up in the middle of the night, gasping for breath, filled with panic after a terrifying nightmare. She sits up abruptly in bed, sweat dripping down her face, which is still filled with shock. She tiredly mutters to herself, again, it's that dream again. If you wonder whether falling from the sky hurts, look at these trembling hands under the running tap. Han Jia sinks deep into her memories. She says to herself, the answer is, I don't know either. Looking at herself in the mirror with tired eyes and prominent dark circles, she wonders how she is still alive, which is truly a miracle. Although she cannot remember if she actually fell, the faint that made Han Jia wonder if she was really right from the very beginning. Her eyes grew sharp as she looked deeply into reality, standing in the kitchen with Jean Min Cheon. She bowed her head slightly and confessed honestly, to be honest, even now I am still quite conflicted. It seemed she herself could not escape this dangerous cycle of negative thoughts. She looked at Jean Min Cheon and questioned herself in confusion. Did it really happen? Is it real? Han Jia felt as if everything was deceiving her, or perhaps it was all just an unbelievable dream. Looking at the beer can in her hand, she bitterly recalled, but it is truly hard to ignore that dream, especially with the money that appeared in my bank account back then. Even though that money had vanished, she still wanted to cut off all contact with those who knew of her past success. Han Jia walked out to the balcony, admitting that suddenly embraced tightly by Jean Min Cheon, Han Jia panicked and screamed, Hey, Jean Min Cheon, what on earth are you doing? However, Jean Min Cheon did not let go. He lowered his head, looking at her with sad eyes through his glasses, and said in a deep voice, It breaks my heart to see you like this. He gently comforted her, saying that it was okay to cry, no matter how hard she tried to force herself not to. Han Jia stammered in bewilderment, what are you talking about? Why should I cry? Don't. Yet, a hot tear had silently trickled down her cheek before she even realized it. Han Jia muttered in confusion, Huh? She froze as she felt the tear roll down in utter disbelief. All the grievances and suppression built up over all this time suddenly burst out, blurring her eyes with tears. Han Jia buried her face in Jean Min Cheon's firm chest, while his hands wrapped tightly around her as if to shield her from all the pain. She choked out, Hey, Jean Min Cheon, I don't want to cry, it's just, because I have to cry my heart out right now to let all this exhaustion go, woo-woo. Jean Min Cheon gently patted Han Jia's head, his tender gestures trying to soothe her broken heart. Deep in her memories, the image of little Han Jia standing all alone returned with painful clarity. No one had ever taught that child how to cry, so she never knew how to do it. Therefore, once all her emotions were finally released, Han Jia sobbed hysterically, her face crumpled as tears fell like rain to wash away all her burdens. Perhaps for that reason, she cried so bitterly in Jean Min Cheon's arms. That night, it seemed both of them shared the same strange dream. Amidst the deep blue sky filled with white clouds, Han Jia found herself falling endlessly into the infinite void. She quietly looked up, wondering when she would finally hit rock bottom. And when Han Jia turned her head in the dream, she saw Jin Min Cheon also free-falling right beside her. He still wore that same silly expression, making her silently think it suited someone like him perfectly. In the middle of the sky, Han Jia shouted loudly, "Aren't you scared?" But Jin Min Cheon only yelled back in sheer helplessness, "Too noisy. I can't hear what you are saying at all." How could he blurt out those words in such a romantic atmosphere? What a blockhead, hee hee. Han Jia woke up with a start, sitting dazed on the bed in her dark blue pajamas. She ruffled her hair, telling herself that even if it was just a dream, how could it be so utterly ridiculous? She muttered in annoyance that Jin Min Cheon, he never stops talking nonsense, even in my dreams. However, remembering his warm embrace when she burst into tears yesterday, Han Jia blushed slightly and admitted that Jia told herself to drink less and decided to act normal to hide her embarrassment over yesterday's unexplained crying. She opened the bedroom door, intending to say morning in the most natural way, "Good morn dash." However, she suddenly froze when she saw Jin Min Cheon sitting on the sofa, holding his phone and wearing a suggestive smile. Seeing his wife, Jin Min Cheon cheerfully greeted her back, "Oh, morning." Jia suspiciously questioned him, "What is it? Why are you looking at me like that? And why are you suddenly smiling like that?" Jin Min Cheon slowly replied, "Well, your novel." Jia gasped in shock, then immediately rushed over to grab the phone from her husband's hand. Her face turned red, and she screamed in extreme embarrassment, "Hey, Jin Min Cheon. What are you doing? Why are you reading my novel? Don't look." Jin Min Cheon laughed, "Well, you wrote it for people to read, why are you so shy now?" Jin Min Cheon looked at Jia, smiling subtly behind his glasses, "But there's this thing about you, it's a bit awkward to ask now, but is your being a novelist a secret?" Jia blankly exclaimed, then blushed with embarrassment, avoiding her husband's gaze, "Yeah, that's right. Did you hear something yesterday?" But immediately after that, Han Jia suddenly regained her confidence. She looked straight at Jin Min Cheon and solemnly asserted, "If that's the case, then I'm really famous." "Yeah, I guess so." She began to talk endlessly about her glorious golden age, even though it was only for a short time. "I was once at the top of the world, and perhaps you know that too, Jin Min Cheon." Faced with his wife's self-love, Jin Min Cheon could only break out in a cold sweat. He hesitantly interrupted, "No, that's not what I meant. It's just that your mother has spread it everywhere." Han Jia was completely frozen upon hearing her husband reveal Mrs. Kim Sang-sun's achievements. It turned out that her mother was a local beauty salon owner and an extremely influential figure in the neighborhood. With boundless pride, she carried her daughter's book everywhere. Whoever she met, she would excitedly brag, "Do you know this book? My daughter wrote it. She is truly the mother of the year, haha." This made Han Jia want to burst with embarrassment. Jin Min Cheon gently continued, "Jia, did you know? Your mother is a very famous person in this neighborhood. Perhaps every house here has at least one copy of your book." Han Jia was so shocked that her face changed color. She screamed in utter shock, "What? What did you—" In the dead of night, in the quiet apartment, Han Jia suddenly woke up in a cold sweat. She squinted into the darkness, discovering a dark shadow wriggling strangely right next to her. Her heart raced as she panically wondered what that wriggling thing was, a ghost or a thief. In her absolute terror, she hurriedly reached out to shake her husband, "Hey Jin Min Cheon, wake up. Jin Min Cheon, a thief is on our bed, can you believe it?" The next morning, Han Jia woke up with a pale, exhausted face. She was stunned to see Jin Min Cheon already fully dressed, holding his bag and preparing to leave. Seeing his wife awake, he calmly asked, "Are you awake?" Still in shock, Han Jia questioned, "What are you doing?" only to receive a curt reply from her husband, "I'm heading to work." At 5 in the morning, she gasped in disbelief at his highly unusual working hours. As it turned out, everything stemmed from a carpooling system. This is how people with the same destination share a vehicle to commute together. Jin Min Cheon had been using this system for a long time, often picking up his junior colleague, Choi Sang-woo. Occasionally, the ride also included their manager, Cha Soo-yeon. However, after some time, these otherwise normal carpool trips suddenly took on a completely different tone. For some secret reason, Jin Min Cheon suddenly wanted to put an end to this. Even while at the gym, he hurriedly called his colleague to suggest, "I'm sorry, but can we commute separately tomorrow?" Facing the other person's confusion, Han Jia, standing opposite him, could only point her finger in deep suspicion. "So what you said was because of that? Unbelievable, he goes to work even earlier than a rooster." Jin Min Cheon casually announced that he was ready to go to work. Han Jia looked at the clock in shock. It was only 5:05 a.m. She exclaimed in astonishment, "At this hour already?" Seeing her husband's nonchalant attitude, Han Jia suddenly exploded. She rushed over, grabbed his collar, and yelled in anger, "Hey, Min Cheon." Jin Min Cheon could only awkwardly try to stop his wife. "Jia, can you calm down?" After the scuffle, Jin Min Cheon sat dejectedly in the kitchen, hanging his head in apology. "Jia, I ruined everything. Han Jia crossed her arms, sitting on a high stool, and coldly questioned her husband, "What exactly did you ruin?" Under the pressure of his wife's gaze, Jin Min Cheon weakly confessed to his grave mistake, waking you up with an alarm at 5 a.m. Han Jia could only put her hands to her head and sigh helplessly. "Ha! Min Cheon. Listen to me, no matter how straightforward you are, follow me." She began to analyze the ironic situation of his two colleagues who often carpooled with him. Those two are probably now, in an ambiguous relationship or even something more serious. Seeing Jin Min Cheon still looking blankly and asking Han Jia firmly asserted, "You know it, this is quite famous in the office." Jin Min Cheon listened in silence as his wife revealed that in reality, everyone around them already knew, except for the two main subjects who kept acting strangely as if nothing had happened. Han Jia looked at her husband with a sarcastic expression, "And you still can—" Jin Min Cheon maintained a tough expression, looking away and stubbornly replying, "What? What if I keep doing it? No one ever said we should stop carpooling." Han Jia completely collapsed under her husband's logic, huddling in her seat in a state of total defeat. But right after that, Han Jia looked up at Jin Min Cheon with a very deep, serious gaze and emphasized every single word. "I'm serious, humph." The two fell into an awkward silence as Jin Min Cheon could only reply thoughtfully, "Humph." Jin Min Cheon explained his distress, but what else could he do? There was no public transportation going directly from home to the office. He showed a chart comparing self-driving, which only takes 30 minutes, to public transit, which wastes too much time and energy. Jin Min Cheon added another practical reason, "Besides, I already paid him extra money to carpool." Han Jia listened in silence with a solemn face, then suddenly put her arm around her husband's shoulders and asked a question dripping with financial auditing, "Hey, how much money do you have?" Seeing Jin Min Cheon innocently reply that he didn't have a single penny, she immediately threatened him, "Really? What if I search your belongings and find even just 101? Without giving him time to plead, "Wait a minute," Han Jia directly pinched his cheek, leaving Jin Min Cheon crying out in pain. "If I were—" Han Jia authoritatively pointed her finger and ordered, "Listen carefully, starting from now, your mission is—" Jin Min Cheon froze, seriously accepting the supreme command from the roof of the house. Right after that at the company, Jin Min Cheon took the initiative to meet his junior Choi Sang-woo to officially announce, "I have decided to buy my own car, so from now on, I will commute by myself." He politely handed over a thank you gift, leaving Choi Sang-woo only able to reply in bewilderment, "Yes." Han Jia proudly gave a thumbs up, not forgetting to remind her husband, "Make sure you thank them properly for everything up until now. That is the least you can do, right?" Jin Min Cheon obediently complied, bowing sincerely, "Thank you for everything up until now." Choi Sang-woo also happily replied that it was nothing. Having settled the old matter, Han Jia muttered to herself, "Done, what is next?" Suddenly changing her appearance, she wore a neat black suit and Han Jia began a high-pressure financial interrogation. She pointed out that simply saying he wanted to buy a car didn't mean he could buy one immediately. Jin Min Cheon could only stand by, nodding obediently in confusion. She bombarded him with a barrage of tough questions. Would it be a new car or a used one? How much money did he have left? Was he planning to buy a compact, an SUV, or a sedan, and what about the insurance? Han Jia demanded that he carefully calculate the maintenance costs, including insurance. Upon hearing Jin Min Cheon reply that he was 32 years old, she quickly scribbled notes while rigorously questioning him about whether he had driven during his military service. She was really grilling her husband's background. At that moment, Jin Min Cheon just stared intently at Han Jia, making her so flustered that she broke into a cold sweat. Blushing deeply, Han Jia stammered and tried to wave him away. "Don't look at me like that, why are you staring so intently?" Seeing her husband slowly creeping closer, she screamed in panic, "Can you step back a bit? Why are you getting so close?" Completely unfazed, Jin Min Cheon smiled gently and uttered a sweet compliment, "Because you look really cool right now." He looked at his wife with deep admiration. "When did you learn all of this?" Han Jia, you are truly smart. If it were me, I would have stammered and wouldn't. It took Han Jia a moment to regain her composure. She snapped decisively to hide her mounting embarrassment. "Stop babbling and focus." Jin Min Cheon quickly obeyed. "Yes, ma'am." The two of them went back to burying their heads in the car selection documents. Jin Min Cheon let out a worried sigh. "Well, I've narrowed down the choices, but there are still too many options. Usually, it takes people months to decide on something like this." Suddenly, he asked curiously, "By the way, Jia, do you like cars? You seem to know a lot." Han Jia hesitantly recalled her glorious golden age. "Well, back when my novels were selling really well, I did think about buying a car. When you have money, you can dream of anything, but now that I'm poor, I don't dare to dream anymore." Thinking back to the time she used to wear sunglasses and flex coolly next to a luxury car, Han Jia sighed softly with regret. "But the maintenance costs were no joke. I gave up on it immediately." She decisively handed a proposal sheet to Jin Min Cheon and urged, "How does this look?" Anyway, now we just need to make the final decision. Take a look and pick one. However, Jia and Min Cheon's face suddenly turned incredibly serious. He spoke in a low voice, asserting, "No, there is still the most important thing." Han Jia asked blankly. The most important thing? Jia and Min Cheon gulped slightly before admitting a shocking truth. At the second cafe, the atmosphere suddenly became unusually tense when Yuri, the black-haired employee, crossed her arms, looked at Han Jia with a judgmental gaze, and exclaimed, "So, manager, today is your husband's birthday, but you forgot and didn't do anything for him?" Han Jia started in confusion, only able to utter in guilt, "Oh, really?" Yuri continued with a critical blow, "How could you forget the birthday of such a wonderful husband?" Facing the relentless attack from her junior, Han Jia could only laugh sheepishly, "Ah." Without letting the manager recover her senses, Yuri decisively declared, "So from now on, the solution is." Yuri raised her finger with determination, her eyes flashing with a mischievous glint, absolute mobilization. Even if it leaves a psychological scar, it doesn't matter, an unforgettable event. Han Jia broke into a cold sweat, quickly trying to stop her. There's no need to overdo it." However, after a moment of thought, she nodded in agreement, thinking about it, Yuri has a point. Even the male employee named Li Shu, who had just appeared, was dragged into it by Yuri to validate her crazy plan. "See, even Li Shu Appa agrees with me." "Oh, I'm innocent. Why did you suddenly drag me into this, huh?" Yuri leaned her face close to Han Jia, her eyes full of confidence and pressure. "Manager, look straight at me, look straight at me. I told you, I'm right." Han Jia awkwardly avoided her, hesitantly asking in extreme doubt, "Are you sure you really have a good plan?" Yuri flashed a mysterious smile. Yuri has been a romantic for 23 years, of course I have a wonderful plan." Junaji told Han Jia to wait a moment and then quickly prepared. Just a few seconds later, she returned with a giant red bow tied on her head, excitedly posing and confidently declaring, "Tada! The present is me. Just one shot of this and it's all done." Han Jia was completely frozen, her face darkening, speechless at her junior's somewhat silly idea. Despite the manager's scary silence, Junaji still enthusiastically insisted, "I told you, this will definitely work." Han Jia looked at the bow on Junaji's head with concern. She sighed softly, "Well, it will certainly leave a memory, just not a very good one." Junaji immediately fired back, "What are you talking about? I'm even modeling it for you to see." She even leaned close to Han Jia's face with confidence, and see, simple as best. "I told you, it will definitely work." Meanwhile, their colleague Choi Sang-woo, standing behind them, could only blush and embarrassedly exclaim, "This is too sexy." He thought to himself that at least this trick had worked on one person. Haha, poor colleague, suddenly wanting to get married right then and there. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Cha Soo-yeon suddenly appeared, crossing her arms and commenting, "You two, it seems like you are having a very interesting conversation, aren't you?" Hearing her boss mention planning a birthday for her husband, Han Jia awkwardly scratched her head. "Actually, it's not really planning, ma'am." Cha Soo-yeon smirked slightly, putting her hand on her chin with a calculating look, "But what if it's a bit more special? An event that only married women can do." Seeing Han Jia and Junaji still looking dazed, Cha Soo-yeon hesitantly suggested writing, or something like that. The sudden proposal made both Han Jia and Yuri freeze, with a series of question marks appearing over their heads. Yuri curiously turned to ask her manager, "Manager, did you write something?" Han Jia's overreaction made her even more suspicious. "What? Your reaction is like a confession of love. You definitely wrote something." Despite Han Jia's screaming explanations that it was not like that, suspicion still hung over the second cafe. They say making excuses is admitting guilt, right? Tee-hee. The scene shifts to the gym, where Jia and Min Cheon is diligently training with his bulging muscles. Contrary to her husband's enthusiasm, Han Jia is holding a dumbbell with a completely blank and dazed face from exhaustion. Seeing his wife's unusual expression, Jia and Min Cheon worriedly approached and asked, "Han Jia, is something wrong?" He remarked that everyone at the cafe where she worked seemed very stressed, making her look extremely tired and worn out. Jia and Min Cheon lowered his voice, "If you are that tired, shall we do cardio today?" Han Jia made a speechless face and flatly refused. "Jia and Min Cheon, seriously, I am not working out." At night, Han Jia collapsed on the bed in her quiet apartment, secretly blaming herself. I am really a fool, always thinking about random things and ending up doing nothing decent." She sighed softly that at least she had thought about the cake, then told herself, "Be serious." Han Jia recalled the previous suggestions and clicked her tongue, realizing all she had received was just nonsense. From Yuri's transformation into a gift with a red ribbon to Cha Soo-yeon's writing suggestion, Han Jia suddenly realized she wanted to give him something only she could make. She told herself that writing, at least, seemed to have a bit more meaning. She was Han Jia, a former writer, and by no means incompetent. If she set her mind to it, she would succeed. It was a homegrown talent after all, so stay confident and win this. Alright, Han Jia decisively turned on her computer to get some motivation. However, as the screen lit up with the large text Jia and Min Cheon, she suddenly hesitated. Han Jia thought to herself that typing on a computer might not seem very sincere. Instantly, she spun her pen coolly, resolutely grabbing it to prepare to handwrite a truly heartfelt letter. Han Jia sat at her desk and sighed to herself, this is indeed the real me. Now that I am actually writing, everything is turning out great, isn't it? After working hard for a while, she stopped midway to check her progress. Let's see. The letter addressed to Jia and Min Cheon suddenly started with a line smelling heavily of a chain letter. Jia slumped her head onto the table, scolding herself for being foolish. It had been way too long since she last held a pen, making writing far from easy for a former writer like her now. Staring at the blank sheet of paper, Jia felt that the words she intended to write just seemed off. Her hands seemed to have lost their usual flexibility. It was just a simple birthday wish that she could have scribbled down. Still, she reminded herself that only recording the truly important things was enough. Jia handed the paper to Jia and Min Cheon, explaining that this was the reason behind her strange behavior all day today. Blushing furiously, she was both embarrassed and mock-threatening her husband. I worked really hard to prepare this, so you'd better not be disappointed. Jia and Min Cheon smiled gently, assuring her that this gift alone was more than enough to make him happy. However, seeing him about to open it, Jia suddenly panicked and tried to take it back. No, wait a second, if you tear this. Before she could stop him, Jia and Min Cheon curiously opened the paper and gasped in surprise. What is this? Splashed across Jia and Min Cheon's eyes was his name, Jia and Min Cheon, written in bold, neat letters. At the bottom of the white page, instead of cheesy wishes, was a bright red lipstick kiss mark accompanied by the words by Jia. Witnessing this bold and unexpected gift, Jia and Min Cheon was so shocked that his face turned red, completely frozen in happiness. Jia and Min Cheon stammered his wife's name, Han Jia, then asked blankly, what is this? Han Jia's face flushed red, both embarrassed and grumpy to hide her confusion. What else could it be? Gathering her courage, she looked away and blurted out a cheesy confession, that is my heart. Seeing her husband's blank expression, Han Jia mumbled, of course, that's all it is. Jia and Min Cheon could only gasp in utter shock, making Han Jia snap, why do you ask such a question? Alright, without giving him time to react, she decisively grabbed Jia and Min Cheon's hand, pulled him out of the room, and ordered, go to the living room. When her husband asked why they had to go there, Han Jia flashed a bright, mysterious smile, because there is cake for you. Hearing the word cake, Jia and Min Cheon suddenly turned pale, sweat pouring down from the pressure. In the gym addict's mind right now, only terrifying thoughts appeared about how cake contains too many calories, and is also sweet and full of fat. Looking at the attractive strawberry cake in front of him, Jia and Min Cheon suddenly became extremely serious and asked his wife, Han Jia, are you trying to make me gain weight? Seeing Han Jia look completely bewildered, he continued to express his suspicion, something has been weird for a while now, it feels like you really want to feed me. You really know how to act cute, don't you? Jia and Min Cheon still looked at his wife with skepticism and asked, what are you going to do after making me gain weight? Without any hesitation, Han Jia mischievously asked back, are you going to eat me? Seeing her husband's bewildered expression, she smiled mysteriously and led him into the kitchen. It's not like that, come here and see. Han Jia excitedly shouted Taza, then solemnly introduced her heartfelt gift, Jia and Min Cheon, a protein cake, just for you. It was a brown cake simply decorated with 2 bright candles of number 32. Jia and Min Cheon was completely frozen, and he stammered back in surprise, a protein cake? Han Jia proudly listed the series of nutritious ingredients she had painstakingly prepared, WP, protein, oatmeal, and eggs. I also mixed in milk, almonds, and sweet potatoes. Seeing his wife's proud demeanor, Jia and Min Cheon was still in shock. Han Jia decisively pushed his chest and ordered, eat all of this, you can eat this much, right? Right? Jia and Min Cheon smiled softly, deeply moved as he asked, how did you know about this, Han Jia? Did you come up with this yourself? Han Jia blushed in embarrassment and gave a sheepish laugh, hee, as if I could think of something like this, I found it on YouTube. Even so, she sincerely confessed that she had to think a lot because she knew for sure Jia and Min Cheon would never eat ordinary sweet cakes. Han Jia's eyes became incredibly gentle as she spoke her heart, and I don't want you to eat without being happy. So I thought carefully about what you would like, and this is what I came up with. Oh my, Han Jia smiled awkwardly to hide her shyness. Actually, it's nothing special, but if you like it, I'll be very happy, haha. Jia and Min Cheon looked at his wife with affectionate eyes and softly replied, I'm very happy, truly happy. He gently asked to confirm, did you make this just for me? Were you thinking of me? Just that alone is very meaningful. I will eat it deliciously. Han Jia shyly told him not to expect too much. However, Jia and Min Cheon still insisted that he was highly anticipating it, making her scream in utter embarrassment. Han Jia gently rested her head on Jia and Min Cheon's shoulder and called out, Min Cheon. Hearing him softly reply, she immediately reminded him of an old memory. Do you remember what I said at the beach? Jia and Min Cheon asked back in confusion, the beach? Memories of the moment he carried Han Jia on his back under the brilliant sunset returned, when she had once whispered about something she wanted to do after they returned home. Jia and Min Cheon, still surprised, pressed on, really? Han Jia nodded in confirmation, yeah. He curiously looked deep into his wife's eyes, so, what do you want to do? Han Jia suddenly became extremely serious, softly uttering a suggestive proposal, a special experience. Jia and Min Cheon was... Han Jia began to express her feelings. You know, when we were stranded on the deserted island, I found it very difficult. But actually, I quite liked it. She smiled gently, leaning close to Jia and Min Cheon and whispering, that is a special experience, right? Being stranded on a deserted island with the person you like feels just like in a novel. Her sincere confession made Jia and Min Cheon blush, and he mumbled a soft yeah in response. Recalling those days drifting on the island, Han Jia confided, during that time, a thought suddenly crossed my mind. Back then, I just kept withdrawing, feeling sad and lonely. Thinking back to her past closed-off and gloomy days, she bitterly realized that it was truly a useless waste of time. Leaning close against Jia and Min Cheon's chest, Han Jia declared decisively, so I want to make up for it, I want to experience more special things. Han Jia slightly tilted her head, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Jia and Min Cheon and made a request, so, can we spend more time together from now on? Her sincere question made Jia and Min Cheon freeze for a moment, and he casually asked back with a skeptical look, stranded on a deserted island again? Han Jia pouted and snapped, no, of course not that kind of bad luck. She began to daydream about the simple things normal couples do, from traveling and visiting good restaurants to real dates. Han Jia thought to herself that although they had lived together for a while, their actual dates were still too few. Seeing this makes me want to have a lover to go on dates with like them, boo-hoo. Han Jia lowered her head slightly, shyly confessing, I just want to make more memories with the person I love. Jia and Min Cheon silently looked at her through his glasses, his eyes suddenly becoming extremely deep and serious. Han Jia mumbled, explaining that she did not demand to go out all the time like other couples, but still hoped they could spend more time together. As soon as she finished speaking, her face flushed red, and she scratched her head in embarrassment. Oh my, this is so embarrassing, I feel a bit cheesy, don't I? However, Jia and Min Cheon suddenly looked at her with determination and firmly asserted, we will go. Before Han Jia could even process her surprise, Jia and Min Cheon declared in a deep voice, not just occasionally, we will go often. He firmly held both of Han Jia's hands, looking deeply into her eyes as he began to plan for the future. Once I get a car, we will go on weekend trips. We will also go abroad during our vacation. Han Jia froze completely, her heart pounding wildly as she heard him assure her, just the two of us. Jia and Min Cheon seemed determined to create truly special and memorable experiences just for the two of them. Although her heart was overflowing with happiness, Han Jia could not help but worry about his strict lifestyle as a fighter, so she hesitantly asked, but what about your diet? Jia and Min Cheon casually brushed it off, forget it, a few days won't hurt, I will just work out more. He softly called her name, Jia, then gently raised his hand to cup Han Jia's face. Jia and Min Cheon slowly leaned in closer, their warm breaths blending together in the passionate and enchanting atmosphere. Han Jia was stunned by Jia and Min Cheon's sudden change in attitude, stuttering, what are you doing? What was that mood just now? Jia and Min Cheon looked at her steadfastly and answered flatly, what else, a special experience. Han Jia's piercing scream of wait echoed throughout the apartment building in the quiet night. Meanwhile, in a luxurious apartment filled with books, a man let out a soft exclamation of surprise, wow. Na Yandiak stared at his phone screen, smiled with satisfaction, and exclaimed, Writer Choi, your new work is truly wonderful. He marveled at the smoothness of each line, making the girl walking toward the desk scoff sarcastically, sweet-talking again. Na Yandiak sat leisurely on the sofa, confidently asserting that this was not just empty flattery, the work was indeed excellent and would surely sell well. Faced with such praise, the woman narrowed her eyes and asked back, so how good is it? She smirked with an implicit smile, revealing a confident and slightly challenging look behind her glasses. Her eyes turned to Na Yandiak, waiting for genuine recognition. A heavy question was suddenly thrown out, is it as good as Han Jia's? As they sat close to each other, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense when Han Jia's name was once again used as a yardstick for success. After all these years, is she still getting caught in the crossfire? Na Yandiak silently looked away, and the atmosphere suddenly became unusually tense. Seeing that he still remained silent, she continued to press him. What? Is this question too hard? Na Yandiak let out a tired sigh, his face clearly showing a state of blockages before this highly sensitive comparison. She still refused to let him go, repeatedly reminding him of the obsessive name, Han Jia, what genre did she write? How many years had passed, but her eyes, sharp behind her spectacles, drilled into Na Yandiak to seek an answer. Did Han Jia write anything? Na Yandiak looked towards the towering bookshelves and replied coldly, I don't remember anything at all. Na Yandiak admitted in a low voice that it was a lie. Hundreds of works suddenly appeared like playing cards falling in the chaotic air. He realized that among those hundreds of works, only one actually existed in his mind. Na Yandiak silently acknowledged a bitter truth, he had chosen Han Jia's work, right when the Joker card bearing her silhouette appeared mockingly. Why did he make a move that still haunts him to this day? Na Yeondeok was silent for a moment, then replied softly, I really don't remember. Yeonju bowed her head slightly, turned away decisively, and walked. Then let's leave it at that, I'll send you a new email. Na Yeondeok silently watched her retreating figure. Yeonju turned back, offering a meaningful smile, hoping for a more reasonable answer. Once settled in his luxurious car in the basement garage, Na Yeondeok let out a tired sigh, feeling like he could finally breathe again. Every time he met Yeonju, he felt as though his lifespan was being cut short. He knew very well that she was someone who never wanted to change her editor. Na Yeondeok drove off lost in thought, silently assessing Yeonju as a best-selling author full of insecurity. As night fell, the second cafe had already hung its closed sign, yet a flickering light still shone inside. Suddenly, a sneeze echoed, breaking the absolute silence. Han Jia gently wiped her nose, wondering to herself if someone was talking about her, and indeed, they were bringing her name up repeatedly. She was sitting in a daze at the table with a pen in hand when Naji suddenly appeared and shouted, Manager, don't tell me you are peeking? Han Jia startled and retorted, peeking at what? Naji picked up the paper and mocked her, clearly you've only managed to write a few lines. Han Jia frantically gestured for silence, Shoo, how did you know? Naji smirked meaningfully, so you did peek, I probably shouldn't say anything then. Seeing Choi Sang-woo diligently writing, Naji asked in surprise, Choi Sang-woo, how can you write so much? Do you really have that much to write about? Ah, no, that's not it. I actually don't know what to write, so I just went online and picked some good ideas to start with. Naji sighed and turned to Han Jia to complain, wow, seriously boss, you should have told me sooner. It turned out Cha Soo-yeon had already planned this beforehand. She declared solemnly, it's been a while since we held a contest. This is a new coffee bean we will be using in the cafe starting today. It is quite rare and delicious. After giving the staff a taste test, which made Naji rave about the irresistible flavor, Cha Soo-yeon began assigning tasks. Your job is to write an introduction for the coffee bean and a promotional line for Instagram. With an extremely serious look in her eyes, she announced an enormous reward. The winner will receive 1 million won immediately. The figure of 1 million won sparkled in Naji's eyes. Meanwhile, Cha Soo-yeon firmly ordered, all staff of Second Cafe must participate. Wow, with a reward like this, I have to try hard. I must squeeze out some beautiful words. Han Jia began to feel a heavy pressure. She bit the tip of her pen tightly, breaking into a cold sweat, then whispered to Naji, do you often do things like this? These kinds of contests? Naji casually recounted, not very often, just once in a while. Last winter, we had a contest similar to this, a debate between the Red Bean Bungeopang team and the Custard Cream Bungeopang team. Hearing, Naji smiled brightly and proudly confirmed, it's me. She also excitedly bragged, I'm a member of the custard-filled fish-shaped pastry team. She added that Siwoo also tried very hard. Even though at that time, he was still passionately arguing that custard fish pastries are actually just fish-shaped deli manju, not real fish pastries. Naji revealed that the boss was almost convinced by that argument. This made Han Jia secretly realize that this was like a benefit or reward for the employees. She told herself that although it was a bit strange at first, because the boss was originally a writer, everyone just happily followed along. Naji narrowed her eyes, looking at Han Jia scrutinizingly. She suddenly popped a question that startled Han Jia, that is to say, Manager, you are very good at writing, right? Han Jia embarrassedly waved her hands to deny it in panic. She secretly wondered where on earth that absurd rumor had come from. Not giving Han Jia time to react, Naji immediately turned to whisper warily to Siwoo, Siwoo Appa, be careful. She's going to take all of our prize money. Han Jia could only mutter in speechless silence, what are you talking? The image of the letter with a bright red kiss mark suddenly appeared, making Han Jia blush with embarrassment. She frantically avoided it, saying, I don't know, I don't remember anymore. Seeing the know-it-all expressions of Naji and Li Shu, Han Jia panicked even more as her juniors pressured her to see the love letter of the newlywed couple to check her writing skills. Despite Han Jia's best efforts to explain that she only stamped it and was not the writer in the literal sense, Naji still confidently concluded, you are lying, please let me see it. Han Jia's scream of ah, I didn't write it, echoed throughout the second cafe in the middle of the night. Meanwhile, in a luxurious, moonlit high-class apartment, Cha Soo-yeon was leisurely sipping tea and beginning to grade the staff competition entries. Reading Naji's entry with lines full of flattery for the boss, she gently smiled, Naji's writing is so cute. This is indeed the fun part of running a cafe, see, every boss wants to hear those sweet words. Cha Soo-yeon continued to flip through Li Shu's entry about award-winning coffee beans. She gently shook her head and commented, this one isn't bad either, but it's too long-winded. Finally, her eyes stopped at the last manuscript with clear anticipation. Cha Soo-yeon whispered, so the last one is Han Jia's, right? She silently looked at the commemorative photo of the two of them placed solemnly on the shelf, reminiscing about a close friendship. Sujan held Han Jia's manuscript in her hand, her heart filled with curiosity about what her close younger sister had written for this actual competition. After reading just a few lines, she suddenly stopped and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Sujan was completely amazed, unable to believe her own eyes. She wondered whether Han Jia was just guessing or if she had truly seen through everything. On the table were 2 bags of coffee, one with old beans and the other with premium beans, but the truth hidden behind them left Sujan in awe. The subtle difference between these 2 types of beans was actually just a small trap to test the staff. Sujan questioned whether there was any need to change them, as they looked no different from each other. She smiled with admiration upon realizing that Han Jia had noticed it immediately. Returning home, Han Jia excitedly grabbed Jia and Min Cheon's hand and kept babbling. She was as excited as the neighborhood aunties, hee. Hey, listen, something happened at that coffee shop. Looking at his wife's radiant smile, Jia and Min Cheon quietly listened with an affectionate gaze. Jia and Min Cheon silently marveled in his heart, did it mean it could be written so easily? Watching Han Jia talking and laughing passionately, he clearly felt the natural talent that was always present in her, even if she always tried to deny it. Meanwhile, Han Jia was also absorbed in looking at the photo of a flustered. She chuckled softly to herself, questioning, Philip, how can such a big-bodied man be called cute? Suddenly, Nari leaned in close and teased, cute where? Han Jia startled in panic upon being caught red-handed looking at her husband's photo. Nari looked at her friend with an eye full of sarcasm. I thought you were looking at cat pictures or something else you found cute, but turns out you were staring at your husband's photo? How are unmarried people like us supposed to live? Han Jia also frantically defended herself, saying it wasn't because he was her husband, but simply because if something is cute, she calls it cute. Suddenly, Nari became serious and asked, speaking of which, have you heard any news yet, Han Jia? Han Jia anxiously asked back, what news? Nari excitedly announced a piece of shocking news, our cafe is about to film a variety show, and it is even run by an extremely famous director. Han Jia gasped in astonishment. She couldn't believe their small cafe had caught the eye of such a major variety show. Meanwhile, in a luxurious office, Na Yangdiak was bowing Tim. The man with fiery red hair and cool sunglasses smirked slightly, speaking with skepticism, hoping to cooperate with me? Oh, so did they expect to cooperate with thin air, old man? Seeing the tense atmosphere, Na Yangdiak quickly smiled to keep the peace. Come on, why are you acting like that? Between us. But the director flatly interrupted, I am a professional, which is why I speak up, right? Na Yangdiak could only sweat in silence under the pressure from the man opposite him. The director slowly twirled the lollipop in his hand and said in a low voice, let me be frank, what does the world call me? Na Yangdiak gave a forced smile in response, is there any need to say it out loud? A series of flashy titles came to mind, the master of variety shows, the pioneer of the advertising world, the ratings stirrer. Hearing those praises, the director smirked slightly, glad to hear those compliments, but the title seems a bit short, doesn't it? He ridiculed himself with bitter words, the master of the past, the misfit of a bygone era, the ratings stirrer of before. Then suddenly, he burst into hearty laughter, a has-been, ha, that is Kim Tae-suk, a director once called a genius but now left with only a hollow name. Oh director, why say that? You are still very successful. Just look at the contract amount we offered. 1 time humble equals 4 times. Kim Tae-suk smirked with suspicion, which made things even more doubtful. He stared intensely at the sweating Na Yangdiak and demanded, PD Na, what on earth do you want? Na Yangdiak froze, questioning himself, what do I want? Sitting opposite him on the sofa, Kim Tae-suk pressed further, be honest, what is your real intention after all this? Na Yangdiak pondered, my intention? He suddenly recalled the conversation with his powerful boss when she asked, how long has Director Kim been resting? Upon hearing Na Yangdiak confirm it was Kim Tae-suk, she casually calculated, about 4 years, just enough. Immediately, an order was handed down, persuade him to plan a variety show and bring Han Jia into it as well. Na Yangdiak asked back in shock, so suddenly? Why? The boss only smiled cryptically, you have to figure out how to handle it yourself, right? Na Yangdiak could only stand frozen, his heart filled with anxiety when suddenly tasked with pairing them up like this. Looking at Kim Tae-suk in front of him, he secretly thought that if he had to use one word to describe this man, it would be a burnt-out match. Tae-suk certainly has talent, and thanks to that, he made a lot of money in the past. But all of that is now submerged deep under the ocean like an old treasure chest. Na Yangdiak understood that having a lot of money did not necessarily mean financial ease in the present. This meant he needed to find a way to rekindle Tae-suk's cooled interest. But unfortunately, a perfect plan is not always readily available. Na Yangdiak scratched his head in frustration, constantly questioning himself on how to win over someone like him. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes suddenly flashed with a calculating light. Na Yangdiak looked straight at the director sitting opposite him and softly called, Director. Seeing Tae-suk ask back in confusion, Na Yangdiak smiled suggestively and asked, let me ask, do you like coffee? Shortly after, both of them arrived at H&E Cafe. Han Jia stood behind the bar with a darkened face, looking thoroughly frustrated and exhausted upon seeing the uninvited guests. Na Yangdiak waved warmly in greeting, long time no see. Han Jia narrowed her eyes, asking coldly with scrutiny, what brings you here? What a silly question, as if anyone would go to a cafe to drink beer, teehee. He decisively placed his order, give me an iced Americano. This left Han Jia with no choice but to quietly tap. Na Yangdiak added another difficult demand, and give this guy the best coffee here. Han Jia crossed her arms and thought deeply, the best coffee? After a moment of consideration, she suddenly showed a bright smile. However, her answer made both of them completely freeze, we don't have that. Na Yangdiak and Kim Tae-suk stared at each other in utter disbelief, not understanding what was happening. Han Jia casually asserted a harsh truth, our shop doesn't have that kind. Her statement caused the atmosphere in Second Cafe to suddenly fall into an awkward silence, surprised? Now, what would you gentlemen like to drink? Na Yangdiak sat in a daze under the twilight sky, softly questioning himself. Director Kim Tae-suk strolled over, asking skeptically if this was really the right thing to do. The two sat flat on the ground. Na Yangdiak thoughtfully wondered if they had gone through all this trouble just to get a cup of coffee. He turned to ask if Director Kim Tae-suk felt the same way after hearing Han Jia's words. In Han Jia's mind, the concept of the best coffee never existed in this place. For her, the best feeling was simply waking up at dawn, sipping a cup of coffee with a cigarette. Kim Tae-suk sighed softly, thinking that regardless, there was no need to travel all the way to such a distant filming set. Yet, Na Yangdiak smiled, believing that after a long time, returning to the set's atmosphere was truly an exciting experience. Standing in the middle of the historical drama set with actors in traditional clothing, Kim Tae-suk admitted he felt as if he had been infused with a new source of energy. He turned to comment that Na Yangdiak was indeed a somewhat eccentric PD, but the young man just casually replied that perhaps only the director thought so. Oh, I think eccentric people are really good at tuning into each other's wavelengths, teehee. Na Yangdiak curiously asked about Kim Tae-suk's feelings while enjoying a cup of coffee in the fresh morning air. He really wanted to know what was on the director's mind. Kim Tae-suk took a gentle sip of his coffee, quietly enjoying the spreading flavor. Na Yangdiak watched silently as deeply philosophical thoughts about destiny suddenly flashed through his mind. Talent is perhaps a harsh curse for those who happen to possess it. For them, it is a lingering curse that clings persistently. It makes them no different from puppets controlled by the strings of fate, which they can absolutely never escape. Imagine a pottery genius standing before us. If that genius potter grew so weary of the world that they wanted to leave everything behind, leaving only a cold message saying, do not look for me, how could anyone stop them? When money and fame no longer hold any appeal, how do you convince a genius to return to their passion? It sounds like an unsolvable. The answer is clay. It really scratched their itch. Seeing the wonderful piece of clay right before their eyes, the artisan couldn't help but gasp in shock. Why is the clay here so wonderful? To ordinary people, it might seem like nothing, but to a genius, it is a priceless treasure. They cannot bear to see the best material they work with being treated poorly. Just like a master chef watching premium ingredients being thrown into a cheap fish dish, a true artisan will surely flare up in anger. They will not be able to sit still while witnessing perfection being wasted in vain. For a genius will always be drawn to the best material they can mold, and they absolutely cannot ignore it. Director Kim Tae-suk was completely captivated. He murmured blankly to himself, it's so delicious that I don't even know what to say. How many years has it been since the last time he tasted this special flavor? Kim Tae-suk gently broke into an intense smile. The excellence of the coffee cup had awakened the professional instincts in the man who seemed to have passed his prime. Na Yangdiak softly called out, Director Kim, as if to gauge the director's reaction. No need to probe, I think he is already convinced. Kim Tae-suk had now regained his inherent confidence and authority. He turned around and asked with a proud smile, what is the upcoming schedule? The fire of passion that seemed to have died out now began to burn more fiercely than ever. It was time to get really serious. At Second Cafe, the atmosphere was becoming extremely bustling as a film crew suddenly arrived. The director's loudspeaker blared urgently to coordinate the staff, alright everyone, be careful not to get in each other's way, hurry up. Witnessing the grand scale with dozens of machines being set up, the staff could only gasp in amazement, wow. The scene shifts to the house, where Han Jia has prepared herself with an extremely cute pink bow headband on her head. Seeing Jia and Min Cheon just step through the door, she quickly greets him warmly and sweetly, you're home, well done. However, seeing his wife's unusually excited demeanor, Jia and Min Cheon becomes highly suspicious. He awkwardly pushes up his glasses and mutters to himself, wondering if she has some hidden motive, sometimes I just want that too, okay? And here I am judging others just for washing their face, come on. Han Jia is left frozen in place, staring blankly at her husband and letting out a disappointed ah. Having a foolish husband where a romantic gesture is met with words that make you want to punch him in the face, huh? Jia and Min Cheon, still carrying his backpack, looks at Han Jia anxiously and asks softly, is that so? Feeling the tense atmosphere, he tries to find a quick escape route, should I run quickly to the convenience store? Han Jia immediately jumps up, screaming in panic, "No, that's not what I meant." It turns out all she wanted was to personally take care of her husband's skin. Han Jia sits flat on the floor, diligently stirring a bowl of cloudy gray mixture with a highly dedicated look on her face. Jia and Min Cheon finally understands, "So that is what you meant, Han Jia." Meanwhile, Jia and Min Cheon silently lay down on the floor, though his mind was still filled with questions. He understood, but why did he have to put on a mask too? Han Jia approached him with a bowl of the mixture and confidently declared, "What are you saying? You should thank me for helping you take care of yourself." Before he could react, she decisively smeared a cold blob of the mixture onto his face. Jia and Min Cheon startled and screamed out loud. "Ah, so cold." Han Jia began her professional service. She admired him and exclaimed, "Oh, my dear customer, look at that fair skin." Jia and Min Cheon could only lie still and enjoy the special care from his wife. He softly whispered with satisfaction, "Customer? I'm indeed in the right place to get special care." He smiled and thought to himself that being pampered like a baby by his wife was pure bliss. Many single people out there would surely be jealous and want to get married right away. Jia and Min Cheon casually confessed that he rarely paid attention to skincare. However, his wife often made him share her skincare products. Hearing the sweet words "my wife" slip from her husband's mouth, Han Jia's face instantly flushed red. She stammered back in extreme embarrassment. "Wife?" When asked if he had really gotten married, seeing her husband answer so decisively, Han Jia squinted her eyes and looked at him teasingly, "Really? Never ever?" Jia and Min Cheon suddenly broke into a cold sweat and quickly denied it, "No way." But then he hesitantly added, "If I must say something." Han Jia looked at him silently and seriously. Jia and Min Cheon then honestly confessed that sometimes his wife would play extremely strange role-playing games, catching him off guard. He secretly thought it would be nice if she told him beforehand, because those spontaneous actions sometimes made him feel a bit funny. Can this be considered a little marital intimacy? Han Jia silently looked at her husband with a deep expression, while her hands diligently applied the face mask onto his face. Lying still and enjoying his wife's care, Jia and Min Cheon suddenly fell into deep thoughts. I hope this is not a dream. For a person who was originally dry like him, this sweet reality was truly hard to believe. Jia and Min Cheon silently looked at Han Jia sleeping soundly right next to him. His heart couldn't help but flutter realizing that the girl was right beside him. He questioned himself in absolute happiness. Is this really happening to me, or is it a dream? To make sure he wasn't dreaming, Jia and Min Cheon confessed that he had pinched himself many times to check if everything was real. Han Jia suddenly leaned close, her golden hair cascading over Jia and Min Cheon's face charmingly. She looked at him with eyes full of love, flashing a radiant smile. She softly whispered a tempting offer, "Do you know what is more effective than a face mask for skincare?" Han Jia slowly lowered her body, closing the final distance. Jia lay flat on the floor, her face flushed and her breath rapid after that special, passionate experience. In the quiet space, Jia began to ramble enthusiastically about an impromptu scientific fact: serotonin. It is a hormone released when you are loved, when you love, or perhaps when you give love. She passionately explained that this hormone explodes during those sweet moments, helping to reduce stress and being extremely beneficial for the immune system. Seeing Jia and Min Cheon listening in silence, Jia excitedly asserted, "Yes, the immune system benefits almost everything." Suddenly, Jia and Min Cheon called Jia's name in a deep voice, making her startle with wide-eyed surprise. He curled his lips slightly and asked, "That serotonin thing, don't you think I need some more of it?" Without giving Jia time to react, Jia and Min Cheon decisively leaned in close, causing her to panic and scream, Hey, Jia and Min Cheon, hey, at least take off your mask first." That night, the lights in the young couple's apartment remained brightly lit late into the night, marking a sleepless night of sublimated emotions. This is the real lottery jackpot, haha. The next morning, under a clear blue sky, the atmosphere on the streets suddenly became unusually lively. All eyes were on a girl walking by with glowing, radiant skin. People marveled, "Wow, look at her skin, it's truly translucent." Nari radiantly walked into the shop with an extremely glittering appearance, making Li Shu exclaim in surprise, "Wow, your face is glowing today." Nari smiled with her eyes closed, full of pride. Hee, hearing you say that, is it really that obvious? You have such sharp eyes. In fact, rumors about her flawless skin even spread all the way to Gangnam. However, all of a sudden, all eyes turned to the main character standing at the bar counter. Nari and Li Shu shouted in unison in shock, "Wow, manager, why is your skin so bright and translucent?" "Manager, what happened? Where did you go for a beauty treatment?" Han Jia appeared with a face so sparklingly bright it seemed unreal. She gently wore a mysterious and satisfied smile. The secret is, just fall in love. That's right, this girl spoke the truth and spoke it out loud, haha. At the same time in the office, Choi Sang-woo also froze completely, his eyes staring wide open upon seeing the abnormally radiant face of his senior, Jia and Min Cheon. Entertainment was originally a term used to refer to artistic capabilities as a whole, such as theater, cinema, or fine arts. However, in modern times, it is mainly understood as well-scripted comedy programs and shows. The focus is now placed on witty characters with just a few short lines of script. It was this simplification that made reality-based elements begin to be emphasized, paving the way for a style of reality entertainment where the person behind it is none other than director Kim Tae-suk. Witnessing the presence of such a high-profile figure, Han Jia could only freeze and exclaim wow. Looking at his appearance right now, Han Jia still couldn't help but feel skeptical. She had thought he was just some quirky manager. At the second cafe, amidst the hustle and bustle of work, Nari suddenly called out, "Manager, manager." Resting her chin on her hand, she flashed a radiant smile and asked curiously, "How do I look today?" "Do I look good on camera?" Han Jia blankly replied with total indifference, "Why are you worrying about that? It's not like we are the ones being filmed." Nari immediately countered, "Hey, who knows what might happen? All of our cafe staff have already signed filming contracts, haven't we?" Han Jia's face suddenly turned pale with worry. "Then doesn't that mean we will also be on the show?" "I mean, they are filming the program at our cafe," Nari excitedly asserted with confidence. "Exactly, all it takes is a chance camera shot." She began to daydream about stealing the spotlight, making a legendary appearance as an ordinary person. Nari burst into excited laughter, imagining herself becoming incredibly famous, even reaching all the way to Hollywood. "Well, just dream while you still can, as no one taxes a dreamer." Han Jia looked at Nari with a look of concern and gently asked, "Isn't that dreaming a bit too far?" However, Nari casually dismissed it. "Oh please, who cares? There's nothing to lose anyway." She mischievously leaned in close, forcing Han Jia to tell the truth. "Manager, you used to daydream like that too, didn't you?" Jia's protective facade suddenly cracked. She blushed and slightly parted her lips to admit that if it was for a good cause, appearing on TV wouldn't be so bad. Naji immediately caught her off guard and cheered triumphantly. "See, I knew it. The manager is just the same, you've definitely imagined it before." Jia could only break into a cold sweat, awkwardly trying to save face. "No, it's only because you brought it up that I thought about it, Nari." Just then, the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar guest caused the atmosphere to come to a standstill. Li Shu politely placed the coffee cup on the table and said warmly, "This is a complimentary treat, on the house." Director Kim Tae-suk seemed quite pleased. He took a sip of his coffee and asked curiously, "Oh, thank you. What is your name?" Shu politely bowed and replied, "Ah, yes, my name is Li Shu." Meanwhile, Jia and Naji stood in the back. In another space, Yeonju was working diligently at her computer. She took a sip of her coffee and quietly admired. "The coffee is delicious, today I feel the words just flowing endlessly." Everything seemed to be going extremely smoothly, but then her gaze suddenly sharpened with irritation. Yeonju glared at PD Na standing behind her, silently confirming that PD Na's handling was truly unacceptable. Kamwoo looked at Yeonju's attitude and gently wondered, "Why is writer Choi so grumpy today? Usually she isn't like this." Yeonju remained seated with her arms crossed in frustration. She glared at him with sharp eyes behind her glasses and retorted, "How can you even ask that at a time like this?" She decisively questioned Kamwoo and director Kim Tae-suk about their true intentions. "What were you thinking?" "Initially, I was told it was just a..." Yeonju asserted that she only agreed to help find the location because he said it was necessary, but demanded that next time he must notify her properly in advance. Seeing his boss blowing a fuse, Kangwoo quickly smiled to make peace. "Oh come on, writer Choi, go easy on me, there really was no other way." He even vowed to treat her to a massive meal to make up for it. "Whatever you want is fine." However, Yeonju flatly refused. "No, don't worry about treating me. I just want to be notified in advance, that's all. How can I eat anything when I'm this furious?" Her eyes Na Yeondiak held the flower in his hand, looking at Yeonju with absolute gentleness and confessed, "I thought of you, so I brought this." Yeonju silently stared at the unexpected gift with a face full of doubt. Meanwhile, Na Yeondiak continued using sweet words to soothe her. "Of course, I bought it because I was thinking of you." He smiled gently, comparing the color of the flower to her. "Look at the color, doesn't it look so much like writer Choi? A bright orange, just like sunlight." Na Yeondiak promised that from next time, he would always inform her of all work arrangements beforehand so she would be the first to know, hoping she would stop being angry. He looked deep into Yeonju's eyes and asserted, "You and I, we are partners with the same purpose, aren't we?" He even romanticized this relationship, saying that in some way, it was as if fate had brought them together. However, Yeonju only looked at him with skeptical eyes and asked back, "What do you mean by partners with the same purpose? Sharing the same goal sounds like being accomplices, doesn't it?" Her realistic answer made Na Yeondiak burst into a proud laugh. "Spot on. Exactly, you really caught my drift, writer Choi. Perhaps because you are a writer, you understand me so well. Was this guy's mouth made of cotton candy or what? How could he flatter so skillfully?" Yeonju finally yielded to his silver tongue. She smiled slightly and sighed, "Unbelievable. Fine, alright, I will let it slide this time. Go back to work. Hearing this, Na Yangdiak was overjoyed and spared no praise. Thank you, writer Choi, you are the best. But before leaving, he didn't. Looking at Na Yangdiak's retreating figure, Choi Yunju softly let out a sigh of wonder. She muttered to herself with a lingering smile, who says I am misunderstanding something? Gently twirling a lock of her long hair, her eyes filled with contemplation as she stared at the old photo taken with Han Jia during their school days. Choi Yunju quietly questioned herself with a touch of anticipation. I wonder when my own story will be told. Meanwhile, at the cafe, Han Jia suddenly sneezed loudly, leaving her bewildered and wondering, is someone talking about me? Before Han Jia could even explain, the manager said, you should head home early to rest. Rest up early. Han Jia stood there frozen. She turned to look at Nari, who was standing nearby with a deeply puzzled expression, and asked, Nari, what's wrong with you today? Why are you being so strangely competitive? Is there a problem with me? Observing from behind, Kim Tae-suk silently evaluated with a sharp gaze, this feeling is not just an illusion. I always sense something in people who I believe will go far, perhaps it's a feeling, or maybe an aura. In the office, Kim Tae-suk softly called PD Na upon seeing an elegant man walk in. He wore a very warm, welcoming smile. You're here? That was a famous variety show MC, who had just appeared with an extremely handsome look and a confident aura in a gentle cream-colored suit. As expected of a public figure, you can recognize them instantly. There are countless people in this world who possess special abilities. Some have a natural talent for eating, while others are extremely intelligent with impressive academic achievements. Some are born for the stage with masterful choreography, and there are powerful voices that can touch anyone's heart. There are truly so many different talents that we cannot possibly list them all. And in that flow of life, there appear those who specialize in searching for and utilizing someone's innate talent, then beginning the process of meticulously refining and polishing it. We call such people behind-the-scenes professionals. Besides, there are also those who constantly put in tireless efforts to push themselves to the absolute limits. Once they reach the peak and receive the passionate adoration of the public, they officially become shining stars. Yet, even though stars always have an ideal role model they constantly wish to become. If you live in this era, there will surely be certain images that people always naturally accept as a given without needing any reason. And we call that an exemplary icon. To sum it all up, it is ultimately the most beautiful thing in everyone's eyes. And right in that context, Mr. Yomhan was leisurely sipping his coffee with an extremely elegant demeanor. A charisma radiated from him that went far beyond what is called a typical image. Savoring the rich flavor, he gently smiled and praised that its taste was truly delicious. With this dignified poise, if he claimed to be second, surely no one would dare to be first. Han Jia froze, her eyes widening in sheer surprise as she saw the special guest sitting right in her cafe. She softly gasped in admiration, amazing. However, Han Jia's composure was quickly shattered by the appearance of Naji. The black-haired female employee rushed over like a whirlwind, grabbing Han Jia's shoulders and screaming in utmost excitement, even though I've seen him once, I still can't believe it, manager. Naji endlessly admired the man sitting over there, an ideal MC role model that any man would dream of. She trembled while asking to confirm once more, it's not just someone who looks like him, right? While Han Jia was still in a state of shock, Naji decisively asserted, it's not someone who looks like him, it's absolutely him, Yomhan. Look at her, why does her face look so pathetic now? When she sees something beautiful, her eyes light up like headlights. Extremely admiring her idol, Nari frantically rushed forward to beg, could I get your autograph and take a photo with you, please? Seeing her junior lose her composure, Han Jia quickly stopped her and warned her seriously, Nari, calm down and take a deep breath. If you cause a scene here, you will never be allowed back. However, Nari suddenly squinted suspiciously upon noticing something unusual. She pointed her finger and questioned, what about you, manager? What are you hiding behind your back? It turned out Han Jia was also sneakily hiding a piece of blank paper behind her back with the same intention. Caught red-handed, Han Jia blushed, awkwardly making a very forced excuse, this is just in case. He might need something to sign on when paying by card. Nari immediately exposed her manager's absurdity. What are you talking about? Since when do we only need a card signature for bills over 50,000 won? Han Jia could only laugh off her embarrassment. Well, if he orders something expensive, it will be needed, hee hee. These two are truly hopeless fangirls. Meanwhile, Mr. Myunghan was still leisurely enjoying the atmosphere of the cafe. He gently smiled and remarked. It's quite lively here, isn't it? Isn't it wonderful? Everyone seems truly happy. To him, the most precious thing was seeing everyone living truthfully to themselves, just like in real life. Suddenly, Myunghan turned to look at director Kim Tae-suk and wondered. Right, I haven't asked yet, why did you suddenly bring me to such an inconspicuous place like this? The director, with his red hair and sunglasses, casually explained that it was a request from an influential figure, which was why he agreed. However, Kim Tae-suk couldn't help but feel curious. But a variety show? Didn't you plan on not doing that anymore? Myung-han took a gentle sip of his coffee and honestly admitted that he indeed had that intention at first. However, everything changed after he received an offer from the entertainment agency IOMN. Myung-han's gaze drifted toward Han Jia, who was busy at the bar. Director Kim Tae-suk seemed to notice something. He followed Myung-han's gaze and asked suggestively. Myeon smiled gently, a smile holding many unpredictable thoughts. Somehow I ended up knowing her, and now she is totally stuck with me. Witnessing the special attention of the powerful MC for a normal cafe manager. Even you said that, she must have some crazy talent, right? Director Kim Tae-suk looked at the old photo, gently curving his lips into an interesting smile as if he had realized something very special. How amusing. The bright morning sunlight shone down on the second cafe, signaling the start of another busy day. In someone's mind, a firm assertion softly echoed, she has got something. While Han Jia was busy carrying a tray of coffee to serve customers, an unexpected voice called out from behind, making her freeze. Is that Han Jia? It is definitely that lady, tee-hee. A hand suddenly touched Han Jia's shoulder, making her startle and utter in bewilderment. Ha! A strange girl with short hair appeared, warmly inviting her to have a cup of Americano, but Han Jia quickly declined because she was not very fond of coffee. The stranger suddenly turned serious, decisively announcing that it was time for filming and wanting to help Han Jia style her hair. Han Jia was completely frozen. She stammered and asked again in absolute shock, styling? For me? Me? The other girl smiled and explained a surprising truth. What, you didn't know? You are today's guest, manager. Han Jia gasped in disbelief. What? In just a brief moment, she appeared with a completely new look, incredibly beautiful and elegant in her neat outfit. Han Jia appeared in a gentle pink dress, silently blaming Yeonju for interfering in this forced transformation. She suddenly remembered the omen from a few days ago, when she received a makeup bag sent by her boss's mother. At that time, she couldn't help but grumble, you should have told me beforehand. But what made Han Jia feel even more uncomfortable was the mysterious name being mentioned. Witnessing her confusion, the man standing next to her could only smirk triumphantly because the plan was a complete success. Finally, he had caught his prey on the chopping board. Han Jia silently cursed him for pretending to be innocent to enjoy this drama. While Nari was excited about getting on the variety show, Han Jia was so anxious that she felt like throwing up due to extreme stress. Nari looked at her boss with deep admiration. Manager, I think this is the first time I've seen you dressed up so beautifully. You always wear comfortable clothes to work. Han Jia slightly lifted the hem of her dress, shyly admitting that as soon as she finished speaking, Nari cheered, ah, they're here. A warm, deep voice echoed from the door, sorry for being late. That beauty salon took longer than I thought. The surrounding crowd gasped in amazement at the appearance of a captivating figure. Jia turned around in shock, her eyes widening in disbelief as she recognized the person walking toward her. The elegant man in a stylish outfit gently placed his hand on his chest, smiling and greeting with confidence, I am Jia and Min Cheon. I'm really looking forward to working with you. Before Jia's eyes now was a completely different Jia and Min Cheon, so handsome and radiant that it was hard to believe. She froze, her heart racing as she screamed in utter shock inside her mind, Jia and Min Cheon. What a surprise, old lady. Have you never seen a handsome guy before? There is an old saying, just because you draw stripes on a pumpkin, does it become a watermelon? People often say like father like son, but perhaps Jia was wrong to apply that to this situation. Staring at Jia and Min Cheon, the annoying name for so long, she shocked to realize a harsh truth. He had been a watermelon from the very beginning. Jia stood frozen with a dazed face, completely overwhelmed by her husband's charming new look. Seeing his wife staring blankly like she had lost her soul, Jia and Min Cheon gently stepped closer and asked with concern, what's wrong? Jia's brain at this moment seemed to go into overload, the loading bar running continuously but still unable to process this extreme visual shock. If he were my husband, I'd... Jia and Min Cheon started breaking into a cold sweat when he saw Han Jia standing completely still like a statue. He softly called out, Han Jia. Seeing her suddenly cover her face with a deeply gloomy expression, he grew even more flustered and spoke up, hey. Thinking his wife's health was in trouble, Jia and Min Cheon quickly turned to explain to the camera crew, I'm sorry, my wife is not feeling very well. I apologize, but the filming session. Immediately, Han Jia snapped out of it and screamed in a panic, no. I'm fine, I'm really fine. She frantically tried to clarify so that the shoot wouldn't be cancelled halfway. However, once she regained a bit of her composure, Han Jia asked in bewilderment, Jia and Min Cheon, why are you here? Amidst the bustling sound of final equipment checks at the second cafe before taking positions, Jia and Min Cheon looked at her with a puzzled look, what do you mean, why? He furrowed his brows and asked back, leaving Han Jia completely frozen, Han Jia, didn't you arrange all of this? Han Jia could only stammer in utter confusion, what? I arranged it? Oh no, this married couple has been completely played. Jin Min-cheon asserted that just a few days ago, Han Jia herself had clearly told him about this matter. As it turned out, Na Yeon-deok had actively approached Jin Min-cheon beforehand. He flashed a calculating smile and introduced himself as a representative from my own. Hearing this, Han Jia's face changed color, only able to show a speechless expression before the ironic truth. Jin Min-cheon explained that Na Yeon-deok told him at the time that she would participate in a celebrity interview show, and then asked if he wanted to appear on air with his wife. Seeing Han Jia still bewildered, Jin Min-cheon asserted that if there were such an important matter, he would certainly have consulted her seriously. He even asked back in surprise, I told you already, did you forget? Jin Min-cheon began to recall the words Han Jia once shared, saying that both of them had missed out on too many things and should do more things together to make up for it. She had also promised to give him more surprises and declared that from now on she would have no time to be bored. Precisely because of those affectionate words, Jin Min-cheon firmly believed that this television appearance was a surprise event that Han Jia had silently prepared for him. Connecting the dots, I think it is actually quite nice that this silly husband misunderstood it this way. Furthermore, because they had previously discussed appearing in front of the camera, Jin Min-cheon completely trusted that Han Jia was the one planning this. Hearing this, Han Jia could only hold her head in agony over the terrible misunderstanding. She hesitantly asked her husband, when you heard about going on television, didn't you feel like anything was strange? Contrary to his wife's panic, Jin Min-cheon was extremely excited. He proudly raised both thumbs and boldly declared. Han Jia forced a smile, giving a completely awkward thumbs up while cold sweat poured down out of regret. She silently told herself that she should have just kept quiet. Han Jia realized she had felt this way for a long time. Whenever she was around Jin Min-cheon, she would get caught up in strange, inexplicable situations. She began to doubt if this was all just her imagination. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd could not stop whispering and gossiping about Jin Min-cheon's attractive appearance. Someone marveled, wow, look at him. What, is he really just an ordinary person? They assumed he was some famous star because, despite being surrounded by so many cameras, he did not seem nervous at all. Some even praised him, saying he was like a fish in water on stage. Hearing that, Han Jia could only glare and mock him in her mind. What do they mean by fish in water? This fish isn't in water, it's about to hit the chopping board. That was because only she realized Jin Min-cheon was actually extremely tense, as if he was about to faint. His face was pale and sweat trickled down, making Han Jia worry whether he could survive today. To make matters worse, some girls standing nearby kept flirting regretfully. They whispered to each other that if he weren't married, they would have definitely hit on him. Han Jia gasped in shock, oh my god. In reality, Jin Min-cheon was giving it his all, showing off his handsome looks that could make anyone fall for him. However, Han Jia anxiously wondered if it was okay to let him go on air in this state. She shuddered, recalling the terrible aftermath of the previous biceps incident, an event so haunting that she couldn't even sleep whenever she thought about it. Han Jia bit her lip, secretly regretting it in her heart, thinking she really hadn't thought this through, but now it was too late to say something like, I want to back out. She knew she had to come up with a really good move to save the situation immediately. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. Han Jia frantically urged Nari, can you bring me some paper and a permanent marker as quickly as possible? Nari could only ask back in confusion, why do you suddenly need that? Well, if you need it, I'll just go find it, I'll ask for gossip later. The camera lens began to roll, and MC Myung-han flashed a bright smile, greeting the audience. Hello, dear viewers, it seems an unexpected autumn is fast approaching. He excitedly announced his return to cable television with a completely new interview-style variety show. Myung-han solemnly declared that the show would travel all over the country to interview people who had experienced. Although admitting this is his first time trying this genre and feeling a bit anxious, Myung-han quickly stirs up the atmosphere with hearty laughter. Alright, please welcome today's guests. He enthusiastically introduces the highly trending couple who have been causing a stir all over Korea after the incident of being swept away by waves onto a deserted island. Jin Min-cheon and Han Jia officially step onto the stage. However, Jin Min-cheon is currently breaking out in a cold sweat and constantly adjusting his glasses due to extreme nervousness. Jin Min-cheon tremblingly repeats the MC's words in a lifeless tone, swept by waves. This forces Myung-han to awkwardly smooth things over. Hot indeed, yes. Please take a seat over there. Seeing that the situation seems unstable, Na Yeon-deok anxiously asks director Kim Tae-suk if everything will be okay. Kim Tae-suk casually replies that this is just an experiment. However, he senses that this couple definitely has a very special charm. Everyone is bound to be clumsy their first time, Suddenly, Han Jia holds up a paper mask with a self-drawn face of Jin Min-cheon and resolutely proposes, regarding the introduction for today's shoot, could I use this? Director Kim Tae-suk contemplates in silence. He wonders if this plan will truly succeed and whether Han Jia can surpass her own current limits. Seeing Jin Min-cheon sitting silently with the paper mask, MC Myung-han cannot help but wonder, your husband is wearing a bizarre mask. What is the reason? Her declaration made Myung-han exclaim wow in astonishment, while director Kim Tae-suk and Na Yeon-deok completely froze in shock. Even Jin Min-cheon was bewildered, quietly calling his wife's name in amazement. Han Jia decisively cut through the atmosphere. Excuse me, before revealing my husband's face, I would like to say a few words to the audience, may I? With the MC's permission, she held the paper mask and confidently announced, to our beloved audience, this is my husband's daily appearance. Skincare, hair care, massage, he does it all regularly. A man who is so meticulous about his body is truly a rare find. Suddenly, Han Jia removed the mask, revealing Jin Min-cheon's flawless face, leaving him blushing and shy. She proudly asserted, and look at him now, it's all thanks to me that he is this handsome and attractive. Han Jia confidently pointed at herself, boldly declaring her ownership, so this man belongs to me, Han Jia. She stared deeply into the camera, issuing a stern warning to all TV viewers, so to everyone watching, if you find my husband handsome and happen to like him, you're not allowed to, got it? In a certain apartment, Han Jia's parents were gathering around a warm meal when they suddenly froze upon seeing their daughter appear on the television screen. In the middle of the interview, Han Jia confidently pointed at the camera and shouted, so, dear audience, you are not allowed to like my husband. Her bold declaration of ownership left both parents completely stunned. Right after the show ended, Han Jia lay exhaustedly on the sofa, her hands tightly covering her face, which was blushing from extreme embarrassment. Both she and Jin Min-cheon had fallen into a state of utter exhaustion. Jin Min-cheon sat dazed, letting out a heavy sigh, while Han Jia lay flat on the floor. A moment of excitement to mark her territory, and now she did not even have a face to show. Neither of them expected that the filming session would drain so much of their energy. The elevator bell rang dryly as the number stopped at the 88th floor, bringing them back to a highly volatile reality. Just as she stepped outside, Han Jia suddenly heard the whispering of two girls standing ahead. Hey, look over there. The two people behind us, isn't that them? Han Jia turned pale, cold sweat dripping down as she realized she had been recognized in the middle of a crowd. The girls excitedly mentioned the new show hosted by a celebrity that had been on the air for 3 days, leaving her utterly shocked. Seeing that she could no longer escape, Han Jia could only crack a stiff smile and admit. Ah, yes, that is correct. Immediately, the two girls squealed in excitement. Wow, I knew it. I didn't expect the broadcast to make such a huge splash. One girl stepped closer, hesitantly making a request that left Han Jia completely frozen. If you don't mind, could I please get your autograph? Han Jia wondered in utter shock. An autograph? What on earth, asking for an autograph from an ordinary person? Was that show really that popular? She recalled that simple public interview and couldn't believe they had invested so much to create such an insane sensation like this. What did they even exploit in that show to cause such a public stir? Jin Min-cheon stared blankly at the card in his hand, wondering why an ordinary guy like him was being asked for an autograph. Lately, he always felt countless strange eyes staring intently at him when walking down the street. No one expected that interview to become such a massive hit. Standing beside him, Han Jia could only give a stiff smile, finding the sight. But as it turned out, their target was none other than her husband. Jin Min-cheon froze in a state of overload, completely shocked by the enthusiasm of the crowd. Han Jia bitterly realized that in the end, the one who benefited the most from this incident was that brat Jin Min-cheon. Nevertheless, that day's broadcast went unexpectedly smoothly, with viewership ratings skyrocketing. MC Myung-han still hosted extremely smoothly. He made the young couple's first interview incredibly neat and professional. However, things started to get interesting when the MC stared at Jin Min-cheon and exclaimed, but looking closely, your husband's hairstyle is just like mine. He excitedly asked if Jin Min-cheon went to the same hair salon as him, leaving the guy sweating profusely and stuttering in denial. That coincidence, precise down to every single hair strand, instantly became a hot topic across social media forums. Oh, when netizen comparisons start, it gets extremely noisy, bustling, and divided into factions. The images of Jin Min-cheon and the MC placed side by side for comparison made the online community explode. Some criticized the outdated hairstyle, bringing absolute humiliation upon him across the internet. Others praised Jin Min-cheon for looking as sharp as those wild beast-like male deities of the old days with an utterly mesmerizing appearance. Netizens also excitedly discussed Han Jia's fierce claim of ownership. They even joked that she looked like a school bully boss chain linking her husband tight. That interview, Jia muttered to herself that it was best not to find out what people were gossiping about her. Looking at Jin Min-cheon, who was wearing a hat to cover up carefully, she couldn't help but tease him. Being famous like a star must be nice, right? Tell the truth, you like it too, don't you? Jin Min-cheon scratched his head in confusion. Not really. But Jia still wouldn't let him off, bringing up the moment when someone shoved a pen into his hand to force an autograph. She smiled mischievously, if you like it, just say so, dummy. Anyway, they say rumors only last about 53 days. The two walked along the street and stopped in front of the second cafe, where Jia worked. As soon as she walked in, the employee Nari gave a suggestive smile and exclaimed, "Oh, manager." Nari curiously leaned in to ask, "How does it feel to become famous overnight, sis?" Jia could only sigh in response, famous? Actually, it's just temporary anyway. Nari still wouldn't let it go, continuing to press, honestly, it feels great, right? Everyone is praising your husband to the skies. While Jia was flustered, department manager Cha Soo-yeon suddenly appeared from behind and strictly reminded them, no chatting during working hours. But then, she adjusted her glasses and thoughtfully added, Cha Soo-yeon looked around the cafe and commented with disappointment. I thought after being on TV, the customers would be more crowded, but it doesn't seem like it. Looking at the empty space of the cafe, she mocked. Well, your husband took all the spotlight, Assistant Jean. Suddenly, Cha Soo-yeon's gaze became extremely serious. She stared deeply at Han Jia and whispered. But Han Jia, are you okay? Han Jia was bewildered. What is it? Cha Soo-yeon began to launch into dramatic speculations about Jean Min Cheon becoming too popular. I mean your husband. He has been incredibly famous lately, right? For example, has he been coming home late recently, or going out to company gatherings all the time? While Nari secretly thought her boss was speculating just like in a morning soap opera, Cha Soo-yeon kept adding another doubtful remark. Or is he wearing a perfume scent you've never smelled before? Hey, are you trying to burn someone's house down by pumping so much gas? Han Jia looked at Jean Min Cheon with a deeply suspicious face. Jean Min Cheon? Returning home after work, seeing her husband engrossed in playing games, she gently mentioned that she had also heard rumors about him becoming famous at the company. Han Jia wondered since it was only 7 p.m., meaning Jean Min Cheon had returned home right after work without hanging out. She curiously asked. Didn't the people at the office invite? Jean Min Cheon suddenly became serious and worried. Han Jia stared back blankly in confusion and anxiety. Before she could even collect her thoughts, Jean Min Cheon looked deep into her eyes. Jia, you look so beautiful on screen. To his wife's astonishment, he continued to praise that her eyes were incredibly sparkling under the stage lights, making her look more radiant and beautiful than ever. Han Jia froze, softly repeating her husband's compliment in her mind, I sparkled? Han Jia recalled with shock the scenes of herself appearing on television. She wondered if this was the devilish editing style that people often talked about, where her eyes on the screen suddenly turned into bright red hearts accompanied by hilariously red, plump lips. Jean Min Cheon even added another cheesy line, your eyes look as sweet as honey, you know that? Wow, is this really the blockhead that everyone and I usually see? Han Jia was speechless when she saw that the production team had added lighting and sparkling effects to her eyes as they pleased, even inserting teasing comments. Although she secretly thought the production team was too free to intentionally make her look cute, and told herself she would watch it to laugh whenever she felt sad, reality was much harsher. Because of that clip, Han Jia is still constantly being mentioned by the online community and SNS. Unable to bear this humiliation, she collapsed onto the floor. Seeing his wife messing around on the floor, Jean Min Cheon asked in a panic, what's going on? Han Jia quickly made an excuse that she was just stretching a bit to hide her embarrassment. Jean Min Cheon smiled gently, stepped closer, and comforted her softly, don't worry too much, Jia. Han Jia lay quietly looking up at the ceiling, thinking to herself that he was the one who started it all, and yet now he said that. Jean Min Cheon looked at her with affectionate eyes, reassuring her that these accidental moments of fame were only temporary. He advised her to treat it as a cool and interesting experience in life. Jean Min Cheon secretly told himself that everything would eventually pass, right? But it seemed he had grossly underestimated the power of the media. The moment he stepped out onto the street with his backpack on his shoulders, passers-by immediately recognized him and cheered, oh, it's that guy from the interview. Wow, take off your glasses, bro. Not only on the street, but even at the company, fame suffocated him. Co-workers crowded around him, one excitedly putting an arm around his shoulder to invite him, hey, Assistant Jean Min Cheon, don't decline dinner this time. While another chimed in, the boss said they are coming too, sir. Oh my goodness, even the boss is a fan, who could handle this? Things actually became much more difficult for Jean Min Cheon than for Han Jia. He held his. Over time, Jean Min Cheon's popularity constantly surged at a dizzying pace with no signs of slowing down. Images of the handsome guy with a charming smile appeared everywhere, alongside search growth charts that continuously peaked. News about the famous interview couple and the broadcasting crew was constantly updated on social networks, making Han Jia gasp in disbelief, huh? She was completely shocked, her eyes wide with astonishment at this unimaginable media explosion. In the messy, dark room where only the faint light from the computer screen remained, a woman with long hair silently sat and observed everything from behind. Jean Min Cheon slumped onto the floor, letting out a heavy, weary sigh. Seeing her husband's dazed state, Han Jia, in her pajamas, walked over and asked worriedly, what's wrong? Did you forget something? Jean Min Cheon looked up slightly, his eyes filled with melancholy, and murmured in response, no, it's just, everything we gain comes with a price. Looking at Jean Min Cheon's back as he sat clutching his knees in despair right by the doorway, Han Jia wondered softly, do you really have to go? She seemed to have had more than enough of her husband's inner drama, so she could only cry out in helplessness, oh my goodness. Without giving him a chance to back out, Han Jia decisively pushed Jean Minchul toward the door. Despite Jean Minchul's weak protests, Han Jia casually crossed her arms, flashing a mischievous smile, and wished her husband, have fun. Jean Minchul quietly looked back at his wife with a lingering gaze. Han Jia, Suddenly, he resolutely turned around, rushed forward to embrace Han Jia, and held her tightly in his arms. The sudden action made Han Jia exclaim in shock, what are you doing? Jean Minchul buried his head on her shoulder, murmuring a sweet excuse, recharging with Han Jia energy, it is stronger than magnetic charging. While Han Jia was still blankly asking what that even meant, Jean Minchul only whispered a sincere plea, give me 10 seconds. This couple was now so busy they barely had time to hug each other anymore. Han Jia sighed softly, resigning herself to Jean Minchul's tight embrace but did not forget to remind him, only 10 seconds. She started counting down from 10, 9, then 8, while Jean Minchul kept muttering with regret, just a little bit more, just a tiny bit more. He clung to his wife without letting go, trying to stretch every single second of being with her before facing the high-pressure meeting ahead. Finally, Han Jia firmly pushed Jean Minchul toward the door and urged him, alright, go quickly. Jean Minchul looked clearly sulky, not wanting to leave at all. Han Jia, I will be back soon. Looking at her husband's childish behavior, Han Jia smiled softly, waving her hand brightly, yes, please go carefully. Now beat it so things can clear up, hee. As soon as the door closed with a click, Han Jia suddenly fell into deep philosophical thoughts. She realized that as we live our lives, social relationships just pile up on top of each other like a thick layer of dust over time. Those are countless chat groups with all kinds of acquaintances slowly accumulating, from the Art and Culture Development Association, the Muscle Loving Club, to groups of former classmates or old teammates. Usually, these are just quiet chat groups, where conversations rarely happen and everyone just silently reads messages without saying anything. Jean Minchul was also just an obscure member among them. However, it was precisely because of this sudden famous television event that everything turned completely upside down. Jean Minchul suddenly became the center of attention, making him utterly astonished when receiving a series of invitations, saying they came to Seoul just for him. Han Jia thought to herself that if he didn't go, it would be really awkward, so in the end she had no choice but to agree to let her husband attend the meeting. Sitting alone, Han Jia angrily vented her frustration over the phone. Seriously, these people never paid any attention to Jean Minchul before. Suddenly they text him right after Jean Minchul appeared on TV, saying they absolutely must meet and visit him. Clinging to the rich and famous is so true in this case. Hearing his sister's complaints over the phone, Han Jinmin gently smiled and teased, so you're upset because your husband is going to meet his old friends? What's wrong, worried that some girl might show up? Han Jia flusteredly stammered in denial. The younger sister even teased that her husband was so handsome, saying she was falling for him. This comment hit the bullseye, leaving Han Jia with no choice but to scream out. Jimin still laughed heartily over the phone, asking, what's wrong with you? Han Jia collapsed onto the sofa, completely exhausted, muttering in utter helplessness. She seemed to trust her husband a lot, didn't she? However, the reality after the broadcast unfolded in a direction that was entirely beyond her control. Jean Minchul suddenly became the center of attention when old friends from Daesun Middle School, college, and even former colleagues all reached out to him at once. Amidst overflowing beer glasses and lively laughter at the pub, Jean Minchul, though a bit shy, could not decline the enthusiastic invitations from his old friends. Even though Jean Minchul was an introvert who preferred staying cooped up at home, he couldn't just ignore the people he had known for so many years. As a result, his schedule suddenly became packed, and he was constantly being invited out by various people to hang out. Han Jia stood alone in the empty gym, staring blankly at the isolated workout equipment. Jean Minchul was so busy that he barely had time to breathe. He even had to skip his absolute favorite workout sessions to join the endless social gatherings. Han Jia strolled along the quiet street in the dark, trying to reassure herself that Jean Minchul was not the type to be easily swayed by others. However, she suddenly froze in shock when she caught sight of a familiar figure ahead. A burst of jealousy exploded. Han Jia furiously screamed in her mind, thinking she had caught an affair red-handed. Jean Minchul panicked and waved his hands to stop her. Han Jia, wait, there is a reason for everything. Suddenly, the other girl politely greeted her. Hello, Ms. Han Jia, I am apprentice reporter Zhou Zhang. She excitedly handed over her business card to introduce herself, leaving Han Jia completely frozen with a suspicious look on her face. Zhang smiled brightly, asserting that she really wanted to meet Han Jia in person. Han Jia narrowed her eyes and asked suspiciously, what do you mean, you wanted to meet me? Zhang clumsily fumbled through her bag. How careless of me. The reason I came here to meet you is actually... She suddenly pulled out a brush pen, leaving Han Jia bewildered, wondering if this was a magic trick. Zhang shyly made an unimaginable request. Could you please give me an autograph? She even decisively took off her outer coat to reveal her back, leaving Han Jia completely stunned. Han Jia gasped in shock. Why should I sign your back? Realizing her excessive behavior, Zhang quickly adjusted her clothes and smiled apologetically. However, her eyes suddenly became extremely sharp and profound. The female reporter looked deeply into Han Jia's eyes and suggested, "Would it be okay if I asked you to sign here?" Standing before her cherished novel, Han Jia was completely shocked when Ah Jung softly called her by that haunting name, Spicy Chicken Feet Writer. Why does that pen name sound so funny and childish? Contrasting with Han Jia's flustered state, Ah Jung kept a bright, confident smile on her lips. Han Jia frantically denied it in a panic. You have the wrong person. Hey, why are you doing this? Yet Ah Jung continued to ramble on, listing a series of huge achievements under the pen name Spicy Chicken Feet. From the hit 4-season series to sales exceeding 9 million copies, a true monument of the romantic novel genre. Not stopping there, she casually revealed the dark spots in Han Jia's career, from secretly operating on online websites to self-publishing boys' love novels that weren't very successful. Utterly humiliated that her deepest secret was exposed, Han Jia could only scream in despair. Then she rushed forward, violently shaking the other's shoulder. Han Jia asked in a panic, "Who are you? How do you know? How did you find this place? Who told you?" The other girl replied, "Why ask so much? Slowly calm down, dear." Arung casually flipped the book open, pointed to a small photo, and answered, "How do I know? In this book, here is your picture, author." Witnessing the clear evidence, Han Jia could only cover her face in embarrassment, not knowing where to hide under Jia and Min Cheon's bewildered gaze. Arung hesitantly explained that she came here for an interview because an acquaintance asked her to. However, she mumbled in confusion since she couldn't remember the person's name or where she had misplaced the business card. Han Jia raised her eyebrows in suspicion upon hearing the word interview. She pressed further, "What do you mean by that?" Arung awkwardly began to explain, before I explain. Then suddenly let out an ee chuckle, filled with the sheer satisfaction of a true hardcore fan. Although Han Jia grumbled that the girl didn't have to go so. Looking at Han Jia with eyes full of admiration, Ah Jang silently exclaimed, "What a beautiful moment. Honestly, I only ever dreamed of seeing this scene." She wistfully recounted the pain of hearing her idol had retired. "When I learned you gave up writing, I felt like the whole world around me collapsed." Her life's motivation was to be like her idol, so how could she go on when her idol vanished without a trace? Seeing Han Jia trying to wave her hand to downplay the issue, saying, "Oh come on, it is nothing serious," Ah Jang instantly exploded. She snapped around and shouted loudly, "Nothing serious? Do you even know how wonderful you are to me?" The memory of reading Han Jia's book for the first time returned like a sudden shock striking from her head down, completely conquering Ah Jang from the very first lines of the novel. "Is this hotness because of summer?" She excitedly boasted that she bought 3 copies on that very same day. One to read, one to promote, and one to keep as a souvenir. Witnessing this mind-boggling level of admiration, Han Jia could only freeze in place, cold sweat dripping down from the intense pressure. Sometimes in life, you truly Ah Jung clenched her fists, solemnly declaring that Han Jia's writing style was a bright rebellion that had shaken the long-standing self-complacent literary world. Facing the fiery speech of the passionate fan, both Han Jia and Jia and Min Cheon fell into a state of speechlessness. They could only stand silently in utter exhaustion. Conversations like this seem to always end with the same conclusion, the author's helpless silence. If you meet not just one but many of this kind in a day, running away is definitely the best option. However, Ah Jung suddenly curled her lips into a mysterious smile and called out, "But author Nim." Ah Jung suddenly delivered a critical blow that froze Han Jia in her tracks. "When are you releasing your new work?" Han Jia could only scream internally because she had to face the most haunting question every author must hear. As long as you have a little fame and a few fans, sooner or later, that question will relentlessly follow you. Back when she was writing regularly, Han Jia could easily smile and reply with, "It's coming out soon," or "Please look forward to it." But now, things were completely different. Since she had officially put down her pen, that question suddenly became the hardest thing to answer. Han Jia lowered her head slightly, awkwardly replying that it was not possible. Ah Jung was so shocked that she burst into tears, unable to believe the harsh reality. "No way, did you really stop writing?" The passionate fan wailed bitterly, blaming Han Jia for abandoning her along with over 8 billion other fans worldwide. Seeing how heartbroken the other was, Han Jia hesitantly comforted her. I mean. She gently raised 2 fingers to form a V sign and gave a stiff smile. "Well, maybe someday." That fragile promise instantly woke Ah Jung up. Her eyes Ah Jang excitedly shouted, "Are you serious, author? You are the best, number 1. And just like that, the attacker known as the former fan appeared and then quickly disappeared into the night. Before running off, she turned back to remind her, "Make sure to let me know as soon as the new story is out." She smiled as she left, claiming she had absolutely no prior knowledge of this interview. Han Jia and Jia and Min Cheon quietly watched Ah Jang's figure fade away. She let out a soft, thoughtful sigh. The two quietly walked together, with Han Jia sighing heavily from exhaustion after a long, chaotic day. Jia and Min Cheon stole a glance at his wife and suddenly called out in a low voice, "Jia." He hesitantly probed into her thoughts. "You've already retired from writing, do you really want to pick up the pen again now?" The question struck her deepest fear, making Han Jia jump up as if shocked by electricity. What? Not at all, are you crazy? She yelled out decisively, claiming that Jin Mincheon must have lost his mind to even ask such a thing. Han Jia resentfully recalled the hard times she went through to escape her reclusive lifestyle, shutting herself in a dark room for so long. She would absolutely never want to return to that scene again. Seeing his wife's intense reaction, Jin Mincheon blankly brought up the promise she had just made to the fan. But Han Jia immediately corrected him. When did I say I would write again? I said someday, someday. Jin Mincheon looked at his wife's determined face and quietly fell into thought. Han Jia walked silently, telling herself that at least it was not for now. Her eyes were sorrowful, feeling as if the words "I'm not ready" were choking her throat. But in the end, she still couldn't utter a word in front of Jin Mincheon. Under the dim crescent moon, their apartment remained lit amidst the silence of the neighborhood. In a hidden corner, the business card bearing the name Choi Ah-jong still lay quietly on the floor. In a modern office, a strange man with a rugged appearance was secretly preparing for a new plan. He silently stepped toward the desk with a face full of gravity and calculation. And then, right at the second cafe, Han Jia stared blankly at her phone screen in shock upon catching a shocking piece of news spreading around. There were rumors about the author of Spicy Chicken Feet, who wrote the book Is This Hotness Because of Summer? She froze in the middle of the cafe, only able to cry out in extreme confusion and anxiety. What on earth is this? Oh no, everything is completely ruined this time. Holding the business card with the name Jo Ah-jong from the entertainment department, Han Jia couldn't help but doubt the true identity of this girl. She decisively picked up the phone to call and find out what on earth was going on. On the other end of the line, Ah-jong suddenly laughed and asked back, "You are not that person, right?" Even though Han Jia was still trying to keep her composure, Ah-jong casually called her by a Han Jia's face darkened, and she grumpily questioned over the phone, "I mean, this timing is also a bit suspicious, isn't it?" She could not believe that a reporter would suddenly find her and know the secret about her pen name Spicy Chicken Feet so well. As soon as rumors about the author of the book Is This Hotness Because of Summer began to spread wildly online, Han Jia became even more certain that this girl's appearance was not simple at all. She raised her voice accusingly, "Really? You mean you're not a reporter? How suspicious." Seeing the author fly into a rage, Ah-jong burst out laughing. "Come on, author, that's too much. What do you think a reporter is like?" She begged Han Jia to promise not to get angry before hesitantly revealing that she had only heard about something by chance. Ah-jong began to explain how to make money in the media industry, from clickbait headlines to chasing viewership. She looked straight at the issue and asked back, a once beloved writer, now forgotten and full of mystery. "Would you really reveal that kind of information so easily? Journalists are truly slippery and cunning." Ah-jong asserted that if she were in her shoes, she would keep that secret absolute and wait for the right moment to make it explode even more powerfully. Han Jia asked back in shock, "So you're really not a reporter?" Ah-jong flatly denied it and advised her to stop pretending like that. Out of nowhere, she offered to help because she knew someone at YouTube Korea to get to the bottom of the matter. Seeing Han Jia ask in bewilderment if it was true, Ah-jong flashed a confident smile that made Han Jia look on in admiration. "You're really great, reporter." Ah-jong casually replied that it was a small matter, then told Han Jia to send the video link along with screen. As soon as her phone beeped with a notification, Jo Ah-jong stretched with satisfaction in her office and muttered softly, "Done." Suddenly, a stack of newspapers smacked down on her head, making Ah-jong flinch and turn around as she heard a voice call out, "Jo Ah-jong. Who are you bothering this time?" Seeing the editor-in-chief, she called out in confusion, "Editor-in-chief?" Ah-jong pouted, thinking her boss was being too harsh, because to her, this was just a way of showing affection. Looking at her computer screen displaying the image of Jin Mincheon and his wife, she smirked and asserted, "It's all for the writer's sake after all." Ah-jong playfully stuck out her tongue to tease her boss, "Oh my, I wouldn't dare accept that kind of concern. It's scary." Na Yandiak casually replied, "I wasn't planning on giving it to you anyway." He warned her to make sure no trouble occurred, as those two were buzzing around the couple like flies on honey. Ah-jong confidently asserted that she was no rookie, and she had handled these situations far too many times. The moment her boss turned his back, she quickly grabbed her phone with a scheming smile. "Now that the goal is achieved, let's delete the original comment and write a new one." Ah-jong's gaze suddenly sharpened as she secretly hoped this action would help her read the author's new work sooner. Meanwhile, Na Yandiak was also staring thoughtfully at his phone, muttering about current events and Han Jia. Na Yandiak smiled triumphantly, wondering if these events were truly related to each other. The night had grown late, and a faint light still flickered in the small apartment. Han Jia looked at her phone screen in disbelief, which was showing a notification that the comment had been deleted. She gasped in surprise, then hurriedly called her husband, Jin Mincheon. "Look at this, the comment that made me so angry has been deleted." Jin Mincheon, who was sitting next to her, could not help but ask in surprise, "Really?" Han Jia excitedly recounted how the reporter Jo Ah-jong once claimed to know someone at YouTube Korea, but she still couldn't help but wonder if it was really true. Jin Mincheon stared intently at the screen, then nodded in agreement. "Looking at how these comments are disappearing, it indeed seems real. Han Jia gleefully agreed. Both cheered in excitement as they watched another negative comment vanish right before their eyes. In extreme excitement, Han Jia and Jia and Min Cheon gave each other a high-five in perfect harmony and shouted, "Ye!" Han Jia quietly murmured in admiration, "Being a reporter seems to be a really cool job, huh?" Jia and Min Cheon could only nod in response, "Yeah, probably. He is just baiting you, and you're falling for it," but all of this was just a disastrous misunderstanding on Han Jia's part. She still could not comprehend what other people's attention truly meant, and had never realized just how unpredictable it could become. Amidst the countless rumors, there was still a single comment left with shocking content: Han Jia is spicy chicken feet. 1/12 is only 1/1000th of the correct answers. Only those who truly care about this secret will actually notice it. And of course, many people are starting to pay attention and become curious. Up until this point, it can be said that very few people are genuinely interested in the real identity of the author's spicy chicken feet. But sometimes, the very act of trying to suppress attention brings about the opposite effect. A series of notifications stating that comments have been deleted due to community guideline violations appear consecutively. Violently erasing these traces only makes those who didn't care in the first place start paying attention. Netizens are starting to buzz with rumors. "Hey, why are comments deleted whenever spicy chicken feet is mentioned? I'm on my way to find the truth about the chicken feet. Who on earth is spicy chicken feet?" The rumors just keep spreading everywhere. Thanks to this, spicy chicken feet restaurants are also boosting their influence because of this writer, huh? And what if that question keeps spreading? Who knows, maybe the legend of the anonymous author will grow even bigger and become a real blockbuster sensation. Even if the initial comments disappear, once the crowd's curiosity is sparked, the truth will be revealed clearer than ever. However, everything did not seem to stop there. On the contrary, those rumors only spread even faster. Han Jia stared at her phone screen in shock, where a long comment with over 500 likes detailed the glorious yet mysterious career of spicy chicken feet. People were buzzing about a legend of the romance novel world from the 2000s, who possessed godlike typing speed but vanished without a trace right after their debut work. Han Jia could only gasp in shock. "Huh, what is this? What kind of nonsense is this again?" Even a video with a sensational title exposing the truth behind her secret had officially appeared on social media. Unable to stay calm for another second, Han Jia immediately called and screamed in rage. "Na Yang Diak, it is all because of you. Ever since you appeared, I knew something was wrong." On the other end of the line, PD Na Yang Diak was still sitting casually in his office, breaking into a cold sweat but trying to maintain a calm tone to reassure her. "Alright, calm down first. Why are you suddenly getting so angry? Where is our writer Han? Why are you still acting all literary at this hour?" If Han Jia continued to shout with resentment over the phone, "Am I not allowed to be angry? Since that show aired, I haven't been able to calm down because of you." Na Yang Diak slightly curled his lips, pretending to be hurt, and then sharply turned the tables. "Because of me? Well, that hurts. I clearly remember that you signed the broadcasting contract, right?" Han Jia paused, only able to stammer an excuse that she didn't expect to get so much screen time, as she firmly believed it was just a tiny guest role. Na Yang Diak lightly tapped his hand on the table, leisurely summarizing the situation. "So, you mean the broadcast exposed writer Han's real identity, and that's why you can't calm down? Now I have to handle this mess, right?" Han Jia flatly confirmed, "That's exactly right." Na Yang Diak closed his eyes and smiled, showing great responsibility toward her request. "Alright, I'll help you. If this happened because of us, then we naturally have to take responsibility." Hearing the somewhat reasonable words of the PD, Han Jia let out a soft sigh of relief. Na Yang Diak continued to propose handing the matter over to the legal team, but then suddenly became extremely serious, staring deeply into the issue and asking directly, "By the way, writer Han, what exactly do you want me to do? Are you planning to sue?" Han Jia sat silently alone in the quiet cafe, lost in tangled thoughts about the mess that was surrounding her peaceful life. Seeing her panicked expression, Na Yang Diak casually leaned back in his chair and laughed. "I was just joking." He comforted her with a promise that the company could track down those who insulted her and provide legal support internally. However, his playful attitude infuriated Han Jia. She gritted her teeth and screamed. Na Yang Diak suddenly became extremely serious. He poured a bucket of cold water on Han Jia's plan. "But honestly, think about it, on what grounds can we sue them?" Han Jia froze, cold sweat dripping down her face as she heard him analyze the harsh truth. "Telling the truth is considered defamation?" Na Yang Diak smirked slightly, cornering her. "Han Jia, do you really think that is defamation? Or is it because your fans still remember you?" The question struck right at her painful spot, making Han Jia completely freeze. Her eyes widened in utter shock. Han Jia tried to keep her composure, muttering her defense over the phone. "Ah, it's not like that, it's just that everyone is talking, so—" Na Yang Diak immediately interrupted her with a sharp question. "Didn't you think about these things before going on air? He reminded her of the glorious past she had tried to bury. Your photo, it already appeared on the book cover, did you forget? Han Jia gasped in realization. Ah. As she recalled the image of herself looking radiant on the novel covers. How could she bear to bury such a beautiful golden age? Na Yandiak continued to pull up articles about the photo that won her first prize in the competition years ago. He asserted that a simple— Na Yandiak curled his lips slightly, making a deep remark. But have you ever thought about the fact that you, Han Jia, would become so sensationally popular on the internet? He stared deeply into reality and asked back, would this have happened if you were just an anonymous writer? Han Jia listened in silence, her face showing clear melancholy as she realized the harsh truth. Na Yandiak spoke in a low voice, asserting, they have probably completely forgotten what kind of person you used to be. That is the level to which everyone used to love you. Extremely flustered, Han Jia was about to speak up to stop him. Hey, wait. But Na Yandiak decisively ended the conversation. Let's leave it at that for now. We will handle the negative comments, so just contact us if needed. Despite Han Jia frantically shouting, wait a minute, there were only endless, hopeless dial tones on the other end. Na Yandiak hung up, leaving Han Jia completely frozen, staring at her phone screen. She muttered in irritation, what is this, what nonsense is he talking about? Meanwhile, at the office, Na Yandiak quietly stood looking at the certificates of merit on the wall. He seemed to be secretly calculating his next moves. Early the next morning, the poor catmouse was lifted up in a dizzy and spinning state. Jia and Min Cheon was startled when he saw a stranger wearing sunglasses, a beanie, and a face mask completely covering their face, suddenly looming inside the house. He screamed in panic, wow, you scared me. Who on earth are you? But then he was dumbfounded to realize it was Han Jia. Jia and Min Cheon was speechless and asked her, why are you— Han Jia anxiously explained that the name Spicy Chicken Feet was currently going viral on the internet, so she absolutely could not let her guard down. She asserted that if she went out without proper disguise, it would be extremely troublesome if someone recognized her. Jia and Min Cheon folded his arms skeptically, asking if the situation was really that serious. But Han Jia flatly shot back that since even he had recognized her instantly, other people would do the same. Actually, since that fateful broadcast, wherever Jia and Min Cheon went, he felt as though thousands of eyes were staring intently at him from all directions. Han Jia held her head in regret, blaming herself for being too naive to believe in her husband's so-called special experience. I feel like all this trouble started from that spontaneity. Han Jia directed her anger at Jia and Min Cheon. She decisively turned around, pointing her finger and questioning why he was so dressed up and handsome that day. She scolded him that he should have just worn his usual disastrous daily outfits, leaving Jia and Min Cheon stammering as he reminded her that she and his mother had forbidden him from wearing that weird Red Devils t-shirt out. Jia and Min Cheon looked at his wife with complete sincerity, explaining how he could possibly dress sloppily when being on air with her. This affectionate response made Han Jia freeze completely, only able to utter a surprised oh. Jia and Min Cheon looked straight into his wife's eyes and sincerely confessed, that was the day I got to announce to the whole world that I am this girl's husband. Jia, I never want you to feel ashamed because of me. Bit by bit, Jia and Min Cheon was gradually changing. From someone who used to care only about himself, he always put her first and thought of Han Jia before anyone else. Just the fact that her husband placed her at the highest priority was enough to make Han Jia feel extremely warm at heart. Jia and Min Cheon gently reassured her, don't pay attention to those rumors. You did nothing wrong, so there is nothing to be ashamed of. Even though the truth that Han Jia was the famous author of Spicy Chicken Feet was being exposed, she still felt his absolute protection. He truly was the husband of the year, the nation's husband right here. Jia and Min Cheon placed his hands on his wife's shoulders, his eyes filled with respect. I truly admire you. You've had such a past, Jia. He encouraged her to live the way she wanted, regardless of what the world said, because this life belonged to her alone. Jia and Min Cheon leaned in closer, gently asking in a soft voice, what do you want to do? Her husband's question made Han Jia pause and question herself. What did she want to do? Honestly, she had never dared to think about it. Especially since the moment she decided to discard her long hair to escape that painful and terrifying hell of creation. Even during her short time working at the company with stressful phone calls, she had never found the answer for herself. The question of what she wanted had truly never existed for Han Jia. Throughout that long stretch of time, she only knew how to resent everything, hating all the pressures and expectations surrounding her. That was why Han Jia kept running away. She spent her entire life doing only that as a— Looking at the radiant selfie of the couple under the sunset on her phone screen, Han Jia smiled gently. Jia and Min Cheon suddenly became incredibly thoughtful, slightly curling his lips as he spoke in a deep, tender voice. They say a husband is not just someone who stands by his wife, but also someone who makes her life easier, right? Before leaving for work with his backpack on his shoulders, Jia and Min Cheon did not forget to wave and give her a warm reminder, so if anything happens, you must tell me. Don't suffer alone like that anymore. No matter what happens, I will always be on your side, Han Jia. Han Jia quietly watched her husband's back fade away, pouting slightly as she muttered, "Humph, you sure are good at sweet-talking." Though outwardly acting indifferent, Han Jia's heart was blooming with sweet ideas to return her husband's affection. She pondered deeply, thinking that maybe she should buy Jin Min Cheon his favorite protein powder later. Amidst an atmosphere filled with fluttering pink hearts, Han Jia told herself, maybe once in a while, I should also create a little romantic atmosphere, right? Suddenly, a hand from behind unexpectedly grabbed Han Jia's shoulder, making her jump in surprise. A frantic call of "Hey, Han Jia" rang out, causing her to scream in panic. What? Ah! Who is it? Han Jia turned around in shock, freezing instantly when she recognized a familiar face standing. Han Jia looked bewildered and blurted out, "Yeonju." Standing in front of her now was a girl with long orange hair. Her face was drenched in sweat, and her eyes showed extreme tension behind her glasses. Seeing her trembling state, Han Jia anxiously asked, "Yeonju, what's wrong?" Yeonju could only remain silent, her face pale and her lips trembling. Sweat poured down behind her glasses as if she were enduring a massive psychological shock. Memories suddenly drifted back to the old days. Ever since she was a child, Yeonju had shown an intense passion for writing. Being an extremely shy girl, she often chose to retreat into a corner and was rarely noticed by those around her. However, her world of words was completely different. That talent helped her win prestigious literary awards since her school days. The recognition from everyone made Yeonju feel incredibly happy. She realized she was no longer invisible in the crowd. The trophies and stacks of award certificates grew thicker by the day, serving as ironclad proof of her innate talent. Writing made Yeonju feel as though she had found her life's true mission. With the sole goal of becoming a writer, she successfully received an admission letter to the Department of Korean Language and Literature. Then, in the midst of that very ordinary student life, destiny took her in a different direction. That was when she met Han Jia. In Soo-yeon's eyes, Han Jia was the kind of person who possessed a natural charm that made everyone turn their heads to look. She always shone brightly wherever she appeared, always being the center of attention in bustling crowds. Looking at Han Jia's radiant back, Soo-yeon secretly thought that she was someone who would seemingly never have anything to do with a quiet person like herself. She quietly put on her backpack and walked alone across the sun-drenched schoolyard. In the university lecture hall, Han Jia, with her radiant orange hair, suddenly approached and struck up a conversation with Soo-yeon. "Hey, I'm Han Jia. We've met a few times already, right? We've also shared some classes and even sat next to each other." Soo-yeon was dazed, wondering what was going on. At that moment, Han Jia suddenly clasped her hands, pleading desperately. "I suddenly have an emergency, could you please take attendance for me? Just this once." Witnessing this highly calculated introduction, Soo-yeon could only sigh inwardly in disbelief. What on earth is wrong with this girl? Right after that, the professor began the roll call with familiar names like Jung Kyung-suk or Young So-rim. When he called out Han Jia, the entire room suddenly fell into silence. Seeing no response, the professor repeated with suspicion, "Han Jia? Student Han Jia?" Soo-yeon, sitting quietly at her desk, Cha Soo-yeon's heart kept thumping wildly out of fear. She secretly told herself that this small act of rebellion was the very first time in her disciplined life. That feeling made her feel both excited and guilty, wondering if this was the thrill that drove anti-heroes into danger. It was this strange excitement that made that night so wonderful as Cha Soo-yeon worked diligently on her computer under the starry sky. However, the price of staying up late was Cha Soo-yeon waking up in shock the next morning with messy hair and a pale face. She frantically jumped out of bed upon realizing she was late. "Oh my god, I'm doomed. That professor is said to be extremely strict, especially about attendance." Cha Soo-yeon bolted desperately to school, her mouth constantly praying, "Please, I don't want to be late." In the distance, a woman quietly observed the hurried figure of her student running headlong down the hallway. Cha Soo-yeon rushed to the classroom hallway, but the quiet atmosphere made her realize in shock, asking herself, is it over? Is class already finished? Just as she was in despair about being late, a hand suddenly tapped her shoulder firmly, making her startle and turn around. It was Han Jia with a bright smile. The mischievous girl gestured to reassure her, saying she had checked in for her, adding tit for tat, and fortunately, she didn't get caught by the teacher, haha. Since that day, the two quickly became so close that Cha Soo-yeon even trusted Han Jia enough. Stepping into her friend's room, Han Jia couldn't help but be amazed when she saw the massive bookshelf. "Wow, you have everything, don't you?" She excitedly realized that both of them were die-hard fans of the romance novelist Kim So-min, a writer who was quite low-key and lesser known. Seo Soo-yeon smiled brightly and admitted that because of her deep love, she had collected every single book by this author. Han Jia continued to list a series of other favorite names like Kim Sun-young or the Daechidong sisters group. But to her, Kim So-min would always hold the #1 spot in her heart. Seo Soo-yeon showed off her greatest treasure, a book signed by her idol. "Oh my god, I have never met anyone with the exact same taste as me before." In that harmonious atmosphere, Seo Soo-yeon hesitantly gathered all her courage to reveal a long-held secret. Jia, actually, I've been— She shyly handed over the manuscript and asked, could you please read this for me? Han Jia's eyes lit up as she cheered excitedly with admiration. You are a writer. The sudden compliment made Yeonju hurriedly wave her hands in denial. She said she had never published anything and only wrote silly imaginary stories for fun. Han Jia gently smiled to reassure her friend that she would absolutely not laugh. She proudly declared that she would officially become the #1 reader of writer Choi Yeonju. Han Jia looked deeply into her friend's eyes and sincerely promised, I will read every single line carefully, without missing a single word. Touched by her sincerity, Yeonju could only blush and whisper in response, okay. They used to be so close, sharing an inseparable friendship. They were so close that Yeonju even trusted Han Jia enough to let her read her most cherished work, something she had never shown anyone else. However, life sometimes takes unexpected turns. Looking at the computer screen, Han Jia suddenly had a spontaneous thought, writing, huh? Sitting flat on the floor in her familiar red tracksuit, she smirked mischievously, I'm bored, maybe I should try writing too? Han Jia used to joke about pushing past her limits. But sometimes, those jokes unexpectedly became reality. The novel Is This Hotness Because of Summer, by author Spicy Chicken Feet suddenly came out and took the world by storm. At that moment, Cha Soo-yeon bitterly realized one thing, from the very beginning, they belonged to two completely different worlds. I feel a bit iffy about this part, guys. Han Jia was the type of person who never needed to prove or justify herself to be recognized. This was because she naturally shone like a prestigious gold trophy. And just like that, time silently passed by. One morning, while Cha Soo-yeon was diligently dabbing on her makeup, Han Jia suddenly appeared behind her and asked in surprise. Huh? Why are you putting on so much makeup? Do you have a date today? Cha Soo-yeon hesitantly replied, yeah, Cha Soo-yeon smiled softly, her eyes sparkling with joy as she revealed, actually, I have a meeting today with PD Na at a cafe near here. Han Jia gasped in shock, PD Na on the weekend? Cha Soo-yeon quickly explained that they wanted to meet her to discuss more about the manuscript she had recently revised. Looking at the elegant white dress she was wearing, Cha Soo-yeon anxiously asked for her friend's opinion. Han Jia, does this outfit look okay? Should I change into something more modest? Han Jia glared at her with a judging look and teased, look closely. Haha. Despite saying so, Han Jia suddenly paused. She looked at Cha Soo-yeon's well-groomed appearance and secretly wondered, wait, don't tell me. Cha Soo-yeon blushed in embarrassment and quickly said goodbye, firmly slamming the door behind her, I'm leaving. There is definitely something suspicious going on here. Han Jia stood quietly in the middle of the room, her mind filled with endless doubts about her friend's relationship. Watching Cha Soo-yeon walking radiantly down the street to meet that man, she thought to herself, everyone has different tastes, right? Even though she told herself it was none of her business, Han Jia couldn't help but feel curious, but is PD Na single? In the middle of the school hallway, Yeonju was bewildered as her friends crowded around her, asking, Yeonju, what have you been using lately? She innocently replied, using what? But her friends refused to let her off the hook, stop playing dumb, your skin has been absolutely glowing lately. One of them even reached out to pinch her cheeks to check this sudden, unexpected change. They bombarded her with questions about whether she had found a good dermatology clinic or was using some miraculous new skincare product. Yeonju embarrassedly pushed her friends away, wait, guys. She slunk into the restroom, stood in front of the mirror, and turned on the faucet, letting the water gush out. Looking at her reflection, Yeonju sighed softly and asked herself in disbelief, people often say that love is the medicine that makes a person more beautiful. Her friend's compliments kept echoing in Cha Soo-yeon's mind, making her flutter over her own changes. Paragraph break, sitting at her desk overflowing with books, she diligently typed away while thinking about the character Jihee in the novel she was writing. Paragraph break, and then, for the first time in her life, she met a guy who was exactly like the main character she had always imagined. That was when she truly felt what love was upon seeing his bright, sunny smile. Paragraph break, thinking of him, Cha Soo-yeon's face suddenly flushed red, her mind feeling like it was about to burst into flames from embarrassment. She quickly gulped down a glass of water to calm herself, but her heart still beat wildly. Paragraph break, Cha Soo-yeon frustratedly scolded herself, ugh, seriously, why do I keep thinking about him like this? I can't get anything done. Paragraph break, Na Yeon-deok looked straight into Yeonju's eyes and dropped an impolite question, you've never dated before, have you? Paragraph break, suddenly having her sore spot touched, Yeonju could only smile awkwardly to hide her discomfort, while silently cursing the tactless man in front of her. Paragraph break, seeing her flustered, Na Yeon-deok casually explained that there are people in the world just like her, who, despite having never experienced it, read too many novels and pour all their emotions into their writing. Paragraph break, he commented that Na Yeon-deok asserted that having real-life experience would definitely help her writing a lot. This was not the first time Yeonju had heard such comments, as she had previously been criticized for her writing being a bit awkward, feeling as though it wasn't based on reality. Na Yeon-deok suddenly leaned in close, his gaze turning deep and dark as he mentioned that the essence of love is what stirs human desire. He curled his lips slightly, looking at her with suggestive eyes, and made a bold proposal, "Let me teach you." Na Yeondeok's sudden action left Yeonju completely frozen. Her eyes widened in utter shock as his face was at an extremely close distance. Amid the growing tension in the air, his voice calling Yeonju's name startled her back to reality, and she stammered in confusion. He then unexpectedly revealed that he had read everything she had ever written. Yeonju lowered her head slightly, sweat pouring down as she self-deprecatingly admitted that she also knew those works were really not good, even very rigid and cliché. However, Na Yeondeok flashed an incredibly warm smile, looking at her with sincere eyes, and affirmed, "But I actually really like it. It's truly very good." Those unexpected compliments left Yeonju completely stunned. She stood in silence, deeply moved by the words she had never expected to hear. Oh dear, this time her soul was floating on cloud 9 again. Na Yeondeok smiled as he commented on Yeonju's draft. He thought the protagonist's action of sneaking into the company to spy on the other person was truly interesting. While admitting the depiction of feelings was somewhat cliché, he asserted that readers are usually captivated by such plotlines, and he himself extremely loved her work. Na Yeondeok encouraged Yeonju that although there were still some imperfect parts needing revision, they could slowly. Hearing the sincere compliments, Yeonju could not hold back her emotions, leaving Na Yeondeok bewildered and astonished. That day at the Starbucks cafe, for the first time in her life, she burst into tears in front of a man. Perhaps everything truly began from that fateful moment, when she meticulously adorned her lips with a vibrant red lipstick, though she still felt something was slightly off in her heart. Yeonju looked at her new appearance in the mirror and told herself she was completely satisfied with this change. She began living through days of weary waiting just to see him again, even if only once a week. Witnessing the moment, Na Yeondeok burst into a bright smile, her heart suddenly skipped a beat with happiness, and she couldn't help but be amazed by his charm. Harboring a secret crush is truly painful, everyone. Making him laugh gradually became a habit and a daily joy for Yeonju as they sat together in the cafe. Returning to reality, Yeonju suddenly asked Han Jia thoughtfully about the definition of love. However, her friend innocently asked in return if she was referring to the craft class. Han Jia casually thought that love is something that always knows how to touch the heart. It is like a line from an old commercial that barely anyone remembers anymore. Can I just joke a bit? What about you, what do you think it is? Yeonju softly asked, leaving Han Jia bewildered and questioning herself, me? Yeonju hesitated, Then she secretly, seeing Han Jia listening intently, Cha Soo-yeon suddenly burst into laughter and mischievously declared. Oh, never mind, I won't tell you. Han Jia grumbled coquettishly. Ah, come on, you've got me really energized now. She secretly thought that this was probably one of the few things she was actually better at than Cha Soo-yeon. Han Jia suddenly rushed forward and launched an attack. Take this, the tickle attack. This move made them both burst into cheerful laughter and his face filled with joy. What an admirable friendship, everyone. Cha Soo-yeon secretly sighed. I think that was the warmest time of my entire life. She looked at the novel, Is This Hotness Because of Summer, and murmured to herself. Even my cold heart, once frozen solid with jealousy like permanent ice, had moments of stillness. Time seemed to stop at my desk, driven only by the desire to be recognized by someone. And that person was none other than P.D. Na Yeondeok. Just because of that name, Cha Soo-yeon truly felt warmth creeping into her heart. When the call for writer Yeonju echoed, she turned around with a bright smile and answered. Yes. However, her smile instantly vanished when Na Yeondeok appeared with a baby strapped to his chest. He apologized apologetically. Sorry, I'm late. I tried to make it. The emotion that Soo-yeon came to know by chance through writing was just like a child. She once naively thought it could be like a switch, something she could turn on whenever she wanted. Whether it was joy, misfortune, anger, or excitement, everything seemed easily turned on and off. If only everything were truly that simple, how wonderful it would be. Soo-yeon collapsed on the bed, bitterly realizing that her first love was something that arrived later than anything else in this world. Oh, who would have thought she would fall into a one-sided love with a married man, of all painful things. That love story ended before it could even begin. Soo-yeon tossed and turned, asking herself in hopelessness. Is it over? What is over when it hasn't even begun? She sighed softly, sitting up in the middle of the dark room surrounded by loneliness. Placing her hands on the computer, Soo-yeon resolutely told herself, and so, I should just write. Even if love had ended, her life had to go on, and the wheel of time would never stop spinning. Soo-yeon buried herself in work, diligently typing through the night until she finally made her official debut. Her debut work, titled How Men and Women Love, was born as an important milestone in her writing career. Shortly after, she also officially graduated from university, closing a turbulent. Right at that moment, Jia suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a short message with the word sorry. Yeonju looked at her phone in shock, realizing that she seemed to have been blocked by her best friend. She grumbled in frustration, that girl, it seems like she blocked me, she should at least leave a contact number. Sitting at the cafe, Na Youngdeok slightly curled his lips and asked, "Anyway, regarding writer Han, you still can't contact her, right?" Yeonju silently stared at her iced coffee, replying sadly, "No, why did she suddenly vanish like that out of nowhere?" Na Youngdeok looked at Yeonju and expressed sincerely, "As for me, I really don't want writer Han's career to end like this." Yeonju quietly lowered her head. She told herself that the reason she kept meeting this man was not because she still had feelings, nor did she want to bring up the fact that she once had an unrequited love and was rejected by him. Suddenly, Na Youngdeok smiled and affirmed, "I like it, your work, Yeonju." Cha Soo-yeon understood that no one else appreciated her writing as much as him. Na Youngdeok continued. "Actually, my wife is a huge fan of writer Han Jia. If time permits, she really wants to read it until the very end." Hearing this, Cha Soo-yeon just silently took a sip of her iced coffee. The question, "Is my work not enough?" remained stuck in her throat, unable to be voiced. She placed her hands on the keyboard, but her heart was filled with anxiety about having to write a piece similar to Han Jia's. She recalled what Han Jia once said while wearing a red tracksuit. "What was I thinking when I wrote it? Did I wish something like that would happen to me? That's what I wrote. Joy is when one's wants and desires are satisfied." Cha Soo-yeon thoughtfully realized that Han Jia had used that, blending it into her work through her own personal experiences. Sitting alone at her desk, she began to confront her own innermost experiences, desires, and secret longings. A new file appeared on the screen with the shocking title, "I Love Your Husband.txt. Cha Soo-yeon decided her next work would be about romance. Receiving a call from Na Youngdeok, he laughed out loud with excitement. "Ha, this is pretty good. A romance story? Why so suddenly, Cha Soo-yeon?" Cha Soo-yeon wearily rested her chin in her hand and replied, "Who knows, it's a bit hard to explain." Yeonju's book suddenly sold like crazy, opening a brilliant new chapter in her career. Following that success, she continuously released a series of best-selling novels and screenplays, such as I Loved Your Husband, Secret Relationship, and Love and Fire. From someone who once could not sell anything, Yeonju instantly became a famous author, a true star sought after by editors. Her phone rang endlessly, and Na Youngdeok quickly called to flatter her. "Oh, our hope. Writer Choi, it is an honor that you answered right away. Everyone is eagerly recruiting you, including our editorial office." Yeonju coldly replied, "What do you want? If you're calling to mess around, I'm hanging up. I have a ton of work to do, and you're calling to play jokes?" Na Youngdeok laughed it off, admitting he called after finishing her new work. He spared no words of praise. "It is definitely another bestseller, perfectly catching the trend. I am counting on you. Thanks to you, I might get promoted this time." However, Yeonju only listened in silence, her face clouded with melancholy. She bitterly realized that this man had never praised her work as truly good. His recognition, even if just a momentary impulse, was something she had always yearned for but never received. Suddenly, Na Youngdeok changed to a mysterious tone. "Oh, and one more thing, do you know who I just ran into?" It was because of him, because she wanted to receive that recognition, that Cha Soo-yeon had been diligently writing for so many years. However, the story suddenly shifted to a dark tone at a Korean hospital. In the quiet corridor, the elderly doctor sighed with concern, looking at Na Youngdeok, and spoke heartbreaking words. "I am so sorry, the patient's body has reached its limit, you should prepare yourself." Na Youngdeok froze, his face showing clear bewilderment and pain at the bad news. He desperately pleaded in despair, "Isn't surgery an option? I will pay any price." The doctor could only shake his head helplessly. "I am very sorry, she has already survived several years past her expected time. At this point, there is truly no hope left for her condition." What on earth happened to his family? The most painful thing is knowing that your loved one is beyond cure. Na Youngdeok silently held the thin hand of his wife lying on the hospital bed. He painfully recalled that his wife was naturally born with a very frail constitution. Even before they married, both of them had agreed not to have children to ensure her safety. His wife once smiled gently and said that if she gave birth and passed away, that death would only— Even though she was always close to death's door, deep down inside, she still yearned for a child, despite knowing it could push her toward death. In the end, she safely gave birth to the baby, but the price to pay was a severe decline in her health. Na Youngdeok was devastated to witness his wife collapse, her mouth severely injured right in their small kitchen. From that moment on, he promised himself that he would do everything possible in his capacity as a husband. By her hospital bed, he gently asked if she wanted to go anywhere or buy anything for her birthday. He was ready to fulfill her every wish. The vibrant gift boxes stacked on top of one another proved the coddling Na Youngdeok had for his wife, taking her anywhere she wanted. However, her condition suddenly took a turn for the worse, forcing them both to return home quickly. Looking at his hands stained with his wife's wounds, Na Youngdeok grew even more determined to fulfill all her wishes so she would have no regrets. When he gently asked if there was anything else she wanted to do, his wife quietly fell into thought. Suddenly, she whispered that she truly wanted to read the final volume of the series written by writer Han Jia. She felt regret because that work had ended so abruptly and wished to know the ending before she closed her eyes forever. That plea left Na Youngdeok extremely perplexed, as he knew very well that finding the ending of an abandoned work was incredibly difficult. Nonetheless, he could not bear to give up on his beloved wife's final. Just when Na Youngdeok thought he had to give up on his wife's final wish, destiny led him to an unexpected encounter. Wandering on the training field, he suddenly froze when he spotted a highly familiar figure. Na Youngdeok curled his lips into a self-mocking smile, thinking he had mistaken someone else due to high expectations. He stepped closer, decisively pulled down the flap of the hood covering her face, and called out the name of the girl standing dumbfounded before him. Han Jia, is that you? In the middle of the quiet stadium, Na Youngdeok stood opposite Han Jia, who was too stunned to say a word. He gently offered a greeting after so many years of separation. It's been a long time. Meeting an old acquaintance like this seems a bit awkward, doesn't it? Na Youngdeok took a sip of coffee, his eyes filled with calculation as he revealed his new plan to Cha Soo-yeon. I intend to make that writer right again. Although he was never fond of the word destiny, this time he secretly felt smug because it seemed fate was truly smiling upon him. Na Youngdeok looked straight at Cha Soo-yeon, earnestly seeking her support. I want you to help me this time. You will help, right? The story suddenly flashes back in time, returning to the moment when Cha Soo-yeon was quietly peeling an apple for a little boy. Seeing the little boy rolling around on the sofa, Cha Soo-yeon reminded him, sit up straight while eating, or you will get indigestion. Even though the child playfully begged to stay because he hated being lonely at home alone, Cha Soo-yeon couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness as she watched his figure. She quietly questioned herself about getting so deeply involved in continuously taking care of Na Youngdeok's son for such a long time. Oh, you were so kind, taking care of your first love's child like that. Cha Soo-yeon realized she was trying to copy the very person Na Youngdeok had always admired. She had pushed herself to the absolute limit just to achieve an outstanding work like Han Jia's. Yet, after so many years of trying, everything now seemed to be nothing but vague and empty memories amidst the cluttered pile of books. Looking at the half-peeled apples on the plate, Cha Soo-yeon bitterly realized that in the end, Cha Soo-yeon quietly understood that in Na Youngdeok's heart, Han Jia was an irreplaceable existence. Even though she knew this clearly, she couldn't help but sigh softly in distress. Na Youngdeok clasped his hands together, speaking in a low voice. As you know, writer Choi Yeonju and writer Han Jia are people who write based on their own experiences, right? So, I was thinking, why don't you fill the void that she left behind? Cha Soo-yeon suddenly remembered the old days, when everything still seemed perfectly fine for her. She picked up her phone, starting to consider the theme for her next work. Let's see, the theme this time is. Cha Soo-yeon silently assured herself that if she went in that direction, everything would turn out fine. Na Youngdeok slightly curled his lips. Looking at the old photo taken with Han Jia, Yeonju wistfully remembered the person she used to admire the most. Even though Han Jia had sent her an apology via text message, deep down, she felt more sorry for her friend. She painfully recalled the day her jealousy exploded, leading to that fateful slap. After that day, Han Jia's spirit gradually declined, and she ultimately gave up writing altogether and vanished without a trace. Staring at the scribbled, crossed-out manuscripts, Yeonju reproached herself, it feels as though all of that was my fault. Standing in front of the computer, she resolved that if she could help Han Jia start writing again, it would be a small atonement for the past. As time passed, she had now grown mature enough to stand before Han Jia as a true friend. Yeonju wanted to encourage and praise her friend's talent without any hint of jealousy. She resolutely ran off, her feet taking hurried steps to find her old friend. Yeonju wrestled with her troubled conscience. I want her to write again, but not this way. She decisively chased after her and placed a hand on Han Jia's shoulder to stop her. Startled by the sudden contact from behind, Han Jia panicked and screamed, "Ah, what on earth is this?" She turned around, looking at her friend who was gasping for breath from exhaustion with a completely bewildered look. You scared the life out of me, and yet you're just standing there open-mouthed, hee. Realizing that the person who had called her was Yeonju, Han Jia called her friend's name in surprise. Seeing Yeonju's serious expression and sweating face, she asked anxiously, what's wrong? Both of them stood in front of the second cafe, and Han Jia pressed for details to confirm her suspicion. So he is trying to get me on TV somehow to publicly reveal that I'm a writer? To force me to write again? Cha Soo-yeon replied thoughtfully, that could be the case. Han Jia smirked with full confidence, that guy is truly an idiot. But that doesn't mean I will just go along with it. Seeing her friend being too subjective, Cha Soo-yeon suddenly became extremely serious. She stared deeply at Han Jia and asked, really? Han Jia, do you really not know what kind of person that PD is? She asserted that although he looks like an untidy, middle-aged man, in reality, he is an extremely formidable person. Cha Soo-yeon explained that PD Na is actually a legend in the industry, who has produced dozens of famous works by managing writers in a highly systematic way. She threw cold water on her friend's confidence. Do you think a person like him wouldn't know how you would react before he acted? Do you think you've caused a scene? Cha Soo-yeon cornered Han Jia with heavy truths. Han Jia, do you know why that PD comes to see us once a week? It's not just to check the progress of the manuscript, he also takes care of the writer's mental health, so of course he understands a bit about the writer's personality. Finally, she decisively blocked Han Jia's escape route with a realistic reminder, you've only just gotten married and settled down in Seoul. You can't just run back to your hometown like before. Han Jia could only smile stiffly, crying out in pain, why are you rubbing salt into my wound? I'm already in so much pain, why do you have to remind me and make it hurt even? Han Jia thoughtfully nodded, humming in understanding. She realized that for the sake of his wife, she had to pick up her pen again. Cha Suyun gently pushed up her glasses, reminding her that Na Yangdiak probably never wanted Han Jia to know that painful truth. However, Han Jia firmly asserted that if she wrote out of mere sympathy, the work would never be as good as writing with the professionalism and responsibility of a specialist. And that PD himself was the one who understood this best. Suddenly, the door slammed open with a loud bang. Han Jia confidently stepped into the office and shouted, I am here. Seeing Na Yangdiak standing there, she pointed her finger with confidence, but he is right here, editor-in-chief. Han Jia smirked slightly, pulled down the brim of her cap, and looked straight into Na Yangdiak's eyes with a decisive proposal. Hey, editor-in-chief, can I take a bit of your time to meet up? Since the dragon has graced this humble home, there is no need to be so polite. At Second Cafe, Nari could not help but be astonished to see the general boss, Cha Suyun, tying Assistant Jin's apron. She asked in bewilderment, what is that apron? Isn't that Assistant Jin's? Cha Suyun calmly explained that Han Jia had taken half a day off, so she would directly cover that position today. Observing her boss's expression, Nari playfully remarked, oh, boss, something happy must have happened, right? Seeing Cha Suyun asking in daze, Nari pointed her finger teasingly, the corners of your mouth are curling up. Cha Suyun touched her face in confusion, stammering back in embarrassment, me? Her face suddenly became tense, and sweat dripped down as her junior caught on to her unusually joyful mood. In the quiet space of the cafe, Han Jia, currently wearing a gray baseball cap, suddenly called out in a low voice, hey, Yeonju. Looking straight into her best friend's eyes, she hesitantly confessed, actually, there's something I haven't been able to say all this time. Han Jia looked deep into Yeonju's eyes and softly asked a heavy question, you were very angry with me, weren't you? The question hit right at the pain of the past, making Yeonju completely freeze, her face turning pale with shock. Han Jia forced a sad smile, quietly waiting for a reaction from the other. After a suffocating silence, Yeonju could only lower her head, sweat running down her forehead, and softly admitted in bitterness, yeah. Yeonju smiled faintly, her cheeks blushing as she gathered all her courage to confess, I used to be mad at you. Well, I was very angry with you. Hearing her friend's confession, Han Jia slightly pulled down the brim of her baseball cap and replied thoughtfully, is that so? Since the two of them reunited, what Han Jia has shown is no longer the stiff, awkward smile of the old days filled with misunderstandings and pain. Instead, it is the image of two young girls who once lay next to each other on the bed, laughing and sharing their innermost thoughts. Having a friendship like that is truly precious, everyone. It is that bright smile just like the beginning, a sincere bond that has been healed after many years of separation. The ticking of the clock hand echoed in the quiet space of the office. Han Jia was now sitting opposite Na Yangdiak to officially clear things up. He wore a fake, probing smile. Are you planning to write a new project for psychological counseling or what? Han Jia stared deeply at him, silently cursing the thick-skinned, cunning face right in front of her. She decisively laid her cards on the table. I heard it from Choi Yeonju. I know exactly what you were thinking when you leaked my personal information online, and what is your scheme? Na Yangdiak quickly raised his hand to stop her and asked back in confusion, wait a minute, what scheme? Han Jia decisively shouted, don't beat around the bush. She exposed his intention, you purposely made my identity public to force me to write again, leaving me with no way out, right? Facing her fierceness, Na Yangdiak suddenly fell silent and then calmly asked. He reminded her that Han Jia herself was the one who decided to appear on television. Seeing her blankly gasp, Na Yangdiak coldly added, isn't your face already fully exposed? He continued to ask her, warning her not to say she agreed to participate without considering this. Han Jia could only remain silent, admitting to herself that she had indeed been too careless in not thinking of that consequence. Na Yangdiak smirked slightly, admitting that he had rushed things a bit. But then, he stared deeply into her eyes and asked if she realized the truth herself, that appearing on television would lead to exposure sooner or later anyway. He asked in a low voice, do you know how many people out there are waiting for you? Han Jia sat frozen, blankly admitting that she truly had no idea. Comments from readers appeared, they had been waiting for her all this time. They considered her work their joy and gentlest comfort in life. Han Jia realized with a shock that it wasn't just one person, but many people who were anxiously waiting for the return of the author of Spicy Chicken Feet. Na Yangdiak looked at her with sincerity and confessed that he was also one of them. He lowered his eyes slightly, choke-voiced as he mentioned his critically ill wife, who was also a loyal fan of hers. Na Yangdiak chuckled bitterly, Na Yangdiak smirked slightly, looking at Han Jia scrutinizingly and asked, so, after hearing that story, do you feel sympathetic? Like you're going to say alright because your wife is sick? He continued to press, asking if she had rushed in here just to argue about him using television to turn her information into hot news? Standing with her back turned, Han Jia flatly replied, "No, I came to ask you a favor." Surprised? This time, editor, your guess is completely off. Na Yondiak was completely taken aback, stammering in disbelief, "A favor?" The bright morning sunlight shone down on the apartment building, signaling the start of a new day. The phone on the bed suddenly vibrated repeatedly with the alarm ringing loudly throughout the room. Jean Minchel was still fast asleep when a hand gently shook him. "Jean Minchel, wake up." He sleepily opened his eyes, mumbling his wife's name in a daze. Han Jia leaned down, looking at her husband with gentle eyes, and smiled softly. "Did you sleep well?" Sitting at the dining table, Han Jia apologetically said sorry for texting late because she had to work overtime to fix the arising errors with Department Head Seo Suyun and Deputy Head Choi Sangwoo. Jean Minchel looked at his bowl of rice, sighing regretfully. "Today was supposed to be my turn to cook breakfast." Han Jia laughed radiantly. Jean Minchel looked at Han Jia with a worried expression, sweat pouring down his forehead. He hesitantly asked, "Are you mad at me?" Han Jia pouted and sharply shot back, "Why would you think that?" Jean Minchel honestly explained that whenever she was angry, she would always smile gently as if to say "I'm not mad," which made him feel extremely uneasy. He really knew how to read his wife's mood and worry about losing her. Even though Han Jia kept denying it, saying, "Oh, that's not true, really," Jean Minchel seemed to see right through her. He said in a low voice that this was no ordinary anger, but it felt like she was experiencing something deeply genuine right now. In Han Jia's heart, Jean Minchel's presence had now become incredibly special. Seeing his wife lost in thought, Jean Minchel anxiously pressed further. "Did something happen yesterday?" Sensing a slightly different atmosphere today, he asked, "Today feels a bit different." Han Jia flashed a gentle smile, admitting that indeed, something had happened yesterday. She curiously asked if today was his day off. Upon hearing Jean Minchel confirm that he was off until tomorrow, Han Jia immediately made a proposal. She looked at him and suggested, "So, could you come with me for a bit today? I'll tell you about what happened yesterday on the way." Jean Minchel was dumbfounded with a flurry of questions popping up in his head, only able to mumble back, "Where to?" Together, they left the— Jean Minchel could not hide his worry. He swallowed hard and asked hesitantly, "Han Jia, you aren't sick or anything, right?" Han Jia smiled softly to reassure her husband, "I told you, I didn't come because I was sick. I came to meet someone." Jean Minchel asked back in shock, "Someone?" Han Jia looked at him with determined eyes and asserted softly, "Yeah, myself." Jean Minchel asked back in confusion as Han Jia confessed she had hesitated a lot about whether she should come here alone to face everything. Standing in front of the hospital lobby, she honestly admitted that she didn't have the courage to do it alone. Right at that moment, PD Na Yangdiak appeared in the hallway. He turned around slightly when he heard Han Jia call out loudly, "PD Na." Na Yangdiak led them deep inside. Han Jia made up her mind. She told herself she would step forward to face a version of herself, the version she had rejected and abandoned for so long. Her steps halted in front of the hospital bed, where Na Yangdiak's wife lay with a gaunt face, yet her eyes lit up with amazement upon seeing her idol appear. Han Jia stood there, clutching her hat tightly against her chest, taking a deep breath to regain her composure. The door closed with a dry click, leaving a private space for the two women. Out in the hallway, Jean Minchel and Na Yangdiak stood in silence, looking at each other awkwardly. "See?" Na Yangdiak smiled gently and replied, "No, she said she is fine now. She asked me to step out so the two of them could talk privately." Looking inside through the glass window, Han Jia was sitting tenderly by the hospital bed, listening to the whispered words of her special fan. Na Yangdiak turned to Jean Minchel, starting a friendly conversation. "Besides, I haven't even greeted you properly. This is the first time we've met since the final broadcast, right?" Jean Minchel could only scratch his head, mumbling a soft, "Ah, yes," with complete awkwardness. Jean Minchel looked directly at Na Yangdiak and said he had heard Han Jia tell him everything. He knew about Na Yangdiak's hope that she would pick up her pen again to write for his ailing wife. Na Yangdiak smiled bitterly, admitting that saying he had no personal feelings in this matter would be a complete lie. He confided that his wife was truly a passionate fan and was still anxiously waiting for the next pages from Han Jia. However, Na Yangdiak suddenly became very solemn. He asserted that the reason he earnestly wanted Han Jia to return to writing was not simply because of his wife's wish. With a face full of remorse, he bowed his head and admitted that he himself was the one who had snatched away her opportunity and passion for writing. The atmosphere grew heavy, like a loading screen interrupted before the draft could be saved. Na Yangdiak understood better than anything. He bitterly recalled the time when Han Jia fell into the abyss of helplessness. As an editor, he should have been the one by her side supporting her. But instead, he selfishly added more pressure, treating her like nothing more than a vending machine or a hit-making device that could produce popular works whenever he wanted. Now, Na Yangdiak only yearned to make amends and return to Han Jia everything that his incompetence had unintentionally caused her to lose. While the sunset slowly faded behind the hospital building, Han Jia unexpectedly stepped out with a bright smile and announced that visiting hours had officially ended. Jin Min Cheon gently asked about his wife's feelings after the meaningful private conversation. Han Jia let out a soft sigh of relief. She secretly marveled at that wife's depth and felt incredibly excited to have met someone with such a strong creative taste after a long time. Na Yandiak looked at Han Jia searchingly, then softly asked. So, have you made a decision yet? Han Jia smiled faintly and replied vaguely. Well, kind of. Seeing this, Na Yandiak sincerely expressed that, just like what he had said at the office, she did not necessarily have to rewrite. However, he still firmly asserted one thing. But I really think you have talent. He went on to promise that he would fully support her to help develop that talent, whether in television or anything else, as long as she spoke up. Na Yandiak looked at her expectantly and asked. What do you want to do? The city lights flickered in the distance. On the Han Jia asked back in confusion, what, when she heard Jin Min Cheon mention the invitation from Na Yandiak. She flatly waved her hand. I don't intend to accept it, I rejected all of them, right? The car glided past the empty street. Jin Min Cheon softly reminded his wife of her old dream. Well, didn't you once want to try appearing on TV at least once? Han Jia sighed softly, admitting she had gotten over that feeling because she realized it wasn't something just anyone could do. She questioned why she had craved it so much in the past, only to bitterly admit that perhaps Na Yandiak was right. Jin Min Cheon silently observed his wife, quietly understanding that she was worried as she grew older without achieving any major success. Han Jia looked up at the bright moon, her heart filled with chaotic thoughts. I want to know what my true capability is. Actually, what I want to find is myself. She wistfully recalled the dark times when she felt completely drained of all energy. Standing before the blank pages, Han Jia bitterly admitted, now I don't even know what an interesting story is, or what a good beginning looks like anymore. She smiled faintly but her heart was still full of doubts. Would someone like me be okay writing again? Sitting by the hospital bed, Han Jia dazedly asked herself, should I really try writing again? Just as she was lost in her wandering thoughts, Jin Min Cheon smiled softly and gave a firm answer, I think you should. Han Jia turned around and Jin Min Cheon walked beside his wife under the brilliant city lights. He sincerely expressed, Han Jia, your story is truly gripping. I really found it very interesting to read. Looking into his wife's eyes, he gently motivated her, just do what you want, Han Jia. The traffic in the distance glided by slowly. Han Jia slightly lowered her head, an indescribable emotion rising in her heart. She realized that every time she talked to this man, her soul felt soothed. Jin Min Cheon added a sweet promise, if next time you want to run away again, I will run away with you. At the office, Lee Hyuk narrowed his eyes slightly at the announcement he had just received, author Han Jia. I will try again, at least this time. He flashed a satisfied and smug smile. Lee Hyuk secretly thought that everything had turned out so smoothly, and he actually didn't need to go to such lengths to get what he wanted. Under the name of writer Han Jia, she whispered to herself, I will do my best. This was both a curse and a kind of magic she put on herself to find her true self again. Looking at her phone, Han Jia broke into a cold sweat. She knew very well that there was no turning back, I must write. But right after that, she sighed softly and slumped onto the bed in sheer exhaustion. Han Jia placed her hands on the keyboard, ready to type her very first words. However, the harsh reality was that she could only sit there dazed, staring at a blank computer screen. Even though she sat properly at her desk with a towering stack of books behind her, her mind remained completely blank and she could not squeeze out a single idea. Han Jia stared blankly into space, then suddenly wiped her desk with her hand. The dust on the table made her feel extremely uncomfortable. She muttered in frustration, deciding to put writing aside to deal with this cleaning first instead of focusing. There is an old saying, a clean desk makes a clean mind. Han Jia deluded herself with a perfectly reasonable excuse to postpone her writing. She laboriously wiped the desk and everything around it like crazy, telling herself she would start writing right after cleaning them. Han Jia thoroughly cleaned everything from the desk and chair to the bookshelf, leaving no corner untouched. After a period of intense physical effort, she smiled with satisfaction, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the sparkling workspace, Han Jia told herself that now she finally had the inspiration to write. She smugly thought that cleaning up before focusing was absolutely essential. However, the moment she sat back down in her chair to begin, a sudden wave of sleepiness. In her delirium, Han Jia cried out in panic, Jin Min Cheon, no? She woke up startled, drenched in sweat, and breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing it was only a dream. 123456789 underscore placeholder underscore 4 underscore real underscore LF underscore 123456789. She was horrified to recall the scene of Jin Min Cheon turning into a cyborg and forcing her to become a robot just like him. Han Jia bitterly admitted to herself that she must absolutely hate writing to have such a terrible nightmare. 123456789 underscore placeholder underscore 4 underscore real underscore LF underscore 123456789 staring at the blank computer screen, she reassured herself that it was only because she hadn't truly started yet. Han Jia regained her determination, telling herself that starting is already half the battle. 123456789 underscore placeholder underscore 4 underscore real underscore LF underscore 123456789 she collapsed onto the bed, picking up her phone to create a new draft file. Since she couldn't think of a name, she temporarily titled it Untitled, even though her notes list was already overflowing with various versions of untitled files. 123456789 underscore placeholder underscore 4 underscore real underscore LF underscore 123456789 looking at the chaotic pile of files, from rough drafts to final edits, Han Jia blankly realized that this was certainly not a good way to go. She resolutely pressed the delete button to clear them. Han Jia admitted to her husband that even she did not expect herself to walk like a sleepwalker like that. When asked by her to review her draft, Jia and Min Cheon hesitantly offered adjectives such as rude, selfish, and doing whatever she wants. Seeing his wife's face suddenly darken threateningly, Han Jia rasped in reminder, "Hey, I asked about the good parts." Jia and Min Cheon quickly explained that it was because those traits resembled her exactly that he found it appealing. Jia and Min Cheon looked deep into Han Jia's eyes, sincerely expressing the parts he truly loved in her writing. He affirmed that he found it good simply because it reminded him of her. To Han Jia's astonishment, Jia and Min Cheon softly asked, "Is that not reason enough?" Those words left her completely speechless, her cheeks blushing red with embarrassment at her husband's incredibly sincere affection. However, deep down, Han Jia still constantly worried about when she had become obsessed with the pressure to write something truly interesting. She bitterly realized that she had cared too much about other people's opinions. She forgot that writing was not just to serve the crowd. For her, writing was a means of expression, the only way to manifest her own limit, to say the things I didn't dare to say out loud, and when I look at him, there is something I want to say. I have always been selfish and rude, but even someone like me knows how to feel ashamed, so I have never dared to say it. She gestured with her hand and then decisively flicked his forehead hard, causing a sharp pain. The romantic moment that had just gotten into the right mood instantly received a fatal blow right in the middle of his forehead. In front of Jia and Min Cheon's bewildered face, she solemnly declared, "That is your punishment, you were the one who told me to be honest." Both were immersed in a passionate moment in the room filled with light. Han Jia placed her hand on Jia and Min Cheon's shoulder so he could start reading what she had just written. Looking deep into her husband's eyes with a confident smile, she softly asked, "Is there any problem?" At Second Cafe late one evening, while the outside space was already quiet, inside the dressing room, Han Jia was falling into an extremely terrible state. She kept her eyes glued to her phone screen with a grimacing face, blue veins bulging on her forehead from stress. Han Jia screamed helplessly in her heart, "Why haven't I been able to write a single word yet?" She couldn't contain herself and let out dry, frustrated screams. This made Naji, who was seeing that the situation seemed unstable, Naji timidly spoke up, "Manager, do you play the stock market?" Han Jia asked back in bewilderment, "What?" Naji honestly explained, "Because I saw you keeping your eyes on your phone and getting angry." Han Jia was flustered, cold sweat dripping down her face. She smiled awkwardly to cover her embarrassment, "Naji, you really are. What strange things are you saying? The stock market?" In Han Jia's mind, a disastrous vision of her playing the stock market suddenly appeared. She would definitely be the type to buy at the peak and panic sell at the very bottom when she saw the chart plunging. With her face darkening in blue, Han Jia flatly denied, "I don't do those kinds of things." Naji questioned her back suspiciously, "Then what on earth is it?" Suddenly, Naji's eyes lit up brilliantly. She clasped her hands together in excitement and cheered, "So, are you writing again?" Han Jia scratched her head in embarrassment, sheepishly admitting, "Well, to say it's writing." Naji immediately interrupted with great enthusiasm, "You are writing?" Han Jia softly asked, "Why are you so happy?" Naji smiled radiantly and confidently declared, "Of course I'm happy, the author of my favorite novel is continuing to write." She seemed to be immersed in the pure happiness of a true fangirl. However, Naji suddenly became serious. She blushed slightly and looked at Jia hesitantly, "But, manager." Seeing Jia listening intently, Naji summoned all her courage to make a mysterious proposal, "After cleaning up the cafe, could you spare some time?" Jia was completely stunned, "You mean, you thought writing a novel was easy, but when you actually started, you didn't know what to write, so you got completely blocked?" Naji's question left Jia speechless. She immediately argued back with a raised voice, "When did I say it was easy? I only said it seemed doable." Naji looked at her boss with soulless eyes and flatly stated, "It's basically the same thing. Easy and doable." Jia suddenly became serious. She looked at Naji and explained in a low voice, "Listen carefully, Naji, writing a novel isn't that easy. It might look simple and gentle on the outside, but inside, there are countless obstacles and so many things to consider." Jia raised her finger philosophically, "That is why people call creativity the child of..." In the middle of her lecture, Han Jia suddenly stopped as an old memory flooded back. The image of Han Jia back when she still wore a red tracksuit appeared, and she had just clicked her tongue, thinking, how boring, let's try writing something. At that time, her glasses-wearing friend Yeonju simply smiled and replied, why not? It was this complete lack of awareness about the difficulty of the writing profession in the beginning that threw the current Han Jia into a state of extreme panic. She clutched her head, her face turning pale due to the sudden psychological trauma, PTSD, or post-traumatic stress disorder. Witnessing her boss suddenly going crazy, Na-ji could only ask in bewilderment, sister, why are you suddenly, what are you talking about? Hey, Na-ji. Han Jia forced a stiff smile, trying to act professional as she offered advice to her younger colleague. Writing is actually not that big of a deal. First, just try to write one line, any line you want. Hearing her senior's words, Na-ji held the pen with a determined look on her face, any line I want? Then. And indeed, Na-ji actually put pen to paper and wrote a line. Contrary to Na-ji's smooth sailing, Han Jia fell into a deep pit of dead-end frustration. On the way home in the quiet night, Jia and Min Cheon looked at his wife with worry and asked softly, Han Jia, what happened today? With a dark face, Han Jia cried out in grievance, listen, today Na-ji said she wanted to try writing a novel. I told her to just try it, and she wrote one immediately. Meanwhile, I haven't been able to write a single word. She blankly questioned herself in extreme agony, wondering how on earth she could explain this irony. Seeing his wife's blank face, before Jia and Min Cheon could even grasp what was happening, Han Jia suddenly pointed at his face and shouted, hey, Jia and Min Cheon. She solemnly declared, it's time for Han Jia's pop quiz number 123. Make an acrostic poem using the name Han Jia. The peaceful atmosphere in the house vanished instantly after Han Jia's sudden mood swing. Jia and Min Cheon broke into a cold sweat, asking in confusion where this bizarre topic came from. Despite being caught completely off guard, Jia and Min Cheon gathered his courage and began, Han Jia. G. In this world. Ah. Beautiful. Her husband's cheesy but sincere poem made Han Jia's face turn bright red, and she quickly covered her face with both hands out of sheer embarrassment. Han Jia blushed deep red and exclaimed in confusion, oh my goodness. Seeing his wife in an overloaded state, Jia and Min Cheon softly called, Jia, and smiled as he suggested a fair deal. If something comes, something must go, right? So Jia, how about making an acrostic poem with my name? I will give you the first syllables. Han Jia furrowed her brows skeptically and asked back, do you really want me to do it? Jia and Min Cheon started with the first syllable of his name, Jin, but instead of a romantic line, the guy immediately moved on to the next syllable, Min. Han Jia realized in shock that something was off, and she snapped, wait, that sentence didn't even follow the initial rhyme. Hold on, that last one wasn't even an acrostic poem anymore. Ignoring his wife's protest, Jia and Min Cheon calmly repeated, Min. With teasing eyes, he softly uttered the final syllable of his name, Cheol. Han Jia scratched her head in frustration, muttering in a dead end, Cheol, is there any word starting with Cheol? As her mind was spinning to find the words, suddenly, an idea struck her, but it went in a highly violent martial arts direction. Han Jia shouted loudly, Cheol Sajang. Iron Sand Palm. The two fell into an awkward silence on the night street. Jia blushed furiously at her sudden action, whispering softly, is that all? Jia and Min Cheon could only reply with an awkward yeah, and then both of them walked silently together. Let's go home. Yeah. The awkward atmosphere heated up, making even the streetlights seem embarrassed for the two. In reality, Jia was extremely tormented. She secretly told herself that this wasn't how things were supposed to be, it was just because she was asked so suddenly that she felt too embarrassed to utter any sweet words. Suddenly, Jia and Min Cheon took the initiative to hold Jia's hand tightly, conveying an unusual sense of warmth and reassurance. Jia bowed her head slightly, her cheeks still flushed with shyness. In her heart, what she really wanted to say to this man was, thank you so much. The two entered the lobby of the building together. Jia and Min Cheon stood frozen, sweat pouring down his face as he witnessed a strange sight. He couldn't help but ask, Jia, what are you doing? Jia didn't care about her desk at all at this point. She just sat silently on the floor, preoccupied with blowing soap bubbles that drifted throughout the room. Her face clearly showed exhaustion and despair. A week had passed since Jia decided to pick up her pen again, but the harsh reality was that Han Jia had not been able to write a single word of her manuscript for the past week. She snuggled deep into Jia and Min Cheon's arms on the sofa, awkwardly trying to make excuses for her procrastination. Han Jia awkwardly avoided her husband's gaze. I was just watching NetTube to find some reference materials, and the algorithm led me all the way to a soap bubble blowing video. Han Jia stared blankly into the distance with a gloomy expression. She wondered why no inspiration was coming to her. When she first decided to choose this topic, she had confidently thought that everything would just flow naturally. Fear began to consume Han Jia. She looked at Jia and Min Cheon with trembling eyes. Maybe I've really lost all my talent since I stopped writing. Seeing his wife being so pessimistic, Jin Min Cheon immediately brushed it off. Come on, that's ridiculous. To help Han Jia find her true self again, he curiously asked about how she used to write in the past. The two went jogging together under the early morning sun to relieve stress. Facing her husband's question, Han Jia could only reply vaguely. Han Jia pondered deeply in sync with each of Jin Min Cheon's running steps. Looking back now, she realized that those around her had also made similar remarks about her style. Old memories surfaced one after another, and Han Jia's mind entered an online meeting mode with her past. Her editor Na Yang once claimed she was the type of writer who wrote from her own experiences, so he wanted her to experience something new. Even Cha Suyan believed that Han Jia was not the type to plan things out meticulously, but rather wrote mostly on inspiration and instinct. Those remarks kept echoing in her head, leaving her feeling anxious about a new beginning and romantic experiences. Han Jia began questioning herself about her poor dating experience. She wondered silently if she actually had any such thing at all. Looking back at the time that had passed, Han Jia bitterly realized that she hadn't had a single relationship to call her own from middle school all the way through high school. Even up to university, what was called love to her was just faint fragments of memories that she dared not even call a real relationship. Throughout her entire life, it seemed she had never once tasted the flavor of true love to use as creative material. Lost in thought, Han Jia suddenly froze when she saw Jin Min Cheon casually pull up his shirt to wipe his sweat, revealing his muscular build right before her eyes. Han Jia's brain instantly drifted away from literature and switched over to heart-fluttering vibes. That moment made her face flush bright red with embarrassment. Seeing his wife behaving strangely, Jin Min Cheon turned around and asked, "Is something wrong, Han Jia?" She embarrassedly lowered her head and murmured in response. Shortly after, Han Jia decided to head straight to her parents' house to search for inspiration. Seeing her daughter suddenly appear and rummage through old things, her mother could only cross her arms in exasperation. She asked, "Did you barge in here just to find some spark to help you rewrite?" Han Jia continued her frantic search while giving a flattering smile, "And you know, to visit my beloved parents too, Mom." Ignoring the explanation, her mother firmly ordered, "You should clean up all of that. Otherwise, I will pack it all up and leave it at your front door." After a while of searching, Han Jia cheered excitedly, "Oh, here it is." It was the shared diary that she and her friends used to share back in 6th grade. This thing was considered their social media at the time. Back at home, Han Jia sat absorbed on the sofa, reflecting on each line of old memories. She suddenly remembered that she had once created an extremely bizarre male lead, who dipped bread into milk during their very first meeting. Han Jia smiled softly as she realized that material was actually drawn from the puppy love story of her friend Eunha in 6th grade and her boyfriend. The breathless scene about the bag getting stuck in the door was actually about Bo-yoon, another friend of Han Jia from 6th grade. Even the nosebleed from running too fast and slamming into a door, or the anger of seeing her best friend play with someone else, and even the thought of her dad brushing his teeth too loudly. All the funny stories she had written were sparked by her own subconscious memories. Han Jia quietly looked at the diary, questioning herself whether such a thing as pure creativity truly. Just as she was lost in conflict, Jin Min Cheon spoke up softly. "Han Jia, before you came to live with me, I thought my life was quite boring." Sitting beside her under the deep blue sky, he honestly confessed that he was actually the most timid person around others and had always found it difficult to make friends. Jin Min Cheon used to be a loner, never leaving the house except for work. His weekends were spent entirely alone at home, playing games or watching movies. Although he had no complaints about his life back then, Jin Min Cheon admitted there were still times when he felt truly lonely or surrounded by boredom. Jin Min Cheon's eyes suddenly became extremely gentle as he looked at Han Jia. "And the one who changed me is you, Han Jia." Just that single sentence was enough to deal a full critical hit of emotion across the screen. From the moment she stepped into his life, everything seemed to turn to a completely new page. It felt as though something happened every day, bringing joyful and novel experiences that he had never dared to dream of. All of his experiences with Han Jia expanded his world, making his life more joyful and happier than ever. Jin Min Cheon looked straight into his wife's eyes, offering sincere advice. "So if you feel like you can't think of anything on your own, why don't you discuss it with others?" Returning home, Han Jia slumped onto the sofa with an exhausted face, but her eyes shone with admiration. She secretly told herself that Jin Min Cheon was truly becoming silver-tongued, making her feel as though she had been completely defeated by him once again. As soon as Han Jia's mother saw her daughter, she panicked and shouted, "Did he hit you? Did Jin Min Cheon hit you? Is that why you came back home?" Jia's face darkened, and she quickly corrected her. "What are you saying, Mom? That's not what I meant." Hearing this, Mrs. Kim Sang-sun let out a sigh of relief, slowly sat down on the sofa, and teased. "Oh, so that's how it is. But I guess if anyone were to hit anyone, you would be the one hitting him." Under her daughter's suspicious gaze, she leaned back slightly and asked, "Is that so? Have you found what you were looking for?" Jia smiled confidently. Almost. I think my writer's block happened because my world had become too small, just as Jia and Min Cheon said. Jia's brain finally loaded the clues after days of completely losing her inspiration. Mrs. Kim Sang-sun quietly listened to her daughter open up about the need to open her heart and listen to other people's stories and experiences. Memories suddenly flashed back to those painful years when Jia, with her bright red hair, was sobbing uncontrollably. She choked out. Mom, I can't take it anymore. Can I come live with you again? Please, I promise I won't be a burden. Mrs. Sang-sun burst out laughing heartily. Since you said you needed it, I guess I couldn't say no. Jia excitedly flattered her, when it comes to love stories, I know you have a whole treasure trove. Mrs. Sang-sun began to pull out her treasure trove of memories to reminisce. Do you want me to tell you how your father and I met at Daejeon University? I had just gotten off the bus for the school field trip when... Jia dejectedly interrupted. Yes, I've heard that story 1,000 times already. I know it by heart. Just then, Jia's father suddenly appeared with a smug smile, curving his lips as he asked, then how about this one? He excitedly bragged about his past exploit. That is the story of how your mother caught a thief? A thief of hearts. Watching her father tightly hug her mother from behind and utter the cheesy words "Oh, my love," Jia's face suddenly darkened, unable to stand her parents' excessive display of affection. The thief who stole your mother's heart, her father's cheesy words still echoed in her ears as Jia silently walked down the old street. In truth, she hadn't returned home just to find that diary. In her heart of hearts, Jia had always hoped to run into her old friends to reminisce about the good old days together. However, life is not a dream. She was shocked to realize she couldn't find a single familiar face from back then, as they had all either moved away or settled down. Jia sighed softly, blaming herself for not checking everything carefully before making the long journey back. Suddenly, she stopped. Appearing before Han Jia's eyes was an extremely familiar rest stop. This was exactly where their story began. Memories of that day rushed back vividly, when both she and Jia and Min Cheon sat together on this wooden bench. Right here, Han Jia once boldly suggested, since we're both screwed, why don't we just get married? Sitting back in the exact same spot, she wistfully told herself she really missed this place so much. Han Jia still remembered that day clearly, when she was sitting here smoking. And then Jia and Min Cheon appeared, walking toward her with a piece of chicken breast still in his mouth. Deeply immersed in her memories, she looked up, her eyes widening in shock upon seeing a woman standing right in front of her. Han Jia exclaimed in utter surprise, Mrs. Jisung? Han Jia was shocked to see Mrs. Jisung casually chewing away at the rest stop. She hesitantly asked, Mrs. Jisung, what are you doing here? She casually replied, can't you see, I'm eating, of course. Han Jia, still startled, asked further, I see, but why are you here? Only then did Mrs. Jisung reveal that she was out having dinner with her father-in-law, but due to some disagreement over the menu, things turned out this way. Han Jia exclaimed. In Han Jia's head, a thought immediately popped up. Wait, are my parents-in-law having a fight? Seeing her daughter-in-law worried, Mrs. Jisung decisively clarified that she was the one who started it. She frustratingly grumbled, we agreed to eat something delicious and healthy, so I suggested beef. But he stubbornly insisted on having sashimi no matter what. Just because of such a trivial matter, the atmosphere became tense. Right at that moment, Jin Dae-soo, Jin Min Cheon's father, officially appeared. He had an extremely gentle and calm appearance behind his glasses. Upon seeing Han Jia, he suddenly changed his attitude and excitedly asked, really? Does our daughter-in-law want to eat beef? Mrs. Jisung quickly grabbed Han Jia's shoulder, and both of them nodded repeatedly to apply pressure. The gaze of both mother and daughter-in-law simultaneously locked onto the target, making Mr. Jin Dae-soo completely lose his ability to resist. Seeing that his daughter-in-law also seemed to like beef, he decisively declared, then it's decided. Han Jia froze, cold sweat pouring down because she did not expect everything to be resolved so easily. She secretly exclaimed, just like that? Is it really that easy? And just like that, the whole family gathered around the steaming barbecue table. During the meal, Mr. Jin Dae-soo warmly served her some food and urged, here, eat up, Han Jia. Han Jia politely replied, yes, thank you, father. The atmosphere at the table was so warm that she unconsciously switched to her standard good daughter-in-law mode. She quietly observed and realized that her father-in-law was also a teacher. Han Jia bowed her head slightly, apologetically saying, I'm sorry for dropping by without notice. Jin Min Cheon's father laughed heartily to reassure her, haha, it's alright, dear. This is nothing compared to my son going for a morning walk on New Year's Day and returning with a wife. Mrs. Jisung chimed in with a nonchalant expression, we are rarely surprised by anything after that incident. Han Jia could only offer a forced smile, haha. Mrs. Jisung read her daughter-in-law's mind and asked, anyway, did you come back here to write something? Han Jia honestly admitted that she wanted to pick up some things and interview her old friends, but unfortunately, everyone had moved away or lost touch. Her mother-in-law Mrs. Jisung gently comforted her, telling her not to worry too much as that is just a natural part of growing up. Upon hearing that Han Jia wanted to hear about others' experiences, Mrs. Jisung wondered why she didn't just search on the internet or NetTube for convenience. Han Jia expressed that things online felt very artificial and lacked vitality, so she wanted to listen to real-life stories from people she knew. Han Jia switched completely into field writer mode, determined to dig up material firsthand. The interview with her parents-in-law officially began. Jia excitedly held her pen and urged them, secretly wondering how a teacher as strict and manly as her father-in-law managed to get married. However, Mrs. Jisung's answer was unexpectedly simple: we were introduced. Jia froze with a disappointed face. Just like that, her mother-in-law casually confirmed, yep, that's all. Unwilling to give up, Jia eagerly asked about special moments that made their hearts flutter or the nervous feeling when they first met. Mrs. Jisung pondered for a long time and then revealed a shocking piece of information. I can't think of any. We decided to get married after meeting only twice. Immediately, Jia woke up with eyes sparkling with excitement. She asked in extreme astonishment about the reason behind that lightning-fast decision. Facing her daughter-in-law's curiosity about the reason for agreeing to marry after only 2 meetings, Mrs. Jisung casually explained that it wasn't because he met any dry standards. She smiled gently, her eyes looking far away as she reminisced about the past, asserting that when she was young, she saw him as an extremely admirable person. Jia was stunned in amazement, and then the memory of that fateful matchmaking session gradually returned through her mother-in-law's narration. That day, young Mrs. Jisung had been waiting impatiently at the cafe for 15 minutes. She hadn't expected much from this meeting forced by her parents. Just as she was about to give up and told herself not to expect anything, the door suddenly burst open with a dry creak. A young man with messy hair and a sweat-drenched face ran in hurriedly. That was the young Jean Desu. He profusely apologized for being late because he was busy taking children who hadn't been picked up yet home safely. Seeing his sincerity and kindness, Mrs. Jisung softly replied that she was also a teacher, so she could completely understand this delay. However, her initial impression of him was actually quite bad when he showed up at the blind date looking disheveled and in extremely sloppy clothes. Jean Desu was incredibly awkward at that time, only knowing to worry because he didn't know what to say. And so, the standard, extremely awkward blind date stories just kept pouring out. Mrs. Jisung secretly thought that his expectations for this meeting must have been just as low as hers. Suddenly, the continuous tapping on the glass door echoed, breaking the suffocating atmosphere. A group of young students was standing outside the window, excitedly cheering and calling out teacher Jin's name with great enthusiasm. The mischievous kids kept pressing their faces against the glass, shouting across the corner of the shop, "Wow, teacher Jin is on a date." Jean Desu both coaxed and reminded the children to keep quiet and stop hitting the window because they might get hurt. Hearing the curious children ask if the woman sitting opposite was his girlfriend, Mrs. Jisung could only embarrassedly bow her head and sip her tea to hide her confusion. However, Jean Desu suddenly flashed a bright smile and solemnly declared in front of his students, "Yes, this is indeed my girl." Desu smiled brightly to dispel the awkward atmosphere after claiming her as his own in front of his students. "I'm sorry, they are my students. I hope you weren't too startled." Mrs. Jisung was still in a state of shock, her cheeks burning with embarrassment after accidentally choking on her tea. She could only stammer in response, "No, it's fine." The kids look very energetic. Sitting back down at the table, she couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "But are you always like this?" Desu asked back, bewildered, "What did you say?" Mrs. Jisung hesitated for a moment. She gathered her courage to repeat his bold declaration from earlier, "You said I was your girlfriend and beautiful." Contrary to her confusion, Desu looked straight into his date's eyes and solemnly confirmed with utmost sincerity, "I really think you are beautiful." The direct remark left Mrs. Jisung breathless with surprise. She looked at the man in front of her with deep suspicion. "You're a playboy, aren't you?" Desu's verbal onslaught was now far beyond Mrs. Jisung's ability to defend. Desu panic denied, "What? Me?" To break the atmosphere that was becoming far too passionate, he quickly suggested, "Oh, the movie is about to start." A sudden downpour poured down heavily, the sound of rain echoing through the space. The two of them huddled under the canopy of the movie theater, and Jisung sighed softly, "It's raining, should we wait until it stops?" Jean Desu looked up at the gray sky and reassured her, "Sure, I'm sure this is just a passing shower." Amidst the pattering rain, Jean Desu softly asked, "Did you have fun today?" Hearing her ask back, he scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, Well, I guess I was more worried than anything. I arrived late, and I made the appointment without checking the weather, so I was worried you would think poorly of me." Seeing Jisung still silent with her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, Jean Desu mustered up his courage to make a proposal. "Does that mean you would be okay with another date?" The sudden question caught Jisung completely off guard, and she could only gasp in shock. "What? Is that really okay with you?" She asked hesitantly, worried about her outstanding height compared to other men. Jean Desu asked blankly what she meant, prompting her to confess honestly that men usually don't like women taller than them. Her face always looking as if she was angry also made every guy she had been introduced to not want to go out with her. All her insecurities were gathered and poured out by Jisung in a single, helpless breath. She admitted she had almost given up on marriage. But standing before that insecurity, Jin Dae-soo only smiled gently. He gently asked her back, so let me ask you this, don't girls usually like tall guys? I am shorter than you, is that okay with you? Dae-soo admitted that he was often criticized for not being manly enough. But when he heard her firmly assert that she never judges others by their appearance, he flashed a bright, happy smile, me too. So let's not care about what others say, let's just focus on us. Every sentence that Dae-soo spoke felt like he was opening a new chapter of a romance novel. Mrs. Ji-seon secretly thought that he was indeed a strange man. In the middle of the pouring rain, Dae-soo excitedly suggested, I don't think the rain will stop anytime soon, shall we just run? Returning to reality, she smiled as she recalled the carefree man with a strange charm from all those years ago. Even though he had now become a stubborn old man, who insisted on eating what he wanted despite his wife saying she wanted beef. Jin Min Cheon's father was not one to be outdone, teasing her back, and what about you? You were the one who used our daughter-in-law to get what you wanted in the end. This made the whole family burst into warm laughter. Afterward, they continued to tell Han Jia more details about their story. The story spanned from the journey of building their home step by step, to various anecdotes from Jin Min Cheon's childhood. And that evening, the sashimi dish still appeared on the dinner table just as he had wished. The image of the young couple. Jin Min Cheon stirred his coffee and asked in surprise over the phone, really? Is it going to be posted today? Upon receiving confirmation of the immediate upload from the other end, he smiled softly. Jin Min Cheon continued to press for the answer he believed his wife had found. Han Jia, on the other end of the line, smiled radiantly and replied with hesitation, well, almost. Han Jia diligently put pen to paper, writing her name. She silently realized that what she depicted in this small notebook was actually just a tiny part of her life. Yet, it was that very part of her life that was always interwoven and tightly bound with the lives of others. With everyone appearing, from her parents to her parents-in-law. Every loving piece of advice, like don't overwork yourself, visit us if things get tough, or I'll cook your favorite dish, together wove her own unique story. Han Jia strolled aimlessly down the street. She grilled Jin Min Cheon over the phone upon hearing him talk about taking time off. What do you mean by that? Are you saying you are having the best time of your life without me? Jin Min Cheon denied it in a panic. No, that's not what I meant. Suddenly, Han Jia gathered all her courage to utter a cheesy confession, I can't sleep but... The unexpected final blow left Jin Min Cheon on the other end of the line completely frozen, only able to utter a bewildered huh, in utter shock. Immediately, Han Jia hung up the phone with a click, leaving her husband dazed and calling her name in the empty kitchen. Han Jia tightly held the phone, her face burning red with embarrassment as if it was about to explode. I actually said it out loud, this is so embarrassing. She sighed softly, with only one burning desire left in her heart, to see him right away. At the second cafe, Han Jia was diligently writing something down in a small notebook. Finding it strange, Nari asked out of curiosity, Manager, what are you doing? Han Jia calmly replied that she was just recording information about some special guests who had visited the shop before. She recalled the image of the quirky guy who once brought a printer into the cafe to sit, thinking these real-life details would be useful materials for her writing later on. Seeing Nari excitedly ask if she was writing an article about her, Han Jia chuckled softly. She admitted that she was running out of ideas, so she had to wander around to do some extra research. Suddenly, Han Jia looked at Nari with a knowing gaze and asked, how have things been with Li Shu lately? The sudden question made Nari jump in shock. What? Huh? Han Jia calmly pressed further, wondering why she was always by Li Shu's side, before getting straight to the point. Aren't you two dating? Nari blushed, stammering in utter shock. How did you know about that? Han Jia sighed in amusement. She thought to herself that Nari panicked, waving her hands to explain, Manager, it is really not what you saw. Seeing her junior so flustered, Han Jia gave a gentle smile and made a surprising suggestion. Could you do an interview with Li Shu? Nari was completely stunned by the plan to conduct an interview about colleagues at the boss's cafe. Right after that, the interview titled Cafe Coworkers officially began. Li Shu hesitantly asked if it was really okay to reveal all those things, but Nari had to accept the reality, the manager already knew everything. Han Jia warmly reassured them, don't worry, you don't need to be nervous, I just want to hear your story. She suggested that what they did when they were together would definitely make for an extremely sweet and lovely episode. Nari shyly admitted that if that was the case, then definitely, but she still found it very difficult because she didn't know where to start. Han Jia smiled softly in understanding and asked the first prompting question, how did you two start dating? Li Shu opened the door and froze when he saw Nari suddenly appear at his doorstep late at night. With a bright smile, she held up 2 full bags of goods and invited him, Mr. Li Shu, do you want to have a drink? Li Shu asked back in confusion, without any warning, making Nari pout and claim that she had just sent a message less than a minute ago. She looked at him with expectant eyes and softly asked, can we? Li Shu flatly replied, no. He seriously explained that a man and a woman drinking privately in a man's apartment was completely inappropriate, not to mention it was already too late. Li Shu was worried that once they both started drinking, the trains would stop running and she would not be able to go home. However, Naji gave a bright smile and casually declared, "Then I'll just have to sleep over." Faced with his junior's boldness, Li Shu was speechless and decisively slammed the door shut. Naji panicked, wedging her hand into the door crack and shouting loudly, don't close the door." Naji looked at Li Shu with sparkling, hurt eyes. Her cheeks blushed as she hesitantly asked, Don't you like me?" Seeing her pitiful appearance, Li Shu's heart suddenly softened. He looked away in embarrassment and mumbled in reply, "It's not like that." He explained that he didn't hate her at all, he just wanted them both to take more time to slowly get to know each other. Hearing this, Naji's face immediately lit up. She excitedly raised the bottle of wine and smiled radiantly, "Then there's no problem at all." Naji giggled and said she was just joking because she knew very well what he was worried about. She pleaded, "But I already brought the chicken, so at least eat with me, okay?" Naji promised she would definitely leave before the last train stopped running. Hearing about the chicken, Li Shu was completely defeated. Chicken? Well, I can't say no to that. He sighed softly and opened the door wide to invite her in, not forgetting to remind her that he would personally see her off later. Naji happily stepped inside. But as soon as she crossed the threshold, she suddenly flashed a mysterious and scheming smile. And just like that, Naji concluded her story with a deeply satisfied declaration, "The next morning, we became a couple." Jia heard this and instantly felt like this dating speed exceeded her brain's bandwidth. Looking at her younger friend's excited face, hands cupping her blushing cheeks, Jia couldn't help but be so shocked that she froze. She asked back in utter bewilderment, "The next morning? Is that really it?" Seeing Jia looking a bit disappointed by the rapid development, Naji laughed mischievously, "Yes, that's all." "What's wrong? Do you want to hear more details?" Nari casually philosophized that some relationships begin after a long period of getting to know each other. But there are also loves that ignite right from the very first kiss. To her, every love story has its own unique color, just like the differences between each individual. Hearing this, Han Jia could only stay silent and think to herself. She guessed she had no right to judge this, being the one who rushed into marriage first. She turned to ask the other main character, "How about you, Li Shu?" The guy could only scratch his head and laugh embarrassedly, "Me? I think Nari is always right about everything, huh?" Suddenly, Nari looked at Han Jia with eyes full of admiration and confessed, "But the reason I could boldly pursue him is thanks to you, manager." Han Jia sat listening as her expression gradually shifted to extreme confusion. She asked in bewilderment, "Huh, me?" Nari enthusiastically listed Han Jia's qualities that she had always looked up to as a role model, "Manager, even though you can be a bit cranky, you are very kind. You always say what needs to be said clearly. You are someone who always takes the initiative in everything." It was the image of a decisive Han Jia that inspired Nari to want to live that way, leading her to decide to grab Li Shu as quickly as possible. Watching Nari boldly lean close to Li Shu, just like how she used to take the initiative, Jia thoughtfully realized that unlike novels, real-life stories do not have any logic at all. She understood that since there are all kinds of people in this world, there will also be all kinds of strange love stories. Jia happily thanked the two younger ones because these sincere shares had really helped her a lot. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Nari, Li Shu. This really helps a lot, I will gladly accept this favor." Seeing Jia's excitement, Nari suddenly leaned close to her ear and whispered mysteriously, "Sister, you want to hear a sweet and cute story, right? The intense kind filled with love?" Nari leaned close to Jia's ear, wearing a mysterious smile after Li Shu had just left, and continued, "If you don't mind, since brother Li Shu isn't here, I can tell you a story full of love and action. What do you think?" Hearing up to this point, Jia felt as if her brain was about to trigger an age restriction warning. She was flabbergasted, cold sweat dripping down upon hearing her younger colleague's bold suggestion. In her head, chaotic thoughts about clichés in romance novels suddenly emerged, where characters would eventually do some more mature things. She reassured herself. Late at night, the full moon hung high above the silent apartment building. Jia and Min Cheon was sitting and playing with his cat mouse when he saw his wife return. He warmly welcomed her. "Oh, you are back?" However, seeing Han Jia's face darken with melancholy and her heavy breathing, Jia and Min Cheon couldn't help but worry. "Han Jia, you don't look very well, are you okay?" Han Jia did not reply. She looked at her husband with a sharp gaze and decisively ordered, "Lie down and wait on the bed, I'll take a quick shower and be right back." Jia and Min Cheon was completely bewildered by his wife's strange attitude, only able to mumble in response, "Huh? Okay." Under the starry night sky, Jia and Min Cheon's scream echoed through the room when Han Jia suddenly rushed forward. That night, the two of them spent an endless night together. At the company headquarters, an elegant woman with short hair, wearing white sunglasses and a luxurious fur-collared coat just walked in. Seeing her, the subordinate staff quickly bowed timidly. "Director, hello." However, she immediately hesitated and made an awkward request. "I'm sorry, but could you wait a moment?" There are still a few guests inside. Hearing the words guests, the director frowned slightly with doubt. Inside the office, Han Jia was sitting opposite a man on the white sofa. She secretly told herself that a week had passed since she began meeting people under the guise of an interview. Her notebook was now overflowing past one volume, marking her relentless efforts during the past time. Han Jia was shocked and blurted out, "What, an interview?" The director walked in, calmly explaining the reason for her presence. "I thought you came because your husband is going to appear on the broadcast and you needed preparation." Seeing Han Jia awkwardly reply that the broadcast was already finished, she secretly realized that this troublesome guest must be an extremely important figure. The director curled her lips slightly and candidly expressed, "Well, I don't particularly care about that side, so I don't have much to say. But since you are writing, I will give you some advice." She recalled the first time she was introduced by P. Dina, and how she immediately thought of putting that person on the air because they already possessed innate skills. Seeing Han Jia ask in confusion, that skill, the director firmly asserted that it was the talent to become a true clown. She stared deeply into Han Jia and brought up the past. "When you were at school, you were very popular with everyone, right?" The director recounted in detail how the kids back then would laugh at anything she did, even the most meaningless things, or even smile when she said nothing at all. Han Jia was once known as the life of the class, to the point that everyone wanted to drag her along during every recess. She asserted that Han Jia had done her best to make everyone laugh and had put a lot of effort into it. Han Jia was completely shaken, secretly asking herself in astonishment, how did she know? She had embarked on a journey of meeting many people, from those she knew in the past to newly made friends, or even those she only happened to interact with by chance. And then, an unexpected truth emerged when everyone she had interviewed unanimously gave the exact same answer. The story they truly wanted to see was not some sci-fi masterpiece, but her very own self, the story of Han Jia. Instead of creating a fictional character, Jia decided to make herself the protagonist. Although she had never tried her hand at this autobiographical genre and didn't know if it would be appealing enough, she still made a firm decision to just give it a try. She strode confidently down the street, leaving all doubts behind to move forward. Suddenly, Jia rushed forward and hugged Jin Min Cheon tightly from behind, making him startle and yell out, "Jin Min Cheon!" Faced with his wife's sudden enthusiasm, Jin Min Cheon asked in bewilderment, "Let's go somewhere, today?" Seeing Jia clinging tightly to him so abruptly, he reminded her with concern, "Don't you need to write?" Jia smiled gently with happiness, tightening her embrace and asserting firmly, "It's fine, it's fine. This is the whole purpose of writing." She clasped her hands, her eyes sparkling with loveliness as she deployed her ultimate charm offensive. Deep down, Jia desperately wanted Jin Min Cheon to come with her. Faced with his wife's excessive enthusiasm, Jin Min Cheon could only stand there frozen. He hesitantly suggested, "Jia, maybe we should drink." But he was immediately cut off by Jia, who angrily snapped, "Wait, what if I don't accept it?" Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the ringing of a phone suddenly echoed, shattering the Han Jia froze. She stared blankly, questioning herself when she saw the message notification. Why did Jimin suddenly text me like this? Both of them peered at the phone screen, and Han Jia was completely shocked by the urgent message from her sister-in-law. "I think the baby is coming out soon, please help me." However, right after that, Jimin appeared with a bright smile and casually thanked her. "Thank you, sister, you really saved me." It turned out that it was all just a mischievous prank by Jimin. She casually explained, "Today I have an OBGYN appointment, but going alone is too difficult." He also went out of town for work. Jimin burst into laughter with delight. "That's why I played a joke and sent it to you." Ha ha ha. Sitting next to her sister-in-law on the sofa, Han Jia was completely speechless, her face darkening. She cursed under her breath, "This is crazy." Seeing her sister-in-law looking annoyed, Jimin asked mischievously, "You're not mad, right?" leaving Han Jia to only reply awkwardly, "Ah, yeah." Time flew by quickly as the due date drew near. Looking at Jimin, Han Jia fondly recalled old memories from when they still fought over dolls. She quietly sighed, "It feels like just yesterday we were fighting over dolls, and now she is already a mother of 3. Hearing Jimin tease her about living comfortably and freely doing whatever she wanted, Han Jia could only listen in silence. Jimin smiled softly and remarked, "Yes, you live very freely, doing whatever you want." Seeing her sister's serious expression, Jimin burst out laughing, saying she was just kidding. While Han Jia was still dazed, wondering if it was really a joke, Jimin suddenly changed the subject. "Mom told me that you are writing again, right?" Han Jia asked back in shock, "Mom already told you?" Jimin casually said that she talks to her mother every day, while not forgetting to mock her older sister for rarely contacting home. She even claimed to be a filial daughter just to tease Han Jia. Jimin smiled slightly at her sister and remarked, "Your husband seems to treat you very well, doesn't he?" Han Jia hesitantly replied with a soft yes, her face showing clear embarrassment. Seeing the favorable atmosphere, Jimin suddenly made an interesting proposal. "By the way, since we are here, do you want to do an interview right now?" Han Jia gasped in shock, "An interview?" She thought to herself that even her younger sister's straightforward way of speaking made her feel wary. Jimin sighed softly, confessing that was the reason why she once felt gradually distanced from her husband. However, Han Jia suddenly realized that her sister was actually worrying about her a lot. The marriage play you started with your husband, it has ended now, right? Standing in front of the hospital lobby as night fell, Han Jia waved goodbye to her sister. Goodbye. Jimin also smiled and, walking slowly all by herself, Han Jia let out a deep sigh full of thoughts. This marriage play, that girl acted so well she could even become a writer. She silently admitted that her sister's words were entirely accurate. Everything had indeed started as nothing more than a play. The image of her and Jin Min Cheon sitting opposite each other that day returned vividly to her mind. Han Jia stood frozen, questioning herself in utter shock. Frankly, she had never thought about it, having a baby with Jin Min Cheon. That thought kept repeating in her head like an endless movie loop. Having a baby with Jin Min Cheon, having a baby with Jin Min Cheon. Unable to contain the explosion in her mind, Han Jia held her head and screamed in despair in the middle of the street. Her chaotic behavior made her look just like a female lead betrayed by her screenwriter. She frantically scratched her head and pulled her hair, so embarrassed that she just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Just thinking about it made her want to die of embarrassment. After a period of making a scene, Han Jia tiredly let out a soft sigh right in front of the maternity hospital's gate. She blankly asked herself, what should I do now? Suddenly, she froze as she spotted a familiar figure ahead. That person was none other than Cha Soo-yeon. Han Jia quickly regained her playful look, approached to say hello, and suddenly threw a highly sarcastic question. You are Jin Min Cheon's colleague, so you're dating Choi Sang-woo, right? Otherwise, why would you be walking out of there? The sharp question, like a fatal blow, made the other person just want to escape the camera. Han Jia exclaimed in surprise, so that's how it is. Cha Soo-yeon smiled awkwardly, trying to break the tense atmosphere. I thought you had something to celebrate. Ha ha ha. Han Jia could only mumble in response, then suddenly asked, by the way, what about Choi Sang-woo? Hearing Cha Soo-yeon confirm that the two of them were still dating, Han Jia breathed a sigh of relief, finally satisfying her long-held curiosity. Han Jia continued with warm remarks, he is truly a good person, isn't he? Perhaps because he grew up with older sisters, Choi Sang-woo was very polite and thoughtful. Both of them laughed socially, but deep down, Han Jia secretly blamed herself for speaking without thinking. She was about to bring up what was troubling her, but Cha Soo-yeon suddenly interrupted, wait. She looked straight at Han Jia and asked, can we talk for a moment? Meanwhile, at a local pub, Jin Min Cheon and Choi Sang-woo were also having a private conversation. Looking at the beer glass on the table, Jin Min Cheon wondered about his superior's unusual behavior. Lately, manager Choi Sang-woo casually replied, well, hasn't she always been a bit strange? Sometimes she clumsily twists her body, and other times she just mutters to herself in an incomprehensible way. Seeing Jin Min Cheon laugh back in surprise, Choi Sang-woo confirmed that Cha Soo-yeon's behavior had indeed changed a lot recently. She had become unusually sensitive about everything. He revealed that despite complaining about being sleepy, she had stopped drinking her favorite coffee. She also frequently rejected gatherings due to fatigue, was strangely sensitive to scents, and kept putting her hand on her stomach. Hearing this, Jin Min Cheon broke into a cold sweat in shock. He stammered out in disbelief, then this really must be that thing, right? But the doctor said she had to return after a week for an exact confirmation. Because her period was quite late this month, she quietly went to get checked alone. Hearing this, Han Jia nodded slightly in understanding and curiously asked, I see, but what about Choi Sang-woo? Cha Soo-yeon sadly lowered her head. She confessed that she still didn't dare to tell him because she was still hesitating, not knowing if it was the right thing to do at this moment. Meanwhile at the pub, Jin Min Cheon slammed his beer glass down on the table and shouted in astonishment, she hasn't told you yet? Choi Sang-woo gloomily shared that he had tried to drop hints. Returning to the stone bench under the streetlights, Cha Soo-yeon assured Han Jia that she never looked down on or distrusted Choi Sang-woo, and that she truly loved him very much. It was just that she wasn't sure if making this announcement was the right thing to do, or what these chaotic emotions currently meant. Cha Soo-yeon recalled the time they spent together. Though they had known each other for less than half a year, Choi Sang-woo always showed her the warmest gestures. During all that time, she had witnessed firsthand just how wonderful and sincere Choi Sang-woo was. Looking at his radiant smile, Cha Soo-yeon's heart couldn't help but flutter. Yet, she still feared whether their relationship could continue to be as wonderful as before once she revealed this truth. Choi Sang-woo stared thoughtfully at his beer glass, his voice trembling with anxiety. Of course, things won't be the same anymore. He knew very well that department head Cha Soo-yeon was someone who took great pride in the career she had painstakingly built for so long. If the truth was indeed what they suspected, Choi Sang-woo feared that Cha Soo-yeon would have to pause or even completely abandon her beloved job. His eyes grew heavy with sorrow, and I'm afraid that because of me, all of her plans might collapse. Meanwhile, under the dim streetlights, Cha Soo-yeon was also pouring her heart out to Han Jia about her underlying worries. She was anxious about Choi Sang-woo because he had only recently graduated from college and had been working for a short time. In her eyes, he was still young, with so much he wanted to enjoy and countless brilliant opportunities waiting ahead. Cha Soo-yeon gently clutched her hem, her eyes tearing up behind her glasses. I can't help but worry that I might be forcing him into something too soon. To be honest, I'm a bit scared. At the pub, Choi Sang-woo hung his head remorsefully in front of Jin Min Cheon. I'm sorry for rambling about all of this. He forced a smile to dispel the heavy atmosphere. He told himself that perhaps the chilly autumn air had made his soul so sentimental and vulnerable. Listening to Cha Soo-yeon's heartfelt confession, Han Ji-ah sat quietly beside her, feeling the silence of the night enveloping them. Those words truly made Han Ji-ah realize how quickly time had flown by. She recalled the feeling of just yesterday, when she and Jin Min Cheon were still strangers, constantly bickering during their very first meeting. The image of a disheveled Jin Min Cheon eating cake next to Han Ji-ah in her flowery pajamas with a scowling face came back like a vivid old film. Han Ji-ah believed that opportunities in life do not come often. And whether they appear in a beautiful or challenging form is something no one can predict. But for Han Ji-ah, on that very day, at that fateful moment, she reached out her hand to seize the opportunity of her life. Looking back at the image of the two of them sitting together at the rest stop years ago, Han Ji-ah secretly felt grateful that their hands had touched in time. She smiled faintly, looking at her anxious friend in front of her and thought to herself, I was lucky not to have let that moment slip away. That was the only thing I could say. Suddenly, the phone rang, shattering the tense atmosphere at the pub. The screen clearly displayed the name of manager Cha Soo-yeon, accompanied by a bright red heart, making Choi Sang-woo panic. Manager. Why so sudden? He was flustered, clumsily asking Jin Min Cheon in despair, what should I do, what should I do? Seeing his junior lose composure completely, Jin Min Cheon slammed his hand hard on the table. Choi Sang-woo flinched and screamed, what the hell? Why did you hit me out of nowhere? Jin Min Cheon looked straight into his junior's eyes and solemnly gave him advice, just go see her, sitting here worrying won't change anything, right? He affirmed an obvious truth that if nothing changes, no matter how much he worries, he just needs to move forward. The phone kept vibrating incessantly on the table next to an unfinished glass of beer. In another corner under the night sky, Cha Soo-yeon held the phone to her ear with an anxious intense look on her face. Opposite her, Han Ji-ah was sitting blankly on the stone bench, her eyes heavy with deep thoughts. Right now, Choi Sang-woo clenched his teeth, sweat dripping down his determined. He hurriedly stood up, running and shouting loudly, sorry, I'm leaving first, I will send you the drink money later. Jin Min Cheon smiled gently and calmly replied, alright, good luck, then silently watched Choi Sang-woo's figure running desperately into the night to find the one he loved. And then, 2 months later, through Jin Min Cheon, a formal wedding invitation from Choi Sang-woo and Cha Soo-yeon arrived. Inside was an extremely happy wedding photo of the two. The groom, Choi Sang-woo, was radiantly hugging Cha Soo-yeon in her pure white wedding dress, subtly revealing the bride's clearly visible baby bump. It was a photo of 3 people looking incredibly bright and fulfilled. Looking at the photo, Han Ji-ah crossed her arms, looking a bit disgruntled. What a pity, I was looking forward to throwing a housewarming party when they got married. Jin Min Cheon could only smile wryly and ask back, you still remember that? If she had to choose the best thing that ever happened in her life, Han Ji-ah thought to herself that it was her marriage to Jin Min Cheon. Their sparkling wedding photo was proof of the current happiness she cherished. However, on the other hand, the worst thing that ever happened to her was a painful memory from her school days. In front of the disciplinary committee, the principal solemnly declared, our school has decided on disciplinary action for the incident of assaulting a teacher, forcing the transfer of student Han Ji-ah. Han Ji-ah at that time could only, without a doubt, everything started with the worst teacher she had ever met. He always used abusive words and violent actions, forcing the children into their place. After Jin Min Cheon's mother moved away, this man replaced the position of discipline teacher at the school. He was ready to slap a student right in the face just for chewing gum. Didn't I say chewing gum is banned in school? What? Are you deaf? Using corporal punishment was a daily occurrence under his rule. Standing on the podium, he contemptuously declared, this is why you can't treat these rascals with respect. Everyone, get on the table, you brats. On days when his mood was terrible, collective punishment of the whole class was not unusual. But then one day, his outrageous behavior went far beyond beatings. Holding a wooden stick, he stood before Han Ji-ah, who was kneeling, and insulted her, do you think you're so special just because your parents are dead? Those words officially crossed the final line of her tolerance. Han Ji-ah gritted her teeth and growled, hey! Unable to suppress her boiling rage, she rushed forward and the sudden burst of anger made Ji-ah completely unable to control herself. Under the brilliant sunset sky, she sat dazed in the classroom with thoughts full of resentment. Seriously, what on earth was this? He was the one in the wrong, so why did everything end up like this? Ji-ah sobbed, her shoulders trembling from the injustice weighing heavily on a young schoolgirl. Suddenly, a voice calling Ji-ah made her gently look up with tear-filled eyes. Ji-ah, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Despite her terrible mood, Ji-ah still sobbed and whispered angrily, ugh, you dummy, what did you do wrong? Jisoo lowered her head, her shoulders shaking violently from guilt. Helping a friend was obviously the right thing to do. The cries of the two young friends echoed under the brilliant sunset sky that was slowly settling over the school. Jia questioned herself, why am I telling all of this now? Suddenly, a woman with a stylish short haircut, dressed in elegant attire, walked into the cafe and greeted with a smile, long time no see, Han Jia. This reunion moment made the atmosphere in the cafe feel frozen. She looked at Jia affectionately and asked, how have you been lately? Standing frozen with a broom in her hand, Jia could only stare silently at her old friend. That was Jisoo, a close friendship bound tightly throughout the long journey from their elementary school years until they set foot in university. Among all the best friends Han Jia had ever had, Jisoo was the one who held the most important place. The two had grown up together, sharing every secret and going through countless ups and downs of youth with an inseparable bond. Jisoo suddenly flashed a bright smile just like that, but immediately after, her face turned extremely serious and filled with reproach. She rushed forward, tightly grabbed Han Jia's shoulders, shook her hard, and demanded in a low voice, please explain why you suddenly disappeared without a word? Attacked so suddenly by her friend that her head spun, Han Jia panicked and screamed in frustration, alright, I'll explain, okay? Under the lights of the second cafe in the quiet late night, Jisoo sarcastically asked Han Jia if she was too timid, which was why she had been hiding at home and hadn't bothered to contact her for so long. Han Jia could only laugh it off and admit that it was roughly the case. This made Jisoo wonder if her best friend really wanted to become a complete recluse. Suddenly, Han Jia paused in doubt, but wait, how did you know I was here? Instantly, Jisoo yelled mockingly, what do you mean? You were on TV and promoted yourself everywhere already, like you were screaming I'm here, you know? Utterly humiliated by being exposed, Han Jia could only cover her face in shame, begging her friend not to bring up that shocking incident ever again. Jisoo scolded Han Jia for being terrible because she couldn't even make a single phone call, while suddenly bursting into tears. Seeing her friend suddenly crying rivers, Han Jia asked in a panic, why are you suddenly crying? Sobbing, Jisoo blamed Han Jia for being so heartless as to cut off contact with her like that. Looking at the tearful girl in front of her, Han Jia smiled gently as she recalled memories of college, when a similar incident had occurred. Back then, unpleasant rumors about Han Jia began to spread everywhere, and all suspicion fell on Jisoo. The malicious classmates kept fabricating stories that Jisoo was jealous because Han Jia was always close to their senior, Kangwoo. They insisted that because Jisoo secretly liked the upperclassman, she clung to him like glue during the MT trip to get back at her best friend. Unable to bear the distorted words any longer, Han Jia firmly slammed her hand against the wall and roared, shut up. Her face, filled with murderous intent, silenced the gossips in fear. Jisoo could only stand in the corner at that time, asking anxiously, Han Jia, what should we do? Looking at Han Jia's white bandaged hand, Jisoo held it with heartache and asked worriedly, your hand, are you okay? Han Jia gently comforted her foolish friend, telling her not to cry anymore. Jisoo sobbed while clarifying that she really didn't know anything and was absolutely not the one who spread those malicious rumors. Han Jia softly reminded her of what her mother had said years ago, if you did nothing wrong, there was no reason to shed tears. Even to this day, no one can know for sure. Han Jia tightly held her friend's hand, smiling gently to reassure her, so, Jisoo, that is no longer important. Hearing this, Jisoo suddenly fell into deep thought, reminiscing about the past, then asked curiously, come to think of it, I still wonder what happened to senior Kangwoo. Han Jia nonchalantly dropped a bombshell that left her friend frozen. We're married, you dummy. Suddenly, Jisoo's face became extremely serious. She looked at her friend and spoke in a low voice, anyway, there is one thing I must say. Jisoo looked straight into Han Jia's eyes and sincerely confessed, thank you so much, Han Jia. Back then, you always trusted and cheered me on. Memories of those difficult days rushed back, and Jisoo choked up, her eyes tearing up with emotion, and that is why I can be who I am today. Thank you, truly. Witnessing her best friend's overly cheesy confession, Han Jia's face flushed with embarrassment. She frantically pushed Jisoo away and yelled, what on earth are you talking about? Why are you making everything so cheesy, gross? While Han Jia was trying her best to reject the cheesiness, Jisoo suddenly froze. Her eyes widened in surprise as if she had just discovered something. Jisoo smirked with deep meaning and teased, now that I think about it, I'm quite curious. That guy I saw on TV, your husband, that's Jia and Min Cheon, right? Han Jia asked back in bewilderment, huh? Jisoo enthusiastically brought up the fact that the two of them were always glued to each other's side back in elementary school. What nonsense is this? Despite her own resistance, Jisoo slightly smirked with a sly smile and silently asserted that those two had definitely been dating secretly for a long time. He. Actually, everyone in class thought so in their hearts. Jisoo excitedly revealed the secret from back then, leaving Han Jia dumbfounded as she blurted out, oh, no? Before her friend could compose herself, Jisoo continuously pressed her with a series of tough questions, so how did it end up in marriage? When, where, and how? Why did you two suddenly meet again? Deep down, Han Jia realized that since meeting Jia and Min Cheon again, her once stagnant world had begun to move once more. The world she had once forcibly cut off was now like an eggshell beginning to crack. Little by little, everything was returning to her. Standing in front of the shop, Jisoo smiled and said goodbye. It was great meeting you again, Han Jia. Han Jia softly replied, her heart relieved to hear her friend promise to call. Each old connection began to rebuild, making Han Jia smile radiantly. Yes. The old pieces that once seemed scattered were now finding their rightful places. And with every restored connection, she looked back at Jin Min Cheon, who was standing quietly waiting for her. Han Jia realized just how much Jin Min Cheon had grown in her heart. Looking into the distance, she made up her mind, just as I thought, I need to tell him tonight. Those were the exact words she had always wanted to say. The morning sunlight filtered into the room. Jin Min Cheon gently sat up and affectionately looked at Han Jia, who was still fast asleep. In her daze, she suddenly tossed and mumbled in her sleep, ugh, I can't eat another bite. Han Jia continued to babble, deeply worried about her husband's diet even in her dream. Jin Min Cheon, if you only eat protein bars like that, won't you get indigestion? Looking at that adorable sight, Jin Min Cheon realized that Han Jia had become a part of his breath, an indispensable, natural part of his life. He smiled gently, leaned down to plant a soft kiss on her forehead, enjoying the peaceful moment he had long dreamed of. At the dining table, Jin Min Cheon could not stop praising her as he tasted the new dish. Oh, this is so delicious. Han Jia beamed, declaring it was a heavenly flavor, while boasting that she had got the recipe from a regular customer whose husband also maintained a vegetarian diet in the morning. Hearing the word husband slip out of his wife's mouth so naturally, Jin Min Cheon suddenly blushed and asked in surprise, husband? Han Jia was startled to realize her slip of the tongue, frantically making excuses that she had just unconsciously repeated the customer's words without thinking. To dispel the embarrassment, she decisively urged him to finish eating quickly and go to work before he was late. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed since they had been together. Jin Min Cheon quietly looked at his wife, secretly feeling that the warmth of this time was so different from last winter before he packed his backpack and walked out of the house. When everything was left in silence, Han Jia was now the one driving her husband to work. She tilted her chin proudly. Do you know how lucky you are? How many wives drive their husbands to work like this? Jin Min Cheon smiled softly in response, I am always grateful. But still, I need to get my driver's license now. If you are busy, I can drive myself to work. Hearing this, Han Jia suddenly panicked, her face changing color. No, not yet. It is still too early for you to drive by yourself. Seeing his wife getting so excited that she almost lost control of the wheel, Jin Min Cheon quickly warned, watch the road, dear. She still firmly insisted, at least 1 year, no, it has to be 2 years to see how you do first. Jin Min Cheon slightly curled his lips, so, that means I get to spend my mornings like this with you for at least another 2 years, right? His sweet words made Han Jia blush furiously, her heart racing so fast she broke into a cold sweat. Ha! She inwardly screamed in extreme embarrassment, what on earth are you saying? This is so embarrassing. That sweet scene suddenly, looking back at middle school, Jin Min Cheon always felt that Han Jia and he lived in two completely different worlds. They gradually saw each other less in class, especially when Han Jia was busy with extra classes, leaving them with no more outings together like before. The silence grew over time, and they spoke to each other less and less. Somehow, Jin Min Cheon painfully realized that he was actively avoiding her. No matter what excuse he made, deep down in his heart, he always understood a harsh truth. There are things that do not need to be said to set off warning bells in one's heart. Jin Min Cheon knew that he no longer belonged by Han Jia's side. Wherever she went, Han Jia easily made people laugh and was always the center of attention with her radiant personality. In contrast to that brilliant shine, Jin Min Cheon found himself incredibly faint. He almost never existed in the eyes of others, no matter where he might be. At some point, even though they lived in the same world, Jin Min Cheon felt like they were walking on parallel lines that would never meet. And then he realized how foolish that was on the day he returned to school after a week of flu. Jin Min Cheon was shocked to hear the bad news. Had Han Jia transferred schools? Actually, the news of Han Jia moving to a very distant school made Jin Min Cheon completely lose his composure. That day, for the first time in his life, he skipped school without permission. He ran desperately in despair. He felt that if he didn't meet her that very day, he might never have the chance to see Han Jia again. At the scene, Jin Min Cheon witnessed Han Jia's mother giving instructions to her daughter before she left. Don't skip meals. Keep in touch regularly, and don't cause any trouble until you graduate. Han Jia could only quietly obey, yes. All right. All right, I get it. Hiding behind the corner, Jin Min Cheon gasped for breath due to exhaustion and anxiety. His mind was in a mess with a series of questions. What should I say? Don't go? Go safely? However, self-doubt consumed him. Do I even have the right to say that? Truly, what are we? Jin Min Cheon stood silently in the dark, watching his last chance slip through his fingers. In the end, on that day, he couldn't meet Han Jia because he didn't have even a shred of courage. And so, time quietly passed. Jin Min Cheon graduated from Daesung Middle School and heard that Han Jia had returned home, but his shyness still stopped him from reaching out to her. As the years drifted by, the falling cherry blossom petals gave way to the green of summer, only to be replaced by the yellow of autumn leaves. Jia Min Cheon began to throw himself into sports, hoping to change his own shy nature. Time continued to spin through seasons of red leaves. One day, Jia Min Cheon heard the news that Han Jia had truly become a writer. Although her writing was a bit clumsy and rigid, it was bright and lively, just like her personality. Holding the phone in his hand, he stared silently at her picture for the first time after years of separation and felt that she had become so unfamiliar. A cold winter swept in, and while performing his military service, Jia Min Cheon was shocked to receive a phone call informing him that Han Jia had returned to her hometown. On the other end of the line, someone said sorrowfully, "Yeah, it seems she went through a lot of emotional struggles. I heard she has locked herself inside the house the whole time." Hearing about her breakdown, Jia Min Cheon painfully wondered to himself, Han Jia, did she really do that? But he still could not come to her side yet. Years and months passed by. Jia Min Cheon was discharged from the military and began to have a stable job. He was caught up in the whirlwind of endless overtime, burying his head in the computer screen in the quiet office late at night. For him, being able to go home twice a year was already too much. Amidst the hustles of life, the name Han Jia always existed as an agonizing concern. Han Jia, time passed from the green summer to the yellow autumn, and then to the snowy white winter. And then, time finally brought him back. Standing in front of the apartment building, the present Jia Min Cheon, looking mature and steadfast, quietly looked up. In his heart, there was only one single name, Han Jia. Under the eaves, he was stunned to catch sight of that girl. Han Jia was sitting blankly on the stone bench in floral pajamas, looking tired and depressed as she quietly held a dry branch. The years of running away had finally passed. Jia Min Cheon thought to himself that Han Jia still kept her outspoken, sometimes slightly blunt personality just like in the old days. He recalled the moment they met again, a fateful turning point. Then, one evening, Jia Min Cheon gathered all his courage to tell her about his innermost feelings and everything he had been through during those years of unrequited love. Hearing this, Han Jia couldn't help but burst out laughing. She laughed while continuously giving him playful, excited punches on his shoulder. She teased him that his story sounded just like some cheesy shoujo manga from the 90s. Watching Han Jia laugh and talk so freely and radiantly, Jia Min Cheon felt an unusual sense of relief in his heart. Jia Min Cheon fell into deep thought, wondering how things would have turned out if he had spoken up back then. Han Jia looked at him with gentle eyes and reassured him that if he had taken the initiative to talk to her then, she would have been very happy. She even brought up how his constant distancing back then used to make her feel extremely annoyed and upset. Dumbfounded by his wife's sudden revelation, Jia Min Cheon could only stammer back in shock. Even so, both agreed that walking down memory lane together was indeed a wonderful experience. Jia Min Cheon realized that his life could never be fully explained without the presence of Han Jia. As he sat dazed at his desk, Han Jia's urgent call suddenly echoed from behind, making him turn around in surprise. Wearing an active outfit, she gave a thumbs up and invited Jia Min Cheon to watch the brilliant fireworks display with her right now. Under the quiet night sky, Han Jia gently breathed out a puff of white smoke amidst the freezing chill, shivering as she remarked, "It's winter already, kind of cold, isn't it?" Jia Min Cheon stood behind, quietly watching his wife's back, his heart swelling with waves of emotion. Has it already been a year since she came here? Time really flies. Jia Min Cheon adjusted his glasses and began his serious lecture. "Hey, Jia, fireworks should only be set off in permitted areas. What would you do if a fire broke out?" He anxiously advised that instead of the rooftop, they should go to the beach or an open field with full safety gear and fire extinguishers. Han Jia curled her lips in slight mockery at her husband's overcautiousness. "Stupid, of course I know all that." She looked straight at Jia Min Cheon and revealed the true purpose of their meeting. "The reason I called you out here is because there are a few things I want to check before we go." Jia Min Cheon asked back in confusion, "Check what?" The atmosphere instantly shifted to a mysterious, warning state. Han Jia decisively pulled out a white envelope, held it up in front of him, and asked cryptically, "This, remember?" The moonlight illuminated the fateful item nestled in her hand, an old contract that had once been the beginning of everything. Memories suddenly flooded back to the days when they were not yet adults, when they sat quietly across from each other at a small table with so many hidden thoughts. That was their first lie, a play put on just to receive forgiveness and acceptance from society. Back to reality on the windy rooftop, that contract has now become the only symbol connecting their lives together. That really bound the two of us together. Han Jia glanced at Jia Min Cheon. She hesitantly asked, "Do you remember this clause?" A fragment of memory about the old contract returned, when they both once committed that this contract marriage could absolutely not be cancelled at any time by anyone. Jia Min Cheon nodded slightly, looking straight into his wife's eyes and asserting firmly, "Of course I remember." The memory of the contract suddenly became especially solemn in this moment. Jia Min Cheon smiled softly, his face suddenly becoming extremely tender. "Actually, I was thinking about the same thing." Han Jia blurted out in bewilderment, "Huh?" The question opened up a silence that made the atmosphere suddenly awkward. but Jean Minchul continued as if reading her mind. He asked if she was also worried that the contract was what kept their relationship fragile and liable to fall apart at any moment. Jean Minchul concluded in a low voice, "So, you want to discard that contract, and want to end this couple in name-only situation." He looked at Han Jia firmly and continued, "And become a real married couple, did I guess right?" The overly direct proposal made Han Jia freeze completely, her cheeks flushing red with embarrassment. She shivered and snapped to hide her confusion. "That gives me goosebumps. Oh my, you were so weird. How can you understand me so well? I haven't even said anything yet." Jean Minchul burst into bright laughter, asserting that after all this time together, of course he had to understand her personality. Han Jia could only stay silent and think to herself, "Am I really that predictable?" Jean Minchul casually exposed his wife's habit, saying that before talking about something important, she often beat around the bush. He even mischievously guessed her purpose in bringing up the contract was to do something dramatic, like burning it like in a TV drama. Han Jia was completely defeated, thinking to herself, "I really am simple-minded, 100% accurate." Han Jia slightly lowered her eyes, hesitantly asking again, "Anyway, aren't you afraid when I mention the contract and say that it can be cancelled at any time?" Jean Minchul slightly tilted his head, flashing an extremely warm smile and casually replied, "Not really." Before Han Jia's bewilderment, he looked at her with eyes full of love and affirmed, "Because now, I know you better." Jean Minchul gently reached out to cup Han Jia's face, whispering softly. Jean Minchul looked at Han Jia with deep affection. He firmly believed that the person he loved truly and wholeheartedly loved him back, something he knew better than anyone else. Seeing Han Jia still looking dazed, he gently reached out to touch her blushing cheek and smiled. "To be honest, isn't all your clumsy acting just a cover-up?" Han Jia was too flustered to speak. Jean Minchul proudly bragged. "I have been studying hard, you know. Since my wife is a romance novelist, shouldn't I understand these things as well as anyone else?" The situation turned into a complex romantic psychological analysis. Suddenly, Han Jia gathered all her courage and shouted under the night sky, "I love you, Jean Minchul." The sudden confession left Jean Minchul completely frozen, his face flushing red from the shock. Han Jia kept repeating her words of love, her voice echoing under the quiet moonlight. Those were the exact words Han Jia had yearned to say the most at this moment. Looking at Jean Minchul standing dazed and embarrassed, she suddenly burst into mischievous laughter. "Ha, you dummy, I bet you didn't think I would say it here, did you? Serves you right for always acting like you know everything." Though still feeling a bit too embarrassed to put it into words right now, Han Jia smiled gently and challenged him. "Do you think you know everything about me, huh? That's a huge mistake. To truly understand me, you'll need at least another 10 years. Jean Minchul gently lifted his wife's chin. Jean Minchul slowly leaned in and whispered, "Could you have guessed this beforehand?" Han Jia blushed deeply, her breathing growing rapid, and she could only stammer in response, "Oh, no." Amidst the tranquil space on the rooftop, they shared a deep, passionate kiss under the moonlight. Immediately after, the fuse of a firework was suddenly lit and began to burn brilliantly. Under the brilliant night sky, Jean Minchul excitedly exclaimed, "Han Jia, look, fireworks, look at the fireworks." Those shimmering lights seemed to mark a new beginning as Han Jia officially stepped into a very busy year. After many ups and downs, she was finally able to return to her passion, continuing to write her own novels. Han Jia worked tirelessly at her computer desk, passionately writing until dawn every day without feeling exhausted. The entire scene was recorded like a rare visual event. Ideas kept pouring out endlessly, causing Han Jia to lose herself in the world of words to the point of chronic insomnia. Her face grew haggard with deep sunken eyes, but the happiness of creating eclipsed everything else. When writing began to affect her time at the coffee shop, Han Jia decided to reduce her shifts. Ultimately, she handed over her manager position at Second Cafe to Nari. Throughout that journey of finding herself, Jean Minchul was always by her side, cheering her on with all his heart. But Jean Minchul actually did everything for her. Bit by bit, Han Jia was able to find her rhythm again and continue writing smoothly. To her now, writing was not merely a way to make a living, but a thread connecting their souls. Because they once had a period of separation and missed out on each other, now they spent all of their free days entirely together. They built snowmen together in the freezing winter, or leisurely sat leaning against each other by the stream, enjoying the tranquility of life. Their feelings grew deeper and more passionate over the years. Whether they were wearing traditional hanbok and walking through ancient palaces, or standing together on a windy peak, their eyes were always filled with trust and love. Because from this moment on, their life story would be built together. It would be a happy journey stretching into eternity. In the quiet room, Han Jia stretched tiredly after hours of diligently working at her desk. She let out a gentle sigh. Finally finished. As the bright morning sunlight shone down on the apartment building, everything seemed unusually peaceful. The cat mouse was still curled up, sleeping soundly on the floor. Jean Minchul was holding his phone, politely replying to his mother-in-law. "Yes, mother-in-law." He leisurely explained Han Jia's situation. Since she had stayed up all night until yesterday, it seemed she had completed everything and was currently resting. The family call went on like a daily routine report. Jean Minchul smiled slightly, assuring his mother that their married life was as stable as ever. Well, it is always the same. It just means we are doing very well, huh? Suddenly, hearing the other end ask about the title of the new work, he paused hesitantly. Yes, the title of the book? Jean Minchul hesitantly guessed, its name might be. But before he could finish his sentence, Han Jia's urgent call echoed through the house, Jean Minchul. She appeared radiantly with a bright smile, calling her husband's name in extreme excitement. The joyful call for Jean Minchul echoed through the blue sky, marking a brilliant new beginning for both of them. 2 years later, under the clear blue sky of the traditional Sealal holiday, the Lunar New Year atmosphere filled every street. At a cozy house, the elderly couple eagerly went to the door to welcome the small family who had just traveled a long distance back. The grandmother could not hide her joy. Oh my sweet Hannah, you must have traveled such a long way to get here. The grandfather also kindly asked, oh, come on, it is not that bad, are both of you doing well? Inside the house, the sizzling sound from the frying pan released a mouth-watering aroma. A chubby baby boy was crawling on the floor, babbling Abu adorably. Having a baby at home automatically turns on the constant replay mode of precious moments without any reminders. In a corner of the room, the grandparents had their eyes glued to the phone screen, laughing joyfully as they rewatched their grandson's moments. The grandfather proudly bragged. Look at this, dear. See how he just said Abu as he crawled straight towards his mother? I wonder who he took after to be so smart. The grandmother nodded in agreement. Who else could it be? Isn't he the spitting image of our genes? That's right, oh dear, grandma's little treasure. In the kitchen, the brother-in-law was busily cooking while wearing a colorful patterned apron. Hearing his parents-in-law's praise, he smiled and replied. Yes, mother, I've watched that photo about 30 times already. He confidently predicted that the little boy was about to say Abu, and immediately, the baby babbled exactly like that. The grandmother exclaimed in surprise. Oh my goodness, it's true. The grandfather said with emotion. Every time I see my grandson, I feel just like the very first time we met. Jimin continued to talk about her brother-in-law's success, mentioning that her sister's husband had just been promoted to department head and was even leading a major project. Just as she was in the middle of her story, the doorbell rang urgently. Oh, isn't that my sister? The door opened, and Han Jia and Jean Minchul appeared, radiant with smiles on their faces. Han Jia, wearing a loose maternity dress, happily announced. We're home. Meanwhile, Jean Minchul held their young child in his arms, his face filled with pride and fulfillment. Seeing Han Jia's noticeably round belly, the entire family was caught completely off guard. Wait, Han Jia, what's with that belly? Why didn't you let the family know? Han Jia could only smile sheepishly, explaining that she wanted to make it a surprise, which was why she kept it a secret until the very last minute. The atmosphere suddenly burst into joy, and everyone excitedly insisted on throwing a big feast to celebrate. Such sudden good news out of nowhere truly made everyone's hearts skip a beat. When asked if they had visited the paternal side yet, Jean Minchul calmly replied that since his side did not observe ancestral rites, they decided to stop by here first, especially since the two families were close neighbors anyway. Jean Minchul gently placed a hand on his brother-in-law's shoulder and gave a bright smile. Shall we get started, just the two of us? Hearing his brother-in-law's invitation, Choi Sang-woo was so touched that tears welled up in his eyes. Memories of Seattle from 2 years ago suddenly came rushing back, the day Jean Minchul and Han Jia first introduced themselves to the family with anxiety and awe. Under the deep blue sky, Jean Minchul and Han Jia walked together to enjoy the fresh air. Wow, Han Jia exclaimed when she realized they had stopped in front of a familiar rest stop. Jean Minchul smiled gently and called this the sacred place that bound him and her together, making Han Jia wonder about that cheesy name. He pensively remarked that this place had not changed a bit compared to before. When asked if she suggested the walk because she missed this place, Han Jia admitted it was partly to get some fresh air, and partly for deeper reasons. Han Jia smiled slightly, her eyes filled with nostalgia. It's just, sometimes I feel the need to clarify whether meeting you that day was real or not. Or, was everything just a dream, sounding like validating the entire universe through personal emotions. She explained that if this place had become a non-smoking area a little sooner, she might not have been sitting here that day. Back then, the two of them would never have had the chance to meet again. The book recording all the sweet memories with Jean Minchul, titled Midnight Elves, was her first published work after so many years of absence. The story is about a main character who was exhausted from a hectic life. She eventually found true happiness by marrying a muscular geek who had silently devoted. Although it did not sell as sensationally as her previous masterpieces, Han Jia still felt incredibly grateful to receive sincere praise from her readers. An author's life sometimes does not need to be top trending, just a few words that touch the heart are enough to keep living on faith. Looking at Jean Minchel smiling beside her, she secretly told herself that without him by her side, she would never have been able to write such a meaningful book. Suddenly, her phone rang repeatedly, surprising Han Jia. Wow, so many messages. Those were warm New Year greetings from Choi Yeonju, Na Youngdeok, Jisoo, and even young Nari. Han Jia smiled as she thought of Choi Yeonju, her best friend. Currently, Choi Yeonju had become a famous screenwriter, working abroad on many major film and theater projects. Her latest project made a global impact, opening up a brilliant opportunity to reach an international scale. PD Na Youngdeok had now risen to the top position of a large publishing company. He appeared radiant alongside his young son, his face clearly showing contentment after many ups and downs. Han Jia confessed that she only occasionally met him during her visits to his wife. In addition, Nari and Lee Shu had also officially taken over Choi Yeonju's old coffee shop named Second Cafe. Young Nari now looked like a real boss, even confidently lifting her chin and demanding Han Jia call her boss. Despite being a bit extra, Han Jia still visited frequently, and the two maintained a close. Meanwhile, Choi Sangwoo and Cha Soo-yeon continued to work alongside Jean Minchel. Since both families had officially become parents, they began to meet more frequently to share their child-rearing experiences. The image of Han Jia and Cha Soo-yeon radiantly holding their little angels in their arms proved a happy new chapter. Even Jisoo was always by their side, going out with Han Jia and helping each other care for the children like the closest of friends. As for the others, they still screamed humorously when they felt abandoned by Han Jia. However, due to space limitations, the story will temporarily stop here. Under the deep blue sky, Han Jia shivered slightly from the cold and suggested, "Should we head back now? I'm feeling very cold." Jean Minchel smiled softly, looking at his wife teasingly. Han Jia smirked, firmly asserting that both of them were clearly feeling the same way. A sudden gust of wind blew by, making her hair flutter, as Han Jia quietly gazed into the distance with deep and steadfast eyes. Returning to the familiar rest stop, where everything once began, Han Jia sat alone quietly and reminisced about the past. She softly questioned herself about the impulsive marriage they had rushed into back then. A weighty question echoed, "So, how is that impulsive marriage we rushed into? Are you happy?" Han Jia looked up at the vast sky, her face radiant with a strong belief in her own choice. She gently shook her head, a bright smile showing clearly on her face. "No, I feel more than just happy. And I have decided to stay like this forever." Suddenly, Jean Minchel walked up with a puzzled look. Who are you talking to?" The playful girl replied immediately, "No one." Seeing her husband still suspicious, Han Jia calmly explained, "Just think of it as a dialogue for my novel. Even up until now, everything seems to remain exactly as it was on the first day." Jean Minchel suddenly remembered something and asked, "Speaking of which, aren't you writing a new work?" The two strolled hand in hand as Han Jia excitedly shared, "Yeah, a work of absolute passion. It is a story that will continue from now until forever." Jean Minchel asked curiously, "What's the title?" Looking back at the rest stop where their love began, Han Jia softly whispered, "It is called Destiny."